question to the staff officers and the general staff through Ambrina. Their answer was that the other side had no money and the feudal lords were not united. If they gathered a large army to defend the border in advance, they would not be able to afford the loss of a wasted effort if we did not attack. Conversely, if we have money, and the other side really amasses a large force on the border in advance, without the intervention of Villa and Wayland, then we can just go for it. We're not afraid of losing. Ronan used the words of his staff to explain. To be honest, the kingdom of Fas was a real hodgepodge, with church influence, feudal manners, civil service politics, military advisors, and so on. It was a mix of German, French, and English elements. Alexander nodded slightly. Will this battle be profitable? We can make money. We're not going to occupy land. We're going to force them to sign a coal supply agreement. Ronan replied with a smile. Alexander tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. After a long pause, Alexander devoured a crisp slice of baguette with shrimp paste, chewed and swallowed, and then slowly spoke. Promise the Villers that we will never interfere with their military operations, much less send troops against them. Ask the Waylanders for some benefits and tell them that we will definitely cause some trouble for the Villers. The promise not to interfere with Villa's military operations does not mean that troops cannot be deployed on the border in a defensive posture, so it does not constitute a violation of the promise made to Villa. Heading north into the Rhine region would indeed cause trouble for Villa, which could be considered as fulfilling a promise to Wieland. Although the royal family of Villa is not the Habal family of Ronan's original timeline, and the king is not the Holy Roman Emperor, they still have close ties with the Will Empire. To be precise, they are actually in cahoots with the old religious lords within the Will Empire, while the kingdom of Fas is actually a Protestant faction. This is why Ronan is certain that a 30 years war will still break out in this timeline. A word game? Ronan asked. Alexander, speaking to Ronan on the island, said, Mr. Viceroy, wordplay is simply a part of diplomacy. That is true. I am not an expert in diplomacy, so I want to get involved, Ronan said. He had to admit that the Prime Minister was quite adept at this, making promises to both sides, getting benefits from both sides, and leaving no excuse for attack afterwards. Ronan then added, however, I still want to make a name for myself in this diplomatic activity, to come and visit occasionally, to show that I am involved. The Prime Minister frowned, not immediately guessing Ronan's intention, but soon he realized it. Ronan is trying to catch fish. Alexander looked at Ronan. The new king has just ascended the throne, and with new laws being enacted and military operations underway, it would be better for the central government to remain stable, whether as Prime Minister or as himself. Alexander hoped to maintain political stability amidst so much to do. If someone isn't corrupt and doesn't always seek personal gain, how could they be caught? Prime Minister, you are a rare example of an incorruptible official. In any case, you must have a strong disapproval of those kinds of people, Ronan said. Alexander smiled helplessly. Before becoming Prime Minister, I never thought I could sit in this position. Years ago, when I was promoted to the Ministry of Finance, I thought I would be transferred or even fired within 3 months at most, because everyone else was corrupt. But I wasn't. I just wanted to manage myself and fulfill my duties. That was true before, and it is true now. Never thought about changing, Ronan asked. Can it be changed? Alexander asked rhetorically. You can't change it. A dung beetle can't change its habit of piling up dung, Ronan replied, adding that corrupt officials are just like dung beetles. Good that you understand. What I am worried about is that once that lady gets carried away with killing and becomes bloodthirsty, it will go on and on, even though her eyes are already red. Alexander rarely showed humor, telling a dry joke. This is also the fundamental reason why he disagrees with the Ministry of the Interior. Rotten flesh must be cut off, even if it will grow back, even if it will cut off good flesh along with it, Ronan said. I've said some things before, but it may be necessary to repeat them. This era is an era of competition between nations. If you don't progress, you fall behind. To progress, you must reform. To reform, you must exclude those who have different opinions. Alexander said calmly, those who support your reforms are not necessarily good people, even now, and they won't be in the future. Ronan laughed. Are there any good people in this central government? They don't have the guts to reform, but they do have the guts to use reform to make money and seize power, and they're quite bold. Don't worry, I know these people too well. After a successful hunt, the hunting dog deserves a reward, but if the hunting dog swallows a piece of the prey without its master's permission, that hunting dog is not far from death. I hope you, the hunter, can handle it. Alexander said. We're hungry, we have to hunt. Whether we can succeed is no longer a concern. This is just the beginning. Let's win this small step first. After saying that, Ronan got up from his seat and went downstairs to pay the bill. After leaving the tavern, Ronan headed straight for Alice's house. Alice's place was in a good location, near the palace, but the house was very small, occupying less than 100 square meters, with 2 floors and no yard. Elena spent a lot of money buying houses for her relatives and lending money to people to do business, yet her own house was still quite large. Alice's house, on the other hand, was much smaller. The reason was simple. Alice was a rare example of an incorruptible official. Compared to Elena, who made a lot of money during her 2 years in the colony, Alice really didn't have much money. Many of her clothes, shoes, and socks were gifts from Ambrina. Ronan knocked on the door, but to his surprise, when the door opened, it was Gran who stood before him. Didn't I buy you a house? Ronan asked Gran. Is it wrong for the younger sister to come and stay with her older sister occasionally? Galen retorted. From inside the house, Alice's disdainful voice came through. I didn't invite you. You'd better get lost. Ronan looked at Gloria and said, Your sister and I have important business to discuss. Granda remained unmoved, instead raising her head and staring wide-eyed at Ronan. I know about your relationship, and I want it too. Ronan closed the door first to prevent anyone outside from hearing. Stop fooling around. You should seriously consider finding a good family to marry into. As soon as the words left her mouth, Galen burst into tears, leaving Ronan completely speechless. Chapter 383 Face Change, Reasoning. Sisters fighting. After crying for more than 10 seconds and seeing that Ronan had no reaction, Galen's expression changed instantly. She let out a long sigh and then lamented. Time waits for no one. Crying doesn't work anymore. Ronan rubbed his temples. His penchant for being mischievous hadn't changed at all. Since you don't treat me like a child anymore, let's talk about adult topics. Galen took a few steps and sat down on the sofa armrest cushion. Are you really okay with me marrying just anyone? Alice watched from the side, and that damn familiar feeling returned. Her sister, Grant, was speaking in the same tone, wording, expression, and posture as Ronan's own daughter. They were so alike. She once had a nightmare in which she had a daughter with Ronan, but it turned out to be like her sister's. She woke up suddenly and couldn't fall back asleep for the rest of the night. At this moment, Ronan was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I know a lot of secrets, Grant continued. I am not afraid to tell you. They were all told to me by my sister Isabel. Ronan wasn't surprised at all that the two were hooking up. In fact, he almost laughed. Sister, you're a year older than her. Isabel is 20 years old now, and Grant is 2.5 years younger than Alice, both being 21. That's not the point. The point is that I'm now with the Security Bureau and I know a lot of secrets. How can I just marry anyone? What if I leak secrets? The best option is, of course, to be your lover. Galen said this without batting an eye, offering to be Ronan's lover. Ronan looked at Alice. Alice's face was full of displeasure. Why are you looking at me? She's always had you backing her up since she was little. When has she ever taken me seriously? Now that she's grown up, do you expect me to take care of her? You might as well pray to God to appear and get rid of this little devil. Ronan poured himself some water and gulped it down. Galen, I'm not a good person. Whether you're a good person or not isn't up to you to decide. It's up to me to decide, Galen said firmly. Not to mention that in her 21 years of life, Galen has never met anyone better than Ronan, even by moral standards. Even if Ronan is a wicked person, so what? In the darkest moment of her life, it was Ronan who reached out to her, raised her to adulthood, taught her to read and write, guided her in the basics of magic, gave her a happy life that countless people could never have in a lifetime, and even sent her to the best magic academy in the south-central part of the kingdom. Ronan was truly at a loss. He realized early on that Galen had feelings for him, and thought that after sending her to the magic academy, she would meet more outstanding men of the same age and things would change. Unexpectedly, some things were not diluted by time, but instead fermented and became even more intense. I promised Ambrina that I would have to get her consent before having a lover. Ronan said this. Page 168. Galen's expression shifted from trembling to excitement, like a flower bud suddenly blooming. So you were willing, weren't you? I don't want to, Ronan replied bluntly. Grandin stared intently at Ronan, then after a moment, suddenly pointed at Alice and asked, Then why is she allowed to? Ronan reached out and pried Galen's hand off, his expression turning genuinely serious. That's your sister, don't cheer her. Oh, Galen lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake. Apologize, Ronan commanded. Galen turned around and bowed slightly. I'm sorry, sister, I was wrong. No. Alice squinted and snorted coldly. I don't have a sister who's that polite. Galen's expression changed instantly. She is not an easily excitable person. If you were to inquire about her at the Magic Academy, you would probably hear from teachers and classmates that she is studious, rigorous, focused, humble, enthusiastic, and gentle. If Ronan heard such evaluations, he would definitely say that most of them are true, but some parts contain elements of acting, such as humility, enthusiasm, and gentleness. Humility is her way of expressing confidence. Enthusiasm comes from her interest in observing others, and gentleness is a good mask she wears, whether with friends or enemies. But these are all normal occurrences. Everything is different when facing her sister Alice. Alice, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Grant questioned. You're right, Alice replied, standing up. Galen raised her hand, then lowered it again. Never mind, it's not the right time or the right place. Alice sneered. So what if we don't use magic? Just stay here. If you break things, that just means you have poor control. This is good. Grant smiled, instantly gathering magical power around himself. Shall we begin? Alice assumed a ready position. 3. Galen made a peace sign and said, 2. At this moment, Ronan, who was not good at dealing with women, really didn't know what to do. After thinking it over, all he could do was walk aside and watch. 1. The two said in unison. Then they were started simultaneously. Alice's magic is the summoning of rifle-shaped creatures, while Grand is a typical elemental mage. Both are ranged attackers, but they know a bit of martial arts, such as saber techniques. However, they are completely unskilled in hand-to-hand combat. In fact, since the time when primitive people used bone clubs to hit each other, martial arts have never been associated with the concept of unarmed combat. Especially in this world where magic exists, hand-to-hand combat is just a competitive sport for ordinary humans. Alice and Grant started fighting. Although it wasn't like the typical women's brawl, it wasn't much better. They were just throwing punches at each other. Suddenly, Galen transformed his fist into a claw, his magic gathering at his fingertips to form a sharp claw. With one claw, he tore Alice's clothes apart, revealing a patch of the semi-transparent lace bra under Alice's shirt, even showing the outline of her breasts. Grandine was precocious from a young age, or rather, few people in this era were not precocious. She knew all too well that Ronan liked this kind of ambiguous and suggestive style. Is this what you use to seduce him? After all, with such small breasts and short legs, this is all you can do? Galen asked sarcastically. Alice was so angry that she kicked her sister. Grand raised her knee to block, but Alice condensed a magic spear between her two fingers and slashed her skirt horizontally. Alice only wanted to retaliate, but she didn't expect that when her skirt was ripped open, she would find that her sister was wearing a pair of transparent black stockings, but no underwear, and her fine black hair in the shape of a sunflower was exposed. Alice was furious. Her bastard sister was the one who came to seduce Ronan. Enraged, Alice lunged forward, about to punch Galen in the face. Galen covered the tear in her dress with her hand, a slight smile flashing across her lips, but she neither dodged nor avoided the punch. Just as the fist was about to hit, Ronan dodged and grabbed Alice's wrist. Never mind, Alice. Releasing Alice's hand, Ronan turned to face Grand. You change into your sister's dress, and then go out. Galen went upstairs to the wardrobe. A little while later, Galen came downstairs in a different dress, waved, and said, goodbye. After Grandin left, Alice looked at Ronan with a stern face, wanting to say something, but then remained silent. Chapter 384 The Real Business, Nail-Making. Specially trained Alice took a deep breath, barely managing to calm herself. Before you came, she told me about the Security Bureau. Isabel's people are already in place. The so-called Isabel's people refers to a group of young, junior mages who came from the military and joined the Security Bureau. There were two groups of people who supported Isabel's rise to power. One group consisted of young military officers, and the other group consisted of conservatives who were out of office. The core of the young officers were basically students who fought to the death in that battle many years ago. Back then, they were truly passionate and patriotic. More than 10 years later, after ups and downs in the army, patriotism and passion became the banner for them to gather more young people. Therefore, Ronan only threw out a new weapon targeting first and second tier mages, giving them hope that the rule that junior mages cannot serve as senior officers could be broken, and they abandoned Isabel without hesitation. However, there is still a group of young people in the army who are genuinely willing to follow Isabel. It's like when the church was at its peak hundreds of years ago. Those who had been working in the church for more than 10 years were basically not religious and only wanted to climb the ranks by upholding the banner of faith. But among those who had just been brainwashed and recruited, there were quite a few who were truly devout. These young people were originally supposed to be purged, either forcibly discharged from the military or sent to remote areas. But then, Isabel gave them a place where they could continue to burn with passion, dedicate their youth, and rid the country of traitors. This place, of course, was the National Security Bureau under the Ministry of the Interior. Good, the net is now fully set up, just waiting for the fish to swim over, Ronan said. He had made all the necessary arrangements, and his minimum expectation was that the target would be achieved. As for a very good result, Ronan had never expected that much. After all, this was the Ministry of the Interior's first operation, and Ronan himself was still a new recruit. By the way, how's your director? Ronan asked. The director he was referring to was Cheney, the current director of the Inspectorate under the Ministry of the Interior, an official from the tax system who was sent there by the Prime Minister. Alice paused slightly. It's completely different from the rumors and expectations. After listening to Ronan's advice, Alice made contact with her superior. Rumor had it that Mr. Cheney was a man who kept to himself, neither refusing to socialize nor forming deep friendships. Alice assumed he was someone who blindly obeyed the Prime Minister, but that turned out to be quite different. Oh? What kind of person do you think he is? Ronan asked curiously. Alice said, I'm only speaking based on limited contact, so it's not accurate. He seems to be an incompetent official who doesn't say anything substantial. In all this time, he hasn't given any clear instructions, and he doesn't really express his opinion on reports. He doesn't accept gifts, but he doesn't do anything either. At that moment, Ronan began to understand why Prime Minister Alexander had placed this man named Cheney in the oversight body. Although this man was of noble birth and had a much smoother path than the Prime Minister, who rose through the ranks, he was just like the Prime Minister when he first entered the central government. He was someone who only wanted to do his job well and whose political ambitions were hidden in his heart. He entered a unit that naturally rejected him, rose to the leadership level, but could not speak to the top leaders at all. This Prime Minister has sent his son to Ronan. Let's leave it at that for now. You don't need to worry about him. Just work with your section chief to investigate and interrogate him. Don't sideline him. Alice is the deputy director of the investigation department of the Oversight Bureau, so naturally she has to work with the director. Ronan even gave her a special reminder not to sideline the director. Why can't I sideline him? Alice retorted defiantly. I think you need to cool down, Ronan said, lifting Alice's bottom with both hands and taking a few steps to slam her against the wall. Alice slapped Ronan twice in annoyance. Why are you like this? We're talking about serious matters. This isn't the right way to talk about serious matters. Ronan put Alice down, pressed her against the wall, and unbuckled his belt, pulling down his pants. Alice was wearing a white, semi-transparent, lace-trimmed bodice underneath her upper body, and white open-crotch pantyhose on her lower body. Ronan pulled aside her panties with his fingers and slipped his fingers inside. Soon, Alice's breathing became rapid and her breath became moist. Ronan thrust himself in, and Alice, who hadn't experienced this in a long time, felt as if an iron rod covered in flesh had been stabbed into her. Ronan held Alice's small, round buttocks, while Alice spread her arms and pressed them against the wall to cushion the impact. However, she was still repeatedly penetrated and trembled violently. Her white-stockinged feet swayed and drew circles in the air. At this moment, Ronan was like a nail gun hitting the wall, and Alice was like a light, floating sponge, as if she was about to be nailed to the wall. Unable to hold on any longer, Alice could only tightly hug Ronan's neck with both hands, her legs crossed and wrapped tightly around Ronan's waist, her insteps and toes stretched straight, the thicker part of her white stockings at the toes looking like they were about to burst from her taut toes. Ronan also held Alice tightly, remaining mostly still up and down, with only his waist, abdomen, and thighs moving at high frequencies and with small amplitudes. Alice, unable to hold back her scream, bit Ronan's shoulder. After a while, Ronan ejaculated, and after a few seconds, the white fluid that sprayed up from below slowly flowed out from the gap between the tightly joined flesh and the penis, running down the white stockings on his thighs. Alice opened her mouth, as if she had just escaped from suffocation, and frantically gasped for air. Ronan let go, and Alice landed on the ground. Alice's legs were still weak when she landed, and she couldn't stand up. She could only hold onto Ronan to keep herself steady. After a while, Alice calmed down a bit and playfully punched Ronan's chest with her little fist, scolding, I'm not that golden retriever, can't you go from slow to fast? It's my fault. I got too excited, Alice, Ronan said, somewhat embarrassed. Let's go take a shower. Alice responded. Ronan suddenly scooped Alice up in his arms and carried her to the bathroom. After a good shower, Ronan felt refreshed and energetic again, and Alice also felt much better. Stepping out of the bathroom, Alice said, Ronan, I can't go on. If I do a second round, I'll definitely be unable to walk tomorrow. Ah? This Ronan didn't know what to say for a moment. Oral first, then foot, is that all right? Alice asked in a low voice. After a while, Alice changed into a black and white maid outfit and put on semi-transparent black pantyhose. Isn't this an old outfit? Ronan recognized it immediately. It was a maid outfit he had made for Alice when he was still the Secretary General in Wright City. Although she rarely wore it back then. Alice climbed onto the bed, swallowed the still limp penis, and began to suck and swallow it until it swelled and hardened. Then she raised her head. She stepped back, and then her two small, black-stockinged feet began to caress her. The soles of the feet fit snugly against the skin, while the toes moved flexibly, constantly changing their movements. Ronan couldn't help but let out a soft Alice, you know this kind of technique too. Alice turned her face away, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed, and replied, I only practiced because I was afraid you would mess with me. Chapter 385 Vacation, Side Quest, Open the Door. After completing his round, Ronan officially entered his vacation mode. The kingdom, meanwhile, has entered a high-speed cycle, with 4 side quests in addition to daily affairs. The first subplot involves diplomacy. The battle between Bilia and Wayland is inevitable. Although the kingdom of Fass cannot defeat anyone, its attitude can influence the course of the war. The second branch is military operations, or more precisely, the allocation of supplies. After all, the plan is to launch a surprise attack on the Rhine region of the Will Empire and give them a big surprise. The third issue concerns the sale of assets under the Royal Chamber of Commerce. Both the officials in charge and those who want to buy the assets that originally belonged to the Royal Chamber of Commerce are now showing off their skills. The fourth storyline involves Ambrina giving birth. After all, it's a monarchy, and the birth of a monarch's child is a major event. But in fact, Ambrina was perfectly fine, and even more mentally than before, since she genuinely disliked dealing with politics. She was only 2 months pregnant. Besides, she was a third-tier mage, so having a baby was just like having an extra lump in her belly. It really didn't have much of an impact. Ronan spent most of his time in the palace, either researching cuisine with Ambrina, listening to court musicians play music, tending to the flowers and plants in the royal gardens, or occasionally going out to watch a stage play. While eating, he would watch the play, and then, what? There was an official document. No problem. Keep playing the music and dancing. After watching it a few times, Ronan got itchy and wanted to write a script and put on a show. When Ambrina heard this, she immediately became interested and said that Ronan would write the script and she would do the music, and the two of them would co-direct a musical. In Ceres's court, this kind of behavior would truly be the standard combination of tyrant and femme fatale, and all the cultured people in the court would have to start thinking about what kind of derogatory posthumous title to give the emperor. However, in the Western continent, in the kingdom of Fass, it was the same. People even hoped that the two adulterers would stop interfering in politics. After all, the struggle for the throne, the engagement and marriage, the Ministry of the Interior, and the series of events that followed spoke volumes. In just 6 months, anyone with eyes and ears, whether officials, nobles, military leaders, church figures, capitalists, academic luminaries, or even top magicians had come to realize that this woman was, in some ways, even more difficult to deal with than her father. This was because it was her husband who had helped her ascend to the throne. Apart from him, no other official, noble, church figure, capitalist, military leader, academic luminary, or magician had played a significant role in her rise to power. Ambrina was a queen who owed no favors, and she was by no means a benevolent ruler. As for Ronan, many people now describe him in a very short way. You can't beat him. Time passed like this day by day. The first side story has ended. Prime Minister Alexander, along with the foreign minister, successfully played a word game with the delegations from both sides, signing a secret agreement. Even Queen Ambrina signed it. At the time, Ambrina was eating a fried chicken wing in one hand and sketching and writing a song on a draft paper with the other. She asked Ronan if he would sign it, and when Ronan said yes, she signed it directly. The kingdom of Fass promised Willand that it would definitely cause trouble on the border of Bilia. Of course, This border was the border of a territory remotely controlled by the king of the Kingdom of Will, and the trouble was indirect. The Kingdom of Fas promised Bilia that it would never interfere in Bilia's military operations against Wayland in any way, and would even provide support for Bilia's use of the Netherlands as a transit point. Of course, in order to support you, sending some laborers to its own northern border is not too much to ask, is it? It was already late March. Count Gis, 26, a junior magician, former soldier, and now an agent of the Ministry of the Interior's Security Service, was squatting on the side of the street smoking like a hoodlum, waiting for a signal from the building across the street. The signal was slow to arrive, and Kant had already finished a cigarette. His anxiety hadn't eased at all. He took out another cigarette, then held the cigarette with only the butt remaining in his left hand, the still burning side facing him. He put the unlit cigarette between his lips, took 2 puffs, and lit a new cigarette. There is one. Just as Kant was hesitating about whether to have another one, a mirror reflection suddenly flashed across the opposite building, and Kant stood up. At the same time, a group of people around him also stood up. As the leader of this operation, Kant went to the side to get the prop cart and began the operation. The villa, located in the city, was not large, covering a total area of only 500 square meters. At this moment, Kant suddenly calmed down as quickly as when he first went to the battlefield. "Open the door, it's the cheese delivery guy," Kant shouted rudely, banging on the door. Soon, the butler arrived at the gate. The butler thought about it for a moment and realized that it was true. After looking at the person in front of him, he no longer had any doubts. The butler opened the door. "You come with me alone." After saying that, the butler immediately turned around and walked away, not wanting to have any contact with this rude man who smelled like a brat. In that instant, the butler was strangled unconscious. The 5-person team walked straight through the front yard and knocked on the door of the main house of the villa again. "Sir, your cheese." The person inside did not open the door immediately, but asked a few questions. After learning that they had come to deliver cheese and that the butler had gone to get the money for them, the person still did not open the door, but only told them to take the things to the kitchen. Kant cursed under his breath. According to intelligence, the target loved cheese and always wanted to try any new flavor of cheese. But now he wouldn't open the door. "We can't afford to delay." With a determined look, Kant kicked the door open. "The security bureau is handling this. You've been caught." The man slowly stood up, his expression calm. Although he had never expected to be in this situation, and he knew he had done something wrong, he was not panicked at all because he had not committed any crime currently written in the law. He knew even better that if he went with these people and entered the security bureau, he would definitely be forced to confess and plead guilty, and not just 1 or 2, but many. He had a clear mind. He fought with these people in front of him, making a big commotion until the garrison came and took him away. Once the normal procedures were followed, all the officials who had previously opposed the Ministry of the Interior, but dared not openly oppose him, would come out to protect him. Moreover, he was certain that at this very moment, many others were experiencing the same thing as him. Page 169. "I'm sorry, you shouldn't have come looking for me," the man said confidently. He was a first-tier mage, perhaps not strong, but 5 novice mages who couldn't use magic and didn't even have weapons thought they could take him down. That was a gross underestimation. "So you're going to rebel?" Kant asked. The man laughed. "If you say so, then so be it." As he spoke, the man had already entered the spellcasting phase. However, in the next instant, bang, 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 5 red lights appeared, and the man fell down. He was not dead, but his magic was completely disordered, and he fell into a paralyzed state, lying on the ground unable to move. Kant kicked the large bucket of cheese off the cart, dumped the cheese out, and said, "Put him back in." Chapter 386. Education Center. Preventing leaks. Personalized education. A speck of dust in the air, when it falls on an individual, becomes a mountain. The gentleman in the large wooden barrel currently being filled with cheese is not an individual. He is a magician. A speck of dust in the air cannot crush him, but the torrent of the air can drown him. The magic revolver is part of this trend. From now on, someone of his rank, as a first-order official, has lost the right to be superior to others. The Red Mill Education Center, located in the northern part of the capital city and under the Ministry of Interior Security Bureau, has been bustling with activity, with more than a dozen people already being escorted inside. The Security Bureau, whose guiding principle is respect, has no torture chambers or prisons. Its method for eliminating social threats has never been violence against security risks, but rather educating and transforming them into good citizens. At this moment, a former Waylander named Mela is asking the investigators for their opinions on handguns. She is not from the Security Bureau, but from the technical department under the Security Bureau, and is one of the people who followed the 7th-tier elemental mage Victor in the past. After the routine procedures, Mela left with a feedback questionnaire. She and her companions weren't interested in weapon research, but Ronan's proposal to research a cheaper magical talent testing machine gave them hope for more mages in the world, and ultimately, for more mages to abandon the idea of seeking privilege through violence and dedicate themselves to production and construction. Otherwise, they would have even refused to participate in the Magic Revolver project. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the entrance of the building, after listening to Khan's report, Isabel praised him, saying, "Well done. I only did what I was supposed to do, Your Highness." Khan bowed in respect. Upon hearing this incorrect address, Isabel's gaze suddenly turned serious. "This is a place where you need to be careful what you say. I hope you understand." Isabel spoke in a light tone, as if offering a reminder. Although the Security Bureau, like the military, emphasizes obedience, she was not Khan's superior and had no right to reprimand him. After saying that, Isabel turned and walked into the building, with Ashley following behind. Soon the two arrived at classroom number 1. The man who had just been brought here by Kant and his men was in this classroom. At this moment, his limbs were chained with thick iron chains, and 4 men with magic revolvers stood around him, ready to shoot him at any moment. The man struggled a couple of times, making the chains clang, and glared angrily at Galan, who was sitting not far away opposite him. "Have you considered the consequences of treating a kingdom official like this? You have now witnessed the kingdom as secret. Until this secret is no longer a secret, you will not have the opportunity to leave here due to the principle of secrecy, nor will you allow outsiders to visit," Galan said slowly. "As for what the secret is, you have already experienced it firsthand." The man's face immediately fell. He hadn't expected that the legendary magic revolver had been produced in so many finished products, and that it had not only been used in the arrest process, but had also become the reason for detaining him and preventing him from visiting. "Don't expect me to say anything, just bring it on." Although the man was already panicking inside, he still tried to appear tough. "Please rest assured, this is an education center, not an interrogation room. We will not use violence against anyone," Galan said. Hearing this, the man sneered and shook the chains binding him. "This isn't considered violence. This is to prevent you from using violence. For ordinary people, we just put on bars and doors. Novice mages are shackled. For someone like you who is a first-level mage, there will naturally be more. If you are second level, then we will definitely break your hands and feet first. As for third level, Tisk, the rest of the story about Galan is unnecessary and need not be discussed. Ordinary methods are simply ineffective against third-tier mages. They either become extremely bloody or require complete rework. As an official in the kingdom's central government, although your rank is not high, you wield real power and have a considerable influence on society. Don't you feel heartbroken about doing such a thing?" Galan asked. "Just say what you mean," the man said impatiently. "Did you think she was going to spout nonsense? It's all because Ronan said to be polite, to give the other person a chance to be honest, and to try to persuade and educate them first." Galan took out a document from the leather bag. "Someone reported that you abused your position to deliberately undervalue the assets in the previous assessment of the Royal Chamber of Commerce's assets. Is that true?" "No," the man said, his tone not firm. "Oh, I understand. Give him a few shots and send him to classroom number 13, said Galan. Wait, at this point, he still didn't realize that the situation was beyond his control. He just wanted to bargain, and he never expected that the young woman opposite him wouldn't give him another chance to speak. The man collapsed to the ground, then was dragged away, leaving several bloody trails on the ground, but they were actually just external injuries. On the man's file, to the right of his name, Alphonse Breton, Galan wrote a line. Persuasion and education have failed. When Breton woke up again, his wounds had been bandaged, but he was in an extremely cramped space. It was so narrow that it was difficult to turn around while standing, and he couldn't even straighten his legs while lying down. He patted the surrounding walls, which were very thick. The place was not only narrow but also dark, with the only light coming through small holes in the 4 walls. Hey, is anyone outside? Breton called out. Bang! A shot rang out, the red light shooting through the small hole and striking Breton. No water, no food, unable to lie down and sleep, unable to make a sound, completely confined in a claustrophobic space. This is classroom number 13. 2 days later, when Breton was released, he was dazed and smelled terrible. He didn't look like a normal person anymore. It was only thanks to him being a magician that he was far stronger than the average person in both body and will. Otherwise, he wouldn't just look like a normal person. he really wouldn't be a normal person. After leaving the classroom, Breton was taken to be rinsed and thrown directly into a pool. He was scrubbed with a brush with stiff bristles. His wounds from the magic pistol had not yet fully healed, and the brush directly ripped off his newly scabbed wounds along with the dirt, causing blood to flow freely. Breton screamed in pain and struggled in the pool. "If you don't cooperate, we'll have to shoot you twice, and then tie you up," said the man in charge of cleaning him. If it had been when he first came in, Breton would have definitely exploded and subdued the man who dared to speak to him like that. He would have at least given him a lasting memory, if not twisted his head off. But after spending 2 days in that dark room, Breton had not had the slightest thought of resisting. "We have no choice but to endure." Inside the Moulin Rouge Education Center, there were more than a dozen people like him. Of course, half of them were luckier than him, because half of them were ordinary people who were not even novice mages. They were not chained or locked in a dark room. They were simply stuffed into a bamboo cage, thrown into the lake, and repeatedly pulled up and down. Then they were taken to a small room and persuaded in shifts, day and night, until they repented. This wave is called individualized instruction. Chapter 387. A big speculator, petty tricks, and not even willing to make a deal. The Royal Council was held in the same small room. Queen Ambrina sat in a high-backed chair behind the table, while the other central officials sat in small armchairs facing the Queen. The meeting is usually chaired by the Prime Minister, who selects the officials to attend in advance based on the main topics. If there are any unforeseen circumstances, additional officials may be added at the last minute. Those who attended the meeting said it would be decided based on the agenda, but the specific selection would depend on the Prime Minister's own decision. However, if you are a minister in the central government, even if the Prime Minister doesn't mention your name, you can come as long as you want to. At this moment, Finance Minister Bruno arrived on his own. He immediately questioned Dinia. "Minister Egges, you order your subordinates to arrest people indiscriminately, which has seriously affected the progress of important national projects. Are you aware of this?" Dinia, who had spent a long time arguing with Ronan last night, was sitting in a chair taking a nap with her eyes closed. Upon hearing this, she opened one eye slightly and said, "It really is a case of arresting people randomly. You're such a big scourge right here, and they haven't even arrested you." The officials behind him quickly covered their mouths and burst out laughing. "You Finance Minister," Bruno pointed at Dinia, speechless for a moment. Dinia looked at the minister with disdain. "You've been in the minister's position for so long not because your low-level political skills have successfully controlled your subordinates, but because your subordinates think that having you as their superior makes their lives easy. I thought you were just bad, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Your subordinates were arrested and you didn't even try to distance yourself. Oh, maybe you're involved in too many messy things and can't clear yourself off completely." Ambrina slammed her hand on the table to stop them. "Minister Egges, don't accuse a minister without evidence." Dinia nodded. "It was my mistake. Where is your evidence for arresting people?" Finance Minister Bruno questioned again. Dinia took out a thick bundle of documents, walked over and placed it on the table. "These are all whistleblower reports from insiders of the Royal Chamber of Commerce. Without exception, all those arrested were the ones who made the reports. Since the police were also involved, we had no choice but to get involved. As for why they haven't been released yet, it's for the sake of secrecy. Right, Mr. Prime Minister?" Alexander was extremely annoyed. He never expected that even in his current state, Ronan would still have to get him into trouble. "Yes," Alexander could only answer. "That magical revolver was key to the military operation that raided the Rhine region. As one of the people in the know, he naturally couldn't do anything that might lead to a leak. Otherwise, the charge of treason would be waiting for him." Everyone stared at Prime Minister Alexander in disbelief. How could he have sided with Dinia? The Prime Minister turned his head back, his wolf-like blue eyes glancing back at the crowd before turning back. "Gentlemen, Your Majesty, let's get down to business. The sale by the Royal Chamber of Commerce cannot be stopped, but the key officials who were originally in charge of this matter have temporarily stayed at the Education Center for training due to certain special factors. Now we should consider who will take over this matter." Ambrina rested her chin on her hand. "Then let's hear what you all have to say." The officials chimed in with their opinions, some even suggesting that the matter be delegated directly to outside businessmen and bankers, but they absolutely avoided mentioning Ronan or anyone even remotely related to him. Ambrina was surprised that Ronan had predicted this outcome, so she adopted the strategy he had taught her. "Feel free to suggest anything. I'm neither sure nor opposed to it. If you really have to ask me, I'll just say it's all good. It's hard to decide." Time passed slowly. And then Ambrina said she was pregnant and getting hungry quickly, so she left, leaving everyone in the room to continue their discussion. The meeting would end when they came up with a suggestion that was better than the others. Everyone could understand at this point that the Queen's meaning was simple. They could only leave when they elected Ronan. When lunchtime arrived, none of them were allowed to leave the area. Ambrina ordered a large dining table to be brought out and placed outside the small room, and then lunch was served. Lunch was simple. Vegetable soup, baguette, that was it. A group of palace guards surrounded them, preventing them from leaving. If this were a feudal era, a king would be in trouble if he dared to treat his ministers like this, because ministers of this rank usually also held the additional identity of noble lords. However, under the civil service system, the power of high-ranking officials in the central government derives entirely from the chair they sit in. As Queen Ambrina, they really had no way to fight back against such underhanded tactics. If you ask me, let it go. The speaker was Commerce Minister Turan. He wasn't exactly clean either, and 2 of his subordinates had been arrested, but since Ronan hadn't taken any action against him, it meant there was still room for negotiation. No one responded to Turan's words. The group of high-ranking officials looked at the vegetable soup and hard baguette in front of them, which looked rather unappetizing. They really couldn't bring themselves to eat it, and they didn't want to continue this stalemate. After all, not everyone had their subordinates arrested. What did the trouble you caused have to do with me? None of his men had been captured. All they wanted to do was leave the palace as quickly as possible and find a place to enjoy a delicious lunch. The problem is that no one is willing to be the first to submit to the king. Just then, Prime Minister Alexander broke off a baguette, tore it off, and soaked it in vegetable soup to soften it. He then ate the vegetable soup with a spoon and the softened baguette with a fork. The Prime Minister actually accepted the bribe, and now no one was willing to be the first to back down. Commerce Minister Turan couldn't take it anymore. You can eat whatever you want, but I won't eat this stuff. With that, he stood up and walked out. The palace guards tried to stop him, but Turan said he had thought of someone who was very suitable and that he needed to report to Her Majesty the Queen. Thus, Turan was able to leave, and instantly, everyone else couldn't sit still any longer and quickly got up to leave using the same excuse. Only Prime Minister Alexander and Finance Minister Bruno remained at the table. Alexander stayed simply to stay out of it, and he genuinely thought the vegetable soup made from the leftover meat broth tasted pretty good. The baguette was a bit hard, but still edible. Bruno, however, was unable to accept reality. As the most powerful person in the entire civil service system besides the Prime Minister, Ronan was unwilling to even communicate with him or make a deal. On the other side, the Minister of Commerce, Turan, was the first to rush to the small dining room in the palace. After catching his breath, he said, "Your Majesty, I have a candidate in mind, Mr. Ronan Arts, the Director of the Bureau of Commerce and Industry under the Ministry of the Interior. I think he is absolutely the best person to oversee this sale." Ambrina looked at the group of officials following closely behind and asked, "What are your opinions?" "We also believe that Mr. Arts is an excellent candidate." Yes, one after another, the high-ranking officials in the central government echoed this sentiment. The Royal Council meeting thus came to an end, and as planned, the task of presiding over the sale of the Royal Chamber of Commerce's assets fell to Ronan. Chapter 388. Even collecting rent has costs, and selling salt can also result in losses, but I don't care at all. After taking over the sale of the Royal Chamber of Commerce's assets, Ronan once again entered a busy state. Ronan didn't start by trying to clean up any remaining influences. In his view, as a successor, no matter how bad the predecessor was, it was never a good thing to completely overturn everything the predecessor did. Ronan made no changes to the sales process or transaction rules, nor did he pursue the buyer's liability. However, the embezzled funds received by the teachers who were still receiving education at the education center were naturally confiscated and used as education funds to recruit more teachers and build a larger education center so that more people in need of education could be educated in the future. A group of people who hoped to acquire the Wangley Chamber of Commerce's assets through disguised bribery could only accept their bad luck and the fact that their money had been wasted. The Wangley United Chamber of Commerce is composed of various chambers of commerce of different sizes, and its business scope can be said to cover all aspects of the national economy. Ronan felt that King Lawrence 100 years ago did not simply intend to use this as a tool to make money, but rather as a tool that could be used to regulate a certain industry at any time, while making money. Unfortunately, the tools designed by advanced users are not something that novice users can easily use. The assets under the Wangley United Chamber of Commerce are divided into two types, assessed by value. More than 70 are assets that generate easy money, such as wheat fields, ranches, wineries, iron mines, and salt pans. The other 30 consists of land for factories and workshops. Yes, land. The people in the Royal Chamber of Commerce can't even collect rent for their land properly, let alone run any factories or workshops. They've already sold their factories and workshops to others. The Royal Chamber of Commerce just collects some land rent. Many days ago, Ambrina asked Ronan a question. How could someone not even be able to collect rent properly? Ronan gave a very simple answer. The Wangley Chamber of Commerce doesn't collect rent themselves, but orders another group of people to do it. Whether the whole thing is profitable doesn't depend on how much is appropriate to squeeze from the farmers, but on whether they can control the cost of using the rent collectors. Often, the government cannot control administrative costs, and similarly, this group of people cannot control the usage costs they collect, resulting in them not even being able to collect rent properly. Wheat fields are the simplest. Salt fields, which are a bit more complex, are a complete mess. Salt is a rare commodity in the Western continent, although the Western continent has the Mediterranean Sea, so the transportation costs are not as exorbitant as in Ceres. Salt is still not cheap. Smuggling salt is a capital offense in many countries. Page 170. But even with such a monopolized and scarce commodity, these bastards managed to ruin it to the point that they couldn't pay the high taxes. In the end, these bastards came up with an extremely bad idea: forced purchase. They stipulated that everyone must buy a certain amount of salt produced by them, and that they would have to pay for the transportation themselves. Ronan was truly impressed by this group of people. If anyone had been willing to put in some effort and use their brain, things wouldn't have turned out this way. On the third day after taking over the job, Ronan sent a list of information to the previous buyers and called everyone together for a Q&A session to address the potential buyers' questions. My lord, why has the iron mine been marked off? A merchant asked. Because I felt this shouldn't be sold to a private individual, Ronan explained. Do I think this reason is sufficient? Of course. The real reason is that the coal iron complex is going to be developed next. The iron mines in the northeast are crucial. Even though the mines owned by the Wangley Chamber of Commerce do not account for a large proportion of the total output, Ronan still decided to take them back. Not only that, but all mines that are not state-owned will be taken back. Lord Rhine, could the adjacent small vineyards be combined into a single unit and sold? A nobleman asked. No, Ronan replied. Ronan actually hoped for regional monopolies in the wine industry, because only monopolies could truly unleash the kingdom's advantages in the wine world, allowing a large monopolistic consortium to dominate foreign markets, instead of the current situation, where different wine regions and estates within those regions are fighting amongst themselves. However, Ronan is currently unable to attend to matters related to wine. Since he can't spare the time, he can't let others have the opportunity to monopolize the market, lest it cause trouble for his grand plan. Director, can the land occupied by the factory workshop be paid for in installments? A middle-aged man who wasn't dressed very well asked. Ronan glanced at the person next to him, who then introduced the speaker to him. This person's grandfather immigrated from the eastern grasslands of the Western continent. His grandfather initially worked in a tannery under the Royal Chamber of Commerce. Later, due to his outstanding performance, he was promoted and received a raise. When the tannery went out of business, his grandfather took out all his savings and borrowed some money to take over the factory. Nowadays, this factory is a supplier of leather to various high-end leather workshops. The leather for the boots that Ambry wears when she goes to tend to the flowers and plants in the mud comes from this leather factory. Although the factory belongs to him, the land does not. So the middle-aged man really wants to buy the land, but he has limited funds and wants to pay in installments. Yes, for factory land like this, where the buyer is the factory owner, installment payments are possible. Ronan provided an answer. Ronan's attitude towards these handcrafted manufacturing factory owners was one of support. Seeing that Ronan was so easy to talk to, the buyers began to ask questions enthusiastically, and the Q&A session, which was originally supposed to end in half a day, lasted from early morning until late at night. After the Q&A session, Ronan did not return to the palace, but went to the Carl family's house in the capital. His father, Marcus, said he wanted to introduce Ronan to someone. Upon arrival, Ronan was immediately surprised. He knew this person. It was Finance Minister Bruno. Marcus, as the host, left immediately, leaving Ronan and Bruno alone in the room. In my position, everyone asks me for money. It's not like I can simply choose not to be greedy, Bruno earnestly explained to Ronan. Ronan paused for a moment, then looked at the other person with an expression of pity for someone with intellectual disabilities. Whether you're greedy or not, I don't care at all. I have dirt on many people, Bruno added. Ronan laughed. That's your problem, it has nothing to do with me. Unless you can dismantle the Ministry of Finance for me, you are of no value to me. But you can't do that, you're just a high-class mascot. If a mascot doesn't know its place, it will suffer a terrible fate. You're being far too arrogant, Bruno said through gritted teeth, his fists clenched. What I possess is beyond your imagination. Ronan couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Ha ha ha. Then you should hurry up and use the leverage you have to blackmail those parasites and get them to come together. By the way, I suggest you write your will first, because they will most likely kill you rather than unite. Take out 70 of your current assets, then resign voluntarily. I will suggest that Anley give you a title so that you can retire with honor and enjoy your old age in peace. Ronan continued. Impossible. Bruno's attitude was firm. Chapter 389 Can't understand. Self-deprecatingly perfect. No loss either way. Ultimately, Ronan and Finance Minister Bruno failed to reach any agreement, and the meeting ended in an unpleasant atmosphere. After Bruno left, Marcus came over, carrying a bottle of red wine in his left hand and a plate of thinly sliced sausages in his right. After placing the wine and snacks on the table, Marcus asked, "How is it?" "It's not good. He was about to die, and when we gave him a way out, he acted like he was unwilling." "Fine. He was unwilling. I'm not someone who can't compromise, but he just left. I really don't understand what he was thinking." As Ronan spoke, he couldn't help but shake his head. Marcus opened the red wine and poured it for Ronan. "I guess he wants you to respect him." "I don't respect him." Ronan was a little confused. Wasn't he respectful enough? What he wants is that kind of aristocratic respect. Yes, an aristocrat who isn't an aristocrat, and he cares a lot about that. You, a broad-minded country bumpkin, probably can't understand it, Marcus said. In short, only when he gets that will he truly be willing to bow down to you and complete the deal. Ronan didn't mind Marcus calling him a country bumpkin at all, but was a little puzzled. But our deals went very smoothly. Marcus smiled. Because I am a true nobleman, and he is not. Ha, this is getting more and more ridiculous. Ronan laughed, then changed the subject. You must have received a lot of money from this minister to facilitate this meeting, but I haven't seen you say a word for him. Marcus ate a slice of sausage. We self-important nobles will definitely charge money for our services, but if we like someone, we'll offer additional help after the money is paid. If we don't like someone, we're lucky if they even do the job after we repaid. Unfortunately, the Minister of Finance is really not to our liking. Just then, Marcus's expression suddenly changed. Have you ever thought about using the Finance Minister to oust the Prime Minister? That's not easy, Ronan said. The position of Prime Minister is not something that can be filled by the King's word. It is elected by the Election Commission. The Election Commissioner's choices are driven by both personal considerations and the interests of the interest groups behind them. The Prime Minister's position is the result of a multi-party game. Conversely, the Prime Minister cannot be dismissed by the King with a single word. It requires the agreement of multiple parties. It's difficult for others, but not so difficult for you, Marcus said. From the moment Ronan and Ambrina returned from the New World until now, Ronan has repeatedly used tactics of dividing and conquering factions, even turning enemies into friends in the blink of an eye. This tactic itself is not particularly clever, and few people don't understand the principle of making more friends and fewer enemies. However, most people who understand the principles lack the ability to put them into practice, or rather, they cannot offer anything that can turn enemies into friends. Even if it's just a pie in the sky, most people can't draw a picture of it. But Ronan can, so much so that Ronan's actions seem to have offended everyone, yet also seem to have offended no one. This is what truly impressed Marcus about Ronan. I think the Prime Minister is great, and there won't be anyone better than him for the time being. Ronan said this. Upon hearing this, Marcus's resolute and heroic face froze for a long time. When he regained his composure, he said, "This is truly unbelievable." As Marcus said this, he stared at Ronan, who remained calm, which was tantamount to confirming his guess that Ronan was secretly colluding with the current Prime Minister. "It's all just your speculation," Ronan said. "Indeed," Marcus said with a smile. Before long, the wine was almost gone, and there were only 2 sausages left. Marcus gave Ronan an invitation. "There's a party in 2 days. Everyone is eager to meet you, the Holy One." A saint? Ronan was shocked. He was a saint. Marcus took a small sip of his drink. This middle-aged nobleman, who was over 40, was very serious when he was serious, and very unserious when he was unserious. He deliberately used an exaggerated, deliberate, reciting tone to say, "Yes, Mr. Ronan, because you never sleep with other men's wives and maintain long-term relationships with a few women, we confer upon you the title of a saint." Ha ha ha! Ronan was amused and laughed. After laughing, he couldn't help but sigh. If I'm a saint, where are those ordinary people who spend their lives happily with their wives? Saints, unfortunately, in the eyes of us nobles, many people have not yet risen to the level of being human, Marcus said sarcastically. He was a clear-headed man who was pessimistic about the future of the nobility and looked down on most of them, just like his son, Ronan's friend, Karl. The difference is that Karl felt a sense of resistance and helplessness towards his noble birth, and tried to find a way to break the status quo. Marcus, on the other hand, accepted it with self-deprecation, deciding to repair the wrecked ship without interfering with his own gaming life. It's regrettable that, in the eyes of us bureaucrats, they are not even human beings. Ronan also made a self-deprecating remark. After saying that, Ronan drank the last bit of wine in his glass, stuffed the invitation into his pocket, and stood up. Marcus stood up as well. "I hope you can come to the party in 2 days. By the way, this party doesn't need female companions. I'll definitely come when I have time," Ronan responded. That night, Ronan stayed at Alina's place, and the next morning, he went straight to the Security Bureau's education center. How? Release them? Isabel thought she had misheard. Isn't the plan to first educate these people so that they deeply realize and admit their mistakes, and then have them prove that they truly want to reform? As for what constitutes reformation, that's simple. It means bravely standing up to point out who the bad guys are and fighting against evil forces to the end. That is right, release them. The finance minister might do something stupid. Ronan recounted his unpleasant conversation with Finance Minister Bruno to Isabel. Since he is so adamant, I can only do him a small favor. Isabel looked at Finance Minister Bruno with disdain. He does have a lot of dirt on people, but the problem is, does he think he can boss people around just because he has dirt on them? If he dares to call on those people to come after you, they will only band together to kill him first. In this matter, Isabel's judgment was exactly the same as Ronan's. A smile flickered across Ronan's lips. Isn't it good that he's dead? The Security Bureau can finally handle a major case and invite a lot of students to teach. Of course, if he can also rally a group of people against me, that's fine too. Either way, we're not at a loss. Sigh. This kind of idiot doesn't even realize how much less political power he has compared to you. Isabel could only sigh for a moment. Surely no one actually thinks Ronan is a kept man, right? He has extraordinary relationships with high-ranking church officials, influential nobles, and the country's most powerful magicians. Based on these relationships alone, Ronan is already one of the most powerful people in the country, not to mention others. Some people just love to court disaster. Chapter 390 Family Precepts. Preferences. I challenge you to a duel. A party is being held at an estate not far from the capital. The estate belongs to the current Duke of Alwar, a man who strictly adheres to his family precepts, which are well known to all. The first Duke of Alwar's saying, "Life is short, so watch more plays and have more women." The Duke of Alwar was the most influential among the nobles without fiefdoms, not because his surname was Frage and he was from a collateral branch of the royal family, nor because he owned a street in the capital and was the capital's top landlord, but because from the first generation, the ducal family had been fulfilling one purpose: to act as peacemakers and persuade the nobles not to cause trouble for the king. 300 years ago, the founding monarch of the Golden Eagle dynasty, Oran, forced the lords of various fiefdoms to come and stay in the capital for a year every other year. 100 years ago, although Lawrence abolished the relevant decrees and granted a lot of real fiefdoms to noble lords, the lords granted by Lawrence were superficially similar to those in the feudal era, but in essence they were completely different. The reason was that in Lawrence's time, the title of lord was truly granted by the king. Later, the real power of the nobles and their military power were completely taken away. In their fiefdoms, anyone who genuinely wanted to carry out construction was constantly harassed by officials, while those who didn't care much about anything were fine. Since that was the case, they simply decided to live in the capital permanently. As for the nobles who have long lost real power and only have a few privileges left, they have been staying in the capital for a long time, taking every opportunity to freeload. The banquets and gatherings held by the Duke of Alwar are typical examples. Because of Ronan's presence as a heavyweight guest, only a few noble families of any significant standing in the capital were able to attend. Meanwhile, Ronan and Marcus were walking on the outer tree-lined path. My God, is it really that fierce? Ronan walked along the tree-lined path of the manor and suddenly sighed. Marcus, who was personally guiding Ronan, asked curiously, "What's going on?" 300 meters away, behind that tree, a woman is giving a man oral sex, Ronan said, half laughing and half crying. This woman is wearing a corset, so she can bend over, and she's wearing high heels, yet she can still squat down to do this. That's pretty impressive. The Duke of Loire's parties are never short of opera or ballet actresses seeking opportunities, and ballet actresses are always quite skilled, Marcus said. A while ago, you and the Queen often went to the theater. If you had made a small gesture, many actresses would surely have asked you to give them pointers on their acting. Unfortunately, I have no interest. Ronan indicated his lack of interest. Has the Earl given them any acting pointers? I like actors who aren't so professional, Marcus said. Ronan's curiosity was piqued. An unprofessional actor? Marcus explained with a smile. She's a girl who came from the countryside to the capital. She's pretty, a little cunning, but still quite naive. I like to help these girls. Once they find a stable job, I'll leave. Even if my body is still young, some time has passed and it's still past. Looks like there's a story behind this, Ronan remarked. Marcus said, few men are as successful as you when it comes to relationships. Before they knew it, the two had arrived at the center of the party. Ronan met the Duke of Loire before. After all, the Duke was present at Ronan's wedding to Ambrina. However, Ronan had not taken a good look at the Duke that time. The Duke had a long, thin face with a mustache that curled upwards at the edges. His beard and hair were meticulously groomed. He was not thin, and his somewhat flamboyant and tight-fitting aristocratic clothes fit him perfectly without being too tight or too loose. However, even if someone is in good physical condition, a slightly sickly pale complexion can make them appear very weak. Page 171. Long time no see, Ronan, the Duke greeted warmly, opening his arms as he walked toward Ronan. Long time no see, Vincent, Ronan said with the same enthusiasm. The next second, Vincent, Duke of Loire, hugged Ronan and whispered in his ear, "A female mage will cause you trouble in a moment. Ignore her. We'll find a way to handle this for you." "Thank you," Ronan replied with gratitude. Although the Duke probably already knew about this and came specifically to do someone a favor, I still have to thank him. The Duke of Loire led Ronan to a group of people. "Ladies and gentlemen, I think this distinguished guest needs no introduction. He has an ambiguous relationship with that lady, and as the Queen's husband, he can make officials tremble with fear with just a few moves. Our Mr. Ronan Arts." A series of applause erupted. After the applause ended, it was time for insincere pleasantries. Ronan went around to various nobles who took out their glasses to offer a toast, first introducing themselves, and then offering their greetings. Ronan politely returned a few words in return. Finally, a woman appeared in front of Ronan. In fact, Ronan had noticed her long ago. It was hard not to notice this woman dressed in all black. In the kingdom of Fast these days, unless it was for a funeral, no woman would wear all black. On such occasions, women usually dressed more brightly, with tight-fitting tops to accentuate their breasts, gorgeous long skirts, high heels, and colorful stockings. And this woman was dressed all in black. How could she not stand out? The woman took out a gold coin. The design on the coin was a hand holding a triangle with an eye on it. The design was called the hand of a mage, and the coin was called the mage coin. This item is a symbol of a mage's honor. When Ronan first arrived in the capital and encountered Ambrina's suitor, the man pulled out a gold coin like this and challenged him to a duel. At this moment, the same scenario unfolded. However, the other party is a woman, which is awkward. There is no gender discrimination among mages. After all, strength speaks for itself, but most mages are men, and almost no women have reached the top in thousands of years. If a woman challenges you to a duel, it's not good to refuse, and it's not good to accept either. If you win, it's dishonorable. If you lose, you'll lose face. Duke Vincent of Loire was shocked. His hand, which was playing with his beard, froze in midair. This duel was not part of his script. Then the Duke was so angry that he trembled all over. The duel was clearly something this woman had decided on her own. Her father was the Lord of the White Tower, one of the 3 giants, so she could do whatever she wanted. Marcus smiled knowingly. He'd heard Ronan had a very close relationship with the principal, and with Dinier involved, things were definitely going to get interesting. Ronan could tell from the Duke of Loire's expression that the matter was out of his control. Duel between mages can result in death, Ronan said. "You killed my husband, and there is no other way to avenge him," the woman replied. "If you refuse now, then I will have no choice but to arrange this duel." "Your husband, who is he?" Ronan asked curiously. "He hasn't killed anyone recently. The last time he killed someone was last year, and that was in self-defense. This woman's husband was probably one of them back then. Chapter 391 Duel. Is that all? I can call for backup too. A sudden challenge to a duel left everyone bewildered. The nobles attending the gathering each had their own purposes. Those with ability and ideas wanted to find out from Ronan the inside story about the sale of the Royal Chamber of Commerce's assets, or ask if the land for shares deal was going to happen, and if so, what the process would be. The incompetent and unambitious nobles were just trying to make a name for themselves with Ronan. If Ronan and the other nobles could reveal some small money-making opportunities, that would be even better. However, whether they were capable or not, nobles had some improper needs in addition to their proper ones. The parties hosted by the Duke of Loire were never short of women, and since there were no noble ladies, it was very convenient to have fun. In addition to famous actors and singers from major theater companies, there were also actresses from some small theater companies. Of course, there were also wives of some frivolous civil servants and women from all walks of life who wanted to get ahead. The woman in black's commotion and disruption really spoiled everyone's fun. We've already chosen the people and they've taken the pills, and you give me this. Madam, this is not proper of you. A nobleman stepped forward and said. The woman in black turned her head to look at the male nobleman who had spoken, and asked disdainfully, Does a piece of trash like you have any right to speak? Can I speak? Duke Vincent of Loire asked through gritted teeth. He was nearly driven mad with anger. The woman in black didn't speak directly, but instead said, Duke, do you know that in that era that truly belonged to nobles, you were not qualified to inherit the title? Can you use the Frago family's summoning magic? Of course you can speak, but that's all you can do. The era she spoke of, that truly belonged to the nobility, was actually an era in which magicians and nobles were roughly equivalent. In that era, large families typically practiced summoning magic, which was hereditary. Although a father might not have it, a son might, but to ensure that each generation of heirs had combat capabilities, only those who inherited summoning magic could inherit the title. Vincent, the Duke of Loire, was someone who did not inherit the summoning magic, but he was the eldest son, while his son did, so he inherited the title. Ronan remained silent, searching his memory for a long time but finding no information about the woman. However, he remembered a sentence from Dinia. In the entire kingdom, she was the only female mage of the 5th rank or above. Trust is all that matters. Ronan suddenly spoke up. I accept your challenge to a duel. Instantly, all eyes turned to them. Those who knew Ronan and the woman in black remained silent, waiting for the drama to unfold, such as Marcus. The others were simply too surprised that Ronan would agree to the duel. Putting aside the fact that this woman looked like she had no regard for her life and was not easy to deal with, even if they were sure to win, there would be trouble afterward. This woman clearly had a powerful backer, and a very high one at that. Otherwise, how could she dare to challenge Ronan to a duel and even publicly mock the Duke of Loire? Very good, right here. As the woman spoke, her magic exploded. People around immediately scattered, quickly fleeing in all directions to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Although it's meaningless, I'm still curious. Who exactly is your husband? I killed a few magicians last year, but they didn't seem to have any powerful backers. Ronan remembered the assassination attempt he had suffered on his way back from the north very clearly. None of the 3rd or 4th tier mages, when they were begging for mercy, said anything like my wife is so-and-so. You don't need to know. As the woman spoke, magic began to unfold. In an instant, 4 strange things appeared, with human-shaped upper bodies but no facial features, and lower bodies resembling vortices. These 4 things, neither human nor non-human, were composed of flames, water, mud, and lightning tornadoes, respectively. Although it has a bit of an elemental magic feel to it, this should be summoning magic. Judging from the magical aura emanating from her, she is a 4th-tier cultivator. What a crazy person! But sometimes, it's people like you who set the stage for a new chapter in the grand drama of history. Ronan was already standing on the floating shield, in midair, and had already made up his mind to kill this woman. It wasn't because this woman wanted to kill him, nor because she provoked him or embarrassed him, nor because she was mentally unstable and not killing her might cause endless trouble. Ronan's idea was very simple. This woman had powerful backing, right? Perfect. It would be best to kill the younger one to lure the older one out. If they could negotiate, they could. If not, they could kill her again. The battle begins. The earth elemental sinks into the ground. The water elemental stands still and sprays water arrows, and the fire and lightning elementals fly into the air at the same time, attacking Ronan from both sides. Ronan donned his armor, accelerating at full speed, braving the damage, breaking through the fire and lightning elements, and charging directly towards his main body. When fighting a summoner, you should always attack the main body first. The moment he landed, his shield sliced through the swamp created by earth elementals, and Ronan drew his sword. Just as Ronan's sword was about to strike, the woman suddenly vanished. This was entirely within Ronan's expectations. Summoning mages usually need a skill that combines with their summoned creatures, but she didn't disappear instantly. Instead, she merged with the elements. He swung his long sword, which spun and lunged at the water elemental that had merged with the woman. "You've been tricked." Just then, a woman's voice suddenly appeared, and at the same time, a mudslide that shot into the sky was like the gaping maw of a giant monster about to swallow Ronan whole. She knew very well that Ronan, with his sword and shield armor, was a master of both offense and defense, but this defense was not all-encompassing. If she could create a moment when he was without a sword in his hand, without a shield on his feet, and with his armor damaged, and then seize that moment, it would be enough to severely injure Ronan and then disable his magic. And at this moment, she did it. But the next moment, instead of the real feeling of Ronan being swallowed up, she felt only a sharp pain as if her whole body was being pierced by a sword. When the mudslide cleared, the truth was revealed. Several round shields, like tortoise shells, encased Ronan inside, and a long sword emerged from the gaps in the shields. At this point, Ronan was like a spiky ball. Shields and long swords scattered, and Ronan stepped onto one of the shields. "Is this all your summons are? They don't even meet the standards of a 4th-tier summon. Is it because they were split into 4 and can freely switch and fuse that they've become so useless?" The woman broke free from her fusion with the earth element, blood visibly seeping from her body. "You're not a 4th-tier being. Isn't this something you should have known all along?" Ronan said, both amused and exasperated. "All right, enough talk. It's time to send you to heaven." Ronan stood still, unleashing 10 pairs of swords and shields, each targeting a different elemental summon and the woman's true form. 2 pairs of swords and shields are not enough to threaten elemental summons, but they are just enough to keep them at bay. Ronan's tactics are a standard, safe approach. If you have more magic, just wear them down. Once the enemy had exhausted themselves, Ronan concentrated his power and delivered a fatal blow. That's about it. Just as Ronan felt that it was about time, an unusual magical force rapidly approached. "Shake, people. You think Ronan can't call for reinforcements? Think again. Nobody can call for reinforcements faster than him." Chapter 392. The speed at which they called for help led to a mix-up with the wrong person, resulting in a farce. While Ronan was being challenged to a duel at a party, Dinia was reviewing documents in the Minister of the Interior's office. Although Ronan was in charge of the sale of the Royal Chamber of Commerce's assets, he would always combine a report recording the previous situation, a log summarizing the current progress, and a plan for the future into a single document and submit it to his superiors. Ronan had more than one superior, including his boss and lover, Interior Minister Dinia, as well as the head of the civil service, the Prime Minister and his drinking buddy, Mr. Alexander, and his only wife, Queen Ambrina, the leader of the country. The Prime Minister doesn't have time to look at the documents Ronan sent. He has many other things to deal with. Ambrina doesn't read documents much to begin with, let alone when she's having lunch. She gets hungry quickly but has a poor appetite, so she eats 7 meals a day, but only a little bit at each meal. Only Dinia had the time and inclination to read the documents Ronan presented. Just then, Dinia's earlobe suddenly started to shake, causing the ruby earring to shake violently as well. This is an alarm. She implanted a parasitic organism in Ronan, so that Ronan could notify her at any time as long as they were too far apart. Dinia kicked off her slippers, put on her boots, buttoned up her unbuttoned coat, opened the window, and a large caliber bullet-shaped red mushroom sprouted from her hand. She then threw the bullet mushroom, which disappeared with a whoosh. A second later, the mushroom was more than 300 meters away from the window. As the bullet mushroom began to fall, Dinia emerged from it and landed steadily on the roof of a second-floor house. Then, she threw out another bullet-shaped red mushroom. The red dot teleported in the air, and soon a red fleshy cocoon appeared on Ronan's shoulder, from which Dinia emerged. "I always said I'm the fastest at calling in players," Ronan said with a smile. Dinia glanced at the woman dressed in black not far away with surprise, and then sensed the unusual magic. Soon, between Ronan, Dinia, and the woman in black, a powerful gust of wind descended from the sky and slammed into the ground, creating a whirlwind that spread outwards. If it weren't for the group of nobles who were also magicians casting spells, the other non-magicians would have been blown away like grass and saplings. The storm subsided, revealing a young man and an old man. The young man had curly, messy short hair, dark circles under his eyes, pale skin, and a slightly thin build. He looked languid, as if he might fall asleep at any moment, and his hands were weakly gripping the back handles of a wheelchair. On the paper in the wheelchair, the old man has a thick head of long white hair, and an even thicker white beard. He is tall but not thin, old but energetic, and wearing a dark purple robe. Sitting there, he is simply the perfect embodiment of the word magician. Dinia whispered in Ronan's ear, "This is Ursel Arts, the Lord of the White Tower, one of the 3 giants of the kingdom's magic world. He shares your surname. What's even more interesting is that I looked it up, and he is actually related to you. Your great-great-great-grandfather was his brother." Ronan just gave an awkward smile after hearing that. Ronan sheathed his sword and shield, then slowly stepped forward and extended his hand to the old man in the wheelchair. "Ronan Arts, greetings." Dinia covered her face with one hand and grabbed Ronan's outstretched hand with the other, pulling it upwards and pointing it at the standing young man. Then the lazy, curly-haired young man reached out and shook hands with Ronan, saying somewhat indistinctly, "Hello." Ronan was also surprised. The dazed young man standing there was actually the master of the White Tower. "The white-bearded old man is his summoned creature," Dinia said. She's right," the young man stammered in affirmation. As a mage, Ronan had certainly heard of the Lord of the White Tower, but this person was very mysterious, and even his name was unclear. Moreover, there were many strange rumors about him. Some people said he was a summoning mage, while others said he was an elemental mage, which was simply outrageous. Are there even magicians whose categories can't be distinguished? But at this moment, Ronan began to understand why this situation had arisen. Ursel's summoned creature is a person who can use elemental magic. That's why he just admitted his mistake. At that moment, the woman in black walked over and said, "Father." The short-haired, curly-haired young man, Ursel, scratched his neck and looked at Ronan. "This is number 6. My daughter from my 6th wife. Although she's of little use to me now, she still played a crucial role at a certain stage. I beg you, don't hurt her." The old man, who looked like a young man but whose age was unknown, spoke in a tone that was not cold but rather full of emotion and affection. However, it was not the fatherly love of a father for his daughter, but more like the love of an old knight for a weapon that had once accompanied him. "He killed my husband," the woman in black said. "Oh." Ursel's reaction was very calm. Then he turned to Ronan again and asked, "Can you promise me you won't kill her? If you can promise to ensure she won't bother me again, then of course it's no problem." Ronan replied in this way, "Although I can live a long time, there are still so many things I haven't figured out, but I can't waste my time on such a boring and meaningless thing as disciplining my children." "I can make that promise," Ursel said, taking out a pocket watch and flipping it open to check the time. "Thank you for your help." Ronan sensed that communicating with this old man, Ursel, was exceptionally tiring. Page 172. In short, if you can't control her, I'll just kill her, Ronan declared. "Let me think. Wait a minute." Ursel scratched his head, talking to himself like someone with intellectual disabilities. "I can't afford to spend time and energy on her, so if you insist on killing her and I try to protect her, there will be a violent conflict. It will be difficult for me to win against both of you and have a chance to leave safely with her. But it is not worth it for her to be something that carries beautiful memories, but is only something I look at occasionally. That is about it." With a sigh of relief, Ursel put the pocket watch into his pocket and put away his summoned creature with one hand. "Go ahead and kill it. I'm leaving." Just then, a strange carriage suddenly appeared not far from Ronan. An old man with a straight posture and meticulous white hair stepped out of the carriage. "I thought I was going to catch a big show, but it turned out to be a farce that ended before it even started." The old man who spoke was named Stefan, one of the 3 giants of the kingdom's magic world. After making a deal with Ronan and obtaining the soul transfer technique, he didn't seem to be in a hurry to complete the reincarnation. Ursel didn't greet Stefan. Feeling he had wasted a lot of time, he had only one thing on his mind: to return to his research center, the White Tower, and make up for the lost time. Stefan looked at Ronan. "Aren't you surprised? You didn't expect the other big 3 to be like this, did you?" "A little," Ronan said. Chapter 393. Nagging. Ignoring 2 crows. Stefan glanced around, his eyes instantly filled with disgust. This old man still doesn't like being watched by people. "Let us find another place to talk." After saying that, Stefan tapped the ground with his walking stick, and a circular light array appeared on the ground, enveloping himself, Ronan, Dinia, and the woman in black at the edge. The light on the ground flickered back and forth for more than 10 seconds, then suddenly shone brightly, like a pillar of light rising from the ground. When the pillar of light disappeared into the open space, the 4 figures had also vanished. Marcus removed the massive summon that had created a barrier to protect against the gale and magical turbulence, and casually pulled up the somewhat disheveled Duke of Loire, who had fallen to the ground beside him. "Are you all right, Duke?" Duke Vincent of Loire nodded, then clapped his hands sharply. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is my fault that you have been frightened. To express my apologies, I will host a dinner party here and present a gift to each of the ladies." While the Duke of Loire was still cleaning up the mess, Ronan had already arrived in an unfamiliar place, located halfway up the mountain, with a mountain stream flowing through it. The place is so quiet that you can hear birds singing. Nearby are high-backed stone chairs and square stone tables, and the ground around them is covered with symbols and patterns that have been worn and eroded so much that they are no longer visible. Some of the engravings and crevices have even sprouted small green grasses. Stefan swung his walking stick, spread cushions and backrests on the stone chair, and then sat down first. "I almost forgot. I still owe you a thank you for teaching me that kind of knowledge." "Then I should thank you too," Ronan said. "There is absolutely no need to thank me," Stefan said. "All I gave was a little bit of my old man's prestige to save you some trouble. Even without me, you would only have had more trouble. The technique you taught me is essential to me. Otherwise, I might have died. Moreover, I also deduced some interesting things from this technique. The gains were more than just saving my old life." "Is that all you wanted to say?" Ronan asked. "I came to check because I sensed something was wrong, but he had already left, so all I can do is ramble on," Stefan said. "You know, very few people have my kind of luck, and even fewer have yours. It is actually quite unusual to be a high-ranking mage at such a young age. Stefan is also a destiny, and like Ronan, he is a manifestation. However, his manifestation was just as strange as the summoned object of the White Tower Lord. His summoned object was a pen that could record and use magic. According to Stefan himself, at the first level, he could record a maximum of 1 magic spell, which was at the highest level of first rank. At the second level, he could add 2 magic slots, with the highest level being second rank, and so on. Stefan claimed that he made rapid progress in his youth, just like Ronan. Of course, for a fortune teller, rapid progress meant constant crises. He said that few people have his kind of luck, meaning that many fortune tellers do not encounter such a series of life choices when they are young. He said that even fewer people have Ronan's kind of luck, because most fortune tellers who turn the page as frequently as Ronan have already gone to heaven. Leaving aside the fate element, most other talented and hardworking mages are like Ussel, whom you just met, Stefan continued. Once they feel they have a chance to reach the top, they start to keep going upwards. The feeling of getting stronger little by little, and the sense that you can see how far you are from a qualitative change, is so magical. Even you and I understand this, let alone other types of mages. Indeed, Ronan's passion for politics and his constant involvement with Dinia stemmed not only from the fact that politics and women were his interests, but also from the fact that he needed to improve his magic. The feeling of doing something, receiving feedback, and realizing that you have improved is truly magical. There's a joke from a past life that if learning had a visible experience bar like video games, many people would be as addicted to learning as they are to games. However, when many magicians realize that they can no longer improve and can only stop, they become very confused and empty. At this time, having been semi-isolated from society for a long time, they find it difficult to integrate into society smoothly in a short period of time. Some gradually accept reality, while others cannot accept it and plunge back into that simple world that only requires magic. Actually, similar principles apply to most people. Stefan said this. Ronan was the same. However, while the logic was sound, what exactly was this old man Stefan trying to say? Ronan was starting to get impatient. Ussel is a particularly simple person. You could say he has amazing talent, or you could say he's incredibly stupid. In any case, he progressed step by step until he finally reached the top. But after that, he became completely lost and didn't know what to do. He still had a considerable amount of time left in his life, so he began to study various topics, including very ancient topics like breaking through the 7th order limit and granting people magical talent, which had been proven impossible by countless people, as well as other topics full of whimsical ideas. That woman over there should be considered one of his achievements. At that moment, Stefan suddenly turned to the woman in black. Ronan also looked over. The two of them talked for a long time, completely ignoring the woman. Ronan had even forgotten his spur-of-the-moment idea of killing the woman and then using it as an opportunity to establish his authority. Dinya, on the other hand, kept a close eye on the woman in black. Ronan felt that if the woman in black hadn't harbored murderous intent towards him, and if Dinya hadn't trusted and understood him enough, given her cold exterior but warm interior, she would have already gone up to ask the woman in black if she had some kind of trouble. Results? Is he trying to replicate himself? Ronan asked, connecting the magic of Ursel and the one in black. This was the only possibility he could think of. That's about right, but it wasn't entirely successful, Stefan said. However, some of the research was quite successful. What exactly are you trying to say? Ronan asked. I would like to see his achievements, but as you have seen, his mind is not working very well, and there may be an accident. Therefore, as his old friend, I sincerely invite you and Ms. Dinya to go and borrow some of the research records of the Lord of the White Tower. Dinya looked over and saw not two people, but two crows, one large and one small. Dante rushed to refuse. This will also benefit your career, and not just one, Stefan added. Ronan extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Oh, please go ahead. First of all, Ursel has many children, although only a very few are as strong as that woman over there. Many of them are in the highest positions. These people are nothing in the capital, but in some places, their fingernail-sized strength, combined with the children of the White Tower Lord, is still quite intimidating. These people are all obstacles for you. Second chapter 394 Mindset, Seeking Death. An old man tells a story. Secondly, you hope to establish more magic academies and train more magicians, and he may have some results that can help you. These are the two benefits. He doesn't communicate with the outside world most of the time, and he's always in a state of seeking knowledge for the sake of seeking knowledge. His thinking is different from normal people. Although he looks dull and non-aggressive, and is indeed a relatively gentle person, if an accident happens, I can't control the situation at all. If a fight breaks out, I might even die. You know how afraid this old man is of death. But with the two of you added, it's different. Stefan said this. Ronan sighed softly and smiled. You're too greedy. It is not greed. As I just said, when a person's goal can only go so far, or when it is completely achieved, he will feel empty and lost. I am not only at the 7th level, but I can also achieve immortality at any time. I also need to find something to do. One day you will also experience this feeling. Living is about finding enjoyment. Stefan sighed, and suddenly a pipe appeared in his hand. He lit the tobacco with a swish, and the old man took a nice puff. His elegance was completely gone, and his movements and expressions were just like an old carpenter taking a break to smoke after working for half a day. You've changed quite a bit, Ronan said. The first meeting was at the end of last year, and the last meeting was to complete the transaction. The old man gave people the feeling of being an elegant, calm and handsome old man, but this time, there was something else about Stefan. If I had to describe it, it would be restlessness. Stefan exhaled a smoke ring. After achieving immortality, my mindset has become younger. Haven't you been reincarnated yet? Ronan asked. Once I get to the White Tower and borrow the books, I will reincarnate, Stefan said, still completely and purely himself. Oh, Ronan responded, without saying anything that his words sounded a bit like he was trying to establish a precedent. All right, let's not talk about our business anymore. That lady over there is getting impatient. Stefan finished speaking and pointed to the woman in black. That's true. As Ronan spoke, he stood up and left the stone table, walking over to the woman in black. At this moment, the woman stood on the edge of a not-so-high cliff, looking into the distance. Upon closer inspection, her gaze was vacant. She wasn't looking at the distance itself, but rather staring blankly into it. What's wrong with her? Dinya asked Ronan. Ronan took a deep breath. So helpless he was almost about to sigh to the heavens. He waved his hand and said, I don't understand either. She insists that I killed her husband. I asked her who her husband was, but she wouldn't say. You'd think she's crazy, but she speaks quite fluently. Diddy, you didn't see it. The Duke was so angry that his nose almost twisted out of shape. Dinya raised her hand, signaling Ronan to stop. Ronan shut his mouth and said nothing more. Dinya walked over to the woman. Tell me what's wrong. If you don't say anything, you might not survive, understand? The woman's reaction was indifferent. Do you think I still intend to live? Dinya countered, why not? You have a long life ahead of you, and you are perfectly capable of living a good life. The woman smiled and pointed at Ronan. So, now that he's dead, are you still alive? Although it was her first time meeting Dinya, and their interaction had only lasted a few moments, she could tell the relationship between Dinya and Ronan. Dinya paused for a moment, Then after several seconds, said, "Of course I will continue to live. I have things to do." As soon as she finished speaking, Dinia added, "Even if I don't, I can still continue what he couldn't finish, or what he left behind, right?" This sentence wasn't about herself and Ronan at all, but rather a final plea. If the woman in black continues to dangle around like she's having a fit, she'll not hesitate to take action and eliminate this potential threat. "You don't understand," the woman in black said. Dinia felt that she couldn't communicate with this woman at all. The next instant, Dinia's left hand was covered with dense, tentacle-like red mushrooms. On her red hand, a semi-transparent red solid, formed by condensed magic, pierced through the woman's chest with a soft thud. Almost simultaneously, Dinia's other hand snapped the woman's neck. "If you want to die, then die." As she spoke, Dinia kicked the corpse aside, and her left hand returned to its original position. Ronan's fate is loyalty, while hers is death and life, a contradiction that seems non-existent, because from the time she can remember until now, Dinia has never felt that she has ever defied fate. In any case, she was the one who ended a life without batting an eye, and she was also the one who hoped people could live well. Seeing that the woman was dead, Stefan stood up, walked over, looked at the woman's body, and said, "She said that you killed her husband, Ronan. It's not entirely true, but it's not entirely unreasonable either. Her husband was just a novice mage at the beginning. How should I describe him? Well, he was probably a rare, kind and honest young man among mages." When he said the word young man, old man Stefan even smiled deliberately. Ronan grinned crookedly. This old geezer already knew all along but kept quiet about it. "I don't know exactly what happened, but this is how it happened that a noble lady took a liking to a poor boy. Years later, the couple remained loving. One day, the man happened to obtain a book called The Basic Construction Methods and Principles of Alternative Magic." As Stefan finished speaking, Ronan's eyes suddenly lit up. He wrote a book a long time ago, which discussed basic magic mastery methods suitable for people with poor magical talent, but strong logical thinking ability. Later, after some revisions and additions by Carl, an academic mage, the book became an elective course textbook in UC City. Ronan also gave this book to Madame Antari and Count Aquitaine. They were both quite old, but they hadn't been able to cross the threshold of becoming novice magicians when they were young. Later, Count Aquitaine successfully became a novice magician, and Madame Antari is now a full-rank magician. 2 years ago, Mrs. Antari, who had actually experienced it, revised some of her account and added some content after obtaining Ronan and Carl's consent, resulting in this book, The Basic Methods and Principles of Alternative Magic. The first author of the book is still Ronan Arts. The fact that the man became a true magician through this is not very meaningful in itself, because people like him are extremely rare, but men were inspired by it. He had been researching how to make the summoned creatures of a summoner be passed on to the next generation in a relatively stable way with little variation. The inheritance of summoning magic is unstable and can change easily. Take the 3 Ambrina sisters as an example. The youngest didn't inherit it at all. If she hadn't been lucky enough to awaken her destiny, she might not have become a magician. Ambrina and Isabel, on the other hand, both inherited it. It's quite rare for 2 out of 3 children to have inherited it. Throughout history, there have been many families of summoning magic whose lineages have been broken. History has not lacked the legacy, but the summoning magic is useless. Chapter 395 Results. Coincidence? A hidden hand? Compared to the summoning space of their ancestor, Orance, the founder of the Golden Eagle dynasty, Ambrina and Isabel's summoning space is relatively useless, but there are many that are even more useless than theirs. Of course, the inheritance of summoning magic is not destined to decline all the way down. It may even fluctuate greatly. For example, Lawrence's predecessor was not very strong, but he himself is recognized as the second strongest king in history, second only to Auron. As mentioned before, summoning magic, being the only type of magic that can be inherited, cannot be reliably passed on to offspring, and the outcome after inheritance varies from person to person. Excuse me, sir, have you actually discovered a method to stably inherit summoning magic? Ronan interrupted Stefan's narration and asked a question out of curiosity. Stefan didn't answer immediately. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled a long puff of smoke. No, Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. However, while he didn't fully achieve his goal, he didn't make any complete lack of progress either. In addition, he achieved some other results during the research process, Stefan said. Ronan didn't speak, nor did he want to. Stefan, the old principal, had said nothing at all. What stage had the research on the dead man reached, and what results had he achieved in the process? He had no idea. Stefan saw through Ronan's thoughts and spread his hands. There's nothing I can do. I'm just an old headmaster who knows a few more people. I've spent most of my life improving myself and educating others. I don't have any intelligence network or anything like that, nor do I have the analytical and judgmental abilities that Mr. Ronan has. All I know is this general outline. Ronan sat back down on the stone chair, resting his chin on his hand. He wasn't sure if the old man was telling the truth. Maybe the old man really didn't know anything, or maybe he was hiding something very important. The latter is more likely. How did he die? Ronan changed the subject, no longer pursuing the matter of the research. Stefan replied. He was connected to a small organization that belonged to one of the people who participated in the ambush of you. Shortly after the ambush failed, that small organization disintegrated. Some members of that small organization learned about his research and, thinking that you probably didn't like his research, killed him to curry favor with you. Trying to please him? Dinia walked over and asked, somewhat confused by the logic. Page 173. His research into making summoning magic genetically stable might lead to the resurgence of hereditary nobles, while my direction is to further promote magic. He is definitely paving the way for me, Ronan explained. What he said was true, but he felt things weren't that simple. Of course, whether there are other reasons or not, no one knows, but in any case, those men plan to kill someone and then join you, Stefan said, straightening his clothes. In short, they didn't expect that a marginal figure in the organization's wife was someone they absolutely could not afford to offend. Fourth-tier mages are indeed people that most people cannot afford to offend. There are only a few thousand of them in the entire country, half of whom are first or second tier, followed by third tier, and even the worst fourth-tier mage can make it into the top 1,000. This man read my book and suddenly had an inspiration, so his research yielded some results. In the end, the person who killed him said before he died that he wanted to kill him and join me, so the woman over there blamed my death on him. Ronan concluded that, having understood the matter to this extent, the cause and effect had essentially been clarified. There are still two questions. First, what exactly did the dead man research? The second question was the one Ronan was prepared to ask. Headmaster, you knew about this man's death first, and then learned about this woman's movements before you came here. You didn't actually know that the Lord of the White Tower would come, right? Ronan asked. Stefan fell silent at the question, because Ronan was absolutely right. One more question. How did you learn about the man's death? Ronan asked again. Stefan stroked his chin, his eyes darting around, and pondered for a moment. It was a coincidence. If you think it as a coincidence, then it must not be a coincidence, Ronan said with a smile. Now it seems even more necessary to go to the White Tower. I will come to find you in 3 days. Goodbye, you too. Stefan finished speaking, and the walking stick reappeared in his hand. You don't need me to escort you back to the capital, do you? Ronan returned a look that was neither as sharp nor as gentle. Stefan disappeared, taking the body of the woman in black with him. Ronan waved his hand, and 4 large shields materialized, floating in the air. Dinia moved her fingers, and a thick layer of magical mushrooms appeared on the shields. Ronan and Dinia climbed up one after the other. The large flying platform made up of the 4 shields had plenty of space, enough for the 2 of them to lie on their sides. Ronan and Dinia sat close together and flew confidently toward the capital. Are you really planning to go to the White Tower with him? Dinia asked. Ronan responded. Now it seems that someone is behind all of this, and it is not just one person. Interestingly, I can think of anyone who has both the motive and the ability. So, it is not that I want to go, but that I don't intend to continue being so passive. The White Pagoda, we can go together. The people currently operating in the shadows may be trying to lure us away. My idea is for Elena, Alice, and Agustina to all move into the palace, along with that money-grubbing fight goddess. With the palace's defenses and Elena's group, we should be absolutely safe under normal circumstances. Even if it's not ordinary, with Anley's anti-magic field and that money-grubbing woman, even if another one of the 3 giants takes action, they can hold out for a while, enough for us to get back. Dinia nodded slightly, acknowledging Ronan's statement, and then asked, so, the Royal Merchant Guild's sale is suspended. Let us pause, Ronan replied. Most things have already been decided, and those assets aren't going to disappear. Putting them on hold for a few days won't be a problem. Since Ronan said it was fine, Dinia wouldn't question it. Go and have a good talk with His Majesty tonight. I'll inform the others. We'll have a small meeting tomorrow night. You, me, and even mages like Stefan and Ursel have all been involved. The other side's purpose, the rebellion begins. Ronan continued, picking up where Dinia left off, and at its peak, the people are sacrificed to become gods. Hearing this, Dinia's expression became even more serious, but then Ronan revealed a wicked smile. The villain in the picture book that Henri recently bought for her unborn child is just like this. It's the same old trick. After saying that, Ronan turned to face Dinia and made a face, using his hands as two devil horns. That's about it. Seeing Ronan's goofy fatherly actions and expressions as he teased the child, Dinia's serious expression instantly vanished. She turned her face away, forcing back her laughter, before finally turning her head back. Before long, the two returned to the capital. Chapter 396. Difficult or not difficult. Two things connected. Night fell in a courtyard in the heart of the capital. Candlelight flickered in the servants' quarters, and shouts of joy from winning or cursing from losing could be heard from time to time. But the main building in the middle of the courtyard was pitch black and deathly quiet. The only light was from the window of her room on the third floor near the balcony. It was a small, moving point of light from a lit cigarette. It was bright when the cigarette was inhaled deeply, and then the light slowly dimmed. The man smoking was none other than Finance Minister Bruno. He was a man who loved bright lights and lively atmospheres, so much so that even his servants' rooms had wrought iron chandeliers. But at this moment, he only wanted enough quiet and darkness around him. Bruno let out a low groan of pain and flicked his cigarette away. He didn't realize the cigarette had burned the mouthpiece until he burned his finger. Damn it, Bruno cursed. After he finished cursing, his neck looked like it was half broken. He buried his head down, his fingers dug deep into his medium-length curly hair, covered his eyes with his hands, and froze there, motionless, as if he were dead. From the moment Ambrina secured her position as crown princess through Ronan's machinations, the conflict between Bruno and the couple began to accumulate. He himself did not actually want this. He just wanted to maintain the status quo and eventually retire with his money. However, the entire Ministry of Finance was extremely dissatisfied with this future queen. The reason is simple. Crown Princess Ambrina has somehow gained control of the country's economic lifeline, namely grain and oil, and she also controls a large number of lucrative industries. In short, she could not become a poor king, which troubled the treasury. As a minister, Bruno had no choice but to go against the king, but he didn't want to, so his actions seemed somewhat ridiculous, even foolish. After the king fell seriously ill and before Ambrina ascended the throne, he, as the Minister of Finance, began to look for people he could control and who also had a certain amount of power. Bruno felt that once Ambrina came to power, she would definitely target him first, so he needed to have cards to be qualified to negotiate. Unexpectedly, he was ignored. Bruno intended to let it go like that. However, due to the sale of the Royal Chamber of Commerce's assets, several high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Finance were arrested, and he was unable to completely extricate himself from the situation. After careful consideration, he wanted to make a deal with Ronan and then retire peacefully. So he approached Marcus and asked him to introduce him to Ronan. The finance minister, needing an introduction to meet someone? What a pathetic and infuriating reality. But what was truly infuriating was what happened next. After meeting Ronan, he was completely enraged. Rather than showing sincerity with no intention of making a deal, Ronan's outright offer of impossible conditions was what truly angered him. What truly angered him was Ronan's complete lack of politeness and respect towards him. The way Ronan looked at him was like the way a nobleman would look at a dispensable commoner on the street. Bruno left in anger, determined to teach Ronan a lesson. He first contacted one of the people he had previously chosen and called him out. He originally just wanted to try and see if he could use the leverage he had to blackmail them into doing things for him. Unexpectedly, the other party agreed immediately and said that several other people would also agree. And that's exactly what happened. In just one day, Bruno successfully recruited 7 or 8 people to join him. He felt he could definitely give Ronan a headache next. Then, this group of people pulled Bruno aside and said they would introduce him to some powerful magicians. Bruno met 3 people. 1 he didn't know, and 2 others he did know, but he wished he didn't. At this point, Bruno realized that it wasn't that he had brought others into the group, but rather that he had been brought into it. And now, even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. The only saving grace was that the task he was assigned was neither difficult nor risky: to be made to appear ill, stay at home, and use letters to contact people he had leverage over, in order to cause trouble for the Prime Minister in the near future. The problem wasn't the difficulty or risk of the mission, but that if this group failed, he would die with them. He really wanted to turn himself in and report these people, but he is being monitored now. What should we do? What should we do? How can we contact the people outside and then notify that bastard Ronan? Bruno was determined to turn himself in and had no intention of letting the group succeed. He was incompetent, lacking both the ability to handle affairs and the ability to manage his subordinates. But he wasn't so foolish as to think that if those people succeeded, he would have a good ending. At the same time, at the same old place, the tavern, Prime Minister Alexander said, "Be careful lately, as someone is planning to cause trouble in the capital." Huh? Ronan asked in surprise. Bruno suddenly fell ill, and the Ministry of Finance ran into a bunch of problems, which led to a lot of trouble in other departments as well. The Prime Minister said, "These are not major issues, and they are even old problems in each department, but they have all been crammed together." Is it unusual for the Ministry of Finance to have some problems? Ronan asked. The minister is sick at home, and several of his subordinates have been transferred to an education center. Alexander simply smiled. Ronan still lacked some understanding of the heart of this country. Although the Ministry of Finance is corrupt from top to bottom, they are still human beings at heart. Unlike those central departments that are full of worms, the Ministry of Finance brings together the elites whose mathematical level is in the third tier of the country. Its rules and regulations are the most complete. When the minister and other leaders are in charge, they may make some mistakes from time to time, but without the leaders, this department is less likely to make mistakes. If I may ask a question that's off topic, who's in the second tier of mathematics? The professors? Ronan asked casually. Artillery officer, Alexander replied impatiently, and continued. The whole thing was deliberately created by someone. I don't know whether to call them clever or stupid. They've caused so much trouble that it is hard to tell what the people behind it are up to. But the fact that they've created so much trouble is clearly telling others that they have considerable power and even bigger ambitions. However, their actions are only expected in the next few days. Once the troubles in central departments are dealt with, if I cannot untangle the threads of the matter like pulling a tangled ball of yarn and find the person behind it all, then there is no point in me being prime minister. Alexander said this because he is confident in his own abilities and trusts the secretaries in the Prime Minister's Office General Secretariat. Some of these secretaries are assigned to various departments to supervise the execution of orders. However, this kind of supervision, which lacks coercive power, has never been a deterrent. Therefore, secretaries are not actually there to supervise work, but rather to act as surveillance agents. Interesting, the two things are connected. Ronan stroked his chin and muttered to himself with emotion. What two things? Alexander asked. Well, Ronan recounted how he encountered an accident at one of the Duke's estates, and how he decided to go to the White Tower with Stefan to find out what was going on. Hiss? Alexander gasped, finding himself in a dilemma even faster than Ronan, the person directly involved. Chapter 397 Dilemma, Suspect, and a short meeting. The reason for his dilemma was that after listening to Ronan's account, Alexander had formed some judgments. The White Tower was built by Orange, and it was never an ordinary tower from the beginning. As for now, it's not even a tower anymore. It's just a top-floored structure suspended high in the air. 60 years ago, the then king gave the White Tower to Ursel Eitz, who had reached the 7th level, and thus he acquired the title of Lord of the White Tower. The White Tower is in the air, with nothing around it. Ursel rarely goes out, and in Ronan's description, he is a strange and simple person. It is hard to say that his sudden outing this time, because of his daughter, was not the result of someone deliberately guiding him. Meanwhile, Stefan was also intrigued by some things that he knew, which were hardly accidental. 2 of the 3 leaders are gathered at the White Tower. Even if no one is secretly guiding them, something bad could still happen. On the other side, in the capital, there's not much to say. Something's bound to happen. Something bad will happen on both sides of the capital and the White Pagoda. Whether to stay in the capital or go to the White Tower was a difficult decision for Ronan and Dinia. You look more nervous than I am, Ronan said, while slowly spreading foie gras on a slice of bread with a spatula. Alexander sighed. Sometimes I wonder if the world would be any better without magic. I thought someone like you wouldn't make such what-if sentiments. Ronan finished speaking, taking a small bite of bread spread with foie gras. I can only say that without magic, rebellion would be easier. 2 children with only fists would easily start swinging their fists at each other when their tempers flared up. But 2 men with swords would usually be gesturing with their swords at each other and circling around each other. Alexander, holding his wine glass, said, I can handle angry kids. What about you? Of course we'll go to the White Pagoda. Those old men are always causing trouble, Ronan said with a firm gaze. Ronan knew very well that old man Stefan was now determined to go to the White Tower, and it had to be in the next few days, sooner rather than later. It wasn't that he couldn't wait, but he believed that someone had done something to the White Tower during the short time Usul was away, and that something would definitely happen to the White Tower in a couple of days. If the White Pagoda is destroyed, how can he get what he wants? 2 days later, Stefan arrived at the White Tower. If Ronan and Dinya hadn't gone with him, and things got out of control, who knows what serious consequences it would have caused. Conversely, no matter how much trouble there is in the capital, the consequences are unlikely to be more severe than those at the White Tower. Therefore, Ronan had already made his choice, to go to the White Tower instead of staying in the capital. It's good that a decision has been made. The worst thing at times like this is trying to manage both sides. After saying that, Alexander stood up, finished the rest of his drink, and left his seat to pay the bill. Ronan sat down, took 3 small sips, and finished his drink before leaving. It was already late at night when I left the tavern. Ronan went straight back to the palace. Before his secret meeting with the Prime Minister, Ronan had already spoken extensively with Ambrina. After all, he had previously suspected that someone was planning something big, and his conversation with Alexander confirmed this to be true. Inside the palace, Ambrina, dressed in a light gauze nightgown and a thin velvet cloak, was eating her last meal of the day at a small table. 3 slices of chicken liver, grilled to a tender perfection and simply seasoned, a savory and tender steamed egg with meat sauce, a small teacup, 5 slices of thinly sliced green apple to cleanse the palate, and a glass of lemonade. Ronan sat down and told Ambrina about his secret talks with the Prime Minister. Are there any other people in China with this kind of ability? Ambrina asked, somewhat incredulous. Bringing out Usul and causing problems in the Ministry of Finance, which in turn led to problems in other departments, as a cover-up is something that can be done with just intelligence. But this group of people in the shadows is bound to do something big. Their goal is either the throne she is currently sitting on or the White Tower occupied by Usul. In the end, they will have to prove themselves with strength. In Ambrina's view, all the so-called conspiracies were simply a means to gain more advantages in the final showdown. Yes, Ronan said, your father's eldest brother, and the last of the 3, but those 2 alone are not enough. Ambrina remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. It is indeed not enough. If that fake monk were to leave the church and become king, many people would probably be very happy. But the problem is, he has been a monk for so many years, and our finance minister will definitely not give him any credit. Moreover, that bastard Bruno can't even command many people himself. As for the last of the 3 giants, he is indeed very powerful, but he doesn't have the kind of power that the Lord of the White Tower has, nor does he have the kind of extensive social network that the headmaster has. He's basically all alone. So, if it is the 2 of them, then there must be at least one other person, Ambrina concluded. Suddenly, her expression changed. Could that person be the Prime Minister? Page 174. It's not impossible, but it's highly unlikely, Ronan replied with a smile. He had his doubts, but after talking to him, he basically dispelled them. Well, I really can't think of anything else. Ambrina couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. I've only recently been able to remember the names of every minister. Having been on the throne for several months, Queen Ambrina had a fairly good understanding of her ministers, but she couldn't even remember the names of most of the ministers below her. It doesn't matter, Henry. It won't be difficult to find them later, Ronan said. Ambrina nodded in response, scraped the steamed egg and meat sauce off the inside of the cup with her spoon, and then ate it in one bite. After finishing her meal, Ambrina took a big gulp of lemonade and then told the maid who was waiting outside to come in and clear the table. After resting for a while, aromatherapy was lit in the bedroom, and Ambrina went to bed, holding Ronan. She fell asleep soon after. The next day, the people gathered in the royal gardens north of the palace. Elena, Alice, Agustina, Isabel, and Ashley were also called over. Then there was Canon, the person in charge of the Magic Revolver project, and Kate Pierre, an advanced artificial intelligence from another world with strange abilities who mostly received high salaries for free. Ronan then recounted the whole story, drawing on his conversation with the Prime Minister the previous night. The arrangements remained the same. He went to the White Tower with Dinya and Stefan, while everyone else stayed temporarily at the royal palace in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Why don't you consider letting me and Ashley go to the treasurer's house? Isabel asked. Ronan didn't speak, and neither did Ambrina. Instead, Dinya spoke up, saying, no need, safety first. Caterpillar, who looked even taller than Ronan, suddenly raised his hand and said, I wouldn't do this even if I got paid more. Fighting people head-on will shorten your lifespan. Ronan already knew this, but he had something more to offer her. That old man Stefan's research on soul liquefaction for immortality might be useful to you. Once this matter is settled, I'll try to get it for you. How about that? This is good. Kate Peller smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 398. We'll talk about it when I get there. Who wants it? I'd be a fool. Kate had barely finished speaking. The fast-running Garland suddenly stopped in front of Ronan. Although Garland's sudden stop was not as exaggerated as a gust of wind that suddenly stopped and left 2 long scratches on the ground, it was not far off. Originally, because she had to handle teaching affairs, I only told her about this short meeting and didn't ask her to definitely come. It seems that she probably had her students undergo intensive training before coming over. Garland looked at Ronan, panting, and asked, "So, what exactly is this about immortality?" This direct question made Isabel, who had originally planned to ignore the issue again, turn her attention to Ronan. This wasn't the first time she had heard the word, but when she heard it from Ambrina the previous 2 times, she knew she wasn't trusted and simply pretended not to hear it. Ashley and Canon also looked over. No one could ignore the topic of immortality. Kate glanced over sideways. She simply wanted to watch the spectacle. Ronan had deliberately brought up the topic of immortality. Even if Garland hadn't suddenly asked him, he would have said, "This is a long story. I'll tell you the details when Dinia and I get back. In short, after we leave, everyone will stay in the royal palace. Elena, Alice, and Agostino will take turns taking care of Henri around the clock. No matter what happens outside, don't worry about it. We'll deal with everything when Dinia and I return." Ronan reiterated his arrangements. After that, they talked about how to handle some things at work. There's really nothing to deal with. Elena was Ronan's secretary, and with Ronan gone, she naturally had nothing to do. Alice worked at the inspectorate, which was still a rather unproductive unit. Her presence there made little difference. Agostina, Grandin, Isabel, and Ashley all belonged to the Security Bureau, which wasn't recruiting new students for the time being, so there was nothing for them to worry about. As for Canon and Kate, the production of the magic revolver didn't require their attention either. Once that was said, the meeting was over. After having a barbecue for lunch, everyone else stayed behind, while Ronan and Dinia left the palace. That night, at Dinia's home, in front of the bar counter in front of the liquor cabinet, Dinia, dressed in a plain white long dress, sat on a round stool. She wore cool-toned gray stockings and linen slippers. Her left foot was flat on the ground and did not move, while the ball of her right foot was pressed against the back of the slipper, and her heel was hanging off the ground. One moment his calf and the top of his foot were bent straight, and the next his leg was lowered. The sheen of the not-so-transparent gray stockings changed constantly with the movement of the feet. The sheen alternated between 2 states. The gray stockings at the heels became brighter and the gray stockings at the calves became darker. After a while, having drunk 2 glasses of Dinia wine, his right foot stopped moving and his left foot left the slipper, resting on the north side of his right slipper, his toes curling and stretching inside his gray silk stockings. But so far, Dinia hasn't said a word. "What's wrong with you today?" Ronan asked. Dinia turned her head away, staring at Ronan without saying a word. "You don't want it, do you?" Ronan deliberately said something that would elicit a strong reaction from Dinia. Dinia finally broke her silence, saying, "Usually, what others want is what you want yourself." Ronan laughed so hard he almost shook, then asked, "So, it's what I want, perhaps, but at most once. We still have to go to the White Tower tomorrow," Dinia said. Half an hour later, on the bed, Ronan was naked, while Dinia was only wearing her gray pantyhose. Ronan didn't move at all, just knelt there, maintaining a forward-leaning posture like a dummy. Dinia gripped the top edge of the headboard with both hands, her whole body suspended in the air, her vaginal muscles tightly wrapped around Ronan's thing. She kept thrusting and pounding with her waist and abdomen, as if trying to make their lower bodies become one in the collision. The water was getting more and more piling up, and the splashing sounds were getting louder and louder. Super white, super big, super bouncy breasts swayed rapidly and dramatically in front of Ronan. The torn gray silk crotch, groin, and thighs were almost completely soaked and turned dark gray, and the hair, the same color as the hair, was now a tangled, wet clump. With her thighs spread apart, her extremely perky buttocks seemed about to burst through her pantyhose as she strained. Her calves, tightly bound in gray stockings, crossed and coiled around Ronan's waist. Her calves had the perfect fleshy feel, locked in by the stockings. Her insteps were arched, and her pink toenails were clearly visible through the gray stockings. At this moment, it wasn't Ronan moving forward at all, but rather Dinia using her legs to pull Ronan, who was carrying a large meat hammer, into her own body. After a while, Dinia's insides became increasingly wet and hot, and then began to open and contract in waves. In an instant, Ronan closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and raised his head. His thing also swelled, jumped, and ejaculated. Dinia released her hands. Her waist was suspended in the air, her head and shoulders pressed on the pillow, and her whole body tilted, feeling the sensation of being filled with ejaculation. It wasn't until Ronan had finished shooting for quite some time that Dinia finally withdrew from her body, exhaled, and brushed the messy hair from her forehead behind her ear. Ronan smiled, then asked with concern, "Feeling any better?" From the very beginning, it was Dinia's idea, but she was too embarrassed to speak up. "I am feeling better," Dinia replied. "I am a little curious what you be so nervous about," Ronan said. Dinia pursed her lips. "It's been over 5 years, almost 6. We've been through a lot together. In the past, the only thing I could do almost perfectly was to ensure your safety 100. But this time it is really different. Stefan and Dussel are both very capable. They be not comparable to that old-fashioned guy we encountered that year, whose mentality, physical condition, and awareness were all quite average. Headmaster Stefan is less a manifestation and more a divine artist. No one knows what kind of magic he can use at any given moment. Lord of the White Tower Ursel is called a summoner, but he is actually an elementalist. You could say he doesn't fight, but he has come close to magic itself. I cannot guarantee your safety 100. Dinia said everything she had wanted to say before. That's the reason for her anxiety and tension. Rowan suddenly laughed. "Huh? What's the big deal? We can just stay together the whole time." Dinia froze for a moment, then slapped her forehead, feeling utterly humiliated. "I'm so stupid, really. I was only thinking about not being able to ensure your safety, but I forgot. I'm so stupid, sigh. This is what they call being too concerned. You just love me too much." Ronan teased again. "If you're really embarrassed, come over and lick it clean for me." Dinia instantly returned to normal, kicking Ronan off the bed and yelling, "Get out of here. This tastes just right," Ronan said, laughing. Dinia laughed too, and reached out to help Ronan up. The next day, the two met Stefan at the agreed place. "Where is Ronan?" Stefan asked. He only saw Dinia, not Ronan. Chapter 399 Equipment, Surprise, and Enraged. Dinia was dressed in the uniform of the Aegis Guards Cavalry, with a silver cavalry helmet adorned with red tassels and feathers, and a dark blue cavalry officer's coat. The style was the same as that of ordinary cavalry uniforms, except that the cufflinks and collar buttons were gold. Over the uniform was a silver breastplate, which was specially made for Dinia. It was not issued by the army, but was a breastplate of the Church's apostolic guardian, which would generate powerful all-around magical defense when activated. On the outermost layer was a bright red cloak. She wore white, tight-fitting riding breeches and black mid-calf cavalry boots. This is the coolest uniform in the entire kingdom's army system. Unlike typical musketeer cavalrymen, Dinia was not equipped with rifles and sabers. Instead, she carried only 2 personal magical revolvers and an Aegis straight sword. The Aegis saber was a gift from the orphanage to the top graduate of each year, and possessed a strong magical capacity. On the index finger of his left hand was a gold ring shaped like a curled feather. This was the Golden Eagle ring, made by the founding monarch Orange. There were 9 in total, which were given to 9 lords. 6 of them were taken back before his death. 100 years ago, Lawrence gave out 4 more. A little over 10 years ago, King Lucian gave one of the 2 rings that the royal family kept to Dinia. The ring is not only a symbol of honor, but also an item used to summon the magical creation, the Golden Eagle. In response to Stefan's question, Dinia tapped her breastplate with her fingers, producing a clear and melodious sound. "He's here." Stefan looked at Dinia. This is no joke. While Dinia's force may be useful, Ronan's brain is the most important thing this time. Among the people Stefan knew, there were certainly those more astute and witty than Ronan, but they lacked the strength and, more importantly, the unique experience that Ronan possessed. Therefore, Ronan is indispensable. Just then, between the 2 large lumps of flesh, a long, snake-like red mushroom sprouted, gradually emerging from the tightly buttoned collar of the military uniform. The mushroom opened its mouth, saying, "I am indeed here. Magic can always surprise us." Old man Stefan couldn't help but laugh. Then, Dinia and Ronan inside Dinia's body boarded Stefan's self-driving carriage. As soon as they were seated, the carriage started instantly and sped straight toward their destination. When it encountered an obstacle, it took off and flew over it. When it encountered a pool of water or a mud pit, it simply crossed it. "Now, can you tell me your purpose?" Ronan asked in his mushroom man form. "I don't have a specific purpose. As I've said before, for the past 20 years, I've abandoned everything I had and pursued immortality like a demon possessed. After finally succeeding, All that's left is emptiness, Stefan said. My only thought now is to meet more people and do more things. If I had to give this trip a seemingly meaningful purpose, I could only say that I came to prevent something from happening that we, especially the two of you, would not want to see. The young genius who died made some unexpected progress in his research on the inheritance of stable summoning magic, and Ussel gained some unexpected insights from his experiment in trying to replicate a summoning magic similar to his own. The combination of the two should be able to accomplish something. Stefan used the word should, but his tone was quite certain. This matter involves transferring a person's magical talent, or even their magic itself. Dinia was completely stunned. At that moment, she finally understood why Stefan said the goal was to prevent something that neither she nor Ronan wanted to see happen. Why have magicians never been able to maintain a long-term, complete hold on the position of ruler? Is it because violence cannot last? A sword that can be swung at any time cannot last, but a sword that is sheathed and can be drawn at any time can last. The reason why the magician community did not remain the dominant force for a long time was precisely because it lacked sufficient violence. Magic is so fair. Most people with magical talent are people who can't even afford bread. Therefore, even the uniquely hereditary summoning ability cannot guarantee that one's descendants will be magicians. In the past, when magicians were the rulers of the nobility, they could only barely ensure that there would be magicians in their family's generation by relying on their large family circles and strong master-disciple relationships. Today, most magicians are of commoner origin, but these people of commoner origin have even less of a chance to guarantee their descendants, so no class solidification has formed. But if magical talent can be transferred, everything has changed. The farmer sold his child's talent to a magician, who then arranged for his son to receive it. Therefore, the descendants of magicians will still be magicians. We must not allow this thing to fall into the wrong hands. Ronan's tone revealed a chilling, murderous intent. Ronan was indeed a greedy and lustful bureaucrat, and he never really cared about the people. But if magicians were to pass down their skills through generations, the people most affected would not be the farmers or workers at the bottom of society. No matter how the people at the top change, those at the bottom who are to be exploited will still be exploited. The people most affected would be the entire bureaucratic system. When the power of the common people is no longer strong, the bureaucratic system will actually cease to exist. If the system is gone, then all his efforts were in vain? That's right. Dinia clenched her fist as well. Dinia's ideas were, of course, different from Ronan's. If magic were passed down through generations, a large group of magicians would become useless, collecting money and privileges as scum, acting all high and mighty, perhaps even saying something like, "Don't be jealous, you can work hard too." Such statement says, "Of course I should inherit my grandfather's honor." These scumbags scheme to enrich the people and harm the nation, yet they consider themselves superior, even praising insects as such. Just thinking about it made Dinia feel like she was about to have a stroke. She wanted to catch a few insects, kill them, and hang them on the cross in the square. "Oh, we've arrived. Please get out of the car, you two," Stephen said. The three of them then got out of the car. Ahead lies the town of Ates, a small part of the fiefdom of Ronan's ancestor. Earl Ates was from the previous dynasty, but he still managed to become an earl in this dynasty. This is common in the Western continent. The lords are permanent, while the kings come and go. Until more than 100 years ago, Count Art stripped King Lawrence of his title and imprisoned him. This was actually a more sophisticated form of kidnapping. As a result, no one paid the ransom, and the man died inside. The Count's son, Ronan's great-grandfather, took his family to the south. The White Pagoda is located within the town, or more precisely, above the town center. The White Tower is surrounded by multiple layers of barriers with identification capabilities. We need to make some preparations. Let us go. We'll head to the restaurant once we re in town, Stefan said. Can a barrier determine hunger levels? Dinia asked curiously. Stefan was instantly amused by this strongest young mage. I'm sorry, this old man just had a craving. Page 175. Oh. Dinia responded. Ronan didn't make a move. There were too many people ahead, and he planned to stay out of the way for the time being. At the entrance to the town, Stefan and Dinia were stripped down and questioned about their identities. Stefan was prepared for this. Chapter 400, Experience, Stories. He has a ball to use. Stefan, of course, could not reveal the truth about himself and Dinia's identities. In places like this, saying you know some important figure in the capital might not work, since the other party might not know him at all. But if you say you know some lord in the town, everything will go smoothly. So when Stefan mentioned knowing someone in town, the guard's expression instantly changed, becoming very obsequious. Stefan introduced himself as the head of the investigation team from the Ministry of the Interior, secretly letting the guard glance at his exquisitely crafted identification, and then added that Dinia was a teacher at the Aegis Academy. The guards not only didn't suspect anything, but actually thought it made perfect sense. The intelligence agency and the orphanage seemed like a perfect match no matter how you looked at it. After saying that, Stefan tossed out 2 silver coins without even looking at them, and strode into the town with an arrogant expression. Dinia then followed. The guard picked up 2 coins. His actions and demeanor suggested he was an important person. On the town's only main road, "Headmaster, you seem to have a lot of experience in this area," Dinia said. Stefan, with his hands behind his back, replied seemingly nonchalantly, "I also traveled around a lot when I was young, so I've accumulated some experience." But then, Stefan suddenly transformed from an elegant and serene old man into a garrulous old man, even pulling out a cigarette to smoke. Speaking of which, I've remembered some interesting things. Once, I impersonated someone and gave the city gate guard a gold coin, but he didn't let me through. Instead, he called his superior over. Another time, I impersonated someone again and only gave him a handful of copper coins. The guard immediately called the other guards to prepare to arrest me. If you give too much money, the guards will suspect you're not a real person. While important figures may not care about money, guards, who are like stray dogs on the street, don't deserve that much. If you give too little money, the guards will think you're a fake, because important people give more than that to stray dogs on the street. Dinia asked, "So, in the eyes of ordinary people, this is what a big shot is like?" "Ha, the big shots they read dealing with aren't really that big shots," Stefan replied with a laugh. "The irony is that the real big shots aren't much different from the big shots the lower classes see equally stupid. The so-called country is being controlled by this group of people, and it hasn't collapsed yet. I really can't imagine how rotten other countries are." When Stefan criticizes a country, he's just as good as Ronan. Dinia sighed softly. "No wonder you two, despite your age difference, get along so well." "Ha, he's in politics. He looks young, but he's actually an old man. I'm in academia. I look old, but I'm young at heart." Stefan joked. He said that Usul, the master of the White Tower, didn't seem like a master standing at the pinnacle of the magical world, and in fact, he himself didn't resemble one in any way. As they talked, the two arrived at a restaurant. Eight's town is not an ordinary town. It is a place where a large number of magicians trade, trading magical items, information, secret manuals about certain spells, and all sorts of other things. Of course, the truly significant transactions, those between high-ranking mages or between relatively large organizations, all take place within the royal capital. Eight's town is merely a place where lower-ranking mages congregate. Where there are many magicians, there is no shortage of good restaurants, but this place is, after all, a place where shady businesses are conducted and people are in a hurry to eat. Therefore, stews are very popular here. When guests come, the already cooked dishes are transferred to a small pot, prepared a little more, and then served. What Dinia had in front of her was a mixture of beef bone broth, flour, tomato sauce made from butter and tomatoes, stewed beef, potatoes and carrots all stuffed into a jar, baked in the oven, and then taken out onto a plate to eat with bread. Bread goes with everything. After finishing their meal, Stefan led Dinia on their way. "Where to next?" Dinia asked. "We need to visit someone who can guide us through the one barrier I can break," Stefan replied. A short while later, the two walked around to the back of a small manor. Dinia was surprised. "Aren't we going to visit him?" "Yes, is a visit, but this young man certainly doesn't welcome me." "Do you think he can walk through the main gate?" Stefan asked rhetorically. "Okay." Dinia had nothing more to say. Stefan flicked his wrist, and the walking stick appeared in his hand. "Put everyone here. I'm leading everything to you. I'm not good at this today. There's a little curly-haired guy. Don't make him lose consciousness." Infiltration is indeed something Dinia excels at. She has teleportation abilities and magic that can paralyze and stun people over a wide area. Soon, everyone in the manor was taken down by Dinia. The only legitimate mage in the manor, the curly-haired boy Stefan mentioned, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s, was now lying face down, his spine being stepped on by Dinia. He struggled and shouted, "You country bumpkin, do you know who my father is?" Usul, the most powerful mage in the world. Even Dinia, who was disguised, was shocked. This guy seemed perfectly normal. How could he be so brainless? Ronan once told her a story about a country in chaos where people were randomly conscripted into the army during a war. A small businessman was conscripted, but he lied and said he was the son of a wealthy businessman, so he was released. Meanwhile, A mayor was arrested on the road, claimed to be the mayor who was about to take office, and even produced evidence. So the mayor was killed. The curly-haired youth introducing himself was, like the mayor in the story, porting disaster. Just as curly-haired finished shouting his first sentence, Stefan arrived. Very good. Leave the rest to me. Stefan brandished his walking stick, his curly hair folded at the waist, his head tucked between his legs, his hands hugging his legs, turning his whole body into a ball. At that moment, Ronan popped out and said, "How did you turn a person into a ball?" "Because he has a ball to use," Stefan replied seriously. The magic-wielding ball is taken outdoors, and suddenly it is tossed into the air. As the ball falls above it, a baseball-like motion sends the ball soaring into the distant sky. The human-shaped ball was like a tomato being forcefully smashed onto a transparent glass plate. There was no sound, but it was as if you could hear it. The flesh and blood were like an exploding tomato. In reality, the curly-haired youth had smashed the barrier to pieces. At this moment, Stefan truly cast the spell, and the previously disordered blood began to orderly converge into a magic circle. Speed! After saying the word speed, Stefan took off and rushed towards the magic circle. Ronan, inside Dinia, also cast a spell, and a floating shield carried Dinia closely behind. A few seconds later, Stefan and Dinia, who implied Ronan, were already in the sky, with the White Tower right above them. Ronan had only heard of the so-called White Pagoda before, and had seen the blueprints at the Royal Library a couple of days ago. This was the first time he had seen it in person. It was bigger than he had imagined. It is pure white all over, and its shape can be divided into 3 parts. The bottom is a cylinder, the middle is a hemisphere, round at the bottom and flat at the top, and the top is like the top of a spire. "We're not just going to rush through like this, are we?" Ronan asked. "Otherwise," Stefan retorted. Chapter 401 Family, Friends, and the Battle at the Summit. Rewind 2 hours. In the town of Ates, a tall, strong man with long, flowing white hair, a rugged face, and a short beard barely longer than stubble was combing the hair of a young girl whose eyes were covered by a black veil. The old man wasn't exaggeratedly robust, yet his flesh and blood seemed to imprison hundreds or thousands of ferocious beasts. But the movements of his hands were so gentle, like an old man whose sharpness had been worn away by the years. Within 2 minutes, the old man put down the comb, casually tied his hair into a ponytail, picked up the huge, long-handled warhammer lying in the corner, and said goodbye to the girl. "I'm leaving." After the old man left, the girl touched the side of the chair several times, found her white cane, and walked out of the room. The girl, a magician, didn't need a cane. She was simply ill, so ill that she could only live like an ordinary blind person. The girl sat on the threshold by the door, holding her white cane, facing the sunlight. Although she couldn't see the sunlight, she could feel its warmth. In the distance, the old man is on his way to the White Pagoda. The old man was Felix Rabelais, one of the 3 giants of the magic world in the kingdom of Fas. Although he looks the oldest, he is actually the youngest, not even 100 years old. He is also the only person in history to have reached the 7th level with mutation magic, which is the physical mutation and enhancement. Using the analogy of Eastern martial arts novels, his approach can be described as entering the Tao through external techniques. Soon, Rabelais arrived at a villa. This small, unassuming villa, which has almost no courtyard, belongs to Heath Arts, one of Ursul's sons. Upon entering the room, Rabelais immediately saw Laurie Frago, Ambrina's uncle, lying in a pool of blood. He was already cold. "How did you kill him?" Rabelais asked. "A democratic regime doesn't need a king," Heath replied. Their goal was to establish a democratic regime, an elite democracy dominated by magicians. Of course, Heath knew that many magicians were just more knowledgeable and stronger bandits. After all, there were plenty of such people among his brothers and sisters. Allowing such a person to come to power and represent the people is not only a disaster for the people and the country, but also a disaster for all magicians. He has his own political party and has been constantly trying to clean up his image. He wants to seize power, but not now. We need to create chaos first. And when both the general public and the magicians can't take it anymore, then his faction can come out and clean things up. "Ah, I really wish I could be friends with our Mr. Wang," Heath sighed. "Unfortunately, it's not possible." "It's time to go," Rabelais urged, carrying the giant warhammer. To pass through the barrier surrounding the White Tower, they needed the blood of Hiss, a special blood relative of Usul. As for the rest, Heath has a way. Heath stepped out of the room, still sighing. If I had known there was such a person back then, I would have been willing to help him sweep away the decay and establish a new era. If there really is a God, He is probably just a clown who likes to fool people. Rabelais, carrying his warhammer, glanced at Heath with a mixture of confusion and impatience. He is exceptional. Contemporary thinkers, philosophers, political commentators, and writers have a deeper level of thought and writing skills than him. They are even as young and sharp as him. But unfortunately, they have no governing experience and have never managed more than 100 people. There are also many officials who have far more governing experience than him, but most of them have little intellectual level and cannot even do things well within the established framework. Some may have had some ideals, but that is a thing of the past. Heath sighed. I really don't want to become his enemy. Then why didn't you plan to kill him, but instead set up this whole scheme? Rabelais asked. Heath smiled bitterly. We can't kill him. No matter how clever the assassination plot is, it still depends on the person to execute it. He's very strong. Most people would be throwing their lives away if they tried to kill him. He's rarely alone and he's good at escaping. You're not the kind of person who's good at chasing, and that woman arrived at an unusually fast speed. So, we can't kill him. Then proceed as planned. Rabelais said no more. He didn't have as many ideas as that brat Heath. His primary reason for doing all this was to realize his long-held dream of establishing a nation ruled by magicians. Secondly, find a suitable magician and transfer their magic to the only bloodline left by him and his long-deceased first wife, so that her eyes can be restored and she can continue to live. Soon, the two arrived at the White Pagoda. Heath felt he understood his father Ursel better than his other siblings. Some of them thought Ursel was a madman who openly conducted human experiments, and that they, his children, were simply bred by him to be used for experiments. They wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. Some people think he's a fool who abuses his position as his child. Heath didn't see it that way. His father was just too naive. He simply thought it would be a good thing for his children to be like him. His understanding of everything was different from that of most people. In recent years, with his long-term stay at home, he has become less and less like a human being. When he occasionally goes out, it is only because he feels that he should do some things that an elderly person should do, such as checking on his family members. It's not difficult to persuade him to temporarily side with you. That's what he thought. That's what he did. And that's how he succeeded. After completing his mission, Heath left. Rewind to the present. Stefan, Dinia, and Ronan have not yet entered the White Tower, which stands in the air and is slowly tilting. In the blink of an eye, the three entered the White Tower. The closer you get, the more ridiculously large the White Pagoda seems. This feeling becomes even more pronounced when you are inside it. The diameter of this cylindrical tower is definitely over 100 meters, and its area exceeds that of a standard football field. You can't help but imagine how magnificent and splendid the White Pagoda must have been when it was complete. The brief moment of thought did not delay Stefan and Dinia's actions. The White Pagoda is still leaning, which clearly indicates that some kind of change is taking place. Soon, the three of them descended the spiral staircase to the upper hemispherical platform. At this point, the entire platform was tilted at a 45-degree angle. Only by releasing magic to attach and grip the ground could one stand on this tilted platform. Although they had already sensed something, when they actually saw it, Stefan and Dinia both frowned. Rabelais and Ursel stood together on the still tilting platform. Stefan turned to Dinia and said softly, I'm taking away Ursel, who has the home advantage. I'm leaving Rabelais, this monster, to you. I'll bring him back in 30 minutes. Oh, and try not to damage this place. Try your best. As soon as he finished speaking, Stefan took Ursel away, and the two disappeared without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. Rabelais said nothing, but swung his massive warhammer at Dinia. With a battle axe in one hand and a sword in the other, Dinia softly called out Ronan, and in the next instant, a semi-transparent magical armor enveloped her entire body. Communicating with words is something that happens after the battle is over. Now is the time for violent clashes. Page 176, chapter 402. Are you in a hurry? If you're really in a hurry, then let's fight. Beneath the barren mountain on the shallow beach, Stefan faced Ursel. A gust of wind swept by, but Stefan remained motionless, his hand gripping the walking stick tightly. His meticulously combed slicked-back hair, which he had done before, now had 2 strands of silver hair sticking out from the edge of his forehead, and beads of sweat from his temples ran down his cheeks and hung on his chin. Ursel let the wind tousle his fluffy, curly hair. When the wind had completely died down, he had transformed from a curly-haired young man into a beardless middle-aged man. In reality, he had merged with his summoned creature. Sigh, I thought I was early, but I'm late. Stefan sighed. Your magic is too low in purity. You can beat me, Ursel said to Stefan. What do you mean by pure or impure? Stefan laughed. However, I certainly can beat you, old man, but that doesn't matter. The point was just to keep you here so they could have a chance to stop the White Tower. I see. Ursel understood. Then, come on. Let us try to get you to take me back with you as soon as possible. If Stefan can't hold on any longer, then naturally he'll have to be dragged back with him. Half an hour is no problem for me, Stefan said with a smile. On the other side, there was no dialogue, only the sound of clashing weapons. Driven by a violent force, the weapons a massive warhammer clashed, with a one-handed axe and a one-handed sword, producing a continuous clang and sparks flying. As the battle progressed, the White Tower had turned sideways, parallel to the distant ground, and the two were no longer standing on the platform, but on the huge, sideways cylinder. In another clash, Dinia unleashed a red beam of light at Rabelais the instant she dodged him. Although Rabelais has extremely high resistance, a single breath that would knock a tier 1 or tier 2 down to their knees is like a tiny toothpick prick to him. But since it can still deal damage, it's better to take it. This guy is really strange. He basically plays passive defense and doesn't use his attack methods. Dinia wasn't talking to herself, but to Ronan inside her. He's stalling for time. The White Tower is flying towards the royal palace in the capital, and its speed is gradually increasing. It probably won't take more than 15 minutes, Ronan said. Dinia was completely focused on the battle and had no time to think about anything else, but he had the energy to observe and speculate. Although it's unclear what that huge lump was doing flying over there, it certainly wasn't anything good. Rabelais, a 7th-tier cultivator, was only defending and blocking, trying to minimize his own consumption. It can be inferred that he was saving his strength for later. What should we do? Dinia asked while fighting, as she had no energy left to think. Rabelais was indeed in a defensive stance, but as the pinnacle of physical mutation in this era, or even in history, his defense was not something that just anyone could withstand. Just this backhand hammer strike, intended to create distance, sent 1st and 2nd-tier warriors straight into the church to listen to music. Find a way to stop this big guy. If you can't stop it, at least change its direction, Ronan said. Dinia began to attack the White Tower beneath her feet directly. The White Tower is very strong and extremely thick. Even a single axe blow imbued with Dinia's red berserk magic could only create a crack that looked deep, but was actually less than a quarter of the way through the outer wall. If we let her keep cutting, it might cause damage, but Rabelais isn't just for show. In fact, with Rabelais' obstruction, Dinia could only manage to carve out some cracks. While carrying out destruction, Dinia was also resisting Rabelais. Not only was Dinia's energy expenditure greater than that of Rabelais, but more importantly, it was simply impossible for her to complete the destruction in 15 minutes. After parrying another attack, Dinia changed her strategy with Ronan's guidance. Dinia widened a breach at her feet with an axe, and a bunch of mycelial mushrooms resembling a swarm of small snakes were thrown in. Under Dinia's magical stimulation, these mushrooms would gradually cover the interior of a White Tower. When that time came, Dinia would connect with these mushrooms, then grow to a gigantic size and forcibly pull the thing away. Upon noticing Dinia's unusual behavior, Rabelais' attitude changed immediately, and he took the initiative to attack. Dinia wasn't in a hurry at all. In another 5 minutes, the tentacle-like mycelium would permeate the entire White Tower. She could now do what Rabelais did at the beginning: defend and buy time. In an instant, Rabelais launched a full-force attack, his hammer piercing through the defenses and slicing off a chunk of flesh from Dinia's arm, revealing the bare bone. The bone was covered with fine cracks, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Dinia, on the other hand, delivered a side kick that visually appeared to cause the opponent's left side waist to cave in, as if the kidney had been completely kicked into the stomach. Dinia gritted her teeth and forcefully ripped off her injured hand. With a whoosh, a new, sleeveless, fair and tender arm grew out. On the other side, Rabelais' waist bulged like dough, with the inside constantly wriggling, repairing and regenerating. He can regenerate, but he's still far behind someone like Dinia. Ha, he asked, getting impatient. Ronan said with a laugh. Don't laugh. You're not the one getting beaten up, Dinia muttered, throwing away her one-handed sword and wielding her battle axe with both hands, ready for battle. However, you're about to get beaten up. As soon as Dinia finished speaking, Rabelais threw away his warhammer. The giant warhammer looked badly damaged, but it was actually much worse. Its interior was riddled with holes from the magic, and it would shatter at the slightest touch. After all, it was just a magical artifact, not a materialized object created by a materialist so that it could be repaired indefinitely. In terms of the skill of using magic to launch attacks, Dinia, who was decades younger than him, far surpassed him. During the battle, his old friend of more than 30 years suffered great damage with every exchange. His warhammer is no longer usable. The magic was activated, instantly locking onto the fire with his left eye, a fire that was guaranteed to hit and never be extinguished, and locking onto the ice with his right eye, a fire that was guaranteed to hit and never be unsealed. Holy crap, this Ronin didn't know what to say for a moment. In open terrain, Dinia's speed makes her difficult to catch, and it's extremely difficult to lock onto her with your eyes. But now she has to stay here. There's no way to hide. It could only rely on its armor and regeneration to withstand the erosion of fire and ice, while maintaining the spell-enhanced mushroom tentacles to continuously expand and encircle the White Tower. Ronan, who was part of Dinia, naturally felt the same pain from this overwhelming attack. And this is just the beginning. Rayblay exploded with magic like a burst of energy. His upper body clothes ripped apart, revealing a scarred, muscular body that looked not like a human body, but rather like the muscles of a bronze sculpture that had been hacked and chopped. Her white hair, which had been tied in a ponytail, now flowed freely. She released magic that shattered the massive warhammer. Come, my old friend. The red and black fragments swirled and danced in the air, eventually reforming into a sword. Ronan. Dinia plunged her tomahawk-shaped one deep into the outer wall of the White Tower. Understood. Ronan replied, and instantly, a sword appeared in Dinia's hand. Combined Roddy, entering full power mode. The next instant, no one could be seen anymore. All that could be seen were two columns, one bronze and one red, resembling a comet with a tail, constantly intersecting and colliding around the White Tower. Chapter 403. The joys and sorrows of extras, the laments and sighs of clowns, falling into a disadvantage just as the battle between Roddy and Rayblay was reaching its climax. The capital city of Paristo was in a state of tightening at the center and dispersing at the periphery. Inside the palace, the entire royal guard and most of the mage corps are located. Outside the palace, the security forces were dispersed. The total number of police officers was less than 1,000, which was already a bit too few for the capital city with a population of over 400,000. With the forces dispersed, they were even less effective. However, we didn't expect the police officers to do anything. We just hoped they would report any abnormalities promptly. Lasami was one of the police officers assigned to patrol and surveillance duties. He was feeling a little irritable at the moment, even though he had been happily studying math. Yes, I enjoy learning math. There is a reason for this, of course. Lasami is 24 years old and a novice magician. At his level, the possibility of becoming a proper mage before the age of 30 is not entirely non-existent, but it is extremely slim, and the basic reality is that if he does not become a proper mage before the age of 30, he will have no hope for the rest of his life. However, times have changed. Recently, a book called The Basics of Alternative Magic by the famous author Ronan has become popular. Actually, this book has been around for a while. Lasami had read it before, but he couldn't understand it. He tried to follow the instructions in the book, but it didn't work. It all started with a recently published book, The Mathematical Foundations of Basic Magic, Functions and Geometry. The book is primarily about mathematics, but if you understand this book, you can understand Ronan's book. Several people who understood Ronan's book have achieved breakthroughs, all around the age of 26 or 27. Ronan's book is of no use to many people who can master basic magic in their youth, but it is very useful to someone like him. Lasami was studying math on his own when a shady vegetable vendor came and reported that he knew of someone secretly causing trouble in a certain place. Normally, Lasami would have kicked him and sent him packing, but at this moment, he really didn't dare. Not only did he not dare to, but he also had to go and investigate, even if he knew that this troublesome commoner was probably making a fuss over nothing. It's not that he's afraid of something actually happening, but he's afraid someone will report him for ignoring citizens' complaints and not taking his work seriously. At a time when higher authorities are demanding thorough inspections, civil servants who have a poor work attitude are in serious trouble. Lassa endured the stench and followed the vegetable vendor down a sewer maintenance tunnel. He opened the roof and came to a room. Peeking out, he saw an open space surrounded by a bunch of houses of varying heights. Fuck, this Lasami didn't know what was in the open space. It looked like a cannon, but it was too big, and there were many mages around it. Fortunately, there were so many mages. Otherwise, he would have definitely been detected by now. Delilah Sami was thinking about leaving quickly to send a signal, but before he could move, his head had already flown off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The vegetable vendor who brought him there suffered the same fate. The one who killed them both was Heath, who had been at the White Tower just 2 hours earlier. Heath let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the more complex the plan, the easier it is to make mistakes. According to the message, the White Pagoda flew past the observation point later than scheduled, which means that the White Pagoda deviated from its intended flight path. Meanwhile, on the other side, right in front of us, the magical cannons intended to bombard the royal palace were almost discovered. The more complex the plan, the more it proves how weak the person who made the plan is. Ha, I am that weak person. Heath couldn't help but sigh. If he were 1 or 2 levels stronger and had more influence, he wouldn't need to put on such a clown-like show here. Reality is like a clown comedy. The matter caught the attention of Stefan, who had been detached from worldly affairs for many years, from the very beginning, and the plan had to be adjusted. His sister didn't follow his script and made a big fuss, so the plan had to be adjusted again. The old man who wanted to be king wanted to kill him. When he was still far from success, he had no choice but to fight back and kill the other party. Now there was no need to make adjustments, because half of the plan could already be considered a failure. As for the other half, the plan to have the White Tower collide with the underground palace area, where some of the White Tower's remains were buried, seems to be very difficult. Sigh. Heath sighed and turned to leave. If the plan completely fails, the only option is to blow up the White Pagoda and then run away. With this in mind, Heath quickly headed to an observation point that the White Tower would inevitably fly over. At the same time, Roddy and Rabelais were locked in fierce combat. The enormous 3-section White Pagoda, which was flying faster and faster in the air, had a smooth, porcelain-like surface covered with uneven cracks resembling coarse black lines. Most of the cracks were made by Dinia, but in order to stop Dinia's actions, Rabelais kept burning away the mushrooms that had seeped into the cracks with flames, and if there was no time, he would freeze them with ice to prevent Dinia from casting spells using these vine-like fungal groups. At the same time, launch a full-scale attack on Roddy, trying to keep the two from controlling the flying White Tower. Even so, under Ronan's guidance, Dinia used mushroom magic to repeatedly deflect the White Tower from its intended path by unleashing magical power from the mushrooms. If Ussel, the master of the White Tower, were still alive, this slight deviation could be corrected, but he was pulled away by Stefan from the very beginning, and Rabelais was powerless to stop it. Moreover, he also began to fall into a disadvantageous position in combat. As a 7th-tier mutant, Rabelais' speed and strength are even stronger than the combined Roddy, and his coordination is not inferior to that of a specially constructed person like Dinia, not to mention his physical strength, comprehensive resistance, and super vitality. Needless to say, Rabelais was unknown in his youth, but began to make leaps and bounds in his middle age. He had been through countless battles, and the experience of fighting was etched into his body. Before his mind moved, his body had already reacted. However, due to the injuries, he eventually began to weaken. Roddy always recovers completely from each injury in a very short time. In another exchange of blows, Rabelais' massive body moved with the agility of a snake, his movements swift and unpredictable. In the instant of the collision, he dodged Roddy's attack while simultaneously piercing Roddy's chest with his sword. With a twist of the blade, it spun like a giant drill, creating a large, hollow hole in Roddy's chest, completely empty, with not a trace of his internal organs visible. Roddy's movements were completely unaffected. He threw a punch, and Rabelais snapped the sword, piercing his chest in two. One piece in his hand turned into a dagger, and he used it to sever Roddy's arm with a backhand stroke. However, Roddy's arm did not stop moving at all. The sloping surface of the bone cut directly into Rabelais' neck, and just as he opened his mouth, a burst of red light from the combined magic was sprayed into his face. Rabelais tilted his head and kicked backward, shattering Roddy's kneecap in the instant before flying backward. Roddy ripped off his shattered kneecap with one hand, and with a forceful flick of his wrist, a new half forearm and hand grew out. In the blink of an eye, everything was back to normal. Rabelais gasped for breath, each breath causing blood to gush from the hole in his throat. His cheeks, which had been swept by the red beam of fused magic, were now devoid of flesh, revealing his bloody gums and teeth. Chapter 404 Victory or Defeat. Farewell, all must be taken her long, snow-white, pale gold hair fluttered in the wind. Dinia lowered her center of gravity, crouched low, and used her sword to stabilize herself by plunging it into the curved surface beneath her feet. Her face showed an expression of relief, and she was panting heavily. The massive loss of magic and life force, and the constant accumulation of pain and fatigue were only part of the reason. The real reason she showed such an expression was that when the hole was just opened, Ronan's body was inside that huge chunk of flesh that had been ripped apart and shattered. If he hadn't been quick enough, he would have been shattered too. He can't really lock onto me yet. Otherwise he should be using precision strikes instead of reckless ambushes. Besides, he's starting to weaken. I can move freely inside your body, so he won't have another chance to do that. Don't let me affect the fight, Ronan said to Dinia, although both sides were on a flying cylinder, making the battlefield quite small, and the opponent was a mutant with all his magic in his body, making the battle almost purely melee. Ronan did not take over the battle with a combat mindset. Page 177, because this opponent is different. Rabley is an absolute powerhouse in terms of physical skills. Every punch and kick is the result of 50 or 70 years of experience. If Ronan goes up, he will still be beaten, and he can only exchange injuries for injuries. Unlike before, when he went up, he went from being beaten to beating others. Ronan has two tasks. First, to maintain the magical armor on Dinia's surface and the sword in his hand without limit. The second task is to use the mushrooms that have successfully seeped into the cracks in the outer wall of the White Tower to cast spells, spewing out magic power to continuously interfere with the White Tower's predetermined flight path, causing it to gradually deviate from its original target. The battle was mainly fought by Dinia himself. He did not participate. Ronan had no idea how the muscular old man, who specialized in close combat, realized his location or pinpointed his position. Just now, Ronan had almost been hit. Rabley's neck wound had almost healed, and he couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that I would lose to someone else in this kind of battle. If he couldn't distance himself from him, he believed that neither Stefan nor Ussel could be his match. But unexpectedly, they lost to two young men. You didn't lose, Dinia responded. She expected that even in their combined form, they would be badly beaten, but the reality was even worse than she anticipated. However, she and Ronan are already immortals. Not only can their bodies regenerate at super fast speeds, but they can also absorb and release a sea of magic power at unrestricted speeds. More importantly, no matter how damaged their bodies are, their consciousness will not be affected. So even when their hands and feet are severed, or their chests are pierced and their heads are cut off, they can still launch a counterattack. Therefore, no matter how skillful and powerful Rabley is in severely injuring the combined body, he himself will inevitably be injured the moment he inflicts the damage. Despite the constant exchange of injuries, Rabley was still able to stand there and talk to her. This body has been beaten to the state, and your plans and objectives have been thwarted. We have indeed lost. As he spoke, Rabley suddenly vomited blood. Dinia was momentarily surprised. A mortal body, overdrawn too much, can never compare to you monsters. With a sigh, Rabley turned to look into the distance, one hand digging into the gap between his abdominal muscles, pulling out a metal arrow-like object from the flesh and holding it in his hand. Is it some kind of special weapon designed specifically for her, or some kind of self-suppressing drug? Dinia became fully alert. Then Rabley gently tossed it aside. Bang! The arrow exploded, neither a weapon nor a potion, leaving a large cloud of orange-red smoke that lingered in the air. This is a signal flare. Is there any help coming from elsewhere? Dinia and Ronan couldn't believe it. In a battle of this level, ordinary mages wouldn't be qualified to be reinforcements. Lower-level mages would be caught in the crossfire and die instantly. They wouldn't be any more resilient than the thick outer shell of the White Tower. Wasn't Ussel the only one truly qualified to be reinforcements? But he's already tied down by Stefan. Just as the two were wondering, the White Tower suddenly began to tremble violently, like an egg about to burst in boiling water. In the distance, on an old castle-ruined watchtower on a hillside in Rendinia, out of Rabley's sight, Heath saw a plume of orange-red smoke. In such close combat where it was impossible to create distance, Rabley actually lost. Heath was somewhat incredulous. Stefan, that cunning old fox, would never choose to fight the fierce Rabley on such a battlefield. It's obvious that Stefan would pull his father away, and then use various special spells to delay him. The one left to fight Rabley will inevitably be Dinia, but is Dinia really that strong? Forget it. There is no time to think about these things. Heath sighed. The signal flare was a message to him that the explosive program he had set up while Ussel was away had been activated, and as one of the masterminds, he had to run away. Just as Heath was running away from the observation point, the White Tower began to shake more and more violently, as if it were about to explode. On the White Pagoda, Rabley wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, tore a strip of cloth from his tattered trousers, bit the cloth with his mouth, and used it to straighten his messy, blood-stained white hair. Finally, he retied his hair into a low ponytail with the cloth, then spread his arms, his lips slightly upturned, and looked at the sky behind Roddy, as if to say, "Farewell, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Rabelais fell straight backward, plummeting from the sky. "This is troublesome," Dinia said. At this moment, Ronan also emerged from Dinia's body, still not dissolving the fusion. "I think a huge lump is about to explode, and we probably can't stop it." Dinia's expression was grave. "Although its flight path has been altered, it will likely still land within the capital's territory. It's starting to descend now, and its speed is increasing. Time is running out. Do you have any ideas?" "With limited time remaining, there are only two things that can be done. One is to go to the top spire, which serves as the research lab, and take away the things that are being produced inside. Another thing is to change the direction of the White Tower at this moment when there are no more disturbances, and to dismantle and break it up. Even if it still ends up in the capital, it will not be such a large hole." Ronan saw through Dinia's thoughts at a glance. She herself was more inclined to save people, but she also knew very well that Ronan didn't want to save people. He just wanted to get things, so she let Ronan choose. "Let us go take a look at the spire ahead first," Ronan said. "Okay," Dinia agreed without hesitation. Maintaining the fusion, Roddy rode the hovering shield and flew horizontally to the entrance of the spire, which was originally above but was now in front, and jumped inside. The tower, which was originally upright, is now horizontal, and the contents inside have long been overturned. However, there was so much stuff here that it was like a huge library with its 4 bookshelves collapsed, requiring a large ladder to reach the books. Ronan said, "Sure enough, the tower wasn't originally planned to be blown up. Usul, the Lord of the White Tower, was only a temporary addition, so nothing was moved. It's all here. Now it's time to show off your skills, Diddy. We need to save people, and I also need to get the loot." Chapter 405 Win-Win. Too much shit. Finally it can end. The White Pagoda consists of 3 parts. The bottom part is a cylinder, with an outer diameter of 100 meters and a height of 50 meters. Even if the nearly 2-meter thick outer wall is removed, the base area is still about the size of a football field. In the center is a hemispherical platform, larger in diameter than a cylinder, and on the platform, a conical spire, about 30 meters in diameter and 60 meters high, is where Ronan and Dinia are currently located. The interior of the conical tower was supposed to be like a circular library, with all the books and documents placed on the circular bookshelves, but suddenly it was turned sideways, with one half of the bookshelves completely empty, and the books and documents on it scattered and pressed down on the other half of the circular bookshelves. "Very good, they're all books." Ronan glanced at it. Once again, it was confirmed that apart from various books bound into volumes or patterned paper wrapped and stuffed into a long cylinder, the majority of the remaining items were stacks of paper documents nailed to a wooden board, as well as some other scattered manuscripts. The top layer was merely where Usul conducted theoretical conjectures, summaries, and reasoning analyses. It was not where he performed experiments. The cylindrical building below is where he conducted his experiments. Next, we'll cut the spire off along with its base. Its material is the same as the other parts, so its protective capabilities are just as high. If it falls to the ground, it will probably only crack, not shatter. So, once we cut it off, we don't need to worry about it anymore. The spire itself is the smallest and has the thinnest outer wall, so it's the only part that can be cut off in a short time. The White Tower was made of a very durable material. As a battlefield, Dinia and Rabelais fought on it for several minutes, and it only cracked, not shattered. Even if it falls hundreds of meters and gets stuck in the ground, it won't break. As long as the outside is not broken, there is no need to worry about the paper or leather books and documents inside being damaged. A win-win situation. It's a sure thing. What's left are these 2 big lumps, the cylinder and the hemispherical platform. If we stop them, we can finish, Ronan said. Dinia replied. Soon, the spire, along with its base, was sliced off by a highly concentrated red magic strike. Having no power of its own, it immediately began to free fall after separating from the main body, plummeting towards the ground. Then, the combined Roddy flew away from the still flying White Tower and arrived at the lower front of the White Tower at an extremely fast speed. Gigantic. A red giant, over 20 meters tall and covered in dark gold semi-transparent armor, appeared. To ordinary people, Roddy, after his enlargement, was a giant, but compared to the flying White Tower, he was just a 4 or 5-year-old child. In his red giant form, Roddy rushed forward, embracing the flying White Tower. 10 enormous round shields pressed down on his back, like 10 round jet tubes, propelling the red giant and preventing the White Tower from advancing further. From a distance, it looked like a red-bodied child hugging a large white porcelain water vat that could fit 2 or 3 adults, trying to push it forward. No, this thrust is not enough, Dinia said with difficulty. That's enough. This thing will at most land on the outer layer and break through the outer city wall. We've already slowed down its oblique impact. The citizens on the outermost layer aren't blind. They have enough time to escape. As for the damage, well, we'll figure that out later. Ronan originally meant to say that it was a good thing that the citizens' houses were destroyed by the flood, so that they could find a reason to rebuild them. Wouldn't that be a good thing? The capital city of Pallister is really terrible. Apart from the area around the palace, it can be described as filthy and chaotic. The filth and disorder were not due to poor municipal construction or lack of sewage systems in places other than the palace, nor were they due to the residents' lack of cleanliness and hygiene. It was simply because there were too many people. The roads, drainage systems, and sewage systems were all from 100 years ago, and with the continuous influx of people, they were already overloaded. Even though excrement was a strategic resource that could be used as fertilizer and gunpowder, and there were people collecting it every day, they still couldn't keep up with the demand, making the areas where the lower-class citizens lived in densely populated areas reek. Wangdu had 4 walls. The first ring is centered on the royal palace, and then there are 4 rings in total, one inside the other. These city walls were originally built to accommodate the continuous expansion of the capital over the past few hundred years. However, nowadays, these city walls no longer serve a defensive purpose, but are constantly being raised and extended. The reason for this is isolation and odor prevention, especially between the 3rd and 4th rings, which is the ring between merchants with some wealth, middle-income professionals, civil servants, and ordinary people at the bottom of society. The main wall there is the highest, and there are the most branch walls. Soon, residents on the outermost edge of the capital, near the city walls, noticed the anomaly in the sky from a straight-line distance of several hundred meters. A red giant over 20 meters tall, a white cylinder 100 meters in diameter. If you still can't see that, you should gouge your eyes out. People without special knowledge have an instinctive fear of the enormous. They don't need to know what it is. They only need to know that something huge is approaching their home. In an instant, more than a dozen witnesses scattered and ran away, rushing towards their homes while frantically shouting along the way, telling others that a big one was coming and to run quickly. Those living on the outer perimeter, possessing little property, grabbed their bedsheets and blankets, packed up their meager valuables, and dragged their wives and children out of the narrow, cramped, dilapidated houses that looked like tattered cardboard boxes from afar. They raced wildly towards the city. In an instant, the citizens on this side, carrying large and small bags, jostled and pushed each other, like clumps of frightened fat rats surging out from under a crowded pile of tattered cardboard boxes, bumping and shoving each other as they surged to the other side. Rendinia had no time to care about these things. The White Tower, which had already slowed down, made them almost think they could land smoothly with this thing. Unexpectedly, after approaching the capital, the White Tower accelerated again. With a deafening roar, the red giant landed in the desolate wilderness not far from the city walls. The moment it touched the ground, its feet shattered the earth. Then, the massive White Tower crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, creating a huge crater and causing a massive tremor. Sand and dust billowed up, even higher than the red giant himself. Although it had landed and was stuck in a deep pit, the White Tower continued to move forward. The red giant positioned its colossal shield, as tall as itself, between itself and the White Tower. Then it leaned to the side, bracing its shoulder against the shield, tilting its body and pushing off the ground with its feet. The other shields continued to push from behind, preventing the White Tower from advancing. If the red giant looks like a child in front of the White Tower, then the outermost 6-meter-high brick and stone wall looks like a low mud wall made by children playing house in front of the red giant. The White Tower slowed down once again, only able to push the red giant forward slowly. It seemed to have little power, and visually, it looked as if it were crawling slowly on the ground. The red giant's heel touched the city wall, but the wall was incredibly solid. The red giant's foot, in its human form, tried to use the wall for leverage, but the wall couldn't withstand the enormous force. With one push, the wall collapsed. At this point, the destruction of the city's buildings within the capital was no longer an option. However, the disassembly and dismantling of the White Pagoda is almost complete. In fact, Ronan and Dinia were not only pushing against this enormous thing, but also using magic to destroy its interior. It's finally over. Chapter 406. It stopped. The Jinx, the kingdom's most innocent magician without its spire, the White Tower, which was on the verge of disintegration, but had not yet disintegrated, continued to push the combined form of Red Giant Ruddy forward. continue heading towards the royal palace. It was like a huge, slowly moving bulldozer. Although slow, it was unstoppable. Wherever it passed, the solid stone road was plowed into a wide and deep trench, like soft soil. The gravel and soil were pushed aside, tumbling to both sides and piling up into mountains. As for the buildings along the way, they would collapse with a push or shatter with a crash. Whether it's the red giant towering more than 20 meters ahead, or even if it were turned sideways and its diameter became its height, reaching a height of 100 meters, both are far, far taller than the surrounding bungalows that are at most 3 stories high. It was less of a push and a ram, and more of a crushing, like a slow-moving road roller entering a city full of model buildings, crushing everything in its path and turning it into a flat wasteland. Ronan and Dinia have prevented the White Tower from falling directly into the capital, and have greatly slowed its advance. Of course, casualties are still inevitable. Ronan wouldn't care about any of that. Dinia is the same. She is a person who is not easy for ordinary people to understand. Killing and saving are both things she is passionate about, but she will not feel pleasure from killing people, nor will she feel guilty for failing to save people. Gradually, the White Pagoda itself began to crumble, with large chunks falling off. Finally, after breaking into the capital and advancing several hundred meters, destroying a large number of buildings, the White Tower stopped. At this point, only a broken cylindrical base remained of the White Tower. Most of the rest had been scattered in piles along the way. Seeing that everything was over, the red giant suddenly shrank, and then Dinia and Ronan appeared. Dinia was covered in a dense cluster of red mycelium, as if she were wearing a red, matte bodysuit. Her military uniform had long been torn to shreds. At this moment, Dinia also looked exhausted, hunched over, with her hands on her knees, eyes closed and face down, trying her best to regulate her breathing. A fierce battle lasting several minutes ensued, during which she was killed by Rablay more than once. After trading blows, she finally gained the upper hand. Rablay then leaped from the sky and fell. In order to stop the White Tower from flying towards the capital, she had to maximize the release rate of her magic. At this moment, Dinia was nearing her limits in terms of both body and mind, magic and life force. Ronan is better. He was simply running out of magic, and the prolonged multitasking had caused him to overwork his brain. After a pause, Ronan spoke up. Let's rest here. Judging by the time, Stefan, that old fox, will be back with Ussel in about 5 or 6 minutes. According to him, he was using a marker-based teleportation technique. He would disappear from a certain place and return to the same place. He marked the White Tower, but now the White Tower has been destroyed by us. So, we can only say that he and Ussel will suddenly appear in this area in a few minutes. Dinia breathed a sigh of relief. If a fight breaks out here, it will be extremely troublesome. It's unlikely that a fight will break out, although I don't know this Mr. Ussel, based on some records of his words and deeds, plus the account of that old fox Stefan. He is someone who doesn't care much about politics or even the secular world. As for research, he doesn't have any topics that he absolutely has to figure out. It's just that he has nothing else to do besides research. Another of Rablay's associates, who probably knew him better, persuaded him to join temporarily using some kind of rhetoric. Page 178. However, Rablay was defeated, and the White Tower failed to hold the target location, which was originally in the capital. Ronan was about to say that the operation originally planned in the capital had not been carried out, but before he could finish speaking, he heard a loud bang. Turning my head, I saw an arc across the sky. The next moment, the area where the palace was located suddenly shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, a loud explosion came from afar. At this moment, some bold citizens, patrolling police officers, and even a few magicians, who were originally watching Ronan and Dinia from a short distance, all turned their attention to the distant royal palace. All of this is easy to understand. It's just that the royal palace was hit by a cannonball. Damn, how did you do that? Ronan was also shocked. It's not unusual for a cannon to hit inside the palace from more than a kilometer away, but the fact that it could cause such a loud noise that even he could see and hear it was truly exaggerated. The past? Dinia asked. No need. They can handle this little thing perfectly well, Ronan said. A few minutes later, Stefan and Ussel appeared not far from Ronan and Dinia's line of sight. Stefan's white hair was a mess, and his tailored clothes were tattered. He should have called Ronan and Dinia to help him immediately, but he was stunned. Yes, stunned. He thought that when he returned, he would be in the capital, but he never expected that he would be surrounded by such things. Ussel, who appeared to be a curly-haired, slightly disheveled middle-aged man, scanned his surroundings with a pair of childlike, clear eyes. He certainly knew where he was, but he couldn't quite believe it. According to his son, who seemed to be named Heath, the White Tower should have flown to the palace and made contact with another section of the White Tower buried beneath the palace square. Then we would know what Oren, the founding monarch of the Golden Eagle dynasty, was studying in the final stage of his life. As for other things like coups, chaos, and the new order, Ussel simply ignored them. But the current situation, the White Tower did not fall into the palace, and Rabley was no longer there. Undoubtedly, it was a failure. Oh, I see, Ussel sighed. You couldn't read frustration on his face, because he really wasn't frustrated. In his eyes, agreeing to Heath and Rabley's request was a trivial matter, like throwing a pebble at a lamb drinking by the river. If you hit it, you'd be happy. If you didn't, there was nothing to be upset about. Of course, Ussel was not unaware that his actions were inappropriate in some respects. Ursel dispelled the spell, transforming into a curly-haired boy. He leaped more than 10 meters, clearing the wasteland, and arrived in front of Ronan, asking, "Is my crime very serious?" Ronan was almost stumped by the sky. He covered his face, gave a helpless, wry smile, and then replied, "Very serious. How could the crime of rebellion not be serious?" Ussel didn't react much, and then began to talk to himself in a serious tone. "Oh, all right. The fine can't exceed 10,000 gold coins, because I only have 16,342 gold eagle coins in total, and I need to keep some. Although many people are willing to sponsor me, there are some sponsorships I don't want to accept. As for the sentence, it can't exceed 2 months. I still have a lot of interesting research to do. In short, if the fine exceeds 10,000, or if I have to serve more than 2 months in prison, I will probably choose to defect and leave the kingdom of Fas for other countries. If it's okay, I won't go for now and will help you deal with this pile of junk. If not, I'll leave." Ussel's tone was not forceful at all. It was neither a plea nor a threat, but simply an explanation of his thoughts. Chapter 407. You're the fool. The official's acting skills. You might think this old man Ussel is foolish, but he's not. He's perfectly clear about the nature of his actions. Judging from his past experiences, when he doesn't want to be deceived, no one can deceive him. He even knew very well that Ronan was a person who could make decisions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Ronan so immediately. But you could say he wasn't stupid. Just for something whose authenticity was completely uncertain, he got involved in a rebellion, and he acted on it immediately. After it was all over, he solemnly told people that punishment and sentencing were no problem, but it couldn't go too far. If it went too far, he would go abroad to make money. Ronan sighed. "All right, I'll have to take care of this for you, old man." There was nothing they could do. The trio was already missing one of Rabley. Although the muscular old man was most likely not dead but had run away, it was impossible to catch him now. It is a fact that we have lost one of our strategic weapons of mass destruction. But facts aside, the Rabley affair still needs to be covered up. Since no one witnessed his participation in the rebellion, let's just pretend it never happened. But Ussel, the master of the White Tower, damn it. The White Tower flew over and turned the capital upside down like this. It was like a slap in the face to the nation. It's impossible to cover it up. The only options are to declare him a rebel and clear his name. If they determined that he was a rebel, they had no choice but to kill him. Otherwise, the country would lose all face. But even if they killed him, the country would still lose face. Ironically, the best way to handle this without damaging the country's prestige is to whitewash him. It cannot even be said that he was deceived into participating in the rebellion, because the 3 leaders could not be fools. It can only be said that he was involved and used without his knowledge. It can be done, but there's an extra condition. Ronan changed the subject. "Come with me later, and you have to get Her Majesty the Queen to punch you. After that, you don't have to do anything. Just turn around and leave." "What I mean is," Ussel agreed before Ronan could even finish speaking. "No problem. By the way, I meant in public," Ronan added. Ussel pressed one hand to his head, tilted his head to the side, and asked, "Is there a difference? Why don't we have him apologize in public?" Dinya suggested. "Why should I apologize?" Ursel asked Dinya, looking puzzled. When asked this, Dinya was stunned. "You've already confessed." Ussel suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "Oh," stroking his clean-shaven chin, "I understand. You're just like my third wife, a rather dim-witted person. You think that my willingness to plead guilty and accept punishment is an admission of wrongdoing, which is incorrect. First of all, I did nothing wrong, and secondly, I don't believe I did anything wrong. It's just that pleading guilty and accepting punishment is only to reduce trouble. To be more specific, going against social conventions is very troublesome, so I plead guilty. But apologizing goes against my own understanding. I don't like it, and it's meaningless." Does apologizing have any meaning? Do you understand this explanation, silly little girl? After speaking, Ussel used a very gentle, almost deliberately childish tone throughout, like an older brother talking to a 3 or 5-year-old girl. Stefan remained silent. Dinia clenched her fist. Only Ronan smiled. Ussel sighed and patted Ronan on the shoulder. You're a smart man. It must be tough being with such a silly woman. But it's okay. Sometimes helplessness is sweet. Thinking back, my third wife was the one I loved the most. She was the only one who could hit me on the head with a baguette that had been sitting out overnight. Ha! Ronan burst out laughing, losing his composure. Ronan then took off his coat and draped it over Dinia before heading to the palace. Stefan magically changed his clothes and tidied his appearance before following. Ussel also transformed into a middle-aged man, donning a fiery cloak and wielding a golden staff. His eye sockets were replaced by bolts of lightning, and a giant ice serpent suddenly emerged from beneath his feet. Standing atop the serpent, Ussel caught up with the 3 ahead. Soon, Ronan and his party arrived at the palace. The scene in front of the gate was quite interesting. On the outermost perimeter were some nobles living near the palace, church priests, and a few residents watching the spectacle. At the main gate of the palace, a large group of officials, including the Prime Minister, ministers, and heads of various central government departments and subordinate agencies, were gathered, shouting that they wanted to rush in and protect the emperor. There were many magicians around them, who also shouted along. The problem is that the guards had already gone inside to protect the emperor, and there were only 5 guards at the gate. They didn't dare to stop these high-ranking officials, and they couldn't stop them even if they wanted to. Many of these officials were mages, and they were accompanied by other mages. The ridiculous thing is that these officials are all crying and shouting for the emperor's protection, yelling, "Guards, make way! Let us in quickly!" The guards desperately wanted to let them in, but somehow some bastard had cast a spell on them, freezing the 3 of them in place and preventing them from making way. "Your Majesty, you cannot die." The voice was so loud, as if afraid that others wouldn't hear it. "Ah, my Majesty." Some people even fainted on the spot from excitement. The officials acted as if they themselves would not live if the king died, yet not a single one of them went inside. Seeing someone faint from crying, several others immediately followed suit. The subordinates and the young magician who had been temporarily recruited shouted that so-and-so had fainted. Several officials also grabbed the Prime Minister, crying and pleading, "Prime Minister, we know you want to go in, but you can't go. Don't stop me." Several ministers were also struggling desperately, looking as if they would risk their lives to rush in and protect the emperor. He struggled, but his face wasn't turned towards the palace. Instead, it was turned towards the onlookers outside, as if afraid they wouldn't see or remember his loyal face. They only quieted down when they saw Ronan and his group arrive. Ronan glanced at the Prime Minister, Alexander, who was still being held back by several people, and gave Ronan a look of utter despair. Dinia was furious watching this group of people putting on an act. She felt an urge to shoot these bastards to death with a red light cannon. Ronan then went inside. The palace gates were so large, with 5 guards standing there, that it was still easy to enter. Ronan and his entourage went inside, and the officials followed. They had just fainted but quickly came back to life and hurried after them. There were no casualties in the palace, and even the buildings were only slightly damaged. The central square was blasted apart, creating a large crater. Beneath the soil in the crater, there was a huge square partition, and from beneath the partition, a strange aura that Ronan recognized was faintly emanating. Ronan glanced at Dinia and Dinia returned his gaze. Now it is confirmed. It was the same aura that emanated from the White Tower in the New Continent's alternate dimension before it was activated and sent people to heaven. Ussel immediately stood in front of Ronan. "What do you know?" "We'll talk about it in a few days," Ronan replied. Now is not the time to explain these things to Ussel. Chapter 408 One Punch. "God, tone determines facts, no problem," Ussel replied. He didn't mind taking a few days off. At this moment, Ambrina and Alina also rushed over after noticing Rindinia's arrival. At the same time, the palace guards and members of the mage corps also followed. Many of the officials didn't know Stefan and Ussel, and the young mages who followed the officials only felt that the two were very powerful. After all, Stefan hadn't been out and about for 20 years, and Ussel's last active period was 50 years ago. In recent years, he had only occasionally gone out to visit relatives. However, although they didn't know each other, they could all tell that Stefan and Ussel were top-notch magicians. After all, Ussel had deliberately put on a show of intimidation, doing something unnecessary that only children would do when they were fighting, like casting a spell of intimidation. As for Stefan, he was the kind of person who looked like a master. The members of the Mage Corps were different. They all knew Stefan and Ussel, not to mention their 7th tier realm. Even if they weren't at the 7th tier, the two of them were already legendary enough. Stefan, a manifestation magician, became the headmaster of the kingdom's #1 magic academy, making him the first person in history to do so. It should be noted that for the past 300 years, all the headmasters have been elemental mages. The reason is simple. Elemental magic is the only type of magic that relies on learning, comprehension, and development to make progress. Other magic is considered heretical by elemental mages, especially fate magic, which is an insult to the word magic. Conjuration mages are nothing more than monkeys who can use sticks, and transformation mages are just gorillas who don't need any brains at all. Stefan, this crooked path, became the principal under such prejudice. Ussel, a living legend, the last man left from the previous golden age, older than Lawrence, that alone is enough. For a moment, the members of the mage group could hardly contain their excitement. This was their idol, a living one. Ronan ignored everyone else and went straight to Ambrina, whispering something in her ear. Ambrina's eyes widened, her lips slightly parted, and she still looked incredulous even after Ronan finished speaking. He took a step forward, then turned back to look at Ronan, his face seemingly asking, "Is this really how it should be?" Ronan nodded vigorously and raised his fist in a gesture of encouragement. Ambrina took a deep breath and, in front of the palace guards, a group of officials, a group of nobles, a mage corps, and some conscripted mages, unleashed her magic restaurant. In an instant, the alternate dimension descended into the real world. The square, which had been a mess after being bombarded and was in ruins, was transformed into a country manor field in a flash. In front of Ambrina, there was a rectangular dining table. All the mages present felt the suppression. Even Ronan, a 5th-tier mage, felt that his magic was having some difficulty circulating normally. The leader of the Mage Corps, who was also a 5th-tier mage, was not in a better situation than Ronan. Only Dinia, a 6th-tier mage, and the two old monsters, Stefan and Ussel, did not feel it particularly obviously. As for the others whose strength was below Ronan's, their magic was obviously not flowing smoothly. As for the 1st and 2nd-tier mages, they were basically in a state of magic suppression. Besides Ronan, Dinia, Stefan, and Ursel, the other 4 people in the know were completely dumbfounded. What had Queen Ambrina gone mad with, suddenly unleashing magic? And wasn't her magic a bit too exaggerated? The last person to be able to summon space to cover reality was Aran, 300 years ago. Ambrina took deep breaths, repeatedly telling herself, "It's okay, trust Ronan, it's okay." And so, Ambrina walked up to Ussel and clenched her fist. Ambrina suddenly punched Ursel in the face, making Ursel's head turn around and stagger back 2 steps. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. My God, what's going on here? Especially for the members of the mage group who knew Ursel, it felt like the sky had fallen. Even God the Father descending to earth couldn't control this situation. Should we protect the Emperor or flee? Cast 2 spells and then run away? That should be enough to justify the salary the king gave me, right? However, just when the members of the mage group thought that an earth-shattering battle was about to take place, the Lord of the White Tower, the pinnacle of the kingdom's magicians, the living legend Ussel, simply rubbed his slap cheek, nodded to Ambrina, his lips slightly parted as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing and turned away. Ussel originally wanted to say that the Frago family bloodline had finally hit rock bottom and rebounded, but then he remembered that he had promised Ronan that after being beaten, he would leave without saying a word. So he left without saying a word. Page 179. Just leave like that. Also, why did Her Majesty the Queen throw that punch? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. I should go too, Stefan said, brandishing his walking stick and disappearing from the spot. Now, everyone was left looking at each other, completely bewildered. Even Alina, Alice, and the others were staring at Ronan and Dinia with puzzled expressions, wanting to know what had happened. Don't look at me. There's a huge mess to clean up, Ronan said, then began assigning tasks. The guards stay here, and while you re-add it, get someone to come and refill the square with earth, then level it. Your Majesty, and gentlemen, it is necessary to convene an emergency imperial meeting now. Members of the Mage Corps, please assist the Security Bureau in arresting those who bombarded the royal palace, and also in restoring order to the capital. Minister Dinia, the Ministry of the Interior needs to take action, especially in the town of Ates. After saying that, Ronan pulled Ambrina along, called the Prime Minister, and headed towards the area where the Royal Council meeting was being held. Dinia gestured for Elena, Alice, Isabel, and Ashley to leave. The Royal Guards and the Mage Corps, having received their missions, also began their operations. 15 minutes later, in the Imperial Conference Room, although it was called a royal meeting, the scene was actually similar to a ministerial conference, because apart from the Minister of Security and the Minister of Civil Affairs who were on duty to maintain stability, almost all the ministers were present. Ronan then fabricated a version of the story, which excluded Rabelais, one of the three giants, and told everyone that Ussel was merely uneducated and failed to look after the White Tower. As for the others, they are all complete traitors. Whether they were directly involved or were later found to be implicated, every single one of them must die. Ambrina, in a fit of righteous indignation, punched Ussel. Ussel, with his high moral standards, felt guilty and willingly accepted the punch before leaving. Is that really true? No one would ask such a stupid question. Ussel must be subjectively innocent. Queen Ambrina's punch must be out of righteous indignation. She must be a saintly king, great, bright, and righteous. That's all that matters. Principal Stefan must be a staunch patriot, without any selfish motives, and as for Ronan and Dinia, who saved the country and millions of people, they must be the role models for all officials and magicians. In short, it must. The tone must match the facts. If you don't even understand this, you shouldn't be an official. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out, proving that everyone understood. Chapter 409. The Stability Maintenance Masters are all rats. He actually died within 2 days. The situation stabilized. The officials in the capital may not be good at much else, but they are quite adept at maintaining stability. After all, the capital is a place teeming with troublemakers, a bunch of old Parisian white flags, and a large group of stinky outsiders magicians. It's not news if they cause you any trouble. It's news if they don't. Officials have long since developed a set of practical operating procedures. Moreover, this incident, while seemingly significant after all, the royal palace was hit by a cannonball, was also relatively minor because the palace was only hit by one cannonball. A large crater was created in the middle of the square, and apart from that, a large number of poor people's homes were crushed, and a street leading from the east gate of the capital towards the capital was destroyed. More than 100 poor people died, but it was just a matter of giving them a few coins to get rid of them. Even if some individuals are determined to cause trouble, we can just suppress them. Muskets are used to target troublemakers. In fact, no citizens who received special compensation caused trouble. In fact, many citizens even praised Queen Ambrina, which is quite unusual. The reason lies in a rapidly spreading and fermenting message. Queen Ambrina struck Ussel, the Lord of the White Tower. The Lord of the White Tower was innocent, and his status in the kingdom's magical world could be said to be supreme. But Ambrina still struck him, all for the sake of the innocent citizens whose families were destroyed and whose lives were taken, because of the White Tower. Afterwards, Ussel, the Lord of the White Tower, was forced to hand over 10,000 gold coins as compensation to start the reconstruction project. What a benevolent and loving queen she is. On the other hand, the nobles, priests, wealthy merchants, and idle magicians, those who were truly capable of causing trouble, did not suffer any losses. If these people suffer losses, it's not a problem that can be solved simply by spending money. They were also discussing Ambrina punching Ursel, but unlike the lower-class citizens who were moved, they were filled with fear. Ambrina dared to hit Ursel, a 7th-level mage, so who wouldn't she dare to hit? It's best to stay quiet for now, and especially avoid speaking out about the treason case, lest you face a fatal consequence. Let's return to this incident. The person who set off the firecrackers was arrested, along with a whole bunch of other people. The matter has been basically clarified, but overall it's a bit complicated. The masterminds were 3 people: Ursel's son Heath, Ambrina's great-uncle Laurie, and a magician named Rector. The whole plan was to bombard the palace, then have the White Tower crash into it, colliding with another section of the White Tower beneath the square, triggering a massive magical explosion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they would storm the palace, kill Ambrina, and then Ambrina's great-uncle Laurie would ascend the throne and become king. Next, the parliament was expanded to include the states, and then a congress was established, which was led by magicians. Ambrina's great-uncle Laurie is dead. He died in the town of Ates. Heath, the man who proposed the entire parliamentary plan, is currently missing. The magician Rector has been captured and is currently at the education center. According to this guy's confession, he had tried to join the Ministry of Magic many times, but the ministry insisted that he pass an exam, which he just couldn't pass. So he joined this cause that could bring fairness to magicians, and incidentally, vent his anger and prove himself. The truth is not the problem. The problem is how the case is classified. Ronan meant that this matter should be treated as a major treason case, which the Prime Minister was unwilling to accept, and other officials were even more unwilling to accept. The reason is simple. In cases of treason, it's better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. All the officials knew that if it was treated as treason, Ronan would probably use this as an excuse to start a frenzy of recruiting students, and a large number of people would enter that so-called education center. Not long ago, that bastard Ronan released a group of people who had been educated, so everyone knows what this so-called education is all about. There's nothing the officials aren't afraid of. Alexander also objected, saying that Ronan's approach was like treating officials like pigs to be slaughtered, which was extremely detrimental to political stability. If officials were all sent to education, who would govern the country? It was still the same little tavern at night. Alexander, once John is captured, Tom will naturally take his place. Why worry about not having officials? Isn't he that the advantage of the civil service system? There is never a shortage of reserve forces, unlike in the feudal era, where getting rid of a nobleman was a troublesome matter of who to replace him with. Ronan didn't think sending a few more ministers in was a big deal at all. Ronan, Alexander said in a very serious voice, I admit that some officials have been removed from their posts, and their deputies or subordinates are perfectly capable of taking their place. But you've taken down a large number of them all at once on charges of treason. Are the replacements competent? Ronan smiled. In the Far East, in Sears, many years ago, there was a prime minister who, when he was young, saw rats in the barn and rats in the toilet. They were all rats, but very different. He said that the difference in people's talents is nothing more than that. You know, these officials, even ministers, have no talent whatsoever. They just perform better on the platform of the system. They are no different from some local young officials. They are all rats, and so are you and me. Ronan adapted the story of Lycée. I cannot agree with that. Alexander remained opposed. Ronan also said frankly, actually, I'm helpless. None of the current ministers, including the 2 or 3 who supported my father-in-law, the late king, support my wife. This time, with such a big incident, not only do they not take the initiative to take the blame or shirk responsibility, but they all just stay there and pretend to be dead. If they're going to play dead, then they really will die. Ronan's words got a bit harsh towards the end. You're starting to look more and more like a vice-king, Alexander said sarcastically. Ronan followed up with a joke. You're a veteran bureaucrat. You should know that this title has a deputy part. It's just Alexander took a big gulp of wine. Enough. If you just wanted to fire a few people, would you have made them all play dead? But this time you don't want to fire a few people at all. You want to use the pretext of handling the treason case to dismantle the Ministry of Finance and expand the Ministry of the Interior. Who dares to answer to you? Anyone who supports you on this matter will be going to heaven the day they retire. As a seasoned politician, Alexander understood that Ronan wasn't trying to harm anyone, but rather to target the central government, separating taxation from the Ministry of Finance and expanding the power of the Ministry of the Interior. The Ministry of Finance, this monstrous deformity, is a tool used by the entire bureaucratic group to make, cut and distribute the cake. Bruno, the minister, could be executed 1,000 times over, and it wouldn't matter if several other ministers were dismissed as well, but the Ministry of Finance cannot be dismantled, and the Ministry of the Interior's authority cannot be expanded. This is the thinking of many officials. Normally, officials would definitely jump out to oppose it, but at this point in time, no one dares to do so, so they have to play dead. It is okay if they don't agree. Just transfer them to the education center and bring in someone else. They'll eventually agree, Ronan said. After all, there are too many men who want to be my wife's dog. I'll go check out. Alexander immediately got up and left his seat. Ronan didn't say anything more, left the tavern, and headed straight for the Ministry of the Interior. There is another particularly troublesome and important matter to deal with at the Ministry of the Interior. This matter involves Ribley, who is now dead. He died, but someone connected to him lives on in a very special way. Chapter 410 Rehabilitation Center, one of a kind. Wolf exterminates the bookkeeper late at night. At the Sacred Heart Rehabilitation Center next to the Moulin Rouge Education Center, not far from the Royal Palace. The Sacred Heart Rehabilitation Center is located on a small hill in the royal capital, Paristo, where one can overlook the city lights shining between the buildings in the distance, like stars scattered across the ground at night. The view from afar is beautiful and vibrant, but it's not like that up close. Inside the rehabilitation center, Galen led the way with an oil lamp. In the dark corridor, a dim, swaying light emanated from the lamp, and the constant clattering of 2 footsteps created an eerie silence. It all started 2 days ago. At that time, the matter at the royal palace was temporarily put to rest, and Dinia led the people from the Ministry of the Interior to the town of Ates. The original objectives were twofold. First, to arrest the rebels. In those days, information didn't spread that fast, so the rebels wouldn't receive news of the failure immediately. At least a few could be arrested. Second, to completely erase all traces of Rabelais, one of the 3 leaders, from the rebellion. There was no other way. The involvement of one of the 3 leaders in a rebellion had a terrible social impact, and too many people couldn't know about it. The operation went unexpectedly smoothly, and many of Ambrina's Uncle Laurie's gang members were arrested. But 2 unexpected discoveries were made. The first unexpected discovery was the body of Ambrina's Nadabaro. It was precisely because Laurie suddenly disappeared at a crucial moment that his men panicked. Several important figures came to look for him, but just as they discovered Laurie's body and decided to split up and run away, they were surrounded by Dinia and his men. These people immediately named the people connected to Heath. Following that, the leaders of several small magician organizations connected to Hiss were also arrested. The traitor was gone just like that, but during this process, in a house, Dinia discovered Rabelais's body and an unconscious girl. Rabelais's body and the girl were brought back. Going back to reality, Ronan arrived at the room where the girl was being housed. Galen put down the oil lamp, handed Ronan a document, and then left. Although Grandine is usually even more unreliable and mischievous than Alina, and has become good friends with Ashley, who is by Isabel's side to use Ronan's Ceres idiom, they are birds of a feather. She, like Ashley, does have a talent for doing covert work. Without being reminded, she is very self-aware as a subordinate and never pays attention to things that her superiors don't want her to do. Ronan opened the almost completely sealed room and went in carrying an oil lamp. Dinia was also inside. There are now 3 people in the room. Rabelais's magic was transplanted into her, but only a part of it. Her eyes of ice and fire, and her extraordinary self-healing ability, Dinia told Ronan. She still finds it hard to believe. After all, magic is bound to the soul, not a prop or an organ. Transplanting magic is simply too incredible, but the facts are right in front of her. Extraordinary healing power is rare, but not unique. But those eyes are unique. Hello, Mr. Arts, the blindfolded girl greeted Ronan calmly. Do you know me? Ronan asked. The blindfolded girl replied, the Queen's husband. I should know him. Ah? I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Camille Rabelais. Ronan looked at the information about Camille that Grand had given him. It showed that Camille had no connection to this incident, and her kinship with Rabelais had only been confirmed recently. Like Stefan, Rabelais was unknown in his youth, and arguably even less so than Stefan. By the time Stefan was 30, he was already close to the 3rd rank of the 2nd order and was of noble birth. Rabelais, on the other hand, was only a 1st-rank commoner at the age of 30. At that time, he was simply tough enough to withstand blows, and he wasn't born in the war-torn era when Lawrence rebuilt the country. With that level of skill, he couldn't possibly make a name for himself in the capital, and could only run errands for the church without any official position. Until one day, his wife was murdered and his son disappeared. After that, Rabelais left the capital and traveled around the continent. It is said that during this time he went around looking for people to challenge. Some people say that he was beginning to hone himself, while others say that he just wanted to commit suicide. More than a decade later, he became famous in one battle, fighting 2 4th-tier mages with the strength of a 3rd-tier mage, one of whom died and the other fled. After that, Rabelais's strength continued to rise and his fame grew. More than 10 years later, when he reached the 5th rank, he returned to the kingdom of Fas. He did not build up any power, nor did he accept any invitation from any organization to take up any position. He remained a lone wolf. However, after returning to the kingdom, he began to offer a reward for information about his son's whereabouts. But after many years of fruitless efforts, he lost all hope. 2 years ago, by chance, he found Camille, his great-granddaughter. At that time, Camille had fallen ill. Her eyesight had deteriorated significantly, and she was weak and unable to move. Ronan asked Camille, "Are you involved in this?" Page 180. What good would it do if I said it was irrelevant? Camille retorted. She wasn't entirely unnerved. Her hands were already clenching her skirt until it was wrinkled. However, her voice remained remarkably calm. If she weren't a woman, if she weren't seriously ill, even if she had only been a novice magician, she should have been able to succeed with this extraordinary mental fortitude. A very clear understanding, Ronan praised, then asked, "Do you want to leave?" "I don't want to," Camille replied, then asked, "Mr. arts. There must still be many traitors who haven't been caught yet. Do you think those remnants are of any use to me? Ronan asked with a smile. It seems there are still quite a few traitors who haven't been caught, Camille said with a hint of smugness. Ronan smiled slightly, surprised that the little girl had tricked him into revealing information. She actually knew nothing about the defection. Camille continued, So, to answer the previous question, I've heard some things, so these remnants shouldn't be of much use to you. To be precise, you've already captured enough people, enough for you to drag some others down with you. But traitors must be eliminated at any time, right? Do you know who the remaining traitors are, and where they are? Ronan asked. I don't know. I wasn't involved at all. Besides, I was blind before, Camille stated calmly. But we can try to find out. Dinia suddenly interjected. What method? Analyze the intelligence, Camille replied. The rebels are probably connected through a single line of communication. People who are not on the same line don't know the identities of the others at the same level. However, the number of mages who are very dissatisfied with you is relatively limited. If we take the people we have already captured and the leader as nodes, and then analyze the network of relationships, we can narrow down the scope little by little. We can always find the other rebels, right? If you don't have anyone with a talent in this area, I can give it a try. Can you guarantee success? Ronan asked. Of course I can guarantee that. I used to be just a lowly bookkeeper in the Chamber of Commerce, falsifying accounts, but I want to survive, Camille said. If someone like me is useless, how can I survive? If so, could I at least go and kill a few people who oppose Her Majesty the Queen? Before Ronan could speak, Dinia stood up and said, You'll be with me from now on. Chapter 411 Courting Death. A Pledge of Allegiance. The Dragon Knight ultimately becomes a dragon. Dinia wants to take Camille. She did this because she realized that Camille's self-righteous behavior was actually deepening Ronan's murderous intent. Ronan originally did not want to take any cruel measures against her, but she talked too much and showed a kind of childish self-righteous maturity and an unconcealable ambition. The more Ronan outwardly admired her, the further she drifted away from freedom. So Dinia interrupted her and offered her help. However, Dinia is not a pushover either. In fact, it's impossible for someone to be a good person coming from a place like the Aegis orphanage, where the weak are eliminated and the strong take everything. Camille has 3 things to do before being brought under his wing. The first thing Dinah did was to have Camille, as Rabelais' only blood relative, publish an open letter to Queen Ambrina. The letter was very long, but the general idea was simple. The 7th level mage Felix Rabelais was very dissatisfied with the Ministry of Finance, believing that the Ministry of Finance was a cancer on the country and that the Ministry of Finance should separate the tax collection business and establish an independent tax department. In addition to the Ministry of Taxation, there should be a mobile unit responsible for collecting overdue taxes, which should be under the Ministry of the Interior. This letter can only be described as absurd. As everyone knows, Rabelais rarely expresses any opinions publicly and does not hold any political stance. He even rarely speaks about some matters within the magician circle. He can be said to be the least influential of the 3 giants, even less influential than some 5th or 6th-tier magicians. This letter was not written by Rabelais at all. This letter was concocted by that bastard Ronan. Ronan could only protest his innocence. This time it really wasn't Dinia who did it, but Dinia. It just goes to show that these damned bureaucrats can't see things from a developmental perspective, still thinking Dinia is the same person she was back then. Haven't they heard the proverb, the dragon rider becomes the dragon? Although everyone knows the truth, however, no one can prove that the letter was not written by Rabelais, because Rabelais himself did not come forward to deny that the letter was written. You're saying Camille is an imposter? Let's be logical. This is an open letter, and one that could shake up the political situation. It's not just someone impersonating Rabelais to deceive people. How could anyone dare to impersonate him and not be afraid that Rabelais would jump out and slap them to death? Unfortunately, no one knew that Rabelais was actually dead. Ronan wasn't sure if he was really dead, but one thing was certain. He would never come forward and say that the letter wasn't written by him. Of course, the officials didn't take it too seriously, or they could ignore it. After all, Rabelais was actually just an ordinary citizen with no official position, no title, and no reputation in the mage circle. Theoretically, his words carried the same weight as those of the fishmongers on the stinky fish street in the capital. Dinia, and even Ronan, did not expect to get things done with a single letter. Instead, they brought the issue to the forefront, and now that it had become a big deal and everyone knew about it, no one could pretend to be dead. A vote had to be taken. Next came the second incident, as Bruno and several other officials were being escorted to prison as suspects in a treasonous plot. Camille, under the cover of helpful citizens, broke both of Bruno's legs, as did the others. This can be considered a pledge of allegiance before leaving the field. Then Camille turned herself in, explaining that her great-grandfather considered the man a cancer, so she wanted to fight him. This incident added another layer of heat to the issue of the Treasury Department. Then, with the intervention of Queen Ambrina, the court swiftly sentenced Camille to 2 months in the Ministry of Magic's private prison. It's full of magicians and criminals, and it's full of talented people. The third thing she will do after her release from prison is to join the research center under the Ministry of the Interior, where she will be both a researcher and a research subject. Only after the research is completed will she have the opportunity to truly become Dinia's subordinate. I'll leave the matter with the Ministry of Finance to you, Didi. I still need to handle the sale of the Royal Chamber of Commerce's assets. Ronan said to Dinia. The sale of the Royal Chamber of Commerce's assets was put on hold due to the White Pagoda incident, but it still needs to continue. No problem, Dinia responded with complete confidence. Apart from Cheney, who had long been transferred to the Inspectorate of the Ministry of the Interior, most of the Treasury officials had been purged. Minister Bruno was suspected of treason, and the other officials were either implicated in the treason case because they had committed crimes related to the Royal Chamber of Commerce's sale of goods and were sent to the Education Center, or were directly implicated by Minister Bruno. The Ministry of Finance, the party directly involved, has lost its power. It can only deal with other central government officials. This is Dinia, a minister with no connections, and King Ambrina, a king with no connections, against the entire bureaucracy except for the Ministry of Finance. Various departments, to varying degrees, have siphoned off the country's resources through the Ministry of Finance. For example, the Minister of Agriculture was one of the few confidants of the late King Lucian. However, the Ministry of Agriculture, under his leadership, colluded with the tax system of the Ministry of Finance to falsify agricultural taxes and embezzle money. They also created some fake agricultural projects to defraud the government of funds. They made money from both sides. Once the Ministry of Finance was split up and the old accounts were settled, a lot of people in the Ministry of Agriculture would fall. The Ministry of Finance is the lifeblood of countless officials, the shears that cut sheep. This level of difficulty looks extremely high, but Diner remains confident. She is no longer the politically naive person she once was. Night, the king's bedroom. Ambrina was sitting at the table eating her last meal, thumb-sized biscuits dipped in beef sauce. Dinia was standing right in front of her, without a seat. This was intentional on Ambrina's part. She could sit next to Alice's friend, give Alina a seat, or even let Isabel sit opposite her, but she would never give Dinia a seat, because the two were in a relationship of king and important subject, and also because the two were the king's wife and his #1 lover. Dinia stood up and reported her strategy. After Ambrina finished eating and listening, she nodded. I understand. Kill a few, punish a group, let the majority go, and promise not to bring up past grievances. That's the 4 points, right? Yes, Your Majesty, Dinia replied. Although Bruno was imprisoned, his black ledger had already been obtained by Isabel and Ashley before that, and is now in Dinia's hands. Dinia didn't even bother to look at the 3 thick books. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself. The same goes for Isabel. Dinia was the private tutor of the 3rd princess, but at that time the 3rd princess was only a 6 or 7-year-old child. In reality, Dinia and Isabel were the teacher and student. However, Isabel, the princess who extremely disliked the extravagant life of royalty, was more deeply involved in the lower classes and more radical than her teacher Dinia. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Ambrina didn't even want to chat with Dinia for a second. Your subject takes his leave. Dinia bid farewell and departed, leaving the palace. Dinia just wanted to get home and have a couple of drinks. She was in a bad mood at the moment, not because of Ambrina, but because of herself. Chapter 412 Heart Talk. Players relaxed. War begins back home. Before even lighting the oil lamp, Dinia sighed softly. What are you doing here? You only realized I was in your house after you got inside? Ronan's voice came through the door. Dinia turned on the lights on one side of a living room, sat on a high stool in front of the bar facing the wine cabinet, and pulled over a bottle of brandy, 2 wide-mouthed glasses, and a few pieces of hard candy with a flick of her finger. She poured herself a drink, took a sip and half a cup, and let out a long sigh of relief. Ronan poured himself a drink, took a small sip with a candy in his mouth, and asked, You seem a bit off today. What happened with Henri? It has nothing to do with her, Dinia said. I just suddenly feel powerless. You know, I don't care whether what I do is right or wrong, but it's hard to accept if what I do is useless. I thought I had grown up, and I told Ambrina about my plan to deal with those officials. But after I finished speaking, I felt like I had lost a lot. I realized that in order to complete the dismantling of the Ministry of Finance, I had become a bit unlike myself and betrayed my original intention. Or rather, I had come to accept that some problems were unsolvable. No matter what you do, there will always be someone who leeches off the country. Perhaps leeching off the country is not the most accurate word, but that's the thing. I can't quite explain it. I'm starting to wonder if everything I've done so far has been meaningful. After saying that, Dinia took another sip and finished the remaining half glass. I can only say that we haven't seen any results yet. We're still in the stage of pest control and tree planting, so we can't really see any effects, Ronan said. When the country becomes prosperous and stronger, when more people receive education, and when more people have the opportunity to become magicians, you will see the changes in this country. Dinia asked, will this situation change? There will be quantitative changes, but qualitative changes will come along, long time from now, Ronan said with a smile, taking another sip of his drink. The age of reason has not yet arrived. Capitalism has not even begun. Everything is still a long way off. Didn't we agree that once we've done what we can in this era, we'll leave this country, travel the world, head east, and see the sights we don't have here? I've heard that Ceres in the Far East is a country with a very mature civil service system, and different ideas from ours. We should be able to see something different. Dinia poured Ronan a full glass of wine. You're always so relaxed. She envied that. This is normal. On the chaotic stage of politics, everyone, whether they are idealists or people who pursue fame and fortune, is exhausted. Pursuing ideals means self-discipline and being incompatible with the world. Pursuing fame and fortune is like dancing on a knife's edge, a step into an abyss. Only someone like me, who sees the game of power as a form of enjoyment, can truly relax. Neither ideals nor fame and fortune are necessities for me, Ronan said with great pride. People like him, whose moral standards can be very high or very low, are the ones who truly have a flexible bottom line. Those who are at most just passing grade cannot be called flexible. Dinia chuckled, then remarked, you're clearly a young man, but you act like an old man. Aren't you only a year older than me? Ronan asked with a smile. I am older than you, Dinia insisted. And what's wrong with me being an old man? Have you ever seen such a strong and healthy old man as me? Ronan said, touching Dinia's thigh. Why are you here again? Dinia said reproachfully. Oh, you're wearing stockings today, Ronan said with a hint of surprise, feeling the garter straps through the skirt. Dinia removed Ronan's hand. I just went to see Her Majesty the Queen, so I dressed formally. In the kingdom, what's considered formal is a one-piece corset that supports the bust and cinches the waist, with clasps at the bottom to connect to stockings that have little elasticity. In this season, this is worn over a long skirt and with satin high heels. Ronan lifted his skirt, revealing a pair of garter stockings that were a very retro style for him. The suspenders are connected by a wide band of thick black stockings. The main body of the stockings is champagne-colored with a very average sheen. Because they have little elasticity, they are slightly loose when sitting. There are obvious wrinkles at the back of the knees and ankles. There is also a thin black line at the back, extending from the heel to the thick black block. The toe of the stocking is also thick black. That's enough. I'm not in the mood today, Dinia said. Oh, never mind then. Ronan pouted in disappointment. He could tell that Dinia was genuinely in a bad mood. That night, the two of them simply drank. The following period was another busy time. It can be said that they are advancing on 4 fronts simultaneously. On the first route, Ronan continued to manage the sale of the Royal Chamber of Commerce's assets. This included transactions with high-ranking nobles, preferential treatment for certain manufacturing factory owners, and incidentally, Ronan also secured some resources for his and Ambrina's husband and wife business. This is not just about cutting away the rotten parts and recovering funds, but also about laying the foundation for future industrial and commercial development. On the second front, Dinia began a struggle with the bureaucracy led by the Prime Minister over the splitting of the Ministry of Finance. The strategy remains unchanged. Pick a few of the most vocal opponents of the Ministry of the Interior, label them as traitors, and execute them outright. Bring in a group of people who previously amassed great benefits through the Ministry of Finance, double their fines, and if they can't pay, let them enroll for free. Leave the remaining large group of people of moderate rank for the time being. Finally, suggest that after the Ministry of Finance is split up, no old accounts be brought up. so that everyone can rest assured. In the third route, Agostina and Isabel continue to handle the treason case. This case involves too many people. It's one thing to deal with political figures, but the key issue is that it involves numerous magician organizations. If it weren't for Stefan and Ursul's endorsement, it would have been handled with little effort. It can only be done slowly. The fourth route involves Alina as Ronan's representative and Alice as the head of the Inspection Bureau's Operations Division, who are responsible for overseeing the reconstruction of houses, roads, and various municipal facilities in the eastern residential area of the capital. Corruption has always been a problem in engineering projects, from ancient times to the present. Alina controls the quality of some projects, and Alice checks the accounts to make sure the budget doesn't go too far over. As for the second party using their superior skills to exploit loopholes in rules and laws to make money, that's their prerogative. Ronan is setting an example. If we had to name a fifth option, it would be the promulgation of the new law. This was being handled personally by Her Majesty Queen Ambrina, but in reality, the new law had already been drafted. She just needed to go through the formalities and get it stamped, which didn't interfere with her going to the theater to watch a play or have a meal. By the end of June, several matters had come to an end. Page 181. What followed was a major international event. Villa officially declared war on Wayland, using the Netherlands as a transit point, and dispatched hundreds of warships and tens of thousands of soldiers, including thousands of mage musketeers and nearly 100 Orthodox mages, to invade the island nation of Wayland. Their slogan was to take Wayland in one fell swoop, expel the heretical king of Wayland who had rebelled against the father, and restore order. Wayland, on the other hand, gathered his own legitimate pirates and prepared for battle. War is coming. Chapter 413. The war begins. Everyone's completely bewildered. Let's give them a surprise. As for the outcome of Villa's war against Wayland, as I said before, it all depends on the will of God. Without a doubt, Villa's overall strength is superior, whether in terms of the combat power and quantity of its warships, the quality and number of its troops, or even the number of mages. Regardless, Wayland is playing at home and will adopt a defensive posture. However, in Ronan's view, although the outcome is hard to predict, Villa will ultimately be the loser. Even if we win the naval battle, destroy those stinking pirate ships, and advance on Wayland's homeland, it would only mean successfully driving out the enemy king and signing some agreements on maritime trade. For a pirate nation like Wayland, signing an agreement would be pointless. Simply put, even if Villa wins this battle, he won't make any money. If His Holiness the Pope generously contributes, he might break even. The only way to make money is to continue fighting after winning a naval battle, invading the enemy's homeland, and forcing them to cede territory and pay reparations. However, fighting on enemy territory is far too risky, especially since Villa would be in for a severe beating if he were to actually land. The other countries in the Western continent would not agree to this. Given the current tense situation between Protestant and Catholic forces, a 33-year war is likely to break out. If such a thing were to happen, the entire Western continent would be thrown into chaos. Currently, Villa is still gathering in the Netherlands, and the battle with Wayland has not yet truly begun. 2 weeks later, as planned, the army of the Kingdom of Foes suddenly advanced to the northern border, near the junction of the Kingdom of Foes, the United Kingdom of the Netherlands, and the Empire of Will. 3 more days passed. Lord Rhine, what's going on? The foreign minister rushed to the palace and, in front of Ambrina who was having breakfast, loudly questioned Ronan. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Philippe certainly had the audacity to be so rude. After all, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was different from other departments. It was staffed entirely by nobles, and Philippe himself was also named Frago, a count. There was no way around it. In most countries of the Western continent during this era, officials and nobles were indistinguishable. As a commoner, you were like mud under someone's boot in their eyes. It was embarrassing to even talk to you, let alone do diplomatic work. At this moment, Philip was furious. There was no meeting today, and he was still sleeping early in the morning when suddenly someone knocked on the door, startling him. They said that the diplomat from Villa had arrived and was in the living room, demanding an explanation. Only after asking did they learn that the kingdom's army had arrived at the gates of the Netherlands. Damn it, the Netherlands is now a springboard for Villa. The kingdom's army has actually marched to their border. The villains are furious, but the Dutch are even more furious. After all, the Netherlands in this world is very large. It is a combination of the Netherlands and Belgium in Ronan's original timeline, and it has its own king. It is not a vassal state of any country, so it still dares to show its teeth. although he still groveled before Bilia and was willing to be used as a stepping stone. That was because Bilia was far away. He was not so polite to the neighboring kingdom of Fas. Ronan calmly spread jam on a slice of bread and handed it to Ambrina, saying, "Minister, please don't get agitated. This is self-defense. We are simply afraid that Villa might suddenly turn its guns on us and march south into our territory, so we had no choice but to send troops there to be on guard." "Do you think I'm a fool?" Foreign Minister Philippe countered with a question. "How could you be a fool? You be just a little irrational and impolite." Ronan said, "Old man, didn't you see that the vice-king, was having breakfast with the real king afterwards? Why are you shouting so loudly?" Philip gritted his teeth. "What's going on with the military?" Ronan forked a small piece of fried sausage with his fork. "If you insist on asking, I can only say it's a military secret. If you really want to know, then I have no comment. You wait here, I am going to find Legris." Philip said a few words and left. Legris refers to Alexander Legris, who is the Prime Minister. "Go ahead," Ronan said. After Foreign Minister Philip left, Ambrina finally laughed. Although they shared the same surname, this minister was one of those who had a problem with her. He was always pretentious, and would criticize her lifestyle, saying that she didn't have the demeanor of a king. Ambrina was naturally happy to see Philip suffer a setback. Philip not only failed with Ronan, but also with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's reply was also that it was a military secret and he could not comment. He only told him to emphasize to Villa again that the kingdom would absolutely keep its promise and would never interfere with Villa's military operations. Philip had no choice but to bite the bullet and try to reason with people. 2 days later, the kingdom's army marched eastward and suddenly invaded the Rhine region of the Will Empire. At the same time, the kingdom declared war on the Empire of Will, citing the need to reclaim lost territory based on the Marquis of Rhine's claim to the southwestern part of the Rhine region. The title of Marquis of the Rhine was originally held concurrently by the kings of the Kingdom of Fas, although the Emperor of the Empire did not acknowledge this. But in any case, the previous king gave the title of Marquis of the Rhine to Ronan, and now Ronan is the Marquis of the Rhine, and Her Majesty the Queen wants to reclaim the territory for her husband. The news stunned the officials in the central government. The Belleau diplomats who were staying at the palace were also shocked. However, Villa was powerless to do anything, as they were now at war with Wayland and had no say in the matter of the suddenly rogue kingdom of Fas. As for the Netherlands, they can only watch helplessly. However, both Villa and the Netherlands quickly calmed down, not believing that the kingdom of Ifas's military strength was sufficient to defeat the combined forces of the Rhineland princes. The Will Empire, which was suddenly hit by a special attack, is in a very delicate state at this moment. The princes of Upper Rhine and Lower Rhine have already realized what's happening and are preparing to give those damned French women a good beating. After all, the kingdom of Fas only sent a total of 8,000 troops, of which only 2,000 were mages and musketeers. More importantly, not many orthodox magicians were deployed. Although those scoundrels like the upright mage are rich and powerful, they don't put in any real effort even when they join the battle. However, their tactical significance was still very great. Their flexibility and mobility made them better at breaking through long spear and musket formations than artillery. Aside from being expensive and having to retreat in case of danger, it has no other problems. The lords of the Rhine region felt that although they couldn't muster enough men on short notice and their firepower was somewhat insufficient, with the addition of 20 or 30 high-ranking mages, what's that saying again? The advantage is in my hands. Meanwhile, the emperor had just received the news, but he couldn't concern himself with it. He was busy suppressing heretics, namely the Protestant rebels, and dealing with the pressure exerted by the Suleiman Empire in the peninsular region. What he's thinking about now is how to get the Pope to generously donate a sum of money. As for those old bastards in the Rhine region, they shouldn't lose, so we don't need to worry about them. I estimate that the entire Western continent thinks we can't win with only this many people. Give them a surprise in 3 days, Ronan said to Ambrina. Ronan believed that the newly formed Black Dragon cavalry would use their magic revolvers to teach those low-level mages what it meant to say, "My lord, times have changed." Chapter 414 Dragon Riders, Kill Mages, Pay Off Loans. William Walter Aquitaine, 27 years old. His surname is quite prestigious, and it sounds like it has some connection with the former Duchy of Aquitaine. 500 years ago, he might have been a member of the royal family. 300 years ago, he would have been a duke. Even 100 years ago, he would have been an earl. However, William himself is not even a baron now. He is just the second son of a baron, with no right of inheritance. He became a lieutenant 2 years ago, and has only just paid off the money he borrowed from his father. Of course, As a junior mage and a high-achieving military academy student, he was doing quite well at the age of 27. The Black Dragon cavalry captain has 100 men under his command, but because his men are all mages and musketeers, he has a high rank. He is a captain. The Black Dragon cavalry are dragoons, which are musketeers on horseback. They are called that because their horses are black and called Black Dragon horses. This horse is quite peculiar, with entirely black fur and possessing both endurance and explosive power. It is said to be a new breed of horse bred by the Haiti people. As a man with a high level of education, William found this quite strange. The Haiti people were originally fishermen, but in recent years they have been cultivating some high-yield wheat and bean varieties, and it seems they are quite good at farming. But this is still quite different from raising horses. But it's said that these fishermen are also skilled at dealing with monsters, and William couldn't help but suspect that this horse was also a kind of monster. Captain, what are they thinking? They won't let us go out to conduct reconnaissance, and yet they're advancing at such a leisurely pace, even though it's supposed to be a surprise attack. Are they planning to engage in a head-on battle? A squad leader muttered something to William. With such horses and equipped with magic-powered repeating revolvers, why not engage in small-scale flanking maneuvers and instead stick with the main force? What was their thinking? William pulled out his magic revolver and asked, "How many rounds can this gun fire?" "2 wheels," the squad leader replied. "A novice mage has very little magic power. 2 rounds, 12 shots, will deplete most of their magic power. It's not impossible to fire a few more shots, but if their magic power drops further, it will affect their physical condition, mobility, and reaction speed." It's important to understand that the reason why musketeers composed of novice mages are so strong is not only because their physical strength and speed surpass those of ordinary people, allowing them to march long distances quickly while wearing armor, but also because their close combat ability is also superior to that of ordinary people. They can charge into a spear formation and, with a single strike of their two-handed sword, cleave a person in two. Therefore, one cannot consume too much magic power, which causes a temporary decline in physical fitness. "Is this pistol meant to shoot ordinary people?" William asked again. "Of course not," the squad leader replied. "The magic revolver has similar physical destructive power to a regular firearm, or even slightly less, because while a firearm bullet might not kill a person immediately after entering the body, the subsequent infection can be extremely deadly. The magic revolver is designed for low-level orthodox mages. Being hit by this thing will cause magic to become disordered, resulting in either being unable to cast spells or collapsing and losing combat ability." "I understand now," the squad leader suddenly realized. Upright mages typically follow the main force, their offensive task being to cast spells to disrupt the enemy's formation, and their defensive task being to block the enemy's mage musketeers from charging into the formation. "Our goal is to rush in as quickly as possible when those mages launch their attack and take them out. There are 500-man squads equipped with magic revolvers, and their firepower is enough to cover the enemy. After we take out the attacking mages, we will coordinate a charge to eliminate the mages responsible for defense within the enemy's formation. The enemy's hastily assembled forces are not as strong as ours. In open battle, we are bound to win," the squad leader said. But the squad leader's smile didn't last long, and a worried look returned to his face. "But I'm afraid we'll have a hard time taking down their fortress. We've entered the Bastion era. Even if they had brought many cannons, it would have been difficult to take down a bastion. It would have taken a lot of time to destroy one. For the military, time is truly money." "Yes, that's right. This is also what William, as the team captain, is worried about. What good is winning a battle in the field if you can't capture the enemy's bastion? It's impossible to force them to cede territory and pay reparations. I really don't know what's going on in their heads." The squad leader started again. "While mage musketeers are powerful fighters, they have one major weakness. They are educated and like to think. They were more disciplined than ordinary soldiers, less inclined to commit arson, murder, and looting, and more loyal to the emperor and patriotic. After all, most of them were the second sons or even adopted sons of minor military noble families, and owed study loans. Citizens who are burdened with mortgage loans or even father's loans are not very obedient. Every few days, they think, 'My superiors are giving me nonsense orders again.' We're much more patriotic than those men. Thoughts like, 'Anyone who won't let me make a contribution to pay off the loan is a complete bastard.'" William promptly interrupted his subordinate's complaints. "All right, trust His Majesty. This battle is definitely not that simple. His Majesty must be playing a grand strategy. Even if His Majesty isn't, the King Consort certainly is." "Oh, that makes sense. The squad leader nodded. To be honest, he, and many others, still harbored some resentment towards Ambrina, because although the kingdom of Fas had abolished the inheritance law that excluded women from succession 300 years ago, all the kings had always been men. Moreover, although he had never met Queen Ambrina, rumors suggested she possessed the potential to be a tyrant. But Ronan, as the king's husband, was different. Just then, a messenger rode up on a fast horse. "Captain William, prepare yourselves. We will be engaging the main enemy force this afternoon," the messenger said. "Your task is to await orders on the right flank." "Understood," William replied. After saying this, the messenger rode away. Page 182. William gripped his gun tighter. If he could take down a few more high-ranking mages this time, he, as the captain, would receive a significant share of the collective merit, enough for a promotion. Moreover, these merits could be used to offset part of the loan. With that, plus his past savings, buying a house in the capital with a loan and marrying the jewelry merchant's daughter would no longer be a dream. Soon it was lunchtime. They ate a dry baguette dipped in vegetable and meat broth to finish their meal, and then fed the horse with egg and bean cakes. Captain William began his address. "There's not much more to say. Brothers, get ready. Kill the mage, and pay off the loan. Kill the mage, pay off the loan. Kill the mage, pay off the loan." In an instant, the Black Dragon cavalry responded enthusiastically. At this moment, even the squad leader, who had been full of doubts, was completely immersed in the fervent atmosphere and had long since put those previous thoughts behind him. No matter how many thoughts he had, they were ultimately no match for the loan repayment. "The magician on the other side must die today," he said. Even God the Father couldn't stop him. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as the sunlight began to soften, Ronan and Ambrina were enjoying afternoon tea in the royal palace of the distant capital, while on the banks of the Moselle River, a tributary of the Rhine, the Black Dragon cavalry were about to begin their first battle on the stage of history. Chapter 415. A dull war. Not romantic at all. Strange military orders. The battle ended faster than William had imagined. As a captain, he couldn't afford such an expensive item as a pocket watch, so he wasn't sure exactly how long it lasted, but he knew the battle had started around 3 o'clock. Although this side consisted of the National Regular Army, while the other side was composed of troops from several feudal lords, the structures on both sides were similar: artillery in the rear, infantry squares in the front, mages around the squares, and dragoons on the flanks. The difference lay in the fact that the kingdom of foes had more field artillery, more musketeers in the squares, and the square formations looked more orderly. They also had a slightly larger number of dragoons, and their horses were of better quality, all tall, black horses, but they had fewer mages. The allied forces, composed of several lords from the Rhine region of the Will Empire, were clearly inferior in terms of training and equipment, but they had more mages on the opposing side. At the beginning, the infantry formations on both sides advanced towards each other under the bombardment of field artillery from both sides. The cavalry of both sides were on standby on the flanks. Just as the phalanxes were about to engage in battle, William received orders to lead his troops in a charge. Just as he and his men were about to reach the front lines, the enemy's primary mage began casting spells. It was the same old routine. A commoner elemental mage used elemental magic to disrupt the soldiers' advance and inflict area damage, while a noble summoning mage manipulated different summoned creatures to directly attack the outer line of spearmen, intending to break in and kill the musketeers. Because their number of active mages was less than the opponents, their formation was quickly disrupted, creating an opening. The musketeers in their formation could only fire when they were still too close to the enemy. Meanwhile, the enemy's mage musketeers, under the cover of spearmen and magic, charged forward. A burst of musket fire at close range shattered the spearmen formation at the front of one of their own squares, creating an opening. They then began their charge, and men began to die. War is just that kind of dull and tedious. The passionate romance of blood and fire exists in the writings of poets and playwrights, in the mouths of officers seducing noblewomen, and in the reports officials submit to the king, but not in reality. Real-world wars are sometimes rigid, formulaic, bizarre, and even occasionally absurd, as well as inevitably cold and cruel. Just as the battle was about to begin, William and his Black Dragon cavalry arrived. The magic revolvers had poor range and accuracy. They couldn't hit anyone beyond 30 meters, and their power was greatly reduced beyond 50 meters. But now the two sides were already engaged in close combat, and the enemy's mage musketeers had already charged into the formation. The regular mages no longer had as many front-line meat shields. Seeing the dragon riders of the kingdom of foes enter the battlefield, the high-ranking mages in the allied forces were not worried. because ordinary muskets would have difficulty hitting them, and even if they did, they were not afraid at all due to their superhuman physique and armor. At most, they would only bleed a little, but what they didn't expect was that suddenly there was a series of red lights, followed by a dense barrage of red bullets. Then they fell. The mage musketeers who were at the forefront of breaking through the formation were also hit by the magic bullet, and their combat power was greatly reduced instantly. Then they were counterattacked by the mage musketeers of the kingdom of Fas. The situation is reversed. Suddenly, the tide turned from victory to defeat. Several high-ranking mages were killed, and the musketeers were wiped out, instantly shattering the morale of the first phalanx of the allied forces composed of several lords from the upper and lower Rhine regions. After that, they used the same tactics and destroyed 2 more of the opponent's formations. Then the other side retreated. Then came capturing prisoners and cleaning up the battlefield. With everything completed, William glanced at the sky. The sun had just set, and it wasn't even dark yet. It was probably around 6 o'clock. The entire battle lasted 3 hours. Aside from the initial surge of excitement during the first charge, William didn't feel anything particularly special afterward. It was just a matter of fighting and the enemy collapsing. The next day, William received new military orders and learned the results of the previous day's battle. One of our main rank mages died, while the others were unharmed. Over 50 mage musketeers died, including a dozen or so black dragon cavalry, mostly killed in the first charge. About 20 were wounded, but given the physical constitution of novice mages, they likely survived. Over 300 ordinary soldiers died, mostly spearmen used as cannon fodder. Over 100 were wounded, primarily from musket fire, and most of these were unlikely to survive. None of the enemy's main mages died, but 17 were captured. The enemy's mage musketeers suffered heavy casualties, with over 150 dead, about 50 wounded, and nearly 100 captured. Essentially, the Rhine region's resources were wiped out in this wave. Over 500 ordinary soldiers were killed. These ordinary wounded soldiers, who couldn't be ransomed, were not to be expected to receive aid and were simply given a quick death on the spot. That's how this era was. Humanitarianism applied to human beings, and ordinary people weren't considered human beings. In addition, over 400 ordinary soldiers were captured. These people would likely become laborers or serfs. What? We're not attacking this side anymore. We're heading north. The squad leader was quite surprised by the new order. Just carry out the orders from above, William said. In any case, the enemy's field combat capabilities had been basically destroyed in this battle, so there was no need to worry about encounters during the march. That's a good thing, actually. The squad leader sighed as he recalled the situation. It's always a good thing that we don't have to tackle tough challenges. Indeed, William replied. In siege warfare, even these dragoons had to dismount and pick up their guns to fight. Just looking at that bastion would make their legs tremble. 3 days later, the army stopped marching and set up camp. Now, William was completely baffled. The place where they were stationed was neither particularly dangerous nor a transportation hub that could cut off the other side's trade and supply routes. If I had to say what's important about this place, it would be that there's coal nearby, lots of coal. 2 days later, William received orders to reorganize the troops and maintain the highest level of vigilance, as a high-ranking official was coming to the front lines. 3 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. William was summoned to a baron's manor that had been temporarily requisitioned as a frontline command post. He didn't meet the important person immediately, but sat in the living room for more than 2 hours before finally meeting him. There are not one, but 2 important figures. He looked younger than him, appearing to be in his early 20s, with thick, short black hair. He wasn't wearing a wig, was extremely handsome, had a fit physique, a gentle smile on his face, and walked with a casual yet confident gait. The other man appeared to be middle-aged, dressed in very ornate robes. He wore a long, dark brown wig that looked almost real, and his beard was neatly trimmed. His face was slightly haggard, like the complexion of someone who had eaten too many oysters and had diarrhea for a long time. Even so, his every move exuded an extraordinary air about him, yet he didn't even look at him directly. Needless to say, he was a very particular nobleman. The young man spoke first and extended his hand to him. "Hello, Captain. I am Ronan Arts. On behalf of the king, I thank you for your contributions to the country." Chapter 416 Relationships. Background. Everyone has something to offer. William now realized that the man who looked younger than him was the queen's husband, Ronan Arts, nicknamed Vice King. Shaking his head, William shook hands with Ronan and stammered as he gave his name, William Walter Aquitaine. Upon hearing William's full name, Foreign Minister Philip, who had been brought along by Ronan, finally raised his eyelids slightly to look over. After all, the Aquitaine surname was once quite illustrious. At that moment, William realized he should salute, but he didn't. He didn't even give a military salute. Sorry, he said, about to salute. Ronan waved his hand. No need. We have other things to do, so we won't bother you any longer. Let's go. Minister, those feudal lords are still waiting for us. Philip glared at Ronan, only refraining from reacting in front of others. Ronan had flown him over, making him vomit, and his face looked like he'd been sprayed with vomit. He hadn't even recovered yet, and now he had to fly again? He should at least have a couple of cups of honey water before leaving. Then, Ronan and Philip left the camp. Philip was really overthinking it. Ronan didn't take him flying again. Instead, he rested for a while, then rode in a carriage, escorted by a squad of dragoons, to negotiate with the opposing lords. Unfortunately, William, who had made significant contributions in the previous battle, was not able to get the respectable job of escorting. Such an easy, safe, and rewarding opportunity only falls into the hands of privileged, well-mannered, and influential second-generation military officers. It doesn't matter if we say it's this time and space, this era. It would be the same in any other time and space, any other era. At this time, the officer in charge of escorting Ronan and Philip was named Leon. He was Karl's cousin. Although he was also the son of a nobleman without inheritance rights, his connections were much stronger than William's, and he naturally got the job of escorting the important figures. Soon, Ronan and Philip arrived at the estate of a prince, where 2 other princes were also present. It's a manor, not a castle. It's no longer the era when lords lived in castles. Castles were mainly used as military fortresses, no longer centers of economic activity. Besides, lords themselves didn't like dark, damp castles. Ronan and Philip received a very warm welcome. Although the 3 lords had suffered a defeat and their strength had plummeted, and they had to spend a large sum of money to redeem the mages, musketeers, and sorcerers, they were still all smiles. The smile had an element of affectation, but it wasn't entirely fake. The presence of Ronan and Philippe was a great honor. Although Ronan's title of Marquis of the Rhine is nominal, he does bear the surname Arts, a once illustrious name, though it has declined. But that depends on who uses it. Besides, he is still the consort of a king. Needless to say, Philip is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, which is a high-ranking position, and he is of royal lineage, with the surname Frago, which is quite advantageous in the Empire of Will. Because the Frago family was originally the #1 lord in the Hessian region of the Will Empire, and later took over the Kingdom of Foes. In the eyes of the people of the Will Empire, without our people, the effeminate men of the Kingdom of Foes will always be effeminate men. We did not lose to the foes' people, but to our own people. Ronan and Philip were family, as were the officer Leon who came to escort them. Since Karl's family also originated from the Empire of Will, so his cousin was naturally one as well. At the banquet, the 3 princes praised Ronan for his unparalleled strategy and ability to win battles from afar, while also praising Leon for his bravery in battle. It makes it seem like Ronan is micromanaging the battle, while Leon is leading the charge. In reality, Ronan, a military idiot, didn't participate in this battle at all. At most, he arranged some logistical work, but he wasn't the one who actually carried out the logistical tasks. Leon, on the other hand, was in the reserve and didn't fire a single shot, only pulling on the reins a few times. Fortunately, Ronan was a thick-skinned bureaucrat, and Leon was a sociable nobleman. Otherwise, they would have been put in an awkward position. As for Philip, he lectured the 3 bumpkins the entire time with his aristocratic dining etiquette, while subtly criticizing the poor quality of the banquet dishes with his eyes. This made the 3 feudal lords very happy. That is right, I am happy. The French have such a cool attitude that it's so comforting. Most people wouldn't even have the chance to be given that attitude. After the banquet, Ronan got down to business. First of all, let me state that the claim that the Marquis of Rhine is coming here to occupy land is pure fabrication. It is a malicious attack and slander by Villa and the Netherlands against the Kingdom of Fas and against him personally. This conflict was entirely a misunderstanding. As for what kind of misunderstanding? Well, it was a misunderstanding nonetheless. The 3 feudal lords are beyond help. So what are you doing here? Ronan then outlined the conditions for withdrawing the troops. A coal supply agreement to be signed. The 3 lords would commit to selling large quantities of coal to the Kingdom of Foes at half the current market price for 5 years, with annual price fluctuations not exceeding 3% and annual supply fluctuations not exceeding 5%. As for the specific quantity, price, delivery time, location, and method. A dedicated team will come to discuss those later. At this moment, they have only confirmed an intention. The three feudal lords agreed immediately. Not because they were intimidated by military force, but because they were short of money. Don't you need money for ransom? So many people and so many muskets and cannons lost, doesn't it cost money to recover them? How can I continue being a lord if I don't recover them? As for selling it to the kingdom of foes for half the price, which is a huge loss, what can be done? The workers can only suffer. After things were settled, Ronan and Philip left. Originally, Ronan planned to fly back home with Philip, but Philip refused to ride in Ronan's levitation shield and preferred to travel by carriage and boat, enduring a bumpy and swaying journey back home. So Ronan flew back to his country alone. Ronan returned to the capital in just one day. He then reported the results to Ambrina, who in turn had someone bring Ronan a battle report. It wasn't a battle report from the kingdom and the empire of Will, but rather a battle report from the kingdom and the empire of Will. Villa won, but he also lost. The reason they won was that they initially dominated Wieland, practically crushing him, but then a strong wind picked up, putting them at a disadvantage, forcing them to retreat, which ultimately led to their defeat. However, this result was neither what Ronan cared about, nor what Ambrina was eager to show him. Good heavens, both Wieland and Villa have something. Ronan was shocked, astonished by the weapons on both sides. The warships of the Wayland were equipped with a large number of iron cannons. At that time, the quality of iron cannons was not as good as that of bronze cannons, they were just cheaper. However, the Wayland's iron cannons had a long range and great power. This was obviously a major technological breakthrough. In addition, Wayland itself had coal and iron mines, and its colonies were in northern North America, where there were a lot of cold weather trees that could be used to build ships. After this battle, its naval power would definitely expand. Villa's technology was even more advanced, with single-person flying vehicles for mages, large ships for takeoff and landing, escort gunboats, mage bombers, and a whole carrier battle group. If the flying vehicles weren't still not wind-resistant enough, Wayland would have been utterly defeated. Ronan was unaware that others, upon reading the battle reports from the Kingdom of Foes and the Lords of Will, were also exclaiming, "Damn, they've got something." Chapter 417 Spy Diplomat. I call this caution. Vice King. When the diplomat from Bilia learned from well-informed merchants why the war in the Kingdom of Foes had ended so quickly, he was stunned and felt a chill run down his spine. When he turned around, he realized that he was covered in a cold sweat. He never expected that the Kingdom of Fas would actually develop a weapon targeting novice mages and even low-ranking orthodox mages, a rapid-fire pistol that could cause magical chaos. Although intelligence suggests that this pistol cannot be used continuously, at least not enough for a novice mage to use more than a couple of shots, 1 or 2 bursts of power are sufficient. This is enough to make first and second tier orthodox mages no longer a force that can attack or defend, advance or retreat at will on the battlefield, and it is even enough to change the war pattern of the entire Western continent. In comparison, the short-range single-person mage flying machine developed by the Kingdom of Bilia, which still had significant flaws in its flight capabilities, could only be said to have added a slight aerial threat to naval warfare. We must find a way to replicate the magic pistol from the Kingdom of Foes and the cannon from Wayland. Our technology must be kept secret. That's what Villa's diplomats thought. At the same time, Wieland's diplomats in the Kingdom of Foes thought the same thing after obtaining the intelligence. We must acquire Valari's flying machines. Otherwise, during naval battles, if our ships are bombarded from the sky by magic, we can only watch helplessly without being able to retaliate. Page 183. We must also get our hands on those pistols from the Kingdom of Fas. Otherwise, we can't fight on land at all. As for our country's artillery manufacturing technology, it must be kept strictly confidential. It can only be said that the ideas of excellent imperialist colonial diplomats, or rather, spies in the open, are always quite similar. On Ronan's side, besides wanting to replicate the secret weapon his opponent suddenly pulled out, and strictly guard his own technological secrets, he also had some other ideas. Ronan found Caterpillar and told him his idea. A flying device? If it's only for magicians to use, that's a bit difficult, but not too difficult either. Anti-aircraft guns? That won't do. With your technology, you can't make them. A better, cheaper cannon? That's easy. Steam iron ships? With your current metallurgical technology, it's really difficult. I suggest you develop the economy. With money, you can always buy technology and shipbuilding materials. Armor that defends against magic pistols? That's a technology you developed, and I'm not very familiar with it. You should have let the technical department make it. and let the people who made the spear develop the shield. That would be more reasonable, wouldn't it? Actually, you don't need to be nervous. Steam engines have already been deployed here, and we also have the most developed agriculture. Agriculture supports industry, and in a few years, our national strength will be the best in the Western continent. At that time, we can produce more magicians and win without even lifting a finger. Kate Pierre is very optimistic about Ronan's France. She habitually refers to this place as France. Spain's iron industry on the southwestern peninsula is failing, its manufacturing sector is in disarray, and its agriculture is mediocre. It's currently relying entirely on silver to stay afloat, but it won't last much longer. As for the island nation of England in the northwest, it has industrial potential, but its current technological level is lagging behind, and its agriculture is also much worse. The high-yield wheat and soybeans produced in Ronan alone are overwhelming for this era. The Empire of Will is even worse. It's already in a state of division, and that division will only worsen, leading to its eventual disintegration. I call it being cautious, Ronan said. Whatever makes you happy, haha. Kate Peter just chuckled. Before leaving, Ronan asked about something else. You've been doing well lately? Have you recovered? That's right. I am basically back to being ageless now, Kate Pellegrini replied. If you could give me a copy of that skeleton, that would be perfect. You still need this? Ronan asked, frowning. His intuition told him that something was wrong. The skeleton is a solid soul. This magician named Stefan has created a liquid soul based on the research of previous magicians. I have also heard that in the Far East, there is another way to achieve immortality, which may be a gaseous soul. If we can combine these methods and study them carefully, perhaps I can find a way to truly live forever. Kate Peter said, I am sorry I can't give you the skeleton. Ronan refused. Of the 10 skeletons, 5 remain. Kate Pell poked Ronan's calf with her toe. It's just research. Who knows? If I do some research, I might even find a way to manufacture it. If you promise to work for me for life if you break it, I'll give you one to study, Ronan stated. If you break it, I'll work for you for another 10 years, Kate Peter countered. For a lifetime, Ronan insisted, refusing to budge. Oh, forget it then. Kate Pierre stopped talking back. She thought working for Ronan for 3 years was too long, let alone a lifetime. Never mind, Ronan said, turning to leave. Kate Pell reached out and pressed Ronan's shoulder. Wait, there's no use keeping your skeleton. The method given by that magician Stefan, combined with soul transfer magic, can already achieve immortality. If you want someone to achieve immortality, just use this method, right? First, whether I give it to you or not is my business. Second, can the average person learn this method? Ronan countered. Kate Peter paused for a moment. Okay, I admit that with the aptitude of ordinary people, this kind of soul liquefaction is simply impossible to learn, including you and that white-haired guy. It requires extraordinary rational logical thinking ability, as well as emotional comprehension ability. If you want others to live forever, you can probably only rely on those skeletons. But didn't I say that you should study it? Maybe you can crack the manufacturing method. Don't forget, I come from the same place as the person who made this thing. Ronan spread his hands, feigning innocence. I didn't say you couldn't do the research. I just said if you break it, you'll work for me for the rest of your life. After hesitating for a long time, Kate Pellegrini finally managed to say, 10 years. No more than that. 30 years, Ronan said, relaxing the terms. 20 years, is that all right? Caterpillar countered again. Deal, Ronan agreed. Kate Peter happily took the crystal skull skeleton with her. The next day, Ronan had just finished a meeting and left the palace when Kate Pell approached her. Ronan glanced at her cold, robotic face and immediately guessed the outcome. He was momentarily unsure whether to be happy or angry. You failed. It failed, Kate Peller replied, but then added, but I didn't break it. Ronan asked, puzzled. Damn it, this wasn't made by her at all. It was made by a person. I knew it. How could she have this level of skill? Honestly, from the moment you said you went through a trial of a real illusion, I should have realized it was a person, not her. Kate Peter was extremely disappointed. However, I didn't come away empty-handed. I gained some inspiration, and perhaps one day I will be able to do it too, Kate Peter said. Caterpillar then returned the skeleton to Ronan. Before long, it was the end of July. Ambrina's belly was getting bigger, and she started to have some inconveniences. Ronan, the Vice King, began to preside over the royal council in her place. Chapter 418. She gave birth, you tyrant, her first time postpartum. In early August, the Kingdom of Fas and 3 princes of the Rhine region formally signed a coal supply agreement. The coal-iron integration plan was officially launched, laying the foundation for the arrival of the industrial age. In mid-August, the Technical Division of the Security Bureau of the Ministry of the Interior and the military industry began to cooperate on projects such as flight devices, iron cannons, and armor for defending against magic pistols. The saying goes, stockpile grain, not guns. Your home is a granary. Stockpile guns, not grain. Everywhere is a granary. Military preparedness is something you must always maintain. In mid-September, Villa and Wayland signed a ceasefire agreement, bringing an end to a war in which there were no winners or losers. Both sides began intensive military modernization. When their attempts to purchase technology failed, the Kingdom of Fas suddenly saw a surge in spies. The Security Bureau under the Ministry of the Interior became busy, fully engaged in the work of preventing and apprehending spies. Of course, this level of technology isn't that cutting edge, and it will be copied sooner or later, but it's enough to hold on to it for a few years until we upgrade it ourselves. At the end of October, Ambrina gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, via natural delivery, and Ronan became a father. The situation is ideal. The boy inherited the Frago family summoning magic and was born with it in its proper place, while the girl did not, and whether she can become a magician in the future is unknown. That's good. This way, once the boy grows up smoothly, Ronan will announce that the princess will be selected through an open examination, thereby encouraging more women to receive an education. This was certainly not to improve the status of women, nor could he do so. Ronan did it because he wanted to use men like livestock and women like men. For the sake of a strong nation, all citizens, regardless of gender, must strive, and after striving, they must be grateful. In October, another thing happened. Agostina and Alina were both pregnant, and their pregnancies were starting to show, but it didn't affect their work for the time being, only their daytime jobs. Alina had always wanted a child, so Ronan granted her wish after Ambrina became pregnant. Ronan strongly suspects that Alina was affected by her childhood. After all, she was born in Vienna, which is Italy, and grew up in a family where she was supported by many relatives. Moreover, her family was, how should I put it, a vibrant social organization. That's probably it. Agostina has no interest in children, but her father does. After coming to the Kingdom of Foes, her father married a young woman who bore Agostina 2 younger sisters, but no sons. Now that he is old, although he can still live that kind of life, he can no longer have children. If a son won't work, then a grandson will do. Although Agostina gave birth to an illegitimate child, with some manipulation, he can become her father's biological grandson. Although this made Agostina's son her nephew, she was very happy, as she didn't have to take care of the child, which was wonderful. In late November, at Ronan's request, Ambrina returned to the throne after nearly a month of rest. In this era, childbirth is a very dangerous thing for ordinary women, but it's different for magicians. Ambrina was in good physical and mental condition. She even deliberately nitpicked and berated the prime minister in front of all the ministers at a ministerial meeting. This left the high-ranking officials in the central government somewhat puzzled. As is well known, Ambrina trusted her husband Ronan very much. Not only during the months she was away, but even when she was still alive, Ronan made most of the decisions. Ronan and the prime minister had a very good understanding, yes, a good understanding. At first, no one realized this, but if they still didn't catch on after a while, they might as well quit being officials and go home to grow potatoes. So, what does Her Majesty Queen Ambrina mean by this? Nighttime, on the large bed in the royal palace. Ronan, how was my move? Ambrina asked, holding Ronan's penis in one hand. Not bad, Ronan praised. In reality, Ambrina didn't have any ulterior motives. She was simply playing the unfathomable heart trick. She's increasingly resembling a tyrant, spending most of her time on entertainment, playing music, acting, and enjoying gourmet food. Recently, she's even gotten into clothing and jewelry design, but she occasionally shows up to make her presence known while deliberately keeping everyone guessing. She even has someone else, Ronan, acting as her spokesperson. Of course, Ronan was no better. He possessed all the monstrous qualities of a nation, including femme fatale, chief eunuch, chief minister, and powerful minister. If he were released, he would be the kind of person that all discerning people in the world would want to kill. Jokingly, Ambrina flipped over and lay on top of Ronan, tightly clamping her breasts around his erect penis, her head down, and began to give him oral sex. After giving birth, Ambrina's breasts also grew larger, from between a B and a C cup to a D cup, and her buttocks also became much fuller, but they were still so soft, like marshmallows, and could be squeezed into various shapes. At this moment, Ambrina was wearing thick white open-crotch stockings, the color of which accentuated her voluptuous figure. After Ronan dug and poked at her with his hands, Ambrina couldn't hold back any longer. She turned around, grabbed Ronan's crotch, and sat down hard. He immediately let out a high-pitched cry. His whole body trembled twice, his hands pressed against Ronan's pectoral muscles, his toes curled inward, and he paused for several seconds before slowly starting to move. Ronan also reached out and grabbed and massaged Ambrina's breasts. After a while, Ronan carried Ambrina off the bed and led her to the standing full-length mirror. Ronan began to penetrate her from behind while she was standing. Ambrina tried to press her hands against the mirror to maintain her balance, but Ronan held her soft waist, preventing her from moving forward. She couldn't touch the mirror at all, with nowhere to lean on. Ambrina was constantly thrusting by Ronan, her hips undulating wave after wave. At just over 1.6 meters tall, she could only stand on tiptoe, supporting her entire body with the balls of her feet. Her whole body swayed constantly with Ronan's movements, as if she were about to fall apart at any moment. As Ronan listened to Ambrina's constant moans and looked at her wildly swaying breasts in the mirror, and the fleshy hole being repeatedly penetrated beneath her thick black pubic hair, he became increasingly excited. Ambrina's orgasm came faster than she had imagined. In the end, she squirted water from her lower body, soaking her white stockinged thighs, and sprayed milk from her upper body, even splashing onto the mirror. Ronan released his grip, and Ambrina's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. At the same moment, at Isabel's mansion, she sat at a small table with Ashley and Galen. Galen tapped on the table. Sister Issa, Golden Retriever, and Agostina are both pregnant. Dinia is the type who wants it 1 minute and doesn't the next. This is a great opportunity for us. You came here just to talk about such indecent things, Isabel said. How is this being inappropriate? Putting aside personal factors, this is all about power. In a department like ours, without those kinds of connections, can we be trusted all the time? Galen retorted, then continued, Ronan is a freak. He is not like those men who deny everything after they've done their job. Gran is right, Ashley chimed in. Besides, Your Highness, don't you quite like that man? Isabel immediately became agitated. What nonsense are you talking about? Tesk, I wonder who it was back then who invited someone to see a stage play late at night. Chapter 419 Power, Immortality, and the Mistakes Every Man Makes. Isabel covered her forehead with one hand, and with the other hand, she pinched a clump of flesh from her thigh through her skirt and pantyhose, then released it, then pinched it again, and released it again. His face was somber, and after a long silence, he slowly spoke, Let's get down to business. Galen stopped joking around. Her small feet, previously wrapped in champagne-colored stockings and resting on the carpet, were back in her slippers. She sat up straight and emphasized seriously again. Isha, this is serious business. You don't think we'll have a good future after doing all this, do you? Although we won't have any problems with him around, he said more than once that he'll retire and leave sooner or later. When that happens, do you think your sister's son will allow you to continue controlling this department? Once you lose this power, will you have a good ending? At worst, I can run away. Can you run away? Let's not talk about the distant future, but about the immediate future. Ronan and Dinia can't stay in the Ministry of the Interior forever. Don't you want to move up in rank? Galen posed a soul-searching question. Ashley didn't speak, but simply dangled her toes from her black-stockinged foot around her slippers while looking at Grandma with admiration. It was truly remarkable that a girl who was actually well protected could have such clear understanding at her age. Isabel looked up at Grand. In the end, it's you who wants to be Ronan's woman. Of course. Galen did not deny it at all. I have loved him since I was a child. I dream of him entering my body. He probably thought it was all because he saved me, took care of me, and educated me when I was most helpless, so I became attached to him. But that is not the case. He doesn't understand how outstanding and fascinating he is. As she spoke, Galen became engrossed in her fantasies about Ronan. Damn it, you almost changed the subject. Grant suddenly realized, this isn't just about me. He knows a secret that most people in this world don't know. Last time he said he would talk to us about immortality after dealing with the White Tower, but did he say it? He didn't. Based on my observations, I have to suspect that Her Majesty the Queen, my sister, that damned Alina, and Agostina may have already achieved immortality. They have one thing in common, which I think needs no further explanation. Don't you want to? Galen asked. Isabel did not respond, but sometimes not responding is also a form of answer. Who doesn't want to live forever? Isabel certainly wanted it. She not only wanted immortality, but also wanted to hold on to power, do more of what she wanted to do, and get closer to her ideals. In addition, she admitted that she had feelings for Ronan. Although he didn't say it, the fact that someone as cautious as him would let us know this means one thing. Galen continued. Ashley's slipper landed on the floor, her toes dangling, and she asked, "Does that mean we're qualified?" She didn't have many ambitions. Ideals, emotions, and even immortality were not things she could aspire to. However, she hoped to maintain the life she was currently living, which made her feel quite good. As for the price of becoming Ronan's woman, well, that was a price to pay. In this country, it's no exaggeration to say that the number of women who want to be Ronan's mistress could stretch from the capital to the Mediterranean Sea. Page 184. That's right, Galen affirmed loudly. Isabel leaned back on the sofa. Okay, you're right, but these things aren't something you can just think about. How should I put it? She was really bad at seducing men. Does he need it? His desires in that area are unusually strong, Gran said, glancing at her own legs, then at Isabel's and Ashley's, both of which were quite shapely. She was similar to her sister Alice, except that she was a little taller and a little plumper. Like her sister Ambrina, Isabel has a small frame. In Ronan's words, Ambrina's legs are the kind of soft, fleshy but not fat legs of a teenage girl who doesn't exercise much, while Isabel's legs are the kind of legs that are a bit far from being strong and fit, but full of healthy vitality. Ashley, on the other hand, is the type that some men find extremely appealing. She has a very straight figure, slightly thick thighs and slender calves, with a smooth transition from thick to thin legs, making her especially suitable for black stockings. Isabel instinctively pulled her skirt down to cover her legs and said, "But you can't deny that he's a person with very strong self-control. So we need to work hard, and we still have a chance," Galen said with burning eyes. "And as I said from the beginning, now is the chance." Isabel had no further objections. "All right, you tell me what to do. Call him over at the right time, under the pretext of asking him about the issue of immortality," Galen said. "As for what to do after he is here, I don't know. To be honest, I've never had any dealings with any men other than him." "Sister Issa, you should have, right? What nonsense are you spouting?" Isabel instantly looked like she was about to kill someone. "How could I possibly have any experience? I testify it really didn't happen," Ashley said. "To be honest, it's quite strange that the sisters Isabel and Ambrina are princesses, while Ambrina, after coming of age, would occasionally attend balls and parties as a princess to put on a show, but she simply didn't get close to people. Isabel didn't even attend such events. When she met with those retro scholars and young officers in private, she was always dressed in men's clothing. Then we'll just have to see how things go." Grand was determined to do it. As she spoke, she pulled an exquisite jar from her satchel. "And I also have this, an aphrodisiac scent made from some kind of monster." Ashley's eyes lit up. "Would it work for a magician?" "It is useless," Grand answered decisively. "The stuff only works on ordinary people. It has no effect on magicians. Even a novice magician can be forced to stay awake. However, if they don't resist, it can still serve as a way to add to the fun. I didn't expect this thing to be used as an aphrodisiac, but rather as a reason to convince myself." As he spoke, Galen revealed that scheming smile. Isabel covered her face. This was just too much. She felt like she'd been tricked. Ashley nodded repeatedly as she listened. "Afterwards, we told him that he had just made a mistake that every man makes." Galen slapped his thigh excitedly. "That's right. That's exactly it." Isabel lay sprawled on the sofa, half reclined. Ashley was her old leg that she had used for many years, while Grand was her newly attached leg. She had worried that the two legs would not be in sync, but now it seemed that she was wrong. The two legs were actually a little too synchronized. "What do you think?" Grand and Ashley asked in unison. "Ha! These two are using honorifics again. Then let us do it this way," Isabel agreed. Galen clapped her hands. "Not bad. We can move on to the next step, picking out clothes and stockings. It should fit the temperament while also having a little surprise," Ashley said. "That's what a maid I used to work with said." Chapter 420. Oh no, reactionary ruler's mindset. We're already here. The minister's office is located in the Ministry of the Interior building. Ronan sat on the sofa, reading the newspaper and drinking coffee, while Dinya paced back and forth between the office window and the door 3 times already. Setting down his cup and newspaper, Ronan asked, "My dear minister, what has happened?" Dinya stopped in her tracks. "Recently, several small churches have applied for subsidies. At first, I thought it was a group of charlatans trying to scam money. but I didn't expect that these small churches are really short of funds. There are many reasons for this, but one of them is that fewer people are getting married in recent years. Those who prefer to hold their weddings in these small churches are what Ronan often referred to as the middle class. Christians don't receive money for church weddings, but it's customary to give thanks and make offerings after the wedding. The amount is up to you, but if you just give whatever you feel like, the brothers in the church can only say, "I don't consider you a brother anymore." In short, weddings are one of the chapel's sources of income. This is the situation around the capital. Outside the capital, the number of peasant uprisings has not decreased in the past 2 years, but has actually increased. The reason they knew this so clearly was that, in addition to handling postal services, the postal system also served as the eyes and ears of the Ministry of the Interior. As the Minister of the Interior, Dinia would certainly have known about mass incidents like peasant riots. In recent years, despite the increase in factories around the capital and the rapid economic growth, the willingness of the middle class to get married and have children has decreased. Despite the increase in the production of wheat, soybeans, grapes, and cotton, the farmers are still rioting. As she spoke, Dinia's face grew angry. "Ah, Minister, that is something the Minister of Civil Affairs should worry about," Ronan said, indicating that it wasn't their concern. "Huh?" Dinia stared at Ronan with her red eyes. Ronan raised his hands in a standard French military salute. Okay, I was wrong, I repent. I shouldn't have acted that way." "Why is that?" Dinia asked. She already had some guesses in mind, but she preferred to hear Ronan's explanation. There are more factories and chambers of commerce around the capital and more well-paying jobs. However, the competition has not lessened because of the increase in jobs. On the contrary, it has intensified. In particular, some junior mages originally wanted to strive for the first-tier rank, but now the first-tier rank mages no longer have the status they used to have, so these people simply gave up and prepared to become ordinary people. With such a group of well-educated and energetic people joining the competition, wouldn't that make the competition even more intense? The intense job competition is one aspect, but on the other hand, the cost of raising a child in the capital is very high. Although there are many schools, there are also many people. There are hundreds of thousands of people within the 4th ring road of the capital, and with those outside the ring road, the number exceeds 1 million. Without investing a lot of resources, the next generation may have to go to work in a factory. So you can't rush into marriage, and once you're married, you can't have a lot of children. As for the reasons for the peasant uprising, it's even simpler. On the one hand, there's the price scissors, which I've told you about before. As a result, a large portion of the agricultural output is cut. On the other hand, agricultural capitalists who control the land, seeds, and farm tools have to exploit the farmers relentlessly in order to compete. Feudal lords did not have such a strong subjective desire to exploit peasants because peasants were not just peasants. However, in this era of agricultural commodification, where agricultural products are first and foremost commodities and only secondarily tools for satisfying material needs, agricultural capitalists have a much stronger subjective desire to exploit peasants than feudal lords of the past, because peasants are merely a means of production. Ronan gave a simple explanation of why, despite significant improvements in manufacturing and agriculture, people were being exploited even more. "Propose a solution," Dinia said. Ronan laughed. "Didi, this problem doesn't need to be solved at all right now. If only one of these two problems occurs, then we do need to be vigilant. But if both problems occur at the same time, we, as the ruling class, should be happy. Do you know that the real danger for a country or society is when it loses social mobility? At that time, no matter how you suppress it, those people will continue to resist. And the middle class thinks their soft resistance will frighten the ruling class. What a joke! The powerful and capitalists would love for them to die so that the lower class can flood in and take their place. To be honest, if I were the king, and there was no one like you, I would really like to periodically kill off a bunch of middle-class people and make room for the lower class, to maintain social mobility and vitality, so that we upper-class people can continue to live a carefree life." Ronan, who hadn't made any reactionary remarks in a long time, had another good time this time. Dinia punched Ronan in the stomach with a punch powerful enough to shatter the city wall. In an instant, Ronan fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and curling up in a ball, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace. Ronan hasn't made any reactionary remarks in a long time, and Dinah hasn't hit Ronan in a long time either. After a while, once Ronan had calmed down, Dinia said, suppressing her anger, I'll make you figure out a way. Ronan struggled to his feet. You've seen the methods before. State-owned enterprises, farmers' associations. But those can wait. Our current task is to enrich the country and strengthen its military. The Will Empire will inevitably fall into internal strife sooner or later, which will be a war that affects the entire Western continent. That will be our country's opportunity to rise. Can't we solve this now? Dinia asked, but she didn't seem very confident. As someone who had served as a colonial governor, she was very clear about one thing. The happiness of one group could only be built on the suffering of another. What do you think? Ronan asked with a smile. Sigh. Dinia sighed. That evening, Ronan neither returned to the palace nor went to Dinia, but instead went to Isabel's place as arranged. Isabel still lives in that little house, along with Gloria and Ashley. Isabel was wearing a security bureau uniform. Her skirt seemed a bit too short, just covering her knees, and she was wearing flat-heeled boots. Her pose revealed her knees, a small part of her calves and thighs, which were covered by bronze-colored stockings, a color that was both dignified and sexy. Ashley was dressed in a maid's long dress, only the black dress itself, without the white lace apron over it, and on her feet were matte, slightly sheer black stockings. Galan was quite unique. She wore pinkish-purple stockings, a color Ronan didn't find attractive. However, she also wore a dark purple mage robe with gold embroidery. The combination of the two was completely harmonious, making her look both gorgeous and mysterious. Looking at the three people's attire and the strange fragrance emanating from the room, Ronan knew that it wasn't just a simple matter of calling him over to talk about immortality. They wanted him to make a mistake. However, since we're already here, let's just adapt to the situation. Ronan sat down on the sofa, took a moment to gather his thoughts, and prepared to begin his story. Chapter 421 The Longevity Method. Never put the leader in a difficult position, and cannot tolerate the presence of cattle and horses. Ronan possessed two methods for achieving immortality. One method involves a crystal skull skeleton combined with a soul transfer technique. First, a crystal skull skeleton is transplanted, allowing it to merge with one's own soul. When the body ages completely, a new body is created. Because of the crystal skull skeleton, there will be no adverse reactions, no rejection, and no regression in magic. The new body will gradually assimilate with the soul, becoming the original body, and will not decay rapidly. Of course, Ronan and Dinia don't need to change bodies. Their original power is almost limitless life force. Another method is the soul liquefaction technique, combined with the soul transfer technique. The rest is basically the same. The only problem is that the soul liquefaction technique requires learning, and most people might never learn it even if they die, while the crystal skull skeleton can be inserted and that's it. However, the number of crystal skull skeletons is limited. All three were deeply shocked and for a moment forgot their true purpose in calling Ronan over. Soul? Skeleton? Galan was a little confused. Does this skeleton replace one's own bones? This thing is a bit mysterious. I can't explain it clearly either. Anyway, the soul is the demonic foundation, something that exists yet doesn't exist, so the skeleton is the same. Ronan said, seemingly finding it a bit difficult to understand, then materialized a sword and directly cut a deep gash in his arm, exposing the bone. The three women were instantly terrified, their hearts leaping into their throats. See? My bones are still my bones, not crystal skeletons, Ronan said, ignoring his wound. Red mycelium automatically pulled and sutured the wound, and the entire cut healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Ronan's forearm had recovered completely. This? All three of them were stunned. This is another kind of power. Nothing more to say, Ronan said. In short, immortality is what I just mentioned. Before Ronan could ask any questions, Grand immediately said, I think the liquefaction method is more suitable for a genius like me. Everyone wants something simple and convenient, but not everyone can have it. Grandy knew very well that she didn't have the same qualifications as Alina, Agustina, or her sister Alice. If she expressed her desire for a skeleton, she would be incredibly rude. I agree, Ashley chimed in. Learned knowledge is definitely more suitable. Ashley knew her place. She had entered the circle, but hadn't truly entered it. If she showed even the slightest interest in the skeleton, it would put Ronan in a difficult position. As a qualified subordinate, one should never make things difficult for their leader. But just as Isabel was about to speak, Grand and Ashley spoke up almost simultaneously. However, I think Isabel is more suited to that kind of frame. At this point, Isabel was at a loss for words. Ronan laughed. He could only say that although both Galan and Ashley were somewhat eccentric and could be described as reckless in some small matters, they were also remarkably clear-headed at times. Let's learn first, and we can talk about some things later, Ronan said. He didn't say he definitely wouldn't give out the skeleton, but he wouldn't give it out anytime soon, including to Isabel. Having said all that needed to be said about immortality, Ronan leaned back and said, "You called me here for more than just this, didn't you?" Isabel didn't speak, but instead pressed her legs together even closer. The ceiling light reflected off her bronze-colored stockings at her knees, giving them a glossy sheen. Ashley's feet, clad in round-toed, single-strap-made shoes, were slightly extended forward, the slightly reflective waxed leather of the shoes contrasting with the matte black stockings that didn't reflect light. Galan was even bolder. She pulled her dark purple robe up a bit, revealing most of her slender legs encased in purple stockings. "You know," Galan said. "Ha ha." Ronan chuckled dryly. He wouldn't pretend not to understand at this point, but there were some things that needed to be made clear. "You may not know, but I have an agreement with Her Majesty the Queen, which is that I must get her approval to have a lover." "I think Her Majesty didn't veto it, did she?" Galan asked. Ronan didn't answer, but stood up. "Galan, have a good talk with your sister. Do we have to think so much about things between men and women? They're just lovers." Galan suddenly became agitated. Ronan didn't speak, but just looked at her seriously. Galan gritted her teeth. She knew Ronan was serious. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Fine. Issa, let us go outside and talk," Ronan said, walking towards the door. Isabel hesitated for a moment, then got up and followed. The two left Isabel's mansion and went out onto the street. Ashley glanced at the angry and disappointed Grandin and smiled. "You're right. He is indeed a man with strong desires, but also strong self-control." At this moment, Ashley admired Ronan even more. It wasn't the kind of admiration a woman who loved power, wealth, and strength had for a man who could give her those things, but rather the simple admiration a woman has for a man. It was already dark outside. Although the capital city is one of the most prosperous cities in the Western continent, in this era where nighttime lighting relies on fire, candles, and oil lamps, there are actually only 3 places that are not dark at night: the place where the poor make a ruckus, the place where the rich indulge in their fun, and the place where magicians gather. Unfortunately, none of the 3 people living in Isabel's neighborhood fit the bill. It's a middle-class area, inhabited by civil servants, senior corporate employees, or well-paid artisans. "You've become much quieter lately," Ronan said first. "The main problem is that I haven't recovered from being a loser yet," Isabel said self-deprecatingly. It's been almost a year since she lost the throne, and she still hasn't been able to completely let go of it. Ronan didn't continue the conversation, but instead changed the subject, asking, "What are your plans for the future?" Page 185. "Work hard and serve your country," Isabel replied. "Really?" Ronan asked with a hint of mockery. Isabel laughed too. "If that's all there is to it, then I wouldn't be myself. I want to take charge of the Ministry of the Interior and establish a petitioning mechanism so that the voices of the grassroots can truly be heard and that the people of this country can truly support us so-called spies. Actually, I've always been curious." Ronan paused. "How could a princess like you have these thoughts? It can't be just the influence of Dinia, can it?" Isabel moved closer to Ronan without him realizing it. "Have you ever heard the story that a noble lady is kind-hearted and can't stand cattle and horses? When she sees cattle or horses, she takes 3 steps back and then tears off a piece of bread and throws it away. I'm not kind at all, so I think I'd rather go over and deal with cattle and horses." After seeing so many cattle and horses, some thoughts naturally come to mind. "How about we sit by the river?" Ronan invited. Isabel replied. The two walked towards the river. Soon, the two arrived at the riverbank. It was very quiet there, with the only movement being the shimmering moonlight on the water. Chapter 422. Who's better, me or my sister-in-law? A gentle breeze blew. Sitting on the embankment slope, Ronan turned his head and asked, "Do you think it's the moonlight illuminating the breeze, or the wind inviting the moonlight to dance?" PFFT. Isabel, sitting next to her, covered her mouth. "What are you laughing at?" Ronan asked. Isabel suppressed her laughter. "It's just an accident. Someone with such poor artistic taste as you can actually spout a few words. When Anri was pregnant, I helped her write the stage play, and I learned a thing or two from her," Ronan said. "However, I still prefer the stage plays you put together." Neither of them wrote plays that were traditional, with strong religious overtones or hero and beauty themes. Ambrina's style is typical of female writers, cheerful, small and beautiful, a projection of her idealized pastoral life. Isabel Huppert, on the other hand, writes about ordinary people in a great era, using the past to satirize the present, revealing another side of the nation. But you still chose her, didn't you? Isabel asked in a slightly girlish tone. Putting aside political considerations, I also really like Anli. She is a woman who won't cause men any trouble, and you could say she's the ideal type of wife. Ronan was speaking from the heart. Ambrina trusted Ronan almost entirely in politics, was quite indulgent in matters of women, and as a feudal monarch, she never acted recklessly, except for occasionally scolding the prime minister. Constantly mentioning another woman in front of a woman is very likely to provoke her, Isabel said. So you're angry? Ronan asked. Isabel didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned over and straddled Ronan's lap, facing him almost face to face. Yes, I'm angry. You're starting to resemble that princess from when we first met, Ronan said. At that time, Isabel was sharp and confident, openly displaying her ambitions, and every move she made proclaimed that she wanted to be the queen. Isabel moved even closer, her nose almost touching Ronan's. Perhaps you really are the one who can help me out of the shadows. Faced with such imminent approach, Ronan showed no sign of flinching, neither in his body nor in his eyes. Perhaps, the next moment, Isabel's lips pressed against Ronan's, and then she wrapped her arms around him. Ronan, who had been holding his arms flat, also raised his arms and hugged Isabel. Soon, the two tore off their thick woolen overcoats, tossed them aside, and began an even more passionate kiss. Ronan slipped one hand under his skirt and began to caress Isabel's firm, shapely thighs clad in pantyhose. Isabel, in turn, reached her hand under Ronan's clothes and caressed his strong abdominal muscles. Before they knew it, the two of them were down to their innermost shirts. Ronan's shirt was disheveled, and Isabel's shirt was completely open, revealing her bra and the high-waisted pantyhose that peeked out from under her skirt, tucking her lower abdomen in. Shall we go somewhere else? Ronan asked. No need, Isabel insisted, afraid that the spark she had finally mustered the courage to ignite would be extinguished once she moved to a different place. Ronan pulled down his pants and, when he touched Isabel's lower body, found that it was already somewhat wet and sticky. Just as they were about to turn Isabel over, she resisted, saying, I want to be on top. Isabel stood up, quickly took off her skirt, tore the crotch of her pantyhose, and pressed herself against Ronan. The moonlight slanted across Ronan, who was completely backlit, while Isabel was illuminated on one side and dimly lit on the other. Part of her bronze pantyhose was illuminated by the moonlight, making her look like she was wearing silver stockings evenly sprinkled with silver powder, while the other part was not illuminated, making her look like she was wearing black stockings. The object pressed against Isabel's opening, and she wanted to go all the way in, but it was difficult. But she steeled herself and sat down anyway. In that instant, she felt as if she were being tortured, as if she were being torn in two and her whole body was being pierced through. She buried her head in Ronan's arms, remaining motionless and gritting her teeth without making a sound. Ronan gently kneaded Isabel's round, firm, and perky buttocks, which were bound by pantyhose, with both hands, allowing her to slowly relax. After a long while, Isabel finally raised her head, as if she had been holding her breath for a long time, and took a few deep breaths. Why are you being so rude? Ronan laughed. I'm rude? Isabel retorted indignantly. It's you who's rude. I didn't do anything, Ronan said innocently. HMPH. Isabel snorted and pinched Ronan's thigh hard. Ronan didn't speak, but continued to caress her. Suddenly, Isabel placed her hands on Ronan's shoulders. What was her reaction the first time? The she was referring to was, of course, Ambrina. She was enjoying herself and was very active, Ronan said truthfully. When Isabel heard this, her pupils dilated. It was exactly the same reaction as when a man asks a married woman who is better between her and her husband, and the answer he receives is my husband is better. Isabel immediately started moving, but her movements were very clumsy and somewhat forced. She didn't speak, but it was as if she was saying, I'll fuck you to death. To Ronan, this act of bravado was rather endearing. Issa, I can't take it anymore. Ronan pretended to be a housewife who couldn't take it anymore. Even though she was already somewhat delirious, Isabel saw through Ronan's acting and bit his shoulder, yelling, You bastard. After being scolded, Ronan used his waist and abdomen to thrust upwards, causing Isabel to cry out and quickly cover her mouth. Ronan grabbed Isabel's waist with both hands and began to drive her upwards like a high-speed pile driver. Instantly, Isabel's buttocks, locked within her pantyhose, trembled rapidly from the impact. She gripped Ronan's shoulder tightly with one hand to maintain her balance, while covering her mouth with the other to stifle any sound. After a while, she couldn't bear it any longer. She buried her head in Ronan's arms, clung to him tightly with both hands, and slumped down, motionless, letting Ronan do as he pleased. Ronan didn't deliberately use any techniques to prolong the time. Once he got into the zone, he just went for it and ejaculated. After a long while, Isabel recovered and asked, what happened to her after she was done? Huh? Ronan didn't expect Isabel to still be pressing the issue. You want the truth? Of course, Isabel emphasized loudly. Anley can do it again, Ronan replied. Isabel was stunned. Are you and her animals? She really didn't understand how anyone could do this, and she didn't understand why she was like this either. I'll take you to see it at another day, Ronan said. Huh? Isabel was stunned for a moment. You might not know this, but Henry wanted me to sleep with you a long time ago, Ronan said. Maybe you two will be together someday. Ha, she just has more experience. How could I be worse than her? A shut-in like her? Isabel said defiantly. Let's go again. Again? Ronan asked. Come, Isabel said. Even if I die here today, I am coming. Chapter 423 Letting Go. 2 girls, 2 conversations in the end. There was no second time. Ronan accompanied the unsteady Isabel home. Along the way, Isabel would sometimes walk behind Ronan, muttering about his crimes since he came to power, and other times she would walk in front of him, talking to herself about her own funny stories from the past. She was talkative and relaxed. Wrapped in a wrinkled uniform still covered in dirt and grass, was a girl who was both mature and immature. She seemed to have let go of her worries. When they returned to Isabel's place, Galan and Ashley had already left. Ronan stayed behind and didn't leave. Meanwhile, at Alice's residence, Alice was still reading documents by the light of an oil lamp. The Security Bureau did not have the authority to supervise, investigate, or vet officials, much less to characterize them. The previous series of actions were merely labeled as threats to national security. They were dragged into the Education Center for Education under the pretext of secrecy. The Supervisory Bureau is the only department capable of investigating officials. However, Cheney, a former member of the Prime Minister's party and a well-known pragmatist, was either late or left early or spoke in long, complicated sentences. He ignored the hints sent by officials from various departments and never expressed his support for Alice, who belonged to Ronan's party. But the Oversight Bureau has to clean up the mess left by the Security Bureau's misdeeds, so Alice has been very busy these past few months, often having to work overtime at home. What are you doing here dressed like this so late at night? Alice's first words to her sister, Blanche, were quite rude. Seducing men, Galan replied. Alice put down one document, rubbed her eyes, and picked up another. That has nothing to do with me. I think so too. Grant pulled up a chair and sat down opposite her sister Alice. But he thinks it has something to do with you. Alice put down the documents, turned around and looked at her sister, Grandma. Just take that as my agreement, okay? Upon hearing this, Galan stood up. Very good, remember what you said. With that, Galan turned to leave. Stop, Alice called out to her sister. Galan stopped. I just don't understand why you're objecting. Haven't you ever thought about finding a proper husband? Alice asked. No, absolutely not. Galan answered with absolute certainty. Do I need such a thing? Ronan is my family. I don't need any other family, including you. Then you don't need to be his mistress, Alice said. You're young and beautiful now, but what about later? Galan laughed, completely unconcerned about that. In the future, I thought that at the level of magic, one wouldn't grow old until at least 40, and not as an old woman, but as a mature woman. Besides, with such a long time, I don't believe I can't learn that method of immortality. By the way, I don't need to be his mistress, but do you? Why don't you just find a proper husband? Galan countered with a question. With a sigh of relief, Alice stood up. Since you are so determined, I have no reason to object. But I sincerely hope that you don't get too deeply involved in a place like the Security Bureau, and don't think that becoming his lover will make you more reckless and persecute innocent people. Galan was immediately enraged. Whom have I persecuted? Those corrupt officials? Don't think I don't know. You've arrested some scholars recently, Alice said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Galan became even more uncomfortable. Are you saying we've made a mistake by arresting someone who criticizes the country? I've been an official for a few more years than you, and I've spent several years in the supervisory department. I've learned a word. Overreach. If you arrest these people today, tomorrow your subordinates will arbitrarily distort some statements and then arrest people on the same grounds as a reward for promotion. Alice said, You've always looked up to Ronan, but unfortunately, you haven't really learned anything. If your department cannot stand on the moral high ground, it is not even qualified to be a tool. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit, understand? They just arrested people directly, making it seem like those people were taken away by lackeys for speaking out for justice. You still have a lot to learn, my dear sister. Oh, by the way, if you're going to wear this outfit, change into a pair of purple satin heels with gold embroidery, and change your underwear to the same color. That's all I can tell you. With that, Alice walked towards the bedroom, preparing to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Ashley was in a cemetery. She stood before her mother's grave. She was very young when her mother passed away from illness. At that time, she was not surprised that her mother, who was just an embroidery worker and did not live a particularly frugal life, could afford a considerable sum of money for medical treatment. Her mother was lucky because instead of a professional doctor, a magician was consulted, and she passed away peacefully. If a professional doctor is consulted, there's a high probability that before death, one will experience what it means to be worse than dead. She gained magic when her mother passed away. Later, she made a living by stealing. At first, she worked alone, but it was too time-consuming and laborious for her to handle everything herself, from finding targets to stealing and selling the stolen goods. Soon after, she formed a small gang mainly composed of children. Later, as the gang grew bigger and stronger, selling the stolen goods became a problem because some stolen items could not be sold easily. For example, porcelain was something that ordinary people could not afford and could only be sold to wealthy people, but she did not know any wealthy people. Quite coincidentally, the day after she met a prominent figure on the street, a man claiming to be her father came to her. Ashley immediately recognized him as a man of status, but his simple attire suggested he was likely an official pretending to be incorruptible. At that time, Ashley, who was still very young, said something that she still finds incredibly embarrassing. Although you are only my father by blood, I am willing to give you a chance to make money. This was the first thing she said to Lucian, who was already the king at the time. Page 186. Then, she became Isabel's maid. Back to the present, Ashley looked at the tombstone, its epitaph barely legible in the darkness, and said, I remember making a childish vow at your grave, to gain power and status so that those who looked down on me would grovel before their eyes, and to find a husband who would be devoted to me, unlike you who found such an unreliable lover. I've accomplished the first half, but the second half is simply too naive. It's impossible for all childish fantasies to be fulfilled. However, there were also unexpected gains. I actually became friends with Issa, and even made a new friend named Galan. If all goes well, I'll become his lover in a few days. Although I'll be the vice-king, I'll be more of a king than your king in every way. At least he'll come once every 2 weeks, unlike yours, which might not even come once a year. May you rest in peace in heaven, my dearest mother. After saying that, Ashley left. She will have to get up early tomorrow to bring gifts, and ask Alina some questions about Ronan. As an assassin, she is incredibly flexible, which is said to be an exciting skill, but as a spinster in her early 20s, Ashley doesn't know how to utilize her strengths. Therefore, seeking advice is absolutely necessary. Chapter 424. Perspective. Seeking advice. Goddaughter. When Ashley met Alina was at the construction site. This project involves not only rebuilding the residential areas, roads, and municipal facilities, including drainage, in the eastern part of the capital that were damaged by the White Tower incident, but also expanding outwards to create a rather large industrial area. Alina wasn't the only one acting as supervisor. There were 2 other people whose positions were much higher than Alina's lowly secretary. Currently, the kingdom's central government is mainly divided into 3 factions, so naturally, there are also 3 people in charge of supervising this major project. The largest faction consists of orthodox officials, led by the Prime Minister. They entered the civil service through examinations, worked their way up from local to central government positions, and held important posts in various departments. The faction is large but loosely organized, with shared interests, but each member has their own interests. His leader is the position of Prime Minister, not the Prime Minister himself. The reason the Prime Minister can control various departments is that the General Secretariat of the Prime Minister's office sends secretaries to each department. A puppeteer who controls a large number of marionettes with strings, while he controls the puppets with strings, the puppets are also controlling him with strings. After carefully reading the royal history, Ronan discovered that the Golden Eagle dynasty, which lasted for more than 300 years, had only produced 2 or 3 truly incompetent rulers. This could only be explained by divine intervention. It was thanks to the efforts of successive monarchs that the position of Prime Minister was effectively abolished, allowing the king to truly hold power today. The second faction was the aristocratic faction. Although many high-ranking officials were of noble birth, They were not local nobles. True local nobles could not hold high-ranking positions in the kingdom. However, those who have entered the central government through special channels can be seen as intermediaries for the central government to transmit signals to the local areas, and at the same time, they are also the representatives of the local interests in the central government. These people don't have much official authority, but they have a lot of influence. After all, the kingdom has a three-court council at the city level, whose core members are nobles, magicians, and priests. Priests and magicians are generally passive and will not speak unless their own interests are threatened, so the people who make decisions in the council are mainly local nobles. The third faction is the New Party. The New Party is ostensibly led by Dinia and Ronan, and based in the Ministry of the Interior. It appears to have few members, but this is not actually the case. During his conquest of the throne, Ronan smoothly recruited a group of anti-aristocratic democratic elites and also brought over the emerging capitalists who had initially pinned their hopes on the Queen's party. Then, his beloved father-in-law, the late King Lucian, provided the final boost by demoting Isabel to a commoner and sending her to the New Party, but without touching the conservative faction and young military officers who had previously been loyal to her. These individuals then joined the New Party as well. Subsequently, Ronan poached some restless individuals from other departments, and with the endorsement of Stefan, one of the three leaders, he recruited a group of magicians. Plus, Queen Ambrina is backing them up. The New Party has become a powerful force in the central government. Oh, you're asking about that? Elena was completely taken aback when Ashley came to ask her about this. She had assumed Ashley was just relaying a message. How did you? Oh, I see. Elena wanted to ask Ashley why she didn't ask Agustina, who was closer to her, but before she could even ask, Elena understood. Ashley is also a very well-endowed woman, with large breasts, a big butt, thick thighs, and thin calves. Putting aside her appearance, her figure is completely a smaller version of hers. Let us talk somewhere else, Elena said, gesturing for Ashley to move aside. Ashley took a small notebook and carefully wrote down Elena's teachings. At the same time, in Ronan's study on the second floor of his house, Ronan was standing, and Galan was squatting in front of him. At this moment, Galan had taken off her dark purple mage robe and was wearing a bodysuit with gold trim and pinkish purple stockings. The lower part of the bodysuit was almost a thong, barely covering her crotch area. The upper part was a low-cut bra, not very large, but it completely supported her round and firm breasts, exposing her cleavage. The stockings were worn inside the bodysuit, not on the outside, so her entire stockinged legs were fully exposed. Galan clung to Ronan's leg, swallowing and spitting repeatedly. Her technique was clumsy, but she was extremely absorbed in it, as if she wanted to dissolve the thing and swallow it whole. Half a day later, Ronan pulled Granny up, then turned her around, pressed her down on the desk, and pulled open the underwear part of her bodysuit to reveal what was inside. The area covered by a layer of purple stockings was rosy and tender. Galan also had a lot of hair, but unlike Ambrina's thick, shiny black hair, hers was more like fine, soft down. Ronan didn't rush in. Instead, he squatted down and began to lick and tease through a layer of purple pantyhose with his tongue. After a while, when it was completely wet, Ronan finally untied the stockings and inserted his head inside. Ugh, Daddy, it's so big, so hot, Galan groaned. Ronan slapped Galan's bottom hard, making the round, fleshy bottom bounce back and forth. Stop messing around. Galan turned her head and said coquettishly, I have always been Daddy's good daughter. I'm really scared of you. Ronan sighed, grabbing Gorlan's breast with one hand through her soft bra, and grasping half of her buttocks with the other, thrusting in halfway. In an instant, her inner garment was filled, and she instinctively squeezed her legs together, but the pain intensified. Ronan leaned forward, embraced Galan with both hands, and stroked and kissed her to help her relax. Dad, do it. Do it to me. Do it hard. Don't worry about me. I'm just a bad kid, Galan said incoherently. Ronan reached out and pinched Grandine's cheek. If you keep making a fuss, I'll pull it out, and you can play by yourself. After a warning, Galan finally stopped talking nonsense. Ronan also began a slow, rhythmic thrusting, deep and shallow, just like her sister Alice. At first, the inside of the Gloria was narrow and short, requiring force to push forward, but it could quickly lengthen and had excellent elasticity, providing a strong feedback with each thrust. Gradually, Galan started calling for her father again, but Ronan, who was already engrossed in the moment, didn't stop her anymore. Instead, because of her cries, he became more violent, spreading her buttocks apart with both hands, causing her purple stockings to tear. He watched as her little chrysanthemum throbbed inside the purple stockings, and continued to penetrate deeper and faster. Under Ronan's torment, Galan's cries began to carry a painful yet joyful sob. Ah, Papa, love me, ruin me. As Ronan began to feel that sensation, he withdrew. Suddenly, a wave of emptiness washed over her. In an instant, Garin turned around and jumped onto Ronan, locking him in place with her arms and legs. She even used her toes to exert force, unable to control her magic. She tore her purple stockings, leaving them riddled with holes and ripped. Then, she freed one hand, reached down, grabbed his penis, and stuffed it inside. Grandine's seductive actions aroused Ronan, who held her back and began to thrust violently. Each strike seemed designed to send Grandin flying, and Grandin had to grip Ronan tightly to keep him from slipping away. Finally, Galan became dazed and lost in thought. Her lips slightly parted, her eyes rolled back, and she uttered incomprehensible words. Chapter 425. Playing around. Construction site. Helping out a little just as he was about to ejaculate, Ronan pulled out, turned Galan around, and sprayed more than a dozen streams of semen onto her already ranchy stockings. Galan braced her hands on the table, head bowed, panting heavily. Her purple pantyhose were soaked through. She hadn't ejaculated, but the wetness was constant. Having recovered slightly, Galan rested one hand on the table beside her, dipped her finger in the white fluid with the other hand, and then put it in her mouth and took a sip. Enraptured, frowning, smiling Galan's expression changed 3 times in a short span of time. Ronan could only manage a wry smile. Gran slumped into Ronan's chair. I was thinking of doing it again, but I have to leave some for Ashley. Oh? Ronan asked, puzzled. Yes, my friend, Galan said, looking like she was considering her friend's feelings. Ronan nodded, put on his pants and coat, went to the side to get Galan's coat and handed it to her, then turned around and said, You rest, I'll make you a cup of coffee and get you some desserts. I want to eat chocolate cream puffs, Grandine exclaimed like a child. This has to be made fresh. There's no time for that now. Ronan originally wanted to toast some bread slices, and then Lynn would add some honey on them as a small dessert. That wouldn't be difficult. Making cream puffs would be troublesome, as it would require kneading the dough and melting the chocolate. By the time everything was ready, it would be lunchtime. Galan didn't care at all. I'll just wait. After lunch, in the afternoon, Gran successfully ate the chocolate cream puffs made by Ronan himself. Ronan then went to the construction site. According to Galan, Ashley is over there. The layout of the capital city varies not only in the 4 rings, but also in the east, west, north, and south. Generally speaking, the west is wealthier because the port cities in the west transport goods by water and land, making it a distribution center for goods. The north is where the royal palace is located, which goes without saying. The south has a cathedral and theaters, while the east is relatively poorer, especially the areas not near the riverbank, which can be considered one of the poorest parts of the capital. The current construction site is located in such a poor place. When Ronan arrived, the workers at the construction site were having dinner. It was supposed to be dinner, but it was only 4 in the afternoon. The portion was tiny, potato soup with a little cheap coarse salt and soybean oil, and what about the seasoning? Don't even dream about it. Then there was half a piece of hard bread that could kill someone. This was normal. These days, poor people don't eat dinner. They eat at 4 in the afternoon on the construction site because they have to work until dark. We won't work overtime after dark, because these days lighting facilities are worth far more than the workers' worthless lives. It can only be said that technology hasn't reached that point yet. If there were cheap kerosene lamps and some kind of medicine, the workers would definitely be taking drugs and working overtime. Soon, Ronan met Ashley. Ashley was dressed rather simply, a beige long-sleeved cotton shirt, a gray wool vest, a gray woolen long coat, a gray woolen long skirt, dark brown stockings, and over that, a pair of maroon-ribbed cotton socks. On her feet were low-heeled dark brown suede ankle boots with thin straps. Most women from reasonably well-off families, but not quite wealthy, dressed like her, except that other women would usually wear some inexpensive jewelry and add some brightly colored, flashy decorations to their dresses. The capital city is a place that loves fashion and extravagance, not to mention those with a little money who will try their best to decorate themselves. Even the poor who can only wear tattered cotton clothes will try to get some nice things, regardless of gender. The two were a little awkward during their first meeting alone. Ashley was usually a talkative person, to the point of being somewhat unrestrained, and Ronan thought she would ramble on and on. However, she became a listener who could only nod and hum in response. For more than an hour, Ronan did almost all the talking. Ashley suddenly became more talkative during dinner. The place for dinner was a semi-open-air tavern, which you could call a roadside stall. The dishes were also in the style of a roadside stall, with plenty of meat, ingredients, and milk. The only dish that was relatively light was Princess Chicken Cutlet. Princess Chicken was invented by Princess Ambrina. The chicken thighs are deboned, pounded, then pierced with holes and marinated with salt and pepper. After that, they are deep fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and finally sweet and spicy sauce is poured on top. Despite being fried food, this chicken cutlet is much lighter than sauces made with large lumps of butter or dishes made with large chunks of cheese. Actually, this dish was created thanks to Ronan. It was Ronan who experimented with soybeans, which made oil cheaper. The open-air tavern is not far from the construction site, and the foremen of the construction site all come here for dinner. As foremen, even the lowest-ranking ones do not eat the same food as the workers. Ashley was very familiar with the short owner here. The short man was one of her underlings when she was in a gang, but he later became a legitimate member of the gang. Over the years, Ashley had contacted him a few times, but she never revealed her true identity, only saying that she worked as a housekeeper in the home of a wealthy young lady. After chatting for a few minutes, the owner brought over 2 glasses of dark beer and went about his own business. Soon everyone left. The foreman ate quickly, rushing off to some place, because if they were late, there wouldn't be any cheap and delicious food left. Only Ronan and Ashley's table remained, the fewest people there, but the one that ordered the most food. At this moment, the owner brought over a plate of seafood in soy sauce and a bottle of brandy. The soy sauce was something Ronan had experimented with for many years, but the soy sauce here was a clone, made by simmering onions, carrots, and celery in soy sauce. Ambrina liked this method of cooking small seafood with a little oil, and the nobles followed suit. Once the nobles liked it, the word spread quickly. Ashley used a fictionalized account to talk about her recent situation, and the short boss really thought she was now a school teacher training civil servants. Boss, do you know anyone in the fishing guild? The short boss suddenly asked Ashley. Guilds are widespread in the more prosperous countries and regions of the Western continent. It can be said that there are guilds in every industry. Some are just loose communication organizations, while others can be called gangs without any problem. I don't know him. What's wrong? Ashley asked. The construction workers didn't want me to move out, but I refused. Then the food supply ran into problems, and I've been trying to make ends meet these past few days. I can keep the business going, the short man said. Ronan was not surprised at all. When it comes to construction projects, selling cigarettes and alcohol around the area, running mahjong parlors, there's no mahjong here. It's a casino, and all sorts of other places. It's all good business. Whether you're a foreman or a worker, all you have to do is give your wages back to the bigwigs and that's it. Bring me paper and a pen, Ronan said to the short shopkeeper. Soon, the short owner brought over a small piece of paper and a pen for taking orders. Ronan casually wrote "help him out" on it and handed it back to him. Go to the construction site tomorrow to find Alina. She's blonde, very tall, and extremely beautiful. The man paused for a moment, then said, Is there anything I can do for you? He knew that the man in front of him must be an important person, and his little bit of money was insignificant to him. Having more friends means having more options. With that, Ronan left a silver coin and departed. Chapter 426. A genuine surprise. Almost embarrassing. Let's get down to business. Ashley brought Ronan to her home. Her place is about the same size as Isabel's. It's also a detached 2-story bungalow. Page 187 upstairs. Ashley went into the bedroom first, saying she had a little surprise for him. A moment later, Ashley opened the door, and Ronan saw that there was indeed a little surprise. Ashley was wearing a bodysuit of stockings, nothing else. The stockings were white, but not just white. They also had a horse oil sheen, with an even sheen. The bottom was open crotch, and the top was a halter top, completely covering her chest, waist, buttocks, legs, and feet. Through the open crotch, everything was clear. Ashley's hair was a tuft standing up like a thick black line, and underneath it was smooth and straight. Please lie down, Ashley said to Ronan. Ronan lay flat on the bed. At first, Ashley lay on her side on Ronan, rubbing Ronan's big penis between her knees. To Ronan's surprise, Ashley's thigh muscles, which were very strong, were not hard at all, but soft and elastic. After a few rubs, the already hard penis stood erect, and Ashley licked it for a while. Aside from the novelty brought by Ashley herself, there was nothing particularly special about it. However, Ronan was not disappointed at all, because there was a rotating ring hanging from the ceiling above the bed. Ashley quickly stood up, grabbed a jar from the bedside table, opened it, and scooped out a dollop of oily ointment, applying it to her skin. Next came something Ronan had never experienced before. Ashley did a split, allowing Ronan's penis to be fully inserted. Ashley's splits were perfectly executed, her thighs, calves, and insteps all in a straight line, resembling the splits of a ballet dancer in midair, showcasing ultimate strength and beauty. However, Ashley's legs did not have the overly pronounced muscle lines of a dancer, nor did she have feet that looked rather unattractive. She is soft yet strong, upright yet tender. For a moment, Ronan's penis couldn't help but twitch a few times inside. This was just a starting move. Ashley released magic with both hands, like sturdy ropes, locking onto the ceiling rings, and then she spun around in a split position. The woman in white stockings performed a split, her legs spinning at high speed like a propeller. The intense stimulation forced Ronan to suppress and endure it, otherwise he might have already ejaculated. Ronan was enduring it, and so was Ashley. Spinning at high speed was nothing to her, but being spun around like that with a huge object inside her was really uncomfortable. After a little over a minute, Ashley stopped, and Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. Ronan, who was almost embarrassed, suddenly became a beast. He pinned Ashley down, grabbed her legs, lifted her upside down, and thrust into her. He gripped Ashley's calves tightly with both hands and pulled upwards with force, plunging his entire penis deep inside. Then he let go, and then grabbed her again and pulled upwards. With each thrust, he squeezed and spurted out fluid. Ashley was also screaming continuously. After a while, Ronan turned Ashley into a sideline position, with one leg flat on the bed and the other leg almost perpendicular to the bed, draped over his shoulder, and they started again. Then Ronan lay down and let Ashley take his place. He held Ashley's ankles with both hands, spreading her legs wide apart, then bringing them together, then spreading them apart again, and then bringing them together again, while simultaneously thrusting his hips upwards in rhythm with her movements. With a blend of softness and strength, Ronan exuded pure, emotionless desire at this moment. Finally, Ronan made a furious sprint and injected it all in. Ashley lay face down on the bed. "Are you all right?" Ronan asked with concern. Ashley turned around and brushed the sweaty hair from her forehead. "How can this be okay? It's practically turned into mud by your lousy stick inside." Ronan laughed. He didn't know why, but after being bombarded with criticism, Ashley relaxed in front of Ronan and returned to her usual outgoing and joking self. Now that they were closer, Ronan spoke his mind. "Hell, your surprise was really something. I almost gave in within the first 2 minutes." "Ha. Looks like I'm not bad," Ashley said with a hint of self-satisfaction. "Let's take a shower. You're all sweaty," Ronan suggested. After taking a shower, Ronan, dressed in a bathrobe, asked Ashley about Camille. After Camille was released from prison, he returned to the rehabilitation center, where his main job was to be studied, and his secondary job was to study people. The person in charge of studying her was the Stitcher Noah, a renowned healer who accepted Ronan's invitation to come to the Ministry of the Interior's Rehabilitation Center. According to Mr. Noah, it is currently unknown how the magic transplant is done, but he said he has made many discoveries and will soon have some results. "I don't know the specifics," Ashley reported. She doesn't understand those things, and she won't look at them. She wants to know as few secrets as possible. "That's all right." Ronan nodded slightly. Ronan spent a lot of money to recruit Noah. Not in terms of money. Noah was not short of money at all. He earned a lot of money every year by performing surgeries on wealthy people. Ronan gave him enhanced magic obtained from the numbered androids in the celestial realm, as well as the right to access a portion of the research data that Ussel had donated after the White Tower incident, which originally belonged to him. Actually, Ronan wasn't very interested in magic transplantation. It was something that could only be passed on by a magician to someone who couldn't use magic, or to someone like Camille who was useless, and most of the time it couldn't be passed on completely. What Ronan was really interested in was the technique of transplanting magical talents. Although the vast majority of people with magical talent can only become novice mages in their lifetime, and a considerable number of them cannot even become novice mages, only a very small number of people with magical talent can become full-rank mages. However, if people with magical talent could be gathered together and study mathematics diligently from a young age, and if Ronan combined this with his own ideas to create the meditation method based on the work of his predecessors, ensuring that these people could all become novice magicians, the probability of them advancing to full-rank magicians would be higher than it is now. Therefore, in Ronan's view, if others control or even know this technology, it is a disaster for the country and the people. But if he, Ronan, controls it, it must be a great thing for the country and society. He is truly a hypocrite. Once Noah has developed this technology, Ronan will have the orphans at the Aegis orphanage conduct some experiments. In fact, more than half of the people at the Aegis orphanage are ordinary people. The orphans at the Aegis orphanage are divided into two types. The first type consists of true orphans, who make up the majority. Of these, only 1 or 2% are later discovered to have talent and are able to stay. The rest are sent away to learn a trade as they grow up. Dinya is one of the true orphans whose talent was discovered. The second type consists of children sent from all over the country. These children generally have magical talent, but having magical talent does not guarantee that they can stay. Yvette, for example, was not able to stay. Those who consistently rank low in the assessments will be eliminated and sent away. Few children from the Aegis orphanage succeed, and even fewer become top figures. In the past 2 decades, Dinya has been the only outstanding person to emerge from the Aegis orphanage. Chapter 427. It's not just a little good, it's a great good. This is the true nature of corrupt officials. Before you know it, it's the end of the year again. As the king, Ambrina has had a packed schedule for several days in a row. Although Ronan sometimes teases Ambrina as a tyrant, she is quite professional in both comparisons, and she never misses a match when she is supposed to play, as long as she is not injured. The first event is the governor's briefing, where governors from all over the country present their reports on the situation in their respective states. The entire meeting will last for 3 days. The governors are not alone, but rather a small team led by the governor. Although there are parts in the report that can be freely discussed, there are also some things that must be presented in the form of data. These are all regulations that have been in place since the Lawrence era. Lawrence initially reversed course by restarting the feudal system in order to exploit the army, but at the same time he also made some remedies for the civil service system. Of course, a century has passed and many things have deteriorated. In the time of the late King Lucian, the governor's report meetings had become a mere formality, and all the data was seriously inflated. However, things have changed this year. With the establishment of the postal system, communication capabilities have improved, and those who were originally monitoring the nobles have been incorporated into the government to report on the overall situation in the localities. The central government's control over the localities has also become stronger. Moreover, Ambrina is the new queen, and since no one knows her tastes, they can only serve her everything. Therefore, this governor's report was much more substantial than before. Of course, most governors come from the civil service system, and many of them have even been writers. Even if they weren't, some of the people they brought with them were writers. Even if the dish doesn't taste good, they'll still call it authentic. In short, the situation is very promising. All I can say is that the governors are working very hard, all wanting to become ministers, and the people they bring with them are also working very hard, all wanting to join the central government. In the kingdom, the typical promotion path from a low-level civil servant to the highest civil service leader is as follows. The starting point is the head of a department in the city hall. Although many people may not reach the top position in a department in the city in their lifetime, if your starting point is lower than that, you basically have no hope of reaching the highest peak of civil service. This is a feudal society. You're not even a deputy section chief starting out, yet you dream of climbing to the top. Go to sleep early, you'll have all sorts of dreams. There are so few truly ordinary people among high-ranking officials that they are almost non-existent. The starting point is a department head in the city hall. The next level is the city hall secretary general, which is the head of the city's administrative staff. The next step is to become the head of a department in the state. After that, if the governor is willing to promote you, he will take you to the capital to attend the governor's report meeting, allowing you to show your face in front of the king. If you are lucky, you can go further and join a department in the central government. After that, you will be promoted to a governor in a state. If you do well, you will be promoted again and return to the central government as a minister. If a minister is promoted again, you will become the prime minister. As for local powerful figures, they generally start as city councillors, then mayors, and then enter central government departments to become the head of a subordinate agency. That's usually the end of the road. Some with exceptional connections, however, can enter central government from the outset and obtain a minor official position. To reiterate, the kingdom does not allow one person to be both a high-ranking noble and a national leader. During the 3-day report meeting, every speaker gave it their all. After all, there weren't so many informants in the local area before, let alone a corrupt official like Ronan. Ronan's reputation among the bureaucratic group was that of the #1 villain and the #1 traitor. The governors took it seriously, leaving Ambrina completely bewildered. Let alone Ambrina, even Ronan before his time travel would be just as pathetic. Ultimately, When Lawrence designed this system, he made a mistake that wise rulers often make. He made the system conform to his own nature without considering that his descendants would not be able to control it. Ultimately, someone like Lawrence, who was a top student in his youth and fought against foreign enemies and rebels in his prime, becoming a military strategist through sheer hard work, really thought that manipulating some so-called local officials was something anyone could do. Ordinary kings, could they outmaneuver this group of people who have grassroots experience, have been trained in the central government, and have also governed a region? After the 3-day meeting, Ambrina was exhausted, both physically and mentally, and had no libido whatsoever. It's no exaggeration. Left with no other choice, Ronan approached the governors after the meeting and said, "Next year, don't be so serious and practical. Instead, talk more about abstract things. Our emperor is a foolish ruler. Just write all the practical things down in the paper reports and that's it." Now the governors looked relieved. A tyrannical ruler is good, not just a little good, but a great good. Fortunately, the rest of the trip was easier. We went to the Aegis orphanage for the opening ceremony. That's right, the opening ceremony. Unlike regular schools, which have holidays during the coldest and hottest times of the year, winter and summer breaks, Aegis orphanage has its most intensive curriculum during the coldest and hottest times of the year, with a lot of outdoor classes. Whoever can't handle it will drop out of school. After attending the opening ceremony, the ministerial meeting will follow immediately. At the year-end ministerial conference, the Prime Minister usually stands up to summarize the gains and losses. These so-called gains and losses are generally the officials' gains and His Majesty the King's losses. This is a kind of political correctness derived from the culture of the Western continent's maritime civilization. Lucian once tried to change this by having someone of low status and shallow background, but it was no use. This time was no different. According to the Prime Minister, thanks to the efforts of all officials, the country's economy and people's livelihoods have developed very well. But Her Majesty the Queen has gone a bit too far. She has taken control of food, coal and iron, and has taken military action without telling the entire central government. Is she trying to become a dictator? At that moment, Alexander thought Ambrina would get angry, but to his surprise, Ambrina nodded and said she understood. Subsequently, several ministers stepped forward to make suggestions, hoping that these enterprises would be fully nationalized and then officials would be dispatched to supervise and manage them. Ambrina nodded again, repeating the same phrase. "I understand. However, in principle, based on the actual situation and comprehensive consideration, such a major matter must be handled with caution. As the king, I must be responsible to all citizens. As you all know, in short." So Ambrina began. "It's just a long and complicated sentence, isn't it? After being with Ronan for so long, do you really think she's not good at this?" The officials' faces turned green. Who the hell taught him this? Well, that question doesn't seem to need to be asked. It's all Ronan's fault, that corrupt official. She knew, but she wouldn't agree. That was Ambrina's attitude. Unless the bureaucratic group voluntarily relinquishes some of its rights, allowing the Queen to have greater power, this matter can only be discussed, and even then, it will only ever be a matter of discussion. Otherwise, there will only be a yes response. It's important to understand that under Ronan's management, Ambrina was not only a queen, but also the head of a conglomerate. The various companies she owned held shares and were cross-shared, and she owed a lot of money to various banks, effectively becoming their patron. This led to the formation of a unique conglomerate that encompassed all aspects of the industry and wielded significant influence in finance. In this situation, if she were to renege on her promise, the bureaucratic group would be powerless to do anything about it. In the end, the ministerial meeting ended in discord. As the officials left, they all glared at Ronan in unison, while Ronan gave the Prime Minister a knowing look. Chapter 428. Unable to handle it. Conditions. Wanting to have one's cake and eat it too. It's still that same little tavern. Ronan didn't mince words and went straight to the point. He also supported the state-owned enterprises of these companies that controlled agriculture and manufacturing. This is Ronan's true thought. The reason is simple. Can his descendants handle the complicated relationship between king and tycoon? No, they can't. They don't have the ability. In reality, Ronan himself didn't have that ability. His previous smooth sailing was only temporary. Whether it's seed companies, feed companies, sugar mills, wineries, or textile mills and steel mills, all the people in power were promoted by Ronan in the name of Ambrina. They were the first generation, and they still had some loyalty. Of course, more importantly, they had not yet cultivated their own power and did not have the strength to seize power. Loyalty is hard to find in a ruler, because even if they are loyal, their confidants, while not expecting them to become emperor, at the very least hope to establish their own independent regime. An interest group will continue to split into more interest groups over time. This is a problem that no large organization can avoid, and it is beyond the control of any individual. It's not so important that an organization has a bunch of parasites. What's important is that these parasites aren't all on the same page. Name your terms. Alexander was direct. He, the external minister, had been colluding with Ronan, the internal minister, for so long, and he knew that Ronan was someone who could only profit and never suffer losses. First of all, after the state-owned enterprises are established, the big aristocrats will be allowed to exchange land for shares. They will only be shareholders who receive dividends and will have no right to interfere in the operation and management. Secondly, these enterprises do not belong entirely to the state. The shares that were originally allocated to the operators will remain unchanged and will be managed by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce Security of the Ministry of the Interior. Ronan said this. The nobles had essentially moved to a different place to collect rent. They could no longer control the peasants through land, which was a good thing for the bureaucratic class. It is acceptable for enterprises not to be completely state-owned, but only for the state to invest and hold shares. But if the Industry and Commerce Bureau manages these state-owned enterprises, doesn't that mean they're still in Ronan's hands? This is not appropriate. Alexander said, if I weren't in charge of state-owned enterprises, I guarantee that anyone who took that position would enjoy free room and board for life within a month. Ronan said, free room and board for life. That means you'll be in jail. Alexander had no choice but to accept it. Page 188. Now comes the important part. Ronan said, Her Majesty the Queen owns a majority stake in these companies, so the government will have to pay to buy these stakes from her. At the same time, the government will also repay the money Her Majesty the Queen owes to the banks. Are you kidding me? She didn't spend a single penny on those shares, but now the country has to pay off all the debts. Alexander slammed his fist on the table in anger. Are you two trying to plunder the country? He was telling the truth. Ambrina did not spend a single penny to acquire these shares. She acquired them primarily because of her status as the heir to the throne, and secondly because she was able to borrow money from banks. As king, isn't it a right granted by God the Father to take money from the country? Ronan retorted. Alexander laughed. Unfortunately, the country doesn't have that much money. The state may not have it, but the corrupt officials do. They can issue internal bonds nationwide that can be converted into state-owned enterprise shares, which can be considered a benefit for civil servants. This country may lack money, but it doesn't lack corrupt officials, Ronan said. Using money to buy these internal bonds in exchange for shares in state-owned enterprises is tantamount to admitting that you are a corrupt official, Alexander retorted. The law doesn't punish everyone. If everyone admits to being a corrupt official, what can the king do? He can't expect officials to work in handcuffs and shackles, can he? Ronan said jokingly. You're being too reckless, Alexander said. Ronan shrugged. I think I'm too normal compared to sultans or emperors. These people have never done anything human in their entire lives. Alexander was so angry he was speechless, his beard bristling. Wait, I haven't finished explaining my conditions yet, Ronan continued. After Her Majesty the Queen sells her shares to the state, 5% of the profits from these state-owned enterprises must be used for royal expenses. By the way, I am referring to pre-tax profits. 5%. Do you know how much money that is? Alexander questioned Ronan. Believe me, I know better than you, Ronan replied. Despite the fact that the Western continent has experienced the age of exploration and is now very prosperous in commerce, and that Ronan has invented the steam engine within the kingdom, the country's fiscal revenue still mainly comes from agriculture, accounting for 2/3, while all other sources combined account for 1/3. The lifeblood of agriculture, seeds, fertilizers, farm tools, and feed is all in the hands of these few state-owned enterprises. These state-owned enterprises will remain under Ronan's control for a long time. Think it over carefully, Ronan said. Also, neither His Majesty nor I will ever take the initiative to propose converting these enterprises into state-owned enterprises. Only you can take the initiative to propose it. In the end, His Majesty will reluctantly agree. His Majesty must appear to be being pressured by officials and nobles. At that time, His Majesty will take the opportunity to propose some policies to benefit the people. You must oppose them. Finally, under the pressure of His Majesty, you will have no choice but to agree. As a king, of course he should take the benefits and act like a good person. As for officials, aren't they just there to take the blame? Having said what needed to be said, Ronan left the tavern and headed straight back to the palace. Ambrina had too much milk, more than the two children could finish. Ronan had to go back and help his son and daughter have a few bites, and also take care of the mother's physiological needs. The following day, the last day of the year, a banquet was held in the palace. There were only a few people at the royal family's banquet. Ambrina's mother died at the hands of her sister. Her 3 uncles were exiled by her father. Her eldest uncle died in a rebellion during an internal conflict. Her second uncle's whereabouts are unknown. Her cousins died at the hands of Ronan, and she was left with only 2 sisters. Ronan's father died young, and his mother and brother were killed by his father-in-law's men. The banquet consisted of only 4 people: Ambrina, Ronan and his wife, Ambrina's sister Isabel, and Mariana. Although Isabel's identity has been stripped, it's still just a matter of a word from Ambrina if she wants to invite her. The banquet itself was a routine event, but this time it had another purpose. That was to arrange the marriage of the 3rd daughter, Mariana. Mariana was already 16 years old and of marriageable age. According to tradition, a princess's marriage is usually a political alliance to create a public image, but Ambrina did not have such thoughts. Therefore, she felt that she should respect her 3rd sister's wishes. Of course, respect does not mean agreement. I want to leave this country and go find my prince, Mariana replied. Isabel covered her face, thinking to herself, just as I thought. My 3rd sister always says she's the eagle from the myth, destined to help a prince in distress and achieve great things. After hearing it so many times, I, her older sister, don't know if she's truly crazy or just pretending. Ambrina considered for a moment, then said, then let's announce to the public that you are sick. Great, I'll leave tomorrow, Mariana exclaimed with joy. Chapter 429 New Year, Making Big Money, Protestantism and Catholicism. The year was 1589, and Ronan was 32 years old. In early January, the new property law was announced to be fully implemented. With the principles of fair and free trade and the protection of private property established, capitalists cheered with joy. In mid-January, the Ministry of Taxation was officially established, staffed by the same personnel from the former Ministry of Finance's tax system. At the same time, Queen Ambrina issued a special recruitment decree, seeking tax police officers from across society, with priority given to mages. It was expected that 5,000 people would be recruited at once, most of whom would be assigned to several major cities, including the capital, to participate in tax work as law enforcement officers. Any act of tax evasion, tax avoidance, or tax fraud will be immediately investigated and punished. The capitalists looked ashen-faced. In late January, a commendation ceremony was held to recognize the military operation that raided the Rhine region last year. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ambrina, following the dying wish of the late King Lucian, promoted her own people to occupy every important position in the military staff. She also treated those who had previously sided with Isabel differently. Those who actively sought to align themselves with her were retained, while those who did not were transferred from important posts. At the same time, Queen Ambrina fined Ronan 3,000 golden eagles for dereliction of duty, overstepping his authority, influencing military operations, serious violations of royal protocol, and interference in national personnel changes. Prices in the capital have risen again. A single bronze musket can now only buy 2 large baguettes. Normally, 1 large golden eagle is equivalent to 2,304 bronze muskets, while Ronan, a department-level cotter, only earns about 5 large golden eagles a month. Naturally, he cannot afford the fine. This fine could only be paid by Ronan's wife. Yes, it was Ambrina who fined Ronan, and in the end, it was Ambrina who paid it. I drank 3 cups as punishment, and my wife drank them on my behalf. In early February, Prime Minister Alexander proposed a bill to convert a number of companies under King Ambrina's control into state-owned enterprises. The discussions and deliberations lasted for 2 months. The plan was finalized at the end of April. The plan is basically the same as Ronan's original proposal. Of course, it won't be a one-size-fits-all approach. It will start with pilot programs and proceed gradually. During this period, another major event occurred in March. Villa sought to purchase the manufacturing technology of the magic revolver, offering 100,000 gold lions along with the technology for an aircraft. Of course, Villa didn't pay entirely with gold coins. That's just to sound nice. In reality, he used silver coins more often, but that didn't matter, since silver was a hard currency back then. The golden lion is also a type of gold coin, slightly heavier than the golden eagle. The golden eagle has a gold content of around 90 and weighs over 40 grams, while the golden lion has a gold content of around 95 and weighs 50 grams. If it were all gold, 100,000 gold lions would amount to nearly 5 tons of gold. It has to be said that this is Villa. They really plundered the New World to their heart's content. There's nothing else to it but that they have a lot of money. However, Villa had an additional condition. They would not sell to Wieland. In fact, it would take 5 or 6 years for Villa to replicate that magic revolver, but Villa seems unwilling to wait. Clearly, there is friction with the Wieland side again, and they are about to start fighting again. Villa is eager to improve its military strength. Ronan and Prime Minister Alexander agreed not to agree. Sure enough, Wieland soon came knocking, offering an extra 20,000 for an exclusive deal. Villa laughed. You want to compete with me on price increases? Villa immediately raised the price to 150,000. The kingdom offered a price of 200,000. Whoever pays first gets to take it. Villa and Wieland weren't stupid. They knew that if they kept raising the price, they would be ripped off. So they secretly went to Wieland to discuss jointly lowering the price. Ideally, no one would buy anything, but that's impossible. If we agree not to buy now, what if the other person buys something later? This is the prisoner's dilemma. We have to buy, but we have to negotiate and lower the price together. The three parties reached an agreement. Villa and Wieland would each pay 180,000 Villa golden lion coins to purchase the complete technology for the magic revolver. Ronan and Ambrina, the incompetent ruler and wicked queen, made a fortune from this, as the large sum of money was directly transferred to the Ministry of the Interior. Villa didn't lose out much. He had so much money he didn't know what to do with it. Wieland has suffered a huge loss. His colonies are not places to dig for gold, at least not yet. The colonies require gentlemen to work hard to exploit and squeeze them. Every penny is the gentleman's hard-earned money. Doesn't whipping slaves make them sweat? Don't slaves bleed when whipped? So this is hard-earned money. There's nothing wrong with it. In May, large-scale riots broke out in many parts of southern China. The causes of the riots were multifaceted, but the most obvious one was religion. Over the past few decades, religious conflicts have occurred almost every few years. In this world's kingdom of Fas and Ronan's original timeline of France, the distribution of Protestantism and Catholicism is reversed. In their original timeline, northern France was Catholic and southern France was Protestant, but here, the south is Catholic and the north is Protestant. The reason for this is the War of the Two Kings 100 years ago, in which the northern nobles who believed in Catholicism either fled or were driven to the south. It's fair to say that if Ronan hadn't lived in a city where religious beliefs were quite liberal and Protestantism was the majority, marrying Ambrina would have been much more difficult, because Ambrina was Protestant, while most people in the south were Catholic. This time, the attack came with great force, and the reason can be said to be related to Ronan. Ronan sold the steam engine technology to the Protestant Church. The Protestant Church, which had always been at odds with the Catholic Church, used the steam engine, a powerful weapon that shook the rural economy, to invade the Catholic Church's sphere of influence. The old church, of course, could not tolerate it. On the other hand, although the nobles of this world kingdom have been weakened time and again, it is impossible for them to form an alliance and start a war like the French nobles in Ronan's timeline. However, organizing armed struggle is not a major problem. These nobles don't really want to rebel. The rebellion more than a decade ago was suppressed, and now they have no chance at all. They just want to cause some trouble and get some benefits. Let's wait and see. Once the Protestant side can't hold on and the Catholic side is completely out of control, then we'll send troops to suppress them. Ronan said this to Ambrina. Within the kingdom, the Protestant forces were much stronger than the Catholics. However, in the south, the Protestant sphere of influence was scattered. Moreover, this was a Protestant offensive, and the main Protestant force in the north had not moved at all. The actions were taken by the Protestant church forces and nobles in the central region. The Catholic forces in the south had the home field advantage and could easily crush the Protestants. Although the southern Catholics only wanted to rebel and the southern nobles only wanted to gain some benefits, the religious fanaticism was stirred up and it was inevitable that things would get out of control. We'll talk slowly after the crackdown. Ronan set the tone. In mid-May, the situation escalated as expected, with the armed Protestant clergy being brutally attacked and a large number of innocent people being massacred. Thousands of people were executed by various ancient and cruel religious punishments, and even a pregnant woman was tied to a frame in the square and burned alive. The central government characterized these people's actions as a rebellion against the Father, and Ambrina ordered the mobilization of the Northern Legion to storm the south and suppress the rebellion. There's not much to say. Once the army arrives, a bloody crackdown is inevitable. Chapter 430. The self-cultivation of subordinates requires a heavy blow. Sister's rice bowl in late May in the south. Ronan's former right-hand men when he was the Secretary General of Right, Blind Seth, and Mute Lion, reunite. Blind Seth is a witty but tight-lipped person. He is 2 years older than Ronan, and because of his baby face, he still looks very young even though he has only barely reached the level of a novice magician. Thanks to Ronan, he was already a division chief in charge of civil affairs under a state government in the north. He even managed to get the opportunity to accompany the governor at the end of last year's report meeting. In terms of rank, he and Ronan were both department-level cotters. This time, he was specially seconded to help handle the follow-up affairs after the crackdown. Meanwhile, Dumb Leon, who is a year younger than Ronan, successfully reached the age of 30 through his own focus and became a full-rank mage. He is now a first-rank mage, but he still looks sickly. He was more senior. When Ronan was 16 and in charge of the anti-revolutionary purge, he was Ronan's white soldier, and afterwards he continued to act as Ronan's informant within the city hall. Unlike Blind Seth, who rose through the ranks because of Ronan's connections, he stayed in Uzi City to look after Ronan's property and is now the city secretary general. 2 years ago he also married Lutus, who had briefly worked as Ronan's maid after she had actively pursued him. This time, Dumb Leon's mission is to act as the leader of the collaborators. Meanwhile, Major General Rodrigo, who was leading the troops in charge of the suppression operation and had come from Villaron with his parents like Agustina, was giving a mobilization speech not far away. Everything is done in the name of religious activities. Then they went out into the streets to loot and vandalize. How are these old believers any different from demons? To me, there are only 2 suns in the sky. Only His Majesty, who follows the will of the Father and carries out the destiny of the people, is the only sun. But now, these demons have cast a shadow over the sun. Gentlemen, we are all soldiers. Soldiers are simple-minded and born to serve our country. Gentlemen, we are righteous. It is the times, and the people who have chosen us to eliminate these scoundrels. I have no doubt that these people are heretics of Venea, supported by the traitors of Villa, and are extremists who have never given up their desire to destroy us. Gentlemen, do not hold back your firepower. These old believers misinterpret the Father's will. They are a cancer, a worm. We can no longer hesitate. We must strike hard. Gentlemen, history will surely affirm our actions, for it was done for the Father, for His Majesty, and for the sake of all the people in the name of justice. Go! Old believers, leave no one alive. Leave not a single one alive. The soldiers below shouted in unison. On the other side, the mute and the blind man heard the deafening shouts of battle. The usually taciturn mute man looked at the blind man and said, "If I remember correctly, this Major General used to be a Catholic." "I recently converted to Protestantism," the blind man replied. The mute man sneered, "Heh, it seems that not only morality can be flexible, but so can faith. They are all brothers of the Father, so it can really be considered conversion," the blind man joked habitually. The mute man glanced at the blind man, but didn't react. Instead, he put on a serious face and asked, "I heard you got divorced and married a widow." "That's right, the governor's niece," the blind man replied. Otherwise, how could he have gotten the chance to meet the king just because he was Ronan's old subordinate? Ronan, his old boss, had already given him so much. If he asked for more, he would be out of touch with reality. That night, the first crackdown began. After that, there will be one suppression after another, or rather, one massacre after another. On the same night, at Ronan's home, the sisters, Colin and Alice, were lying on the same bed. Alice arrived first, unaware that Grand would also be there. Had she known, she would never have agreed, but by then it was too late to leave. Page 189. At this moment, Alice was only wearing a pair of white open-crotch pantyhose. Her slender and straight legs and delicate little feet were full of girlish charm under the white stockings. A fluffy white cat tail was stuck in the back. She was lying on the bed, her whole body straight, her face buried in the pillow, determined not to raise her head, her legs together, just like the shyness of the first time. Grandine was also wearing open-crotch pantyhose, but in black, with a black cat tail attached to the back. Her legs were slightly longer and a little fleshier than her sister Alice's, but with the black pantyhose, they looked almost the same. However, their postures were completely different. Grandine was lying on her side with one leg bent and the other leg extended, her face turned towards Ronan, and she even used magic to control the black cat tail to sway. Grand raised an eyebrow. "Ronan, you're pulling my cat tail." "I'm holding it tight and I won't pull it out." Upon hearing such lewd words, Alice immediately wanted to reprimand her sister, but she didn't want to look up, so she could only pinch her sister's waist hard. Colin smiled. "If you don't want to get up, then don't get up." With that, Galan leaned over her sister Alice and pinned her down. This created a layered effect of black cat and white cat. Without needing to speak, Ronan was already fully erect, his erect penis pointing straight up, almost touching his abdominal muscles, completely perpendicular to the ground. Climbing onto the bed, Ronan joined 2 fingers together and inserted them into both of Alice's vaginas simultaneously, one above the other. For some reason, Alice, who was somewhat unwilling, became wet even faster. A moment later, Galan wagged its tail again, signaling Ronan to take action. But Ronan did not. Instead, he turned the 2 of them over. Alice immediately covered her face with a pillow, while Grant looked somewhat disappointed and resentful. Ronan grabbed 1 foot from each side, 1 black and 1 white stockinged feet, and turned them over to clamp his penis between his soles, and began to masturbate. The smoothness and slight abrasion of the stockings, the unique feel of the soles of the feet, were no different from any other time. What truly irritated Ronan was the stark contrast between the 2 biological sisters' drastically different expressions and stockings, yet their almost identical bodies and faces. Desire was completely ignited. Ronan rearranged the 2 sisters again, turning them into a position where they were side by side, lying face down, arched backs, and with their buttocks sticking out. While inserting Galan, Ronan played with Alice's tail with his other hand, poking inside her. After a while, he switched back to inserting Alice and playing with Galan. A short while later, Ronan had the 2 of them stacked on top of each other again, in a double layer, 3 times on top, then downhill, each time going all the way down. The harder Galan tried, the louder he shouted. The harder Alice tried, the more she gritted her teeth and persevered. After a while, Ronan finally couldn't control himself anymore and pulled out, masturbating as he sprayed his semen all over their buttocks and legs. Alice immediately sat up, grabbed her clothes from the side, and said, "I'm leaving." After saying that, she quickly dressed, left Ronan's bedroom, and prepared to go home. Galan looked at her sister, pouted and clicked her tongue. Ming is so excited. Ronan reached out and pinched Grandine's little cheek. "Say less." Galan came over and pressed herself against Ronan, grabbing his crotch with 1 hand. "Daddy, it's our turn. Catch my tail and pull hard." Ronan reached out and flicked the cat's tail behind Galan, a slight smile playing on his lips. Chapter 431 Immigration. A headache, let's do it together tonight. In July, the riots in the South were quelled. 22,371 people died, 362 were detained pending trial, and another 167,000 were sent to the New World. Of the 160,000 people deported, roughly 2/3 were single young men, and of the remaining third, most of those with families were divorced, with few wives willing to go to the New World with them. In addition, there was a small number of women among them. There's a reason why there are so many single young men. Several important port cities in the South are located on the Mediterranean coast and were once extremely economically developed areas. These cities have a very high degree of urbanization and a large population. However, after the opening of new sea routes, the economic center gradually shifted to the coastal west, and the economy of the South began to enter a period of slow growth, with many places experiencing negative growth. In the highly urbanized areas of the South, the manor economy has long since disintegrated, and there is no household registration system, so many people have gone to the West to work. However, it's difficult for migrant men to marry local women, while it's easy for local men to marry women from other places. For men who remain in the city, finding employment is becoming increasingly difficult, and salary increases are not keeping pace with rising prices. Meanwhile, women of marriageable age, facing this unfavorable economic situation, are raising their expectations for marriage, further complicating the task of finding wives for young urban men. This riot, which was carried out in the name of religion, was driven by various calculations for both the church and the nobility. However, for many fanatical young male Catholics, the underlying reason was actually their inability to find wives. Ronan had no better options. Urbanization was the best contraceptive. There was no cure, so he could only send them to the New World. Fortunately, during the 2 years that Ronan and Dinier ruled the colony, they did not commit any atrocities. Instead, they gave the indigenous people a chance to breathe and establish their own nation. Although it was a caste-based country with compradors as the highest caste, but once these exiled people got there, as long as they wanted, they could still become high-ranking officials, and once they were high-ranking officials, finding a local wife wouldn't be a problem. In mid-July, Elena and Agostina gave birth. Elena gave birth to a daughter, and Agostina gave birth to a son. After giving birth, Agostina left her son with his grandfather and returned to work. Lena doted on her daughter, especially her fair-haired blonde hair, and named her Astrid. In late July, two things happened that gave Ronan a headache. First, his son with Ambrina fell seriously ill. Fortunately, Ronan firmly stopped all the doctors from coming to treat him. These well-trained doctors who would bleed and give enemas whenever they came were better off harming other people. Ronan had Noah come and take a look. But Noah was just a doctor who only knew how to operate on people. His medical skills mainly involved changing things wherever they were wrong. Little Lucian, who shared the same name and surname as his grandfather, couldn't withstand his tinkering. But in this era, not treating might be the best treatment. Fortunately, Lucian was a born magician and managed to pull through. Later, Ronan's daughter Renee awakened. She was a transmuter, but at only 6 months old, her consciousness was not yet fully developed, and she could not control her magic at all. Swords of different sizes and lengths spewed out from her body, making her look like a hedgehog. Ronan didn't really want his daughter to be a magician, especially one with such high talent, as it could easily lead many people to have inappropriate thoughts. There are countless male magicians who are talented but unappreciated, who wouldn't want to be the next Ronan. Forget it. We'll deal with it as it comes. Ronan decided to put the problem aside for the time being. At this very moment, in Ronan's daughter Renee's private room, her parents, Ronan and Ambrina, and her aunt, were watching her, the little hedgehog covered in swords. Ambrina had just managed to feed the little guy once by using a long stick to tie the bottle through the thorns. Suddenly, Ina cried out, and the long and short swords on her body, with their tips pointing outwards, burst forth like a rain of swords. As soon as the rain stopped, she cried even louder, and another bunch of swords appeared and burst forth. Ronan instantly grabbed Ambrina, raised a large shield to protect her, and countless long and short swords clattered against the shield. Isabel hid inside her own spherical space, and all the flying swords passed through her virtual space. After a long while, the rain of swords finally stopped. That little bastard, Ronan cursed under his breath, when Ina first suddenly erupted. A nanny who was taking care of her was riddled with arrows and died. On another occasion, Ambrina was feeding her alone and almost got injured. Fortunately, Ambrina reacted quickly and used magic in an instant. Her magic directly eliminated the rain of swords and temporarily suppressed Ina's magic. This child is good, just like me, Isabel said, putting down the specially made baby bottle and looking at Ina in the special cradle. Like you? Ambrina clicked her tongue. If someone is like you, it would be a misfortune for the country and the family. We'd have to call a priest to exorcise the demon. Ronan stood by expressionlessly. Ambrina was mostly gentle and quiet, occasionally a little playful like a girl next door. And when she got angry she was very straightforward. She would only be sarcastic when she was targeting her sister Isabel. However, in retrospect, Ina's appearance is a blend of Ronan and Ambrina, and she doesn't have the sweet and innocent look of her mother Ambrina at all. She does resemble her aunt Isabel more, with a slightly fierce and endearing appearance. Her son, on the other hand, looks a lot like Ambrina, especially his hair and eyebrows, a head of dark brown curly hair and thick, dark eyebrows. Say what you will, Isabel didn't want to argue with Ambrina in front of Ronan. Isabel didn't respond, and Ambrina lost interest in teasing her good sister. She disliked arguing with people, except with Isabel. Oh, by the way, you be staying tonight? Ambrina suddenly said. What are you doing? Isabel asked. Ambrina raised an eyebrow and said, my husband fucked me until I begged him to stop. Isabel was choked and couldn't speak. The story begins a month ago. At the time, there was a riot in the south. Ronan dragged Isabel to the palace to do that. In the bedroom of the royal bedchamber, in front of the huge wedding portrait of Ronan and Ambrina, Isabel reluctantly agreed. Little did anyone expect that this was actually Ambrina's prank from the very beginning. When she was being fucked by Ronan until she was in a daze, Isabel was so anxious that she pounded the bed and begged for mercy. Ambrina came in and laughed so hard that she squatted down, clutching her stomach and laughing hysterically. I am not the same person I used to be, Isabel emphasized. She had always been puzzled. Although Ambrina was a rank higher than her, at rank 3, while she was only rank 2, Ambrina only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. She loved sports so much, how could she not be as hardworking as Ambrina? Really? Then let us go together tonight, Ambrina said. What are you saying? This is lewd. Isabel wanted to say that this was lewd court. Although she was a radical person in some ways, she was a very conservative person in others. Fine, don't come then. Ambrina gave her a disdainful look. Chapter 432 Flaws, Chaos, Between Sisters in July. The coldest time of night in the capital city is around 16 or 17 degrees Celsius. Late at night, in the royal palace, Ambrina was dressed in her usual minimalist style, her hair loose. Not long after she had showered and still damp, she wore a white dress with lace trim and gold embroidery, pink and white stockings, and white soft lambskin square-toed flat shoes with buckles. Isabel's style is very professional, designed by Ronan. She wears a fitted white women's blouse with a golden eagle embroidery on the chest pocket, a dark gray silk cotton knee-length skirt, light gray soft textured stockings, and a pair of soft lambskin black low-heeled shoes. She had taken a shower, but precisely because she couldn't understand why she was wearing the same clothes she usually wore for work. While she was still cursing Ronan for being crazy in her heart, Ronan was already sitting on the edge of Ambrina's large bed. Ambrina took off her dress and squatted down, skillfully unbuckling Ronan's belt and taking off his silk linen blend trousers, and began to give him oral sex. Isabel was so shocked that her eyes widened. She had thought that Ronan and Ambrina would be quite daring in this regard, but she hadn't expected it to be this extreme. A moment later, Ronan gently lifted Ambrina's cheek, pulling her mouth away from his incredibly wet and hard penis. Then, Ronan lifted Ambrina onto the bed and laid her flat, then spread her legs apart. After giving birth, Ambrina's thighs were fuller than before, her leg flesh still soft. The thickened band of her white stockings was slightly digging into her flesh. Ronan took off Ambrina's panties, buried his head between her legs, and stuck out his tongue. Compared to before giving birth, Ambrina was also wetter. Isabel watched as Ronan sucked and licked the thick patch of dark hair, finding it hard to reconcile the man before her with the man who had once dominated the political arena. After a short while, the two changed positions. Ronan held Ambrina's white-stockinged calf with one hand, and took her toes into his mouth with a look of enjoyment. Ambrina's other leg was bent and kicked against Ronan's sturdy breastplate. While Ronan was fucking her, he held Ambrina's breast with his other hand, and his thumb would occasionally flick her nipple. Ambrina's milk was leaking out, and she kept moaning, love me hard, ah, I love you, darling, all in it's as if she doesn't exist at all. That's too lewd. Isabel thought she was being fucked from behind like a dog that day, and even cried out a few times, which made her seem very lewd, but she never expected unconsciously. Isabel's toes curled inward inside her shoes, and the muscles in her calves tensed up, even changing the light and dark of her gray stockings. Almost unconsciously, her hand reached down, but the moment it touched her, Isabel pulled it back as if she had been electrocuted. After a while, Ronan stopped and licked the milk that had seeped out of Ambrina's vagina clean. Ambrina looked at Isabel and waved. Isabel didn't move. Ambrina gave Ronan a look, and Ronan nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. After saying that, Ronan went over and picked up Isabel, pulling her onto the bed. At that moment, Ambrina produced an ivory dildo from somewhere and prepared to move it towards Isabel. What are you doing? Isabel exclaimed in surprise. Ambrina looked puzzled. What are you afraid of? This one isn't even as big as his. It's not like you've never been fucked before. Ambrina grabbed another jar from the bedside table, poured some honey on the ivory dildo, pulled up Isabel's skirt, tore open her stockings, pulled down her panties and thrust it inside. Seeing Isabel's twitching eyelids, Ambrina let go. She had intended to poke her a few more times. Ambrina has little interest in power, even now that she is queen, but it's impossible for her to feel no resentment or jealousy towards her sister who once put a lot of pressure on her. After a few tries, Ambrina pulled out and pushed Ronan inside. Isabel didn't want to make a sound. She wrapped her arms around her thighs, which were almost touching, and her gray silk feet were pressed against Ronan's chest muscles. Ronan stood near the bed, his hands outstretched, supporting Isabel's buttocks and thrusting forcefully. A moment later, Ronan lifted Isabel's legs up, so that her legs, encased in gray stockings, were straight and perpendicular to the bed. In this position, one could admire her long legs from below, and also see the small waves of flesh bouncing under the impact of the stockings. Moreover, her vagina was tightly clenched, allowing for deep penetration. Ronan held Isabel's ankles with one hand and stroked her stockinged legs up and down with the other. The more he felt the touch of the stockings, the more he couldn't help but squeeze harder. Isabel covered her face with her hands, not wanting Ambrina to see her disheveled expression. After a few minutes, Isabel finally couldn't hold back any longer. Ronan left her body, lifted Ambrina into the air, inserted himself inside her, and began to move up and down, causing Ambrina's white-stockinged feet to bounce up and down in response. Finally, Ronan shot. Ronan, who had ejaculated, quickly recovered. Isabel gritted her teeth and told Ronan to get off her so she could sit on top. She wanted to show Ronan and Ambrina what she was made of. But after she had only moved a few times, Ambrina gave Ronan a look, and Ronan grabbed her buttocks with both hands, spread them apart, and then began thrusting upwards wildly. Isabel trembled all over, as if she was about to be thrown into the air. In the blink of an eye, Isabel could no longer sit up and ended up lying on top of Ronan, with her eyes closed, letting Ronan do as he pleased. Almost in a daze, Isabel didn't realize that at this moment, Ambrina had already put on the double-headed dragon, of course, a modified one, with a very thick part inserted into her and a very thin and short part outside. Ambrina had some ointment on her fingers, and then she aimed it at Isabel's completely exposed anus and inserted it in one go. Isabel's pupils trembled, and she opened her mouth, but quickly closed it again. Ambrina lingered inside for a moment before pulling her finger out, but then bent down to hug Isabel and thrust her hips in, inserting what wasn't much thicker than her finger. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Isabel quickly became completely disoriented and lost her senses. When she was fully awake, Ronan was gone, and her pantyhose crotch was completely soaked, the edges filled with white fluid, and the inside was muddy. Ambrina sat beside her and handed her a cup of warm honey water. "Issa, I forgive you." Isabel took the honey water and drank it all in one gulp. "You are the king, you are amazing." "What, you're not convinced?" Ambrina said with a smile. "Besides, you ended up well. Never mind." She wanted to say that Isabel looked quite pleased with herself at the end. Page 190. Isabel threw the cup onto the bedside table. "Ha, I, a commoner, have been completely ruined by you two licentious royal couple." "No, not completely," Ambrina said, pointing to her lips. "There's still some here. Go to hell." Chapter 433. Research successful. State-owned enterprise launched. Daughter is a little monster. In August, Noah and his team successfully developed a method for transferring magical talents. Of course, this method was actually only mastered by Noah, because only he had read the research materials on the soul. The other members of the team were just assistants and did odd jobs. They not only did not understand the principles, but they could not even replicate or reproduce it. This can be seen as Noah's kindness towards his research dogs. Camille, who had been thoroughly studied, was now completely free. Actually, she didn't feel anything about being studied. Before being studied, she thought she would be detained in a small dark room, stripped naked by a group of people wearing bird beak masks, and then do some terrible things to them. However, the reality is that there was no dark room. She was never stripped naked, and no one even touched her body. She went to get off work as if it were a regular job, with no restrictions on her freedom. Every day after lunch, she would go to a well-lit room in the rehabilitation center, sit in a special high-back chair, and sit there for the whole afternoon. If she got tired, she could have a coffee and some dessert. She would leave when it was time for dinner. That's for sure. Magic is tied to the soul, and the research is about studying her soul, not her body. In October, Camille passed the civil service exam and was then recruited by Dinia as her private secretary. It can be said that he rose to the top in one step, but no one disagreed, because from the outside, Camille's connections were incredibly strong, as she was a blood relative of Rabelais, one of the three leaders. Of course, Camille was not Dinia's only secretary. As a minister, Dinia had 10 secretaries, 3 of whom were important. The first in line is the permanent secretary, dispatched by the General Secretariat of the Prime Minister's office. He can be considered either Dinia's subordinate or not. Second on the list is the head of the minister's office. He's called a secretary, but he's not actually a secretary. Like the Secretary General of the City Hall, he's a proper official. Camille is ranked 3rd. Each minister uses a private secretary differently, and Camille is used by Dinia to help her sort out reports. Because of Ronan, the Ministry of the Interior receives a lot of reports with all kinds of data in its daily work. Moreover, that bastard Ronan never condenses or summarizes anything. It's all original drafts, many of which are handwritten by his subordinates, resembling rough drafts with all sorts of scribbles. Dinia was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, and secondly, there were some she simply couldn't understand. Or rather, she couldn't discern whether there was a problem or not. So Camille, a junior accountant with some experience in falsifying accounts, became the person who helped Dinia review the financial statements. As for other private secretaries, most of them are just personal assistants, but that doesn't apply to Camille at all. Dinia doesn't need anyone to help her with her personal life. Among the kingdom's high-ranking officials, only Prime Minister Alexander and Dinya do not live in mansions or villas and keep a bunch of servants. Dinya was in a way even more miserable than Alexander, because she was single and lived alone, while Alexander at least had a wife who did his laundry and performed rituals for him. Meanwhile, Ronan was busy with the first state-owned enterprise project. Ronan did not choose textiles, steel, or even food. Instead, he chose the animal feed industry. The soybean industry was entirely under Ronan's control, and naturally, so was soybean meal. As the first state-owned enterprise, it was meant to set an example for future state-owned enterprise models. It was necessary to establish a relatively complete set of rules and regulations. However, some of the things that Ronan was familiar with could be applied to it, while others could not. This was not only due to the difference in the times and environment, but also because Ronan's state-owned enterprise could not be considered a true state-owned enterprise. It could only be considered a state-owned asset company. Nobles had to exchange land for shares to obtain a large number of shares. The state invested and held the majority of shares, and a considerable portion of the shares were in the hands of the original operators. Under such circumstances, Ronan also had to find a way to ensure that the king had control over such a giant monopoly, rather than having it controlled by the bureaucracy or the actual operators. Therefore, he had to ensure that the Ministry of the Interior maintained oversight of such companies, but he couldn't allow the Ministry of the Interior to actually infiltrate them. Once inside, there's no escaping the corruption. As a result, Ronan was very busy, so busy that he was going crazy. It can only be said that, in common sense, the system lags behind productivity by half a step or even a big step. Most of the time, institutional reform is because the system is really mismatched with productivity and is forced to change by the production model. What Ronan is now trying to do is to make the system a little bit ahead of productivity, and the difficulty is self-evident. Nighttime, Elena's apartment, on a not-so-large bed. Ronan lay still, with Elena and Agostina attending to him on either side. Elena and Agostina were both wearing black pantyhose coated with lotion, which shone with an oily sheen under the light. They were both lying on their sides, with one of their long, black-stockinged legs draped over Ronan's body, rubbing and caressing him as if giving him a massage. Each of them extended a hand coated with honey oil, stroking Ronan's penis and gently stroking his testicles and perineum. A moment later, the two turned around, their buttocks facing Ronan, allowing Ronan to reach out and knead their buttocks and probe their vaginas. They cooperated by giving Ronan oral sex, one of them sucking on the head and circling the glands with their tongue, while the other licked and sucked on the large testicles. Just as Elena was about to sit down, a crying sound suddenly came from not far away. Ronan's daughter Astrid cried, and Elena rushed over to check on her. She must be hungry, so she picked up the baby and began to breastfeed her while patting and stroking her. Agostina sat down. Her figure had fully recovered, with a clear outline of her abs, showing no signs of having given birth. Her breasts, however, had grown considerably, almost resembling Elena's former size. "How is the child?" Ronan asked about his son with Agostina. "Oh, that is good. His grandfather values him more than his own life," Agostina replied as she moved. "He is nominally my grandfather, but he is actually my maternal grandfather." "Oh dear, there's no milk left." Elena's voice suddenly came. She had large breasts, but her milk supply was normal, unlike Ambrina, who had enough milk to feed 2 children. Astrid, however, was a bit abnormal. She was like a monster, with an unusually large appetite. Ronan strongly suspects that he and Elena are genetically very inhuman, greatly influenced by the high-tech civilization of another time and space, and that their union may have created a new human being. Agostina got out of bed. "I'll do it, I have enough." She didn't feed the baby all day, so she had plenty of extra milk. Elena pried open her daughter's tightly clenched grip and handed her to Agostina, preparing to take over, but Ronan waved her hand. "Never mind. The child is more important," Ronan said, putting on his robe and getting out of bed. He leaned closer to look at his daughter. "This little one seems to be growing up so fast." "Really?" Elena was somewhat skeptical. "It is pretty fast," Agostina said. "You don't notice it if you see it every day, but Ronan hasn't seen the children these days, so he noticed it right away." Chapter 434. For a bit of fun, temporarily stepping down to return to family life in September, the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission and the first bank of the Kingdom of Fas began to be established. The State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission SASAC is a special agency set up by Ronan. On the one hand, it represents the state in fulfilling the responsibilities and obligations of an investor and exercising its powers. On the other hand, It is specifically responsible for managing and supervising state-owned enterprises. This department is currently Ronan's personal fiefdom. It wasn't because Ronan was domineering, but because those who were qualified to compete with Ronan for power lacked the ability, while those who were capable lacked the qualifications. Despite having steam engines, assembly line factories, and millions of workers, the Kingdom of Fas remained an agricultural nation. Agriculture dominated the national economy, and the vast majority of people were farmers. Their production and lifestyle were not fundamentally different from those in the feudal era. Although the high-ranking officials in the central government have extensive experience and almost all have experience governing local areas, they are all quite old. Their experience is basically that of managing an agricultural society. In recent years, the country has changed rapidly and they have fallen behind. They simply do not have the ability to manage such an institution. Those with real ability are some young officials and some emerging capitalists, but these people have no right to speak. You can only receive blessings from Ronan. On the other hand, the banks could only be reorganized jointly. Ronan and Ambrina had money and power, but no people and no customer information. They could only bring in 2 or 3 banks to form a bank with the characteristics of a national bank. These banks were quite willing. First, they were local banks, confined to a specific region. It wasn't that they didn't want to expand, but these days, without a network of connections and influence, one was essentially a sitting duck in other areas. After the merger and reorganization, their business could expand nationwide through the postal system. Second, they could expand their customer base. Currently, the bank's main clients were nobles, churches, officials, agricultural capitalists, and factory owners, but in recent years, a considerable number of so-called middle-class individuals had emerged, and they had long coveted their customers. In October, against this backdrop, the establishment of the first state-owned enterprise officially began. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In April 1590, the Golden Eagle Feed Company officially began operations. That same month, at the ministerial conference, central officials launched their monthly attacks on Ronan, a recurring theme at the conference since last year. This time it's the same old story, which, translated into Sears, means licentious court life. Spreading heresies and misleading the ruler, frame a loyal and virtuous person, disrupting the court, blocking the channels of free speech, domineering and tyrannical corruption and abuse of power. The accusations against Ronan are colluding with villains, with barbs laced in between, and the only thing missing is plotting to usurp the throne. After all, he can't usurp it. His wife is the queen, and his son is likely to be the next king. Everyone knew that criticizing Ronan was pointless, but they had no other options. They weren't afraid either. Ambrina didn't rely on them when she came to power, so she could disregard them. But conversely, they weren't Ambrina's supporters either, so what if they cursed her, just for fun? However, to everyone's surprise, Ambrina nodded this time. That makes sense. He was indeed wrong. So Ronan should be demoted and transferred to the General Secretariat as an administrative secretary. Oh no. The ministers felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. This isn't a demotion, this is paving the way. Prime Minister Alexander still has 1 term left, and Ambrina will definitely want Dinia to take over then. This move is intended to make Ronan the future Secretary General, so that the 2 of them can completely control the central government in the future. But it was difficult to stop, because it was a punishment for Ronan, a demotion. Ronan went from department level to deputy section chief. Moreover, Ambrina demoted Ronan because she listened to their advice, so if they went back on their word now, they would be contradicting themselves. It's just for fun. I got used to it, and ended up making myself look like a clown. Thank you all, Ronan said. His departure from the Department of Industry and Commerce Security under the Ministry of the Interior was perfectly fine. He had personally formulated all the rules and regulations, promoted everyone from top to bottom, and established the most important legal provisions and organizational structure for state-owned enterprises. The new director was an old acquaintance of his, the former Secretary General of Rennes, Abelard, who was very knowledgeable in industry and commerce. Alina, Mrs. Antari, and his old subordinate Blind Seth were all in this department. Further down the hierarchy were a group of passionate young people that Ronan had poached from the law school, and special talents recruited from society. Ronan is gone, but he can still remotely control the department at any time to ensure everything remains normal. When the meeting ended, the central officials looked as if they had lost their sons. After all, for people from the Western continent, the death of their parents was a cause for celebration, while the death of their son was a tragedy. Lunchtime. Anli, Ronan suddenly called out to Ambrina. What? Ambrina asked, looking puzzled. I am planning to take a break for a while, Ronan said. Anyway, I am just a nobody secretary now, so it doesn't matter if I don't go to work. Huh? Ambrina exclaimed in surprise. You're not thinking of going fishing again, are you? Ambrina instinctively assumed that Ronan's vacation was because he wanted to go fishing. No, it's mainly because I wanted to spend time with you and the kids. They hardly recognize me as their father anymore, Ronan said. Of course, if any fish were to jump out, he could only deal with them while he was at it, and then take the opportunity to bring down a few more. That is wonderful, Ambrina exclaimed happily. We'll go to the opera this afternoon and have seafood tonight. Besides eating, music is Ambrina's second greatest hobby. Ronan used to be a musical idiot, but after being influenced by Ambrina for so many years, he has become quite good at it. No problem, Ronan replied. As for children, they can simply be left in the palace. It's just the two of them, so there's no need to worry about children. Both children have been weaned. The son, Lucian, is a well-behaved boy who rarely makes a fuss. He can play with the building blocks that Ronan had someone make for him until he falls asleep. The daughter, Ine, no longer shoots swords randomly. She's just a little mischievous. Last time, she chopped down a tree that Ambrina planted when she was little and got a good beating for it. After playing for half a day, they returned to the palace in the evening and took a bath together in the large public bath, and also had sex with each other. How about we go hunting tomorrow? Ambrina asked. Whatever you say, Ronan replied. You can fly me there then. Just the two of us, Ambrina suggested again. Ronan agreed, no problem. The next day, before dawn, the two set off. Ambrina was dressed in a magnificent hunting outfit, a military-style button-down dark purple velvet coat with solid gold buttons on the collar, gold eagle embroidery on the cuffs, a belt around her waist, matching dark purple tight-fitting riding breeches, and a pair of white knee-high boots. Ronan was dressed similarly, except his boots were black, so they could be considered a couple's outfit. They took off directly from the palace and flew all the way to the royal hunting grounds outside the capital. At dawn, when wild boars are active, the two were lucky enough to find one. They set off with a bundle of spears on their backs. This is how mages hunt. They don't need guns or hunting dogs. Otherwise there would be no fun at all. Chapter 435 Hunting, old married couple. This wild boar, which may weigh over 300 pounds, did not run away after being hit by a spear. Instead, it charged towards Ronan and Ambrina, and after being hit by two more spears, it reached Ronan and Ambrina. Ronan and Ambrina each plunged a sword into the boar's neck, halting its charge. The boar strained its hooves, trying to push forward, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't move an inch. After struggling for a while, it gradually lost its strength. Ronan and Ambrina pulled out their swords, and the boar collapsed to the ground. Then, Ronan's longsword transformed into a short sword, and he began to skin and cut flesh. Ronan has already decided on lunch: roasted wild boar with wraps. Wild boar meat is not a very tasty meat. It has a strong, gamey smell and a coarse texture. Only the cuts with a good balance of fat and lean meat can be used. It needs to be marinated for a long time to mask the smell and achieve a relatively good taste. Pound the meat slices, then mix them with the marinade, and finally seal them with a layer of peanut oil. Done. Setting the meat slices aside, Ronan began building an earthen stove. Ambrina took out a lollipop from her body space and said while eating it, Ronan, I was thinking, would it be better to let Anna succeed to the throne in the future? Page 191. Why? Ronan asked. There are still too few capable women in our country, Ambrina said. She didn't directly say that the woman was incompetent. Following the father's plan, if the crown prince were to succeed to the throne, the future queen would be selected through examinations, then sent to central government departments for training, then demoted to local areas, and finally transferred back. The crown prince would then choose one of them as his queen. You don't need to worry about that. In a few years, we'll release this news, and the school will expand its programs. Naturally, outstanding women will emerge, Ronan said. Besides, you don't think that choosing a princess is to play a role like mine, do you? To put it somewhat arrogantly, even if Inna were to choose a man as her heir, he couldn't possibly be as good as me. Yes. Ambrina nodded with a smile. She felt that no man in the world could surpass her husband. He was handsome, capable, could cook for her, handle government affairs for her, and earn a lot of money for her to spend. Even if he had multiple lovers, he could still make her very satisfied. I still believe that Lucian should succeed to the throne. No, and there is no need for the future queen to take my place. In my opinion, even if some of the women are not chosen, they can stay and serve as the king's secretaries. At that time, The queen will be the head of these female secretaries. Ronan said, that's right, he wanted to use these women as eunuchs, since an autocratic monarch couldn't possibly do without his inner court officials, especially as industry becomes increasingly developed in the future. The quantity and difficulty of government affairs to be handled will far exceed the level of agricultural countries, making it impossible for one person to manage them all. As for the king sleeping with all his female secretaries and turning the country from being ruled by secretaries into being ruled by lovers, Ronan can only say that this situation was almost inevitable, because the selection process itself was to select women who were both talented and beautiful, and how could the king resist? However, this does not affect the fact that under the inheritance laws of the Western continent, only the children of the sole legal wife have inheritance rights, and divorce is an extremely difficult matter. I see. Ambrina understood Ronan's meaning. However, I think Lucian is a little too docile. This was actually a euphemism. What Ambrina meant was that Lucian was a bit dull and not lively at all. In the traditional Western worldview, a dull and restless child was considered unlikely to amount to anything. Perhaps maritime civilizations value courage, while agrarian civilizations prefer stability. He is not even 2 years old yet, and he can speak properly, Ronan said. Besides, once I get you the crown, if he has a steady personality, it might be a good thing. It's impossible to unify the Western continent. Dominating it is the limit. Cyrus was able to unify the country, because during the Warring States period, several major states were actually part of the Jew cultural system, including those who considered themselves barbarians. Their previous culture had long been transformed by the Jew people. If the state of warring states in Sears had continued for several more centuries, the unification of Sears would most likely have been impossible. The Sears people considered unification normal, but it was actually an anomaly. The real chance for unification of the Western continent was the old empire, which, in the original timeline of Ronan, was Rome. At that time, apart from Rome, everyone to the north was a barbarian with no culture whatsoever. Take the kingdom of Fas or France as an example. France was also a bunch of barbarians back then. If they wanted to establish grassroots rule, they could only learn civilization, that is, become Latinized. However, the barbarians would rather hand over grassroots rule to the priests, remain illiterate, and build castles everywhere than become Latinized. This is one of the major reasons for the formation of the Dark Ages. But things changed after the Dark Ages. Barbarians developed their own culture and strongly resisted assimilation. In this context, the difficulty of achieving standardized writing and unified cart tracks far exceeds that of the unified empire of Sears. Without standardized writing and unified cart tracks, the so-called unification is nothing but nonsense. Therefore, Ronan did not want the next generation to be too ambitious and try to do some great feats that were simply impossible. After discussing serious matters, the two started talking about some casual things, beginning with theater. Ambrina is a veteran theater critic. Whenever a new play is staged or a classic play is revived, she will provide a thorough critique from beginning to end. They then talked about clothing. Perhaps due to her inner aversion to excessive luxury, Ambrina disliked the current trend of elaborately decorated clothes. She preferred simpler designs and more comfortable cuts. Of course, her simple was relative. Compared to the clothing of ordinary people, it was still much more luxurious. At noon, after eating wild boar meat, the two strolled around the hunting grounds for a while. Suddenly, Ambrina stopped in front of a large tree and looked up at Ronan. We've been married for so long, we understand each other with just a glance. Ambrina gripped the tree trunk with both hands, turned her back, and raised her buttocks. Her not-so-thin dark purple pants revealed the outline of her black underwear. Ronan didn't rush to pull down her pants but instead grabbed and rubbed them forcefully. After a while, Ronan finally pulled down Ambrina's pants, and her two buttocks were immediately exposed. They used to be the small, round buttocks of a young girl, but now they were the large, white buttocks of a young woman. That area was already wet before he even patted it. Ronan rubbed the semi-erect head of his penis against the entrance of the hole. The penis hardened, but he still didn't enter. Instead, he continued to tease it. Come in quickly, Ronan, I'm itchy, Ambrina urged, grabbing Ronan's manhood and trying to pull it in. Ronan squeezed in a third of the way. Anli, how are you today, HMPH? Ambrina snorted and stomped her foot to express her displeasure. What Ronan loved most about Ambrina was that, despite all the changes she had undergone over the years, at 28, she still retained the same charming, sweet, slightly willful, and mischievous princess deep in her soul. I was wrong, Your Majesty. Ronan apologized, then went all in. In the deserted hunting grounds, Ambrina cried out loud. Chapter 436 Field Battle, Intermarriage. You're surrounded in the wild. Ambrina's unprecedented moans greatly stimulated Ronan. He threw all techniques and rhythms to the back of his mind, gripping Ambrina's plump, soft breasts with both hands and thrusting hard. Ambrina, who was just over 1.6 meters tall, had to stand on tiptoe in this position and could not stand completely steadily. Every thrust made her body tremble. After a while, Ambrina was gripping the tree trunk tightly with both hands, hanging in midair parallel to the ground. Ronan held her calves, which were clad in boots, with both hands, changed his rhythm, bent over, and gathered his strength. Only her head was still inside. Finally, he unleashed a powerful thrust, penetrating her completely. Each time, Ambrina would groan loudly, and each time, her plump, soft breasts would sway for a long time from the aftershocks of the impact. After Ronan finally ejaculated all his thick, white semen, Ambrina was so weak that she felt as if her bones had been removed. She collapsed in Ronan's arms, her face pressed against his firm chest muscles, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her hands gently stroking his well-defined abdominal muscles. At the same time, in a villa within the capital, a meeting was being held. Representatives of 3 different human races, the Haiti, the Pavis, and the Ra, gathered together. The Seedirs are the most numerous, with their population now reaching 200,000. They are also the wealthiest, supporting the entire kingdom's agricultural technology. Moreover, they are all excellent sailors and fishermen, and they wield considerable power. Under Ronan's intervention, many of them have joined the kingdom's navy. Their overall strength has improved compared to the past. Although they are pure androids and cannot learn magic, they can learn the enhanced sorcery that Ronan brought back from the celestial realm, and the effect is very good. 1 or 2,000 of them have the strength of a novice mage, and nearly 100 of them have the strength of a first-level mage. However, the limit of the Haiti people is about the 2nd level. The Pavis are the race Alina belongs to. They are cyborgs created by the moon goddess Keterbler using biotechnology from another world and northerners. They are born with superhuman physical abilities and can learn magic. They can be found throughout the entire western continent. Hundreds of years ago, they were the main force of the royal guard of the previous dynasty of the Kingdom of Foes. In recent years, due to the rise of Alina and Caterpillar, who does not acknowledge that she is the goddess of the moon, a large number of immigrants have settled in the Kingdom of Foes. Now there are nearly 20,000 of them. They weren't particularly powerful on their own, but as a family unit, they were incredibly united. They were responsible for creating several major gangs in the country, and Wangtu almost set one up too. However, after Alina killed off a bunch of their own family members, they quieted down. In Ronan's words, whether it's day or night, above ground or underground, there can only be one vibrant organization in the capital, the Ministry of the Interior. Finally, there's the issue of attracting people, but the population is even smaller, less than 10,000. This group of people used to be active in the northern part of the southern continent, that is, in the area of Egypt, and they claim to be a priestly clan. They are not purely human. Their origins are probably related to that lost ancient ruin in Egypt. People can also use magic, and everyone can become a novice magician, although there are still not many who can become full-fledged magicians. They only have 2 kinds of magic, divine magic and summoning. But strangely, their summoning cannot be inherited, and their divine magic is sometimes effective and sometimes not. This should be related to the fact that they are not pure humans. The La people once followed the Green Church into Bilia. After the Restoration movement, they were expelled. The Green Church retreated, and the La people went north to the Kingdom of Foes. In fact, there is another non-human species within the kingdom, namely the Rag people, also known as the Negos of this world. But unfortunately, the Haiti people, the Pavis people, and the Rag people all think that they are civilized people, and that their ancestors were once rich. Do you Rag people even deserve to be called human? Gentlemen, what do you think of this proposed intermarriage method? Asked the representative of the Haiti people. The so-called proposed intermarriage measures is a newly promulgated decree of the kingdom. In short, it encourages the Haiti, Pavis, and La people to intermarry with the dominant ethnic group. Generally speaking, encouragement is useless, especially when the other party is somewhat unwilling. It's not that mixed-race children born after intermarriage will lose their power, because they have existed on the continent for thousands of years. How could there not be mixed-race children? The special power of mixed-race children will weaken, but it will stabilize after a few generations and will no longer weaken. However, mixed-race children will grow to look more and more like pure humans. In this way, their ethnic group will be completely assimilated sooner or later, and those in power within the tribe will no longer have any power. But everyone knows that Ronan is behind this decree. For the Haiti people, Ronan was a benefactor and their greatest backer. For the Pavas, Ronan was a powerful figure they wanted to rely on, but hadn't yet been able to secure. For the La people, however, it was fear. Hundreds of their people had been killed in the previous bloody crackdown in the south. You'll have to figure that out yourselves, said the Pavas representative. The Haiti people were the most numerous and had the closest relationship with Ronan. If they didn't lead the charge, were they supposed to go themselves? Laron said, how about learning the matrilineal kinship system of the Jew and people? As long as the mother is one of ours, she is considered one of our people. Also, we need to find a way to revive our already weak religion. The Jun people are practically the Jews of this world. The ancestors of all three groups had committed acts of slaying gods and had long since lost their religious beliefs. In order to reunite the people, they had no choice but to find a way to revive them. Let's discuss it with Lord Ronan, said the representative of the Haiti people. They had once suffered the most, but now they were doing the best. So naturally they were the most cowardly. Then you can go, said the representative of the group. They were the weakest and most afraid that Ronan might decide to carry out a massacre. The representative of the Haiti people shook his head. We have no idea where he went. After saying that, the representative of the Haiti people looked at the representative of the Pavas people. Go find Ms. Alina, she should be able to find Lord Ronan. The representative of the Pavas people looked embarrassed. 2 years ago, they tried to infiltrate the capital's underworld. But Alina, who was heavily pregnant at the time, beat them up. Their leader was cleaved in two, and Alina almost went into premature labor afterward. Does this send them to Alina, only to get slashed again? Just then, shouts of warning came from outside. Listen up, you inside. Come out one by one with your heads in your hands and your backs turned. Slow down, don't run, or you'll be killed. They thought their gathering was very secretive, but little did they know that when the marriage law was announced, Ronan had already had the security bureau keep an eye on them. At this moment, dozens of mages had completely surrounded the place, ready to take action at any time. The dozen or so people at the gathering all walked out of the villa one by one. Ashley was leading the group, with Galan as her second-in-command. Alina was also there, carrying a basket on her back, from which a small golden-haired head peeked out. Peering at the group, Ashley stepped forward and waved her hand, ordering, "Arrest them all. Kill any who resist. A bunch of ungrateful bastards." The Haiti representative glared at Ashley, and the next instant, a shadowy black hand snapped her neck. Chapter 437. New Year, 5-year plan, and troubled children. Several months passed in the blink of an eye, and it was May of 1591. This marks the 10th anniversary of Ronan and Dinia's meeting. Ronan is 35 years old at the time. His primary identity is that of the Crown Prince, while his title remains that of the Marquis of Rhine. His position is Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of the Interior, the #1 Secretary of the Ministry of the Interior, and Dinia's Chief Secretary. However, his direct superior is the Director of the General Secretariat of the Prime Minister's Office. By this time, Ronan had cleared all obstacles and laid the groundwork. State-owned enterprises that control the lifeline of the nation's economy have fully mobilized. Currently, the Kingdom of Fas is the wealthiest nation in the Western continent. Trade unions were established. Farmers' associations were established. The trade unions are special trade unions, not created to protect workers' rights, but to replace those guilds. As for the farmers' associations, they are used to allocate production materials such as seeds, fertilizers, and farm tools. The workers and peasants across the country will be brought under control within a few years. 5 years later, no country in the Western continent could surpass Ronan's Kingdom of Fas in its ability to govern at the grassroots level. 20 magic academies covering the southern region were established, and nearly 100 new primary and secondary schools and 3 new universities were added nationwide. They plan to create a wave of magicians within 5 years. Military reforms, weapon upgrades, new cannons, new muskets, new magical armor, new magical revolvers and rifles, and individual flying vehicles specifically for Orthodox mages. The new formation consists of a Marine Corps composed of Haiti people, a Special Forces unit of Pavas people using rifles developed by Ketterbear, and a field medic centered around the Ra people. 5 years later, the kingdom's army is absolutely invincible in land warfare and unbeatable in air warfare. Son, do you see? Your father is building an impregnable empire for you, Ronan said with a touch of pride as he stood in the palace. Your son over there is almost crying from being beaten. Ambrina interrupted Ronan's self-absorbed reverie, speaking as if he weren't her son. Ugh, that little brat. She hit her brother again. Ronan cursed helplessly. What should he do if his siblings fight? How about we bring Lily over? Ambrina asked. Lily is Astrid, Ronan and Alina's daughter, a precocious prodigy who's 2 years old and has already started reading and learning magic. She doesn't usually like to stay with her mother. Instead, she prefers to stick close to her godmother, Ascatina, to learn about magical theories. Although Agostina may seem like a self-taught individual, she is actually a technically skilled academic. With the research insights Victor gave her years ago, her theoretical knowledge is quite solid, and her own strength is also quite impressive. As a fourth-tier elemental mage, she can be considered among the strong. Astrid has only been studying for half a year, and she's already at the level of a novice mage. Plus, she knows moon summoning. The two innate skills, Moon Tide, make him significantly stronger than Zhao Luxian and Danae. In a real fight, he could easily defeat both of them. Ambrina's suggestion is simply using one unruly child to deal with another unruly child. Forget it, if Lily comes, the palace won't be enough for those 3 little brats to wreak havoc. Ronan disagreed with Ambrina's suggestion. Then I'll leave this to you. I am going to rehearse, Ambrina said. Lately, she's no longer content with just writing songs and tinkering with scripts. She wants to experience directing. I still have to go to the Ministry of the Interior later, Ronan said. He's busy too, having put together such a huge 5-year plan. If he doesn't keep an eye on things, who knows what kind of trouble his subordinates might cause. He never overestimates the bottom line of officials, because most officials have no bottom line at all. Ronan and Ambrina are both old forgetful about their children. Ambrina thought for a moment. Then you can take Lucian to Canon on your way and give him something new and interesting toy that he can play with all day. Let Anna go to her aunt's place. She always wants her aunt more than her mother anyway. Little Lucian was extremely fascinated by all kinds of machinery, especially things involving magic. Ina simply enjoys playing with her aunt, Isabel. Ambrina felt like she was a genius at taking care of children. Okay, Ronan agreed. Page 192. A short while later, Ronan, with one child in each arm and one under his arm, flew towards the Ministry of the Interior on his floating shield. Xiao Lu Zilin remained silent the whole way. Ina spread her arms wide, as if she were flying, and occasionally cried out in the wind, thoroughly enjoying this flight. Ronan first took Lucian to the technical department, told Canon to take care of him for a while, and then left. Then Anna was sent to Isabel's place. Isabel no longer works as a spy. She is now mainly responsible for planting intelligence agencies within labor unions and farmers' associations. These agencies' primary business is, on the surface, handling petitions and complaints, which is why Ambrina felt comfortable letting her daughter come here. Having settled things with his son and daughter, Ronan headed to the Ministry of the Interior building. At that moment, Dinio was pacing back and forth in the office, throwing a tantrum. This situation was entirely within Ronan's expectations. Recently, many large projects have been launched, and Dinio wanted to take them all under the management of the Ministry of the Interior. Ronan put in a lot of effort, and finally managed to persuade her to let multiple departments work together to promote these projects. The result is inefficiency. It's not that these departments are deliberately causing trouble. The Western continent is currently in an era of fierce competition among powerful nations. While the kingdom's officials are still vying for power and making money as usual, they also hope for a strong and prosperous nation. The reason for the situation is that the leaders of various departments have become outdated in terms of competence and ability. They can't come up with good strategies themselves, and they can't even judge the suggestions of their subordinates. However, they must maintain their authority and cannot allow the capable to rise and the incompetent to fall. Moreover, they don't want to take the blame for such a big issue and dare not give a clear stance. Without a clear stance from their superiors, subordinates dare not act rashly. So they procrastinated, taking one step at a time and thinking 3 steps ahead, holding 3 or 5 meetings before doing anything. This is all you're doing. Dinia started to taunt Ronan as soon as she saw him. At this rate, it won't be done in 5 years, let alone 10. Ronan calmly sat down. Diddy, there's a limit to how much power we can seize. If we go too far, a fierce political struggle will be inevitable. Besides, we can't rely on the Ministry of the Interior to complete these projects. Dania sat down on the desk. I don't want to hear this nonsense. Give me a solution. Wait 2 years. Alexander will be retired in 2 years. Then you can be the Prime Minister. Once you become Prime Minister, get rid of those old ministers and replace them with some capable and reliable people. Ronan said, although the Kingdom of Fas is an autocratic monarchy, the king cannot arbitrarily replace the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister usually serves 3 terms, a total of 9 years, before stepping down, The old Prime Minister will usually make a suggestion to the king to replace a few ministers, and the specific candidates are the result of a deal between the old Prime Minister and the new Prime Minister. This set of unspoken political rules was established by Lawrence to ensure the continuity of national policies. On the one hand, it prevented the king from arbitrarily changing prime ministers and making irresponsible decisions, and on the other hand, it prevented the new prime minister from taking over the previous generation without doing anything else. Breaking this system would severely damage the political environment. Chapter 438 No Breaking the Rules. Same spot. The hardship of the night. Ronan didn't want to break this set of unspoken political rules, so months ago he half-jokingly told Dinia, "What's the most important thing about being a minister? It's still patience. I'm leaving this to you. I'm going home," Dinia said, emphasizing each word. Before she finished speaking, she was gone, leaving only a stamp on the table that was spinning like a top. Ronan could only shake his head helplessly. He was almost 40 years old, and his temper was still so fiery. With Dinia gone, Ronan had to handle the documents that needed to be stamped and signed himself. In fact, he had already read these documents and knew which ones should be approved and which ones shouldn't. He had originally come to explain and report to Dinia, but now that was no longer necessary. He opened the drawer, took out the official seal, and then grabbed the personal seal that Dinia had left behind. He stamped the documents with a series of slaps, then imitated Dinia's handwriting to stamp and sign the documents that needed approval. His role as vice king and secretary to the minister was more tiring than that of the king and the minister. Night at Dinia's house. In the usual spot, in front of the bar counter, Dinia was drinking alone when she saw Ronan arrive, so she pushed a glass towards him. In May, the weather in the capital city warms up, but it is still a bit cool at night, only around 10 degrees Celsius. At this moment, Dinia was not wearing the same outfit she wore at the Ministry of the Interior during the day, nor was it her home clothes. Instead, she was wearing a loose-fitting, cream-white knitted sweater, crystal earrings, and a rare black pearl necklace. She wore a misty pink multi-layered silk-pleated skirt, ivory-white flat shoes, and ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings that gave her smooth, white insteps and calves a soft, diffused glow. Ronan thought the outfit was quite acceptable, but in this era, this style of dress was typical of a rural aristocrat. "Who did you go on a date with?" Ronan asked with a smile. Dinia glanced at Ronan for a moment, then said, "None of your business." Ronan pouted and made a pained expression. "You're not seeing someone else, are you?" The next instant, he was kicked to the ground by Dinia. Before he could react, Dinia was already on top of him, throwing left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts, and lower cuts. In the blink of an eye, Ronan's handsome face was swollen and red like a dragon fruit. After finishing, Dinia stood up and kicked Ronan in the groin, saying, "If you joke like that again, I'll rip your rotten thing off." Well, even though he got a beating, Ronan felt a little sweet inside seeing how angry Dinia was about the joke. Dinia sat back down. "Isabel and I took your daughter shopping on East Street. East Street is located between a new residential area renovated from the area destroyed during the White Pagoda incident and a factory area expanded after the old city wall was demolished. This area is incredibly lively, serving as a bustling commercial and food street for the common people of the capital. Unfortunately, Lucian doesn't like to go out." Ronan was also a bit troubled. Although Lucian was still very young, he already showed some signs of social anxiety and being a tech geek. As his father, he was busy with national affairs and couldn't spare much time to take care of him. His mother, Ambrina, didn't like to discipline her children. Ambrina felt that it was best to let things take their course. She herself had been raised in a free-range manner and it had turned out fine. On the other hand, Isabel had been strictly disciplined by her mother since childhood, and that was the result. "We went to talk to the workers and some small vendors there, and we were surprised to find that they actually valued union fees quite highly," Dinia remarked with considerable emotion. Ronan thought this was normal. This is a world where everyone is worse than the last. Guilds used to be a combination of middlemen and gangsters. Now, unions, although they are still tools for exploiting and oppressing workers and maintaining stability, at least they are not as blatant in their behavior. Although we now have colonies and foreign markets to exploit, we still have to exploit and oppress workers and peasants in order to develop industry and expand our military power. However, Ronan's exploitation was not very intense. As a result, many capitalists who were closely associated with Ronan, as well as his reform leaders, felt that Ronan was too soft-hearted and too kind to the poor, and that he was completely bewitched by Dinia, that damned saint. Ironically, in a sense, The more advanced democratic regimes that represent the interests of capital don't actually need popular support, while conversely, the backward and autocratic monarchical regimes desperately need popular support. The workers have improved, but the farmers are not doing so well. Dinia then changed the subject to farmers. I still think we should establish collective farms. We don't have that many civil servants, Ronan said. Besides, we already have too many civil servants to support, and we can't afford to keep them anymore. The number of personnel in the Ministry of the Interior has been increasing, and there are also many civil servants in a considerable number of state-owned enterprises. There are also civil servants in the new department for managing state-owned enterprises. But the country's income has also increased a lot, hasn't it? Dinia countered. Hey, you think civil servants only get a salary? They have a whole set of benefits, especially that damn pension, Ronan said through gritted teeth. Dinia sneered. Ha, didn't you bring these up yourself? Ronan took a big gulp of wine. If I didn't offer these benefits, would I be able to get all the lower-level civil servants to side with us? Yes, you've worked hard, Mr. Vice King. Dinia rarely offered Ronan such words of comfort, though there was a hint of sarcasm in them. After all these years, how could she not know that Ronan was someone who thoroughly enjoyed playing political games? Ronan completely ignored this little bit of sarcasm. Instead, he reached his hand into Dinia's skirt and gently stroked the thin but very delicate stockings while saying, "It's not hard work. What's hard work during the day? The real hard work is at night." Dinia, who was already used to being touched, let Ronan touch her and finished the rest of her drink in one gulp. Really? Well, you'll have a hard time tonight. No problem, Ronan replied. Soon after, the two got to the bed, and before long, Ronan was pinned down on the bed. Dinia had only licked it once when Ronan's large penis sprang to life. Firstly, Dinia's snow-white, aloof face was incredibly stimulating when she gave him oral sex. Secondly, she was truly skilled at licking. Her tongue could transform, taking the head into her mouth and first, with a powerful stroke of her tongue around the glands, then transforming into a snake's fork tongue that plunged into the urethral opening. Then, Dinia tore off her stockings and panties, sat down with her huge, fleshy buttocks, and slid in all the way. Then Dinia started going up and down. Even after all these years, Dinia always manages to come up with some new tricks every now and then. When he went up, she squeezed extremely tightly, the inner walls like countless tiny tentacles gripping and pulling at Ronan's penis, as if trying to uproot it. When he went down, her vagina opened up, incredibly wet, allowing Ronan to reach the deepest part of her womb, as if trying to suck in Ronan's testicles. With each round of lifting and pressing, Ronan had to grip Dinia's stocking-clad calves tightly to suppress the urge to ejaculate, and he couldn't help but make sounds like oh, ah, ah, hoo. Chapter 439 Squeezing Dry. Patrol. Only I can be without the law. After Dinia slowed down a bit, Ronan wrapped his arms around her waist and thrust into her with a burst of energy. Soon after, Dinia fell into a daze. In the past, when Dinia was in this state, she would move freely and let Ronan do as he pleased, but this time, she grabbed Ronan tightly, thrust her hips, and ruthlessly fucked him without any reason. Ronan also went berserk and fought back. The two bodies collided repeatedly, eventually falling from the bed to the floor. Finally, Dinia stopped moving and her body went limp. Ronan turned around and pinned Dinia down, flipping her over completely. He pressed his hands against the back of her knees, making her feet face the sky, and then he thrust downwards violently, causing her two plump buttocks to tremble continuously, the stockings covering her buttocks to tear further, and her stockinged feet swayed wildly in the air. Catch it all, don't spill a drop, Ronan growled as he pinned Dinia down. He ejaculated, a burst of more than 30 streams lasting nearly half a minute. Each stream sprayed onto the inner wall, the thick, white fluid constantly washing over the uterus, almost filling it completely. After finishing, Ronan collapsed onto Dinia like a lump of mud, panting and exclaiming, "I'm completely drained." Dinia lay sprawled on the carpet, already unconscious. Ronan's large penis had shrunk into a small mudfish and slipped out, with a lot of white and blue fluid flowing out of Dinia's gaping red hole. In terms of physical fitness, Dinia is many times stronger than Ronan. However, she is an extremely sensitive person when it comes to sex. From the moment she reaches orgasm, her soul and body will have intense reactions that continue until the end. Ronan was completely defeated by her this time, but her own condition was even worse, as she eventually lost consciousness. After a long while Ronan managed to sit up, while Dinia remained lying down, still in that weak and powerless posture, as if she had drunk herself into oblivion. Ronan reached out and patted Dinia's face, but when he found she didn't react, He was overcome with lust. He flipped over and straddled Dinya, cupped her large breasts in his hands and squeezed them together, then inserted his limp penis inside, wiping away the sticky fluid on them. There was no particular physical pleasure. In fact, Ronan felt a throbbing pain when he got an erection, but the mental sensations, especially the thrill of conquest, were unprecedented. After staring at Dinya's sleeping face for a while, Ronan tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and fell into a state of blissful reverie. At this point, Dinya was actually awake. She raised her finger slightly, but then lowered it again, keeping her eyes closed and pretending to be asleep without moving. Occasionally letting this man indulge himself on her is one of the few tender comforts she can offer. After a while, Ronan got the hang of it, squatted down, aimed at Dinya's lips, and applied 2 or 3 thin, weak smears of smear onto her lips. Dinya hasn't moved yet. Ronan laughed immediately. All right, stop acting. I know you woke up a long time ago. Dinya sat up, wiped her lips, and silently looked at Ronan. Seeing his expression of respect, she suddenly laughed, a very unrestrained laugh. Ronan was momentarily surprised. What are you laughing at? Dinya sat cross-legged on the bed, a smile still on her lips. Laugh at us, we're almost 40. We're supposed to be in charge of a country, yet we act like 2 young people, behaving childishly during sex. Indeed, Ronan said, walking onto the bed and pressing himself against Dinya from behind, one hand playing with her hair and the other roaming over her stockinged legs. But isn't that why we can always maintain a youthful mindset? Dinya rested her head gently on Ronan's shoulder. You always manage to find a reason behind everything. If I weren't so good at reasoning, how could I have the honor of becoming your faithful lover? Ronan whispered in Dinya's ear. Dinya removed Ronan's hand. Stop touching me, or I'll get aroused, and you won't be able to handle it. Ronan couldn't stand those words. Men are animals that can't stand being provoked. With that, Ronan reached into the crotch of the ultra-thin, transparent pantyhose and began to tease Dinya with his fingers. All right, I give up, Dinya said, softening her tone. Ronan then stopped and got down to business. When do we depart? In a few days, Dinya will leave the capital to inspect the work of local units of the Ministry of the Interior throughout the country as Minister of the Interior. She will not be able to return for about 6 months. Normally, this kind of thing wouldn't require her, as the minister, to go in person, but Dinya insisted on doing it herself. Next week, Dinya replied. Why are you asking? I want to fuck your mouth before you leave, Ronan said. Slap. Dinya slapped Ronan across the face. How could you be so vulgar? Dinya patted his face, not slapped him, and Ronan already knew she had given her permission. Those who use euphemisms and veiled language are truly vulgar. It is someone as crude and straightforward as me who is noble. Dinya sighed, at a loss for words. Oh, and while you re-add it, let us check out the Magic Academy that is under construction, Ronan said. Magic academies are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, and the newly established ones are no exception. The Academy's teachers are all under the Ministry of Magic. It is thanks to the innovation of magical weapons that a group of new generation and first-rank magicians who were reduced in salary due to their low level gave up the idea of coming to the capital to make a living. Otherwise, it might not have been possible to recruit enough teachers. What are you going to do? Reform? Dinya asked. No, it is supporting those who oppose reform, Ronan said. The Ministry of Magic wants to implement reforms in these 20 public magic schools, some of which are already established and others haven't even chosen a location yet. There are many different approaches, but the goal is very clear: to make money by providing student loans, training internships, and career guidance. Ideally, they want to make money while also steadily recruiting graduates into the Ministry of Magic, expanding its staff, and thus increasing the ministry's power. Robbing money, robbing people, and even seizing power, there's no law at all, Ronan said with an air of righteous indignation. Such lawless acts must not be allowed to be done by anyone else. Ronan continued, don't worry, you don't need to do anything. You just need to speak up in support of the school principal and those in the wizarding world who are passionate about education. Student loans are a business run by people in society who are passionate about education. Training internships, or rather, the business of exploiting students for free, belong to the school leaders. Page 193. As the Minister of the Interior, Dinya supported both sides, so they had to give something in return. They had to find a way to lure them to the Ministry of the Interior. Okay, Dinya replied. Afterwards, the two simply wiped themselves down with hot water and then cuddled together to sleep. The next morning, Ronan and Dinya both overslept. They gave each other an awkward smile, admitting that what happened the night before had gone a little too far. After quickly washing up and getting dressed, Dinia ate some pancakes for breakfast at a nearby stall, then turned Ronan into a mushroom and teleported to the Ministry of the Interior for work. As a result, I was still late. Fortunately, the boss's lateness wasn't considered late. In the morning, the Ministry of the Interior held a meeting where Dinia officially announced her upcoming itinerary. After she left, Ronan took over the work of the Ministry of the Interior. Chapter 440. Before departure, the Anti-French Alliance. Too much money won't do. 5 days later, the day before Dinia's departure, in the Ministry of the Interior office, Dinia's snow-white and light golden hair was styled into a neat ponytail. She was wearing the Ministry of the Interior's spring uniform, with a white shirt underneath and a blue-purple fitted military-style cotton coat on top. The coat was stretched taut and made her chest look even larger. The 2 breast pockets had a golden eagle embroidered on the left and a sword and shield embroidered on the right. A wide black belt around her waist outlined her slender and strong waistline. She wore a similar blue-purple knee-length skirt. Inside were black pantyhose. Although they were very thin, they had a delicate texture and an even color. They were thin but not see-through. The calves, ankles, and the insteps of the high heels were all a completely consistent matte, hazy black. They didn't feel like fabric at all. They were more like a thin film. Just now, Ronan held Dinia's legs and squeezed his own penis between them, stroking it until it was hard and erect. At this moment, Dinia sat sideways on her desk, her hands supporting her on the surface, her 2 bare legs draped over her shoulders. Ronan, on the other hand, was half squatting on the desk, cupping her face in his hands and fucking her mouth as if it were his genitals. Finally, after his blast, Ronan hurriedly left, not having had his fill of fun, as he had to rush to attend the Imperial Council meeting. The recent diplomatic situation is quite severe. The pirates of Wayland attacked the trading fleets of the Kingdom of Fas many times, but they only attacked and did not rob. They then put forward a new trade agreement proposal, wanting the kingdom to lower the export prices of distilled wine, porcelain and silk textiles, and reduce tariffs on wool fabrics. On the other side, Villa also stepped up his efforts. It creates friction on the border itself, and also gets the Netherlands, the Setski Union, and Austria to cause trouble. The Swiss alliance is roughly equivalent to Switzerland in Ronan's original timeline, while Austria is equivalent to Austria. Both are states of the Will Empire, with Austria being the hereditary territory of the current emperor's family. It has that Happenberger vibe, although the history of the people, families, and individuals in this world has been completely altered, and the King of Villa no longer holds the title of Emperor of the Empire, and his family is not as powerful as the Habal family in Ronan's original timeline. He is still the Emperor of the Empire's brother. If we hadn't defeated the princes of the Rhine region a few years ago, they probably would have joined the fray by now. The Anti-French Alliance was formed. It belonged to that group. In fact, when the Kingdom of Fas dealt a heavy blow to the 3 princes of the Rhine region, Wieland and Villa had already wanted to form an anti-French alliance. However, at that time, the 2 countries were vying for maritime trade rights in the east and could not reach an agreement. At that time, the Netherlands in the north dared not move, fearing that its fate would be even worse than that of the 3 Rhine princes, and that it would be directly destroyed and unified. The Svets alliance had been brutally beaten hundreds of years ago and was long neutral. If it weren't for the large sum of money offered by Villa, he wouldn't have wanted to play the role of a cheerleader. He was prepared that the Kingdom of Foes wouldn't be able to occupy his territory, because he would surrender immediately if the Kingdom of Foes attacked. Austria was truly determined to target the Kingdom of Foes, because their lord was the true emperor of the empire, and he had been preoccupied with quelling rebellions and defending against Suleiman's attack, leaving him unable to spare any resources. The pirates of Wayland attacked us, but they didn't rob us. It's obvious they were just trying to cause trouble without actually fighting. These troublemakers are disgusting. Villa only wants to provide money, not troops. Both the Netherlands and the Swiss alliance are our neighboring countries, and we want to fight them but dare not. The one who really wants to crush us is the emperor. That guy has some mental issues. He's a real believer. The permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs wrote and drew on the blackboard while explaining the issue briefly. Ultimately, it's because we've developed too fast and too well in the last 2 years, Ronan said. In the real world, no one will allow you to focus solely on farming and development, especially when they see you developing rapidly. The situation in the Western continent is like the Warring States period. Whoever stands out, the others will unite to suppress them. Ambrina glanced at everyone. To fight or not to fight? Defense, Prime Minister Alexander said. Whoever crosses the line, beat them to death. No warnings, just beat them, Ronan added. What if they don't fight, but just maintain the threat? The Minister of Foreign Trade asked. Maintaining the threat without spending money, Ronan retorted. After being rebuffed, the Trade Minister asked again, what if there's a trade war? Does our country have to fear a trade war? We have more than 20 million people, and we are a country, not a federation. There are more than 10 million poor people. At worst, we can make life a little better for the poor. The domestic economic cycle can sustain us for a few years without any problem. If these rotten fish and shrimp don't trade, they'll probably have to dig shit out of the toilet to eat. Ronan said casually that he couldn't be happier with a trade war. Those present frowned at these words, not because they were unreasonable, but because they were too vulgar and inelegant. Ambrina covered her mouth and chuckled. Then shall we deploy full defenses? Asked Philip, the foreign minister, who had once been so overwhelmed by Ronan's influence that he was practically nauseous. How is that possible? How much would a full-scale defense cost? Ronan retorted, let them fight. Let them break in, kill some poor people and even nobles and wealthy merchants. It would be best to carry out a massacre. We will take advantage of the situation to launch a propaganda campaign, proclaiming that this is a tragedy, that foreign heretics and old-fashioned believers are preventing us Protestants from living a good life, and stir up patriotic and religious fervor. No matter who attacks us, we will pick one from the Netherlands or the Swiss Union, pin the blame on them, and fight them to the death in the name of revenge and in the name of God the Father. As for Wayland, Billa, and those few dogs from the Empire, let's put them aside for now. Ronan's words were blunt, but they struck a chord with the bureaucrats. First, it would cost less money, without increasing military spending too much. Second, they could target the weak and not worry about the situation becoming unmanageable. As for the possibility of many poor people dying, well, are poor people even human? If they could sacrifice themselves for the country, they might barely qualify as human. What an honor it would be to build a memorial for the massacre, have their names engraved on it, and have a bishop preside over some memorial services. Any other comments? Ambrina asked the group. No one answered. Then you all discuss it carefully and come up with a concrete plan. I haven't had breakfast and I'm feeling a bit dizzy, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Ambrina left directly. Excuses like not having breakfast or feeling dizzy are just that, excuses. She simply doesn't want to stay and discuss the specifics of the plan. That would be too tiring. It's second only to taking care of children. After Ambrina left, the meeting became a two-person show between Ronan and the Prime Minister. People have gotten used to this, and some even think it's fine. The late king appeared gentle, but was actually a ruthless, vicious and ungrateful person. Ronan appeared to be tough, but in fact everything was negotiable, and he was principled and measured. Within the framework he established, officials could legally and legitimately obtain sufficient benefits. Looking at the clock, Ronan saw it was already 10 o'clock. He stood up and said, "It's getting late. Everyone has worked hard. Let's stay for lunch at the palace. I'll go and tell the kitchen." Being allowed to dine inside the palace was a privilege never granted by the late king. Chapter 441. A Serious Person. A Serious Diary. People grow May 17th. Sunny. I don't know why, but I, who had never written a diary before, started writing one. There's not much to write about. I left the capital as planned, accompanied by Camille and Grand. The route is to first go north, then south, passing through western coastal cities, finally reaching the south, then east, then north, and finally back to the capital. May 19th, cloudy. We arrived in the canton of Flanders. Although it is called Flanders, it was only the southern part of the Duchy of Flanders a few hundred years ago, and it was the territory of a county that broke off from Flanders. 300 years ago, Orange turned this place into a province of the Kingdom of Fas. Instead of visiting the port trading cities here, we went to a small place. The former residence of the founder of the Reformed Protestant Church is actually a man-made landscape. He left this small town for the capital when he was young, and was later declared a heretic and expelled. He wasn't a magician, yet he changed the world. Grant said it was a pity he wasn't a magician. Camille said that it was precisely because he wasn't a magician that he was spared. Those with both power and intellect easily become public enemies. Grant disagreed, saying that Ronan had both power and intellect, yet wasn't a public enemy. Camille retorted, "I am the one with both power and intellect." "Am I? I don't know." May 23rd, light rain. We have arrived at the strait, which faces Wayland across the sea and is adjacent to the Netherlands. Then we turned back south. The towns here haven't been very peaceful lately. The Dutch have created some friction on the border, and war could break out at any time. However, there aren't many troops stationed here, with the majority of the Northern Legion stationed around the iron ore mining areas of Lorraine. I know this was Ronan and his men's doing. They wanted to use the destruction of a prosperous city and the bloodshed of tens of thousands of people as a catalyst to unite all the citizens and make the country a truly unified nation-state. But I wanted to do something, but in the end I did nothing. May 27th, sunny. We have entered Normandy. May 29th, sunny. We arrived in Cavallo, in southern Normandy, where I was picked up. The apple brandy here is quite good. Unfortunately, neither Gala nor Camille can hold their liquor very well. I'm starting to miss Ronan. I suddenly realized that the last time we were apart was 10 years ago, when he went from UC City to the capital. In the past 10 years, we've rarely been apart for long periods of time. June 1st, sunny. I left Normandy and arrived in Brittany. June 2nd, sunny. We stopped disguising ourselves and began acting as officials. June 3rd, sunny. Banquet. June 4th, another banquet. The only takeaway is that, even after hundreds of years, the people here still have an independent spirit, and men, when drunk, dare to say anything. On June 5th, it was another banquet, so I decided not to write in my diary for now. On June 15th, we arrived in Rennes, the first place to implement the land for shares system. Later, a farmers' association was established, and there were ranches everywhere with dairy cows. On the 16th, I visited Luc Martin, who had won the cow beauty pageant years ago. He specially hosted me at his old house with his wife. Both of them were dressed in very simple clothes, but unfortunately, he forgot to change his shoes. Those exquisite leather boots were not something an ordinary dairy farmer could afford. I didn't pay much attention at first. I've seen too many of these pretentious things over the years. But his wife kept eating meat during dinner, which made me suspicious. On the 17th, I went to the local branch of the Industry and Commerce Security Bureau to learn about his situation. Sure enough, thanks to the fact that Queen Ambrina, who is now the Queen, personally presented the award, and because he already had some influence among dairy farmers, Luc has become very successful over the years. He has become a large rancher, a cheese merchant, the vice president of the Farmers Association, and a guest of honor at the City Hall. The ranchers who once tried to coerce and entice him to buy cattle to compete are now under his feet. He has also divorced his wife and married the daughter of another large rancher. His rapid rise to wealth was undoubtedly marked by blatant extortion and plunder. The incriminating evidence against him from the past 2 years alone is a thick stack, and the letters of complaint don't even fill a box. This man, who once helped other impoverished dairy farmers, has become a villain. He has repeated, and even worsened, the exploitative practices of the ranchers who once oppressed them against his former associates. On the 18th, Luc Martin was arrested. He was the first person to fall because of me, and probably won't be the last. The dairy farmers were cheering. They were overjoyed. I'm also very happy, but I know there will be another him, and perhaps the next him will be the same young rancher I praised and commended this time. On the 20th, the letter to Ronan was mailed. I knew this letter wouldn't do any good, and I could even guess how Ronan would reply. Dear Minister, considering that the current system of farmers' associations is already relatively complete, with management composed of members, local civil servants, and centrally dispatched specialists, if we want to implement stricter management and supervision and protect the rights and interests of dairy farmers, then we will have to establish a special department. This will be a huge department, and it is foreseeable that its administrative expenses will far exceed its effectiveness and benefits. I personally suggest that you consider this issue from the perspective of the country. As for the welfare of dairy farmers, there will be some. Welfare is like water in a sponge, you can always squeeze some out. Finally, I wish you a safe journey. I really know Ronan so well. On the 21st, I left Rennes with Camille and Grand. I didn't want to wait for Ronan's reply, nor did I need to. On August 22nd, a month later, I wrote in my diary again. In the month before, we traveled all over Brittany. During that time, many businessmen were arrested and many officials were dismissed. I have a new nickname, the White-Haired Witch. So many years have passed, and I am no longer the person I used to be, but these people have not improved at all. All they know is how to use the trick of demonizing. On August 23, they entered the Loire Valley, and on the 24th, they arrived in Nantes. The most striking feature here is not the historic castles, churches, or flower plantations, but the people, or more precisely, the slaves. Nantes was the center of the kingdom's slave trade. The port is home to countless rag slaves. A small number will remain, but the majority will be sold to the New World. It was very dirty, but also very clean, because there are no bureaucratic methods, no capitalist exploitation, and no evil disguised as fairness and freedom. There is only the most barbaric and primitive thing, treating another kind of person as livestock. I met Ronan's student named Chip in the New World, and I also met many Raga people. Raga people are not born stupid, lazy, or barbaric, but they are indeed stupid, lazy, and barbaric, which is hard to describe. Camille and Galan, unusually, reached a consensus that it was fortunate for these rag people to become slaves and receive the baptism of civilization. On September 1st, we arrived in Aquitaine by boat. A new wave of banquets is here, but luckily the wine here is quite good. Nothing more to say, just drink. Chapter 442 Between Husband and Wife. Translate this. What the hell is this democracy? In October, Dinia and her group arrived in UC City. Here, they disguised themselves again, which was no challenge for Dinia. Page 194. At the same time, Ronan, Prime Minister Alexander, and Foreign Minister Philippe were busy dealing with various diplomatic issues. Although the principle of no compromise and a hardline approach was established several months ago, this does not mean that diplomacy is abandoned. After all, they had to pretend that they didn't want to fight and wanted to resolve the issue through diplomacy. Therefore, the diplomatic work required of a country that is surrounded still needs to be done, including dividing the anti-French alliance and winning over other countries, such as the infidel state of Suleiman and the princes in the northern part of the Empire of Will. It can be said that the difficulty and complexity of diplomacy have increased, to the point that diplomatic issues have to be dealt with every few days these past few months. After all, feigning softness is easy, but being genuinely tough requires acting skills. Ambrina was also very busy, not directing films, but doing her proper royal duties. After all, military power had always been completely in her hands through the military staff, and the power of the tax department, which was originally separated from the Ministry of Finance, had also been transferred to her, the Queen, through Ronan's various means. She originally did not want to manage the money, but Ronan insisted on giving it to her. To become a tyrant, one must first seize control of the military and the purse strings. Ronan was very clear-headed. Only when Queen Ambrina held tight to military and financial power, while he merely acted as her political representative, standing between her as queen and the bureaucracy, could their relationship remain so close, like that of an ordinary, happy couple. Furthermore, this serves as a model for future generations. In Ambrina's words, she was so tired that she had no sex drive left. In mid-October, diplomatic work came to a temporary halt, because the Netherlands finally couldn't hold back and took action, followed closely by the Swiss alliance. There's no other way. One country only wants to do business, while the other adheres to neutrality. They've already spent so much manpower and resources assembling their armies, and the kingdom of Fas is poorly defended. If they don't fight soon, both kings will be overthrown by mobs. Ronan didn't concern himself with the war. He left it to the staff officers and the general staff and the local generals. At that moment, Ronan was reading Dinia's second letter. The first letter was about the Farmers' Association, and Ronan wrote a reply in a bureaucratic tone, guessing that Dinia probably wouldn't even wait for his reply. He knows Dinia very well, and he knows him very well. Within Xinhai City, the number of informants from the Ministry of the Interior is second only to that of the capital. Of course, most of these informants are not professional spies, and they may not even know that they are informants for the Ministry of the Interior. Their lives are almost no different from those of ordinary citizens. All they do is collect local information, news from their industry, and news from the surrounding areas and hand them over to someone. In fact, most of the Ministry of the Interior's intelligence comes from these ordinary people. They are neither mysterious nor particularly capable. Gathering the information provided by these ordinary people is enough for the Ministry of the Interior to have a roughly clear understanding of the true situation in the region, and it doesn't cost too much money. Upon arriving in UC City, Dinia quickly grasped the situation there. Thus, the letter Ronan is now sealing came into being. The letter didn't begin with a greeting. It went straight to this. When I set out, I hope to abolish the local council system, but upon arriving in Xinhai City, I almost completely changed my mind. It was a little unexpected, but not that unexpected. Ultimately, it's because Ronan not only instigated the masses to fight each other, making workers and peasants fight each other, but he also instigated democracy to fight democracy, making democratic organizations like labor unions and farmers' associations fight against parliament. The Council of Three Houses consists mostly of members from the nobility, magicians, and priests. If the guilds and farmers' associations pool their votes to support these three groups, they will not receive any reward after being elected. Therefore, The guilds and farmers' associations naturally want to promote commoners. However, the state resolutely refused to relax the election conditions or expand the number of seats, so the leaders of the labor unions and farmers' associations maintained their struggle on the one hand and united their internal forces on the other. Xinhai City is arguably the most typical example, where a low-intensity class struggle has been maintained. Farmers fight against workers, workers fight against merchants, merchants fight against officials, and officials fight against privileges. Of course, all of this is being done through legal means. In such a state, the leaders of each class still strive to unite their members and consolidate their strength, instead of doing nothing but sucking the blood of their own people. Once they do that, they will be abandoned by the class they represent. If you asked Ronan what true democracy is, he would answer that true democracy is a perpetual struggle between social classes. Can a model where someone representing a particular interest group is elected to power, and thus seizes all authority, be considered a democratic leader? No, that should be called an autocratic tyrant. In our country, under the rule of an autocratic monarch, the democracy in which democratic groups fight each other is the real democracy. It is not only a free democracy, but also very communitarian. It is a win-win situation. We win twice and we are numb to it. Ronan wrote the following in his reply. My dear Lord, I can understand every single word of what you said, but I can't understand it when they re-put together, Elena said to Ronan from behind, puzzled. She has many years of political experience, and she simply couldn't understand Ronan's words. That's the effect I wanted, Ronan said, reaching under Elena's skirt and pinching her big, fleshy buttocks. In October, as the weather turned cooler, Elena put on medium-thickness pantyhose. The stockings felt smooth to the touch, and her buttocks felt soft at first and then firm when pinched. With that one squeeze, Ronan's lust was ignited. He got up, pinned Elena down, and lifted her skirt, revealing that her pantyhose were open crotch. Elena looked at the half-finished letter on the table. Aren't you going to write a letter? I'll write it tomorrow, Ronan replied, his three hands reaching into Elena's vagina. A moment later, feeling the wetness, I roughly thrust inside. The wide, firm, and thick fleshy stockings that filled my entire downward gaze were like a cushion. The rebound feedback from the impact, the stockings that were stretched transparent by the thick fleshy stockings and reflected the light under the light, the combination of these two sensations made me convulse with pleasure. Gripping the firm, thick legs tightly encased in black stockings with both hands enhances the sadistic pleasure. After a while, Elena took a round tin box out of her pocket and handed it to Ronan. You need one for the back too. This wasn't the first time. Ronan smeared the ointment on his fingers, skillfully spread it evenly inside Elena's anus, then smeared it all over his own manhood. He spread her labia and slowly inserted his lubricated manhood until it was completely inside, then stopped moving. Extremely tight, extremely hot. Elena, whose back door had been penetrated by the massive object, felt a burning, tearing sensation as she slumped onto the table, biting her lip and hissing. After pausing for a moment, Ronan ripped open his black stockings and slapped Elena's large, fleshy buttocks hard. I'm going to start sprinting now, Elena. Elena clamped Ronan's legs between her own. Fuck me, fuck me. Ronan then pulled out and thrust it in all the way. In an instant, Elena's mouth opened wide, her eyes rolled back, and she let out a long groan. Chapter 443 The Battle Review, and the children's surprise afterwards. The two took a shower together. Ronan, wrapped in a cashmere bathrobe, sat on the sofa with his legs wide apart, while Elena knelt on the carpet with her legs together, her toes touching the ground, her large, fleshy buttocks in black stockings sitting on her heels. Her large, fleshy buttocks, clad in black stockings and extending past her shoulders, were accentuated to the fullest extent in this pose. Kneeling, the medium-thickness black stockings around her knees were pushed almost completely transparent, the flesh of her thighs and calves tightly wrapped in the black stockings pressing against each other, making her thighs and calves look like one, showing an extreme fullness and fleshiness, as if they were about to burst and rip the black stockings. She wore nothing under her pantyhose, and the still wet clump of golden pubic hair shone with a dark golden luster under the pantyhose. Elena buried her head between Ronan's legs, intoxicatedly sucking and swallowing his hard penis. Ronan leaned back on the sofa, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. My thoughts have already flown to the distant battlefield. If this were Ronan's original timeline, the Netherlands at this point would be a completely different country. It should have just declared the abolition of Spanish rule and established a republic of provinces, and then continued to resist for decades. But in this world, the Netherlands had long been independent, with a larger territory, and was still a kingdom. After seeing the rapid development of the kingdom of foes, it did not hesitate to join the anti-French alliance organized by Bilia. On the other hand, the Swiss alliance is similar to Switzerland in the original timeline, basically neutral. The raid by the Netherlands and the Swiss alliance could be described as both very successful and very unsuccessful. The operation went smoothly because it was unexpectedly successful at the beginning. The Netherlands is a lowland, and to advance south into the territory of the kingdom of foes would be to attack from below, which is a foolish thing to do. Therefore, the strategy adopted was to defend the border with bastions to prevent the kingdom of foes' army from launching a counterattack and breaking into their territory, while the navy, which had the advantage in strength, was deployed to bombard along the northern coastline. The kingdom of Fas can only rely on coastal fortifications for passive defense. Countless homes were destroyed and people died in the coastal ports of the kingdom of Fas, and countless small maritime merchants went bankrupt in one wave. The Dutch have a feeling that their dream of becoming a great power is within reach. Stop asking him, Your Majesty, when will the Grand Duchy of Flanders be restored? Just say it today. Our Netherlands shot, the culmination of 20 years of experience. Can that brat France withstand? No, he can't. He doesn't have that ability, understand? On the other side, the Swiss Union deployed its army. The Swiss Union itself has a very peculiar terrain, similar to Switzerland in Ronan's original timeline. The north is a continuous mountain range, and the south is an even higher and wider mountain range, with only the middle being slightly lower. The whole country is like a sloping canyon, and the place bordering the kingdom is the mouth of the valley to the west. The wave surged out without encountering any decent resistance, much to the delight of the Swiss alliance members. After its defeat decades ago, it has always pursued a policy of neutrality, but how frustrating it must have been to be caught between two great powers. This wave is called the 30 Years of Shandong and the 30 Years of Shaanxi. But then, something bad happened to both countries. The Northern Legion of the Kingdom of Foes, with its core force of dragoons, broke into the Netherlands from the east. Several months ago, these soldiers had disguised themselves as coal merchants and ambushed the Rhine region, waiting for this opportunity. No burning, no killing, just one word: looting. Several months ago, Ambrina told the General Staff that we are a civilized army and we cannot kill innocent people or destroy the property of civilians. The bank's treasury was looted, but the Dragon Riders, who moved quickly and targeted only major cities and banks, couldn't carry that many silver coins, which slowed them down. So, while looting, they casually threw half of the silver coins to the citizens of the Netherlands. Good heavens, now the Netherlands is full of collaborators. On the other side, the Swiss alliance encountered the Shepherd. Yes, the Shepherd. The kingdom borders the eastern mountainous region of Svetsk, the most sparsely populated area in the entire country, with vast expanses of hillside grasslands where sheep graze. However, the Shepherd gave the Swiss people a good lesson, as they hadn't fought a proper war in decades. A few months ago, Ronan generously distributed a batch of obsolete old-fashioned muskets and ammunition to the shepherds here, and also brought over some iron buckets. There were no proper cannons, so they would have to make do with homemade ones. Ronan originally thought that the shepherds, armed with outdated firearms and cannons, were no match for the regular army. He had even written eulogies commemorating the shepherds who fought against the enemy and articles denouncing the atrocities of the Swiss people, but he never got a chance to publish them. Little did they know that these shepherds had adopted a guerrilla tactic based on the mountainous terrain. The Swiss people were also experienced mountain dwellers, and the shepherds couldn't do anything about them. However, the shepherds couldn't deal with these shepherds either, and were hindered from advancing and unable to directly attack the major cities in the east. Just as the Swiss people were considering a ceasefire and withdrawal, the mountain special forces of the Pavis people from the Kingdom of Fas had already crossed the snow-capped mountains and were preparing to carry out their mission. A week later, the Kingdom of Foes seemed to wake up and officially declared war on the Netherlands and the Swiss alliance, under the pretext of self-defense by the victims. Netherland, Swiss, you're a victim of your own tricks. The war is pretty much over so far. Under normal circumstances, it's already nearing its end, unless Wayland and Villa are willing to send troops. However, this is a prisoner's dilemma. The prisoner's dilemma is, in short, if both sides send troops, it will severely damage our country, which would be a win-win situation. However, they are vying for naval power. The most advantageous situation for each of them is for the other side to send troops, while they only launch a feint attack, causing the other side to suffer losses, thus increasing their probability of gaining naval power. The worst outcome for them is for neither side to send troops, resulting in a complete strategic failure. But in reality, The most likely outcome is the worst one. Inside the palace, Ronan had just completed a review of the entire strategy and used the principle of the prisoner's dilemma to deduce the subsequent situation. Ambrina said oh, nodded, and then looked at her son. Oh, Xiao Lu Zilin replied with a somewhat uninterested oh. Meanwhile, Ina showed great interest. She was just over 3 years old, just like her brother who had come out a few minutes earlier. Like her brother, she had no concept of war and could not understand Ronan's description of tactics and battle situation. However, she felt that she understood a little about the prisoner's dilemma and found it very interesting. Ronan frowned slightly at his son's reaction. It didn't matter if he didn't understand, but it was a matter of attitude if he didn't like to listen. Lucian, what do you think is the key to our victory? Ronan asked. Huh? Lucian was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, he stammered, because of the cannon? Ronan smiled gently. Oh, tell me more about it. Our coastal artillery was powerful enough to hold off the enemy ships, and in the mountains, those homemade cannons also caused trouble for another wave of enemies. So we won, Lucian said, a rare instance where he answered his father, Ronan, without stuttering. A hint of surprise appeared in Ronan's eyes. His son was only 3 years old. Chapter 444 Children Fighting, the Orange Pact, and the nickname of the return. Ronan smiled with satisfaction, patted Lucian on the shoulder, and praised. Good idea, that's good. At least, my son wasn't completely distracted just now. TCH, what's so special about that? Ina pouted unhappily, pointing at her brother. It's Dad's wisdom that made those two big bad guys not dare to make a move. Lucian, all you know are those toys. War is about people. Ina acted like a little adult, with an overbearing air. Xiao Lu Zilin turned around abruptly, saying, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you either, Ina shouted. I won't, little Lu Zixian retorted, his temper flaring up as well. I'll say it again. Ina raised her voice again. It's me, not him, Lucian emphasized, raising his head. You're asking for it. Ina's hands transformed into 2 broad-bladed, blunt short swords, which she swung at him. This little princess had a bad temper, but she wasn't violent. When she fought with her brother, she used the swords like iron plates. Lucian was not to be outdone. He was not one to fight except when he was fighting with his sister. Ambrina made no attempt to stop him, covering her mouth with her hand and yawning. Ronan, the child is in your care. I'm going to the general staff. Taking care of a child is impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. Ronan had no choice but to watch the 2 children fight. Although they were both born magicians, their magic power and spell strength were very weak. They would be exhausted after a few blows, and since it was just playful, they wouldn't actually hurt each other. Of course, children have very poor self-control and sometimes they get so anxious that they don't care about anything else. At this time, you have to stop them and then give them a good scolding. While Ronan was looking after the children, Dinia and her 2 companions were in the eastern mountains, where the Swiss Alliance's army was retreating eastward. With Dinia's strength, she could wipe out this army of several thousand people in 5 minutes, and it would be effortless. If she were willing to expend a lot of magic power and physical strength, 10 seconds would be enough. Page 195. However, she is now a 6th-tier mage, and it is against the convention for a 6th-tier mage to directly participate in the war. This treaty, known as the Holland Treaty, is a very bloody chapter in history. Before Orange, all the countries in the western continent were standard feudal states. The great lords, who were dukes and counts, were all summoning mages. This was because summoning was hereditary, which meant that the throne could be passed down. In the feudal era, hereditary succession meant relative stability, and a regime needed stability. But below that, there were viscounts, barons, knights, and all sorts of magicians. Whoever was stronger had a higher rank and more territory. At that time, an ordinary person could never enter the ruling class because violence was everything, and magicians were the greatest form of violence. Nations fight each other, vassals within a country fight each other, and those under the vassals fight each other. Magicians, intellectuals who wield violence, are far more brutal than ordinary brutes. Later, Orange rose to power. He was even more violent than the previous kings, because he recruited a large group of people who were extremely powerful but not summoners and therefore could not become great lords. Relying on his own overwhelming strength, and a group of top experts of the same era, he ousted the hereditary nobles of the previous dynasty of the Kingdom of Foes, and made the strongest of them the great lords. It can be said that the rules have been completely broken. Orange himself is a 7th-tier being. He is strong in his own body and can summon a large number of summoned creatures. He is followed by 5 7th-tier beings, each a humanoid calamity, more than 10 6th-tier beings, all of whom are weapons of mass destruction, and a whole string of fifth-tier beings. Wiping out a 100-man squad is as easy as playing a game for them. At that time, the entire Western continent had no choice but to unite and besiege Arons. In that war, ordinary soldiers, no, even mages below the 3rd rank, were not qualified to be cannon fodder. A great battle quickly devolved into a battle of exchange, with mages trading their lives for each other. Because if you kill civilians, destroy farmland and irrigation systems, and slaughter civilians and livestock, the other side will do the same. In the end, everyone will be left all alone. The golden age of the past came to an end in a war that lasted less than 6 months. Finally, Orinus summoned the magicians from both sides to discuss the future. The top mages who were still alive at the time didn't want to fight anymore. They were all working themselves to the bone as lords, serving a bunch of filthy paupers and unscrupulous merchants. Were it worth it for dignified earls and even dukes to risk their lives in war? No, it wasn't. Arons drafted a pact that magicians of the 5th rank and above would not participate in wars. The group of magicians were moved to tears, pounding their chests in frustration, exclaiming, "Where the hell were you all this time?" As a result, the top mages simply stopped being lords and left it to their subordinates to do. They couldn't be lords anyway, because too many mages below them had died. Why don't we all step back and become hidden weapons, the scales of arbitration? We still have power, we still have money, we don't need to fight to the death, and we have plenty of time to go back to playing music and dancing. Centuries have passed and the situation remains the same. Even now, 4th-tier mages are reluctant to participate in wars. Their thinking is easy to understand. I have property, land, and privileges. Why should I participate in wars? If I participate and slaughter the enemy's ordinary soldiers, the enemy will have to send mages as well. Am I supposed to trade my life with them? It's a lose-lose situation. Back then, Dinia, who was only a 5th-tier warrior, but whose strength was greater than that of a typical 6th-tier warrior, slaughtered the people of Welland indiscriminately, which infuriated the entire Western continent, who cursed him for his lack of martial ethics. "Minister, I'd like to stretch my legs a bit," Galan suggested. "Dinia can't do it, but she can. She's only at level 3. I'll go too," Camille said. She was weaker, only at the 2nd tier. "Don't chase them too far, and don't kill too many," Dinia cautioned. She wasn't saying this out of mercy to the enemy, but because she felt that even if the other side surrendered, the two of them would still slaughter everyone on the other side, including the mage, if she didn't say a word. Both of them have this ability. As an elemental mage, Grandin is a standard turret-type mage, a cannon fodder killer. Camille's eyes, transplanted from Rablay, have one side that cannot extinguish fire and the other that cannot melt ice. Low-level mages who are hit by these eyes will die. Both Galan and Camille were ambitious and eager to climb the social ladder. A few days later, Dinia and his 2 companions left the east and continued north, reverting to their original identities and no longer disguising themselves, beginning their inspection tour as officials, from Burgundy, then Lorraine, the most important place on this trip, because the iron mines and steel mills are mostly there, and the territory of Count Marcus of Lorraine, who has close ties with Ronan and has benefited the most from the new policy of land for shares, is also there. This is the only place Ronan instructed her to send no less than 100 people to see the father before she set off, with no upper limit. Officials must be killed, nobles must be killed, merchants must be killed, and even members of parliament and clergy cannot be spared. As a steel production base, this place must have continuous and high-intensity anti-corruption efforts. The Ministry of the Interior's investigation team should have already arrived by now. Dinia knew that her nickname Crimson Sea would soon return, because many people would die in Lorraine. After completing this, we will pass through the Champagne region and then head south back to the capital. Chapter 445, The Old Oak Tree. End of chapter. Perhaps you should try to be a little more humorous. By early December, the war had ended, but it was not yet over. On the west side of the palace square, under a huge and ancient oak tree, a round table was set up, where negotiating representatives from various countries were led to by palace attendants. There was only one table in the open air, under the trees, but no one felt that the kingdom of Fass was being impolite. On the contrary, they felt extremely honored. Over 300 years ago, King Arons, along with other princes, nobles, and top magicians from various countries, reached the Arons Convention, also known as the Oak Convention, under this tree, which is over 500 years old. Looking at this giant tree, which stands 15 meters tall and has a base diameter of over 10 meters, the delegates couldn't help but stand in solemn silence, as if they had entered that magnificent golden age. The interlacing patterns on the trunk seemed to be ancient and mysterious writing telling them the story of that era. Of course, they wouldn't think that more than 300 years ago. They were just cannon fodder. The representatives took their seats as arranged by the waiters. Soon, the representatives of the Netherlands and the Swiss alliance were furious, absolutely furious, because they had no place at the Grand Round Table. The Waylanders had a place, the Belils had a place, the Imperials had a place, even the Venians who had only said a few words of nonsense had a place, and even the Northern Alliance had one. The two countries that had actually sent troops had no place at all. Excuse me, I apologize for my rudeness. I will go and fetch a chair right away. The palace official apologized immediately and then disappeared in a flash. A little over a minute later, several male servants came over. Instantly, the representatives from various countries covered their mouths, but still couldn't help but burst out laughing, because instead of the high-back chairs they brought stools, which had no backrests and were noticeably shorter than their chairs. The court official slowly said, "Her Majesty the Queen heard that the Dutch and Swiss people are tall and like to stand out, so she specially prepared matching chairs for the two representatives." The two representatives, whose faces were already flushed with anger, were now so enraged that their veins were bulging. HMPH, they snorted and turned to leave. The two men had assumed that Wieland, Villa, and the representatives of the Empire would rise up to dissuade them, or simply berate the kingdom of foes for its lack of manners. However, the representatives of these three countries were completely immobile, as if their butts were glued to the ground, and they didn't even utter a word, only smiling. The palace official spoke again. "Even if you two noble lords leave, this meeting will still have to continue." The representatives from the Netherlands and Swiss stood still, their fists clenched tightly. They took a deep breath, as if swallowing all their anger and resentment, and walked to the low stool and sat down. The representative from Villa looked at the court official and asked, "Where is your country's representative?" "Excuse me, we'll be there soon. Please wait a moment. Considering that you've come so early in the morning, Her Majesty has prepared some snacks for you," said the court official. A short while later, a young and handsome man came over carrying a large plate of potstickers. The representative from Wieland froze for 2 seconds before returning to normal. A large plate of potstickers was placed on the round table, and the servants beside the man placed plates and forks in front of the delegates, along with a plate of dipping sauce. Potstickers filled with beef and cheese, served with a dipping sauce made of black vinegar, minced garlic, and olive oil. After seeing everyone try them, the young and handsome man asked, "Gentlemen, how are these potstickers?" "Yes, very good, especially with this sauce," the Veneer representative said. "When it comes to food, they have a lot to say, and the balsamic vinegar and olive oil are their local specialties, so of course they have to praise them." "Not very good." Ned, who was holding back his resentment, took the opportunity to express his dissatisfaction. "You could say it is bad. It is obvious that the kingdom of foes is exaggerating its culinary skills. The cheese inside isn't as good as our country's goat cheese," the Swiss alliance representative added. Suddenly, the handsome man's expression changed. "I suggest you take back your words. I did this myself." The representatives of both countries were stunned. What a boastful tone. Who is this? Someone who, at most, can only play the role of a lover because of their face. What kind of person dares to speak to them like this? However, considering that the other party might be a courtier favored by the Queen, the Dutch representative merely scoffed dismissively. The representative from the Swiss alliance dared to say, "This is not a place for you." Beside him, the representative from Wieland was barely able to contain himself. Having once served as the governor's assistant secretary in the colony, he was the only one present who recognized this young and handsome man. He is currently the secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He is not here to directly participate in the negotiations, because Wieland has not declared war on the kingdom of foes, nor is it an ally of the Netherlands or Swiss. His official purpose in coming here is to assist in the negotiations. Therefore, it's impossible for Wieland to send a proper diplomatic official over. The same applies to the other countries. Their representatives are people who appear to have power, but actually have no power, and their words can be taken seriously or not. Only the representatives of the Netherlands and the Swiss Union were proper diplomatic officials, whose words and actions truly represented their countries. Clang! A coin landed on the table. "This is an invitation to a duel." As if to reintroduce myself, I, Ronan Tess, the Marquis of Rhine, now extend a duel challenge to you both. Do you accept? The young and handsome man was none other than Ronan. And Ronan, of course, they knew. "You the Swiss alliance representative choked. The Dutch representative gritted his teeth. If we accept, does the Marquis really think he can just kill us with a single sword right here in this palace, under this tree, that represents justice? Why don't you give it a try? Ronan said provocatively. This completely silenced the Dutch representative. He dared not try. He was afraid of dying. At this moment, 2 servants brought over a chair and placed it down. Ronan sat down and, with a flick of his finger, retrieved the coin. All right, gentlemen, he said. We can now discuss the matter of war reparations between the Netherlands and Switzerland. Wait a minute, the Dutch representative called out. Reparations? You looted many of our country's treasuries, and you expect us to pay you reparations? They suffered enormous losses, while the Kingdom of Fas only had some ports along the coast bombarded by ships. It would be more appropriate for them to compensate the Kingdom of Fas for their losses. Ronan glanced disdainfully at the Dutch representative. Well, I was discussing this with the gentleman. The word gentleman doesn't include cowards or wimps. So please shut up, okay? Mr. Arts, in diplomatic settings, jokes should be kept within bounds, said Representative Villa. Ronan smiled slightly. All right, enough joking. Seriously, defeated and weak countries have no right to decide who owns the interests. It's up to us major powers and relevant countries to decide. Actually, my intention from the beginning was very clear. I wanted the people from the Netherlands and Switzerland to leave. This negotiation doesn't need you at all. However, you shamelessly stayed here and refused to leave, which is unbearable to watch. I think a little humor is actually acceptable in diplomatic settings, Representative Wheeland echoed. The representatives from the Northern Alliance and Vina nodded, thinking to themselves, Lord Luo, you should try to be a little more humorous. Speaking so bluntly makes it impossible for anyone to respond. Chapter 446 Performance Art, Side Effects, and the conflict between old and new. Representative Wayland didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. He couldn't say he was a little surprised. He simply hadn't expected it at all. He knew Ronan was going to cause trouble when he saw him, but this trouble was really a bit too much. Even the ruse people of the East weren't good at this. What happened to the elegant Frenchman? In his view, Ronan's performance art is essentially a negotiation technique. He first seizes the initiative by acting like a barbarian, and by doing so, he acts unreasonable, making it impossible for everyone to reason with him and drawing them into his rhythm. Of course, even though he knew Ronan was using a trick, he didn't have any way to counter it. There are 2 reasons. First, this war was initiated by the Netherlands and the Swiss, but it was also the 2 sides that stopped it first, and the initiative has completely shifted to the Kingdom of Foes. Secondly, he, a Waylander, was only there to lend a hand, and that was all he could do. The Belils and the Imperials shared similar ideas. It can only be said that they did not know that Ronan was actually acting out of necessity. He used this war to incite the people's patriotism, and to get ethnic minorities in the country to join the war in order to deepen their sense of identity. However, patriotism and shared understanding are easy to ignite but difficult to extinguish. A ruler may be rational, but a swayed populace may not necessarily agree with his rationality. Therefore, Ronan could only resort to performance art, and his art would be processed by public opinion and spread throughout the capital in the following days. The use of low stools to entertain the representatives from the Netherlands and Switzerland was intended for the somewhat cultured middle class. Deliberately picking a fight and then shouting for a duel is a show for the lower classes. The lower classes can't understand how aggressive the low stool is because they think the low stool is just a kind of aristocratic affectation. They feel that the aggressiveness of the common people is more relatable and truly satisfying. All right, just say what you're thinking. The imperial representative was getting impatient. Then let us get straight to the point, Rowan said. War reparations are negotiable, but there are a few conditions that our country will never compromise on. First, the timber that the Netherlands ordered from the Northern Alliance will be transferred as compensation. As he said this, Ronan's gaze lingered on the representatives of Willand and Villa for a few seconds. The major coastal nations of the Western continent primarily rely on large sailing warships for their naval power, which require trees growing in cold climates. The Netherlands relies almost entirely on the northern source of timber for its shipbuilding. If this timber supply decreases, its shipbuilding capacity will decline significantly and its economy will suffer, given that so many people in the Netherlands depend on shipbuilding for their livelihood. The Waylanders and the Belils were pleased with this situation, as they had already felt threatened by the Dutch in maritime trade. Moreover, the shipbuilding industry of the Kingdom of Fas is only so-so, and the demand for timber is not that high. In the end, this timber will fall into the hands of the 2 countries. Ronan then added, secondly, the eastern region of the Swiss alliance should be restored to the empire. At this, the Imperial's eyes lit up. Do you think we might agree to your conditions? The Dutch representative asked. That is absolutely impossible. The Swiss alliance representative declared loudly. Is that so? I suggest you use I instead of we. Right, gentlemen? As Ronan spoke, he glanced around, especially at Villa and the Empire. Villa and the Imperial representatives were somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was they who had instigated the incident. Without them, the Netherlands and Swiss would not have dared to invade the kingdom of foes. But now, they really want to express their support for Ronan, not only because they can benefit from Ronan's proposal, but also because the Netherlands is a rebellious little brother to Villa who wants to replace his big brother as the leader of the sea, and the Swiss alliance is the birthplace of Protestant heresy to the empire, the most rebellious of the rebellious. At this point, the representatives from the Netherlands and Swiss also realized the problem. They were sold. No, it shouldn't be said that they were betrayed, because the Netherlands and Villa, Swiss and the empire, were originally enemies. They were foolish enough to trust their enemies. Page 196 bang. Representative Swiss slammed his hand on the table. Not a single inch of land will be given up. With that, he left. Through negotiations, let's not talk anymore. At worst, we'll go into the mountains and wage guerrilla warfare. This time, during the invasion of the Kingdom of Fas, we were annoyed by the shepherds' makeshift mountain guns, and then we were even more annoyed by the sniper tactics of the Kingdom of Fas's assault team. But in the same way, we also learned the guerrilla tactics of mountain guns and snipers. The Switzers left because they were mountain people, able to walk, and capable of being shameless. The Dutch could not leave, because they were merchants who traded by sea. Ronan wasn't too bothered by Switz's departure. Let him go if he wanted, and the Kingdom of Fas wouldn't pursue the matter, since Swiss was still a poor place these days, and fighting him wouldn't make money. Under the watchful eyes of representatives from various countries, the Dutch finally compromised and agreed to hand over the reserve timber as compensation. Having reached a preliminary agreement, the subsequent matters were no longer Ronan's concern. This is similar to business negotiations in large companies, where several general managers meet to determine a general outline, while the specific terms and implementation methods are negotiated by the professionals below. After Ronan left, the representatives were escorted away from the palace. The imperial representative left alone, while the representatives of the Northern Alliance and Venea were left together, along with the two enemies, Wayland and Villa. If you had sent troops, things wouldn't have turned out this way, the representative from Villa said to the representative from Wheeland. I would like to say the same thing to you, the representative from Wheeland responded. This time, we lost to ourselves. Do you think there will be a next time? The representative from Villa asked. His so-called next time is yet another anti-French alliance. Representative Wayland suddenly turned to look in the direction of the old oak tree. There will definitely be one, but I am afraid there will be turmoil before the next one. This is no secret to many people, is it? You, Villa, support the old religious princes of the empire and want to restore imperial power, while we, including the Kingdom of Fas, hope that the empire will continue to be divided, preferably completely disintegrated. Perhaps that old oak tree will witness another magnificent and bloody chapter in history. The representative from Villa did not refute the representative from Wayland's words. You Waylanders just can't stand to see peace on the western continent. Otherwise, Representative Wayland retorted. I agree with Mr. Ronan's geopolitical point in a short history of democracy. So, this is not our decision, but the decision of the island that gave us birth. You Protestants always have an endless supply of fallacies, the representative, Villa, said with some disdain. The Waylander blew on a non-existent fringe. This is rational, not fallacious. Although as a Waylander I wish Ronan were dead, I must say that our intellectuals admire him greatly, including myself. Many of us consider him a mentor. You old believers will be eliminated along with the old era. Chapter 447 Return, Meeting, Summary. In mid-December, Dinia, Galan and Camille returned to the capital. After resting for 2 days, Dinia returned to her post, and the first thing she did was hold a meeting to recount the results of her investigation and observation of various regions around the kingdom. The chief secretary of Dinia, Ronan, along with the directors of the Security Bureau, the Inspectorate, the Security Bureau, the Post Office, the Royal Palace Command, and other department heads, were all present. This was the first such meeting held since the establishment of the Ministry of the Interior. As the head of the Ministry of the Interior, Dinia would naturally not personally give the report on stage, The report-like presentations would be given alternately by Camille and Galan. Camille was responsible for explaining the general economic and political situation of each region, while Galan explained the operation of the regional security bureaus and their branches. There's not much to say politically. In short, stability is key. The legislative, executive, and judicial powers of the state remain in the hands of the central government, and most of the central government's power is concentrated in the hands of the king. The flavor of authoritarianism is getting stronger and stronger. Locally, things are becoming increasingly democratic, with the government, parliament, labor unions, and farmers' associations in a triangular relationship, engaging in mutual competition and oversight. As for the leadership of the labor government, parliament, trade unions, and farmers' associations, they are still the same as before. It's hard to find many who are not corrupt. It's just that compared to the past, they are not as direct or brutal, and the amounts involved have decreased. This certainly doesn't mean that these people's moral standards have improved. On the contrary, in this chaotic era of declining old religion, emerging capitalism, and the rise of rationality, the overall moral standards are actually declining, and the ruling class is accelerating the decline. The improvement in local corruption is due to two main reasons. First, many local officials have had their central government protectors removed in the past few years, and without central-level protection, they dare not act so recklessly anymore. Second, due to the special triangular relationship between the government, parliament, and labor unions and farmers' associations, they can hardly form a close alliance. With the Ministry of the Interior's eyes and ears around, each party has to adopt more complex and covert methods to engage in corruption. Economically, the western coastal areas are developing at a rapid pace. In Dinia's words, staying in those places meant hearing new stories of wealth almost every other day, but at the same time, almost every day someone committed suicide because of bankruptcy. The economy in the central, eastern, and southwestern regions is relatively good, but this is from the perspective of the country and capitalists. For the farmers in these agricultural areas, nothing has changed. They are still poor and still at risk of starving, because the fruits of agriculture have been plundered by capitalists and the state. There's no other way. Without exploiting farmers, there would be no cheap raw materials, nor cheap bread to provide for workers. Economic growth along the southern coast has almost stagnated. With the opening of new shipping routes, Vienna's position in trade has declined, and the scale of trade along the northern Mediterranean coast has almost stabilized, with no sign of growth and unlikely to decrease much further. Faced with the overwhelming trend, no amount of reform could be effective, and the people of the South were forced into a life of relentless, competitive struggle. We can only wait until the kingdom becomes the overlord of the Western continent and then develops Africa. Only then can the South regain its vitality. Meanwhile, the North, which had been declining for many years, has been revitalized thanks to the steel industry. Before long, this place will become the largest steel, textile, and ceramic manufacturing center in the Western continent. Here, there are state-owned enterprises, represented by state-owned steel plants, covering various industries. A large number of people have entered state-owned enterprises and live a secure life. Compared with the western coastal areas with huge wealth gaps, the central and eastern regions where a bumper harvest does not necessarily mean enough to eat, and the highly competitive southern coastal areas, in a sense, ordinary people here are the happiest. At least they have work to do, and with work, they can at least make a living. After Camille finished speaking, it was Galan's turn. Overall, the Ministry of the Interior's local branches are operating relatively smoothly. The local Bureau of Industry and Commerce Security is actually more like a part of the government, except that it is directly managed by the Ministry of the Interior, and mainly manages and supervises all aspects of the market. The Security Bureau is an intelligence agency, but it only has branch offices in the states. Very few people in the branch offices are field agents. The vast majority are clerks responsible for collecting, analyzing, and transmitting intelligence. The branch offices contact the local area through the postal system. In the local area, there are only part-time intelligence agents, including hotel owners, company employees, school teachers, and even low-level civil servants. The Supervisory Bureau is basically a formality, because it has too few people and is unable to effectively supervise officials. As for recruiting more people, firstly, it is really difficult to cultivate people who are loyal and reliable enough. If they are not loyal and reliable enough, they will have a negative effect on supervision. Secondly, I really don't have any money. Ronan and Dinya have now reversed roles. Back in UC City, when Ronan was the Secretary General and Dinya was the mayor, Ronan wanted to increase the number of civil servants to expand his power, while Dinia wanted to reduce staff and save on public funds. Now, Dinia wants to spend more money training a new generation of young civil servants to deal with the problem of local officials abusing their power and oppressing the people, while Ronan only wants to spend money on military equipment and doesn't care whether local officials are abusing the people, as long as tax revenue is guaranteed and political tasks are completed. That's all that matters. There's not much to say about postal and transportation services. As for the Royal Palace Command, this organization has no local branches. Galen finished her report, left the podium, and returned to her seat. Dinia stepped onto the stage. Finally, I'd like to mention something additional, but very important, and I hope you will all take it seriously. Regarding the Magic Academy, he started with a long sentence. Under Ronan's influence, Dinia's speech was becoming increasingly bureaucratic. It wasn't a big deal, really. Dinia, following Ronan's advice, went to the Magic Academy and expressed great appreciation for the work of a certain headmaster, who was someone who opposed the Ministry of Magic's reforms to magic education. Everyone present was a bureaucrat, and they all understood that Dinia's actions were actually an act of opposing the Ministry of Magic on behalf of the Ministry of the Interior. That's how bureaucratic systems work in societies ruled by men. If you reject a person, you also reject their policies, and vice versa. If you affirm a person, you are making a statement. The crowd applauded enthusiastically, expressing that the minister was absolutely right and had completely stood on the side of fairness and justice. Dinia didn't react much. She certainly opposed the Ministry of Magic's proposals, but she was also very dissatisfied with the current model of wizard education. Aside from a very small number of outstanding graduates like Galen, who was already a top student with exceptionally strong connections and destined for greatness, the majority are merely novice magicians from humble backgrounds. These graduates face three things: student loans that resemble high-interest loans, unpaid internships, and mandatory job counseling. Novice magicians can be considered the backbone of a nation. Many positions such as grassroots officials, police officers, junior military officers, ordinary teachers, small business owners, small landowners, senior factory workers, and middle managers in small businesses are filled with novice magicians. However, they are also the targets of rampant exploitation. But for now, this matter has to be put aside. Chapter 448. 2 years later. Growth. Prime Minister's re-election is about to begin. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and it was now 1593. That year, Ronan was 37, Dinia was 38, and Ambrina was 29. Elena is 31, Alice is 30, and Agostina is 37. Isabel is 27, Balin is 28, and Ashley is 29. Prince Lucian Jr. and Princess Anna were 5 years old that year, while Astrid, the little oddball, was 4 years old, just like Ronan and Agostina's son Carlos. That year, Ronan and Ambrina had another child, a boy, whom they named Louis. Ronan was still the same as before, with the face of a handsome young man in his mid-20s, a well-defined physique, clear muscles, and boundless energy. His magical strength remained at the 5th rank, and his position was Chief Secretary of the Ministry of the Interior. Dinia hadn't changed much. It was still the same face, the same body that always captivated people, a 6th-tier official, Minister of the Interior. Ambrina, who has given birth to another child, has not lost her figure, and her eyebrows and eyes look a little more mature. She remains as lazy as ever when it comes to government affairs, but no one dares to underestimate her. Prime Minister Alexander privately told Ronan that Her Majesty the Queen was even more adept at wielding power than the late king. The late king favored fishing-style intrigues, while Her Majesty the Queen prefers open schemes like besieging a point to attack reinforcements. She would suddenly and unreasonably seize on someone from time to time, drawing opposition from the crowd. Then she would pick out a few of the opponents and get rid of them, while the person who initially became the focus of attention would be lifted up high and then gently put down. Elena has changed slightly, looking a little more mature, but she still looks to be around 24 or 25 years old. Her magic is still at the 4th level, but she is using her innate abilities better and better, and she still works at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce Security. Alice appears more mature than Elena, mainly because her expressionless face carries a hint of disdain, and she wears non-prescription glasses to project an air of authority. Currently at the 3rd tier of power, her summoned guns can move freely within a certain range, and she can control the bullets at will, summoning up to 5 guns. Her magic's main weakness is its insufficient power, making it only effective against weaker opponents. In addition, Alice was promoted. She is now the head of the operations division of the inspectorate, officially. Agostina was still the oldest-looking of Ronan's women, appearing to be around 30 years old. Of course, this 30-year-old was Ronan's perception of her. For ordinary women from the Western continent, 30 years old was no longer considered attractive. Fourth-tier elemental mage, director of the Security Bureau of the Ministry of the Interior. Isabel hasn't changed much. She's now the second in command of the Security Bureau, and her strength has reached the 3rd tier. After all, her ability to summon other dimensions is a fairly common method in the Frago family. Because it's common, there are more records within the royal family to refer to. With these references, steady improvement shouldn't be too much of a problem. Grandon's appearance hasn't changed much. He's still enthusiastic about role-playing when doing those kinds of things. He's now a 3rd-tier elemental mage and is currently in charge of the Red Mill Education Center, a place that officials dread. Ashley remained the head of the intelligence agency, responsible for both dry and wet tasks, occasionally showcasing some special skills when reporting to Ronan alone. Everything seemed the same as before, but everyone knew that a change in distance was imminent, because this year is the last year of Prime Minister Alexander's term, and elections are about to begin. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the new Prime Minister will be chosen from among 3 candidates: Interior Minister Dinha Egwis, Commerce Minister Pierre Nance, who has had the most successful track record in recent years, and Agriculture Minister William Castle, who has the longest tenure in the central government and has served 3 terms. The Prime Minister is elected by the Electoral Committee, which is chaired by the King. Other members include nobles, ministers from various departments, as well as church representatives and civilian representatives. The so-called civilian representatives are actually the top magicians. Currently, Dinia has no advantage. It's true that the king supports her, but she is a young woman, and the nobles, ministers, church and civilian representatives do not have a good impression of her. Most people are unlikely to vote for her. Pierre Nance, who is in charge of commerce, has maintained close relationships with many nobles and church figures over the years, which may garner him a lot of votes. As for Minister of Agriculture William, the old man has been in the central government for decades and has a very deep network of connections. In addition, Digna is radical and is not liked by his colleagues. Pierre Nance is more like a businessman than an official and is also not liked by his colleagues. Therefore, the minister's votes will basically go to this Minister of Agriculture. Nighttime in Dinia's home, in bed, with her back to Ronan, Dinia's large, round buttocks, encased in thick, silky black stockings, faced him. She spread her legs, leaned forward, braced herself on the bed, and raised her buttocks high before slamming down, inserting Ronan's entire penis. The force of the impact made the bed tremble, and the resulting shockwave caused her large, white breasts to sway slightly. She then raised her buttocks high again, leaving only the head of Ronan's penis at the entrance, before slamming down once more. Ronan was half lying, half sitting, leaning against the headboard pillow, his eyes fixed and unmoving. The center of his vision was mostly occupied by his large, curvy buttocks in black stockings, like 2 water balloons squeezed into shape, and then stuffed into the black stockings. The black stockings were stretched almost transparent by the flesh of his buttocks, and the black of the stockings at the base of his thighs was slightly darker, reaching the darkest point behind his knees. The changing colors of the stockings are like a continuously injected aphrodisiac. On either side of the field of vision were legs in black stockings, kneeling apart, their calf muscles taut. The black stockings on their calves stretched to the point of being half transparent, while the slender ankles were the same black as the stockings, gleaming with a soft sheen. Dinia kicked the sheets hard, creating ripples and wrinkles on both sides. Her stockings were almost completely transparent, directly facing Ronan's line of sight. Ronan remained still, using one hand to grab, knead, and pat the black stockings, while the other hand would gently tug at the white hair on Dinia's genitals that matched the color of her hair, stimulating her vaginal walls to contract. He would also gently poke her anus, causing her cute little opening to shrink. Dinia's movements became increasingly intense, her loose white hair dancing wildly in the air as she tossed her head, and her pair of plump, white breasts swaying violently up and down. Whenever she felt anxious, she would indulge herself and vent her emotions in Ronan. Ronan knew very well that although Dinia had become much more worldly and sophisticated over the years, this was a form of self-suppression in order to achieve her goals. The real Dinia was still that idealistic woman with violent revolutionary tendencies. Deep down, she still wanted to wipe out this world full of injustice and unfairness, and then build a new world, Ronan couldn't help but marvel at how interesting he and Dinia were, a combination of a reactionary bureaucrat and a revolutionary, yet this very pair was reviving a declining nation and making it thrive. And the next step is to win the biggest and most interesting game in the country and take the position of Prime Minister. Ronan felt his blood boiling. Chapter 449 Explicit Rules. Implicit Rules. Just wait and see. In October, there was still a month before the first round of voting began. The prime ministerial election consists of 2 rounds of voting. On election day, election committee members took turns entering a small, dark room equipped with a magic detection device to conduct secret ballots, and abstentions were not allowed. After the voting ended, the chairman of the election committee, who is also the king, counted the votes on the spot. If more than 1/3 of the election committee members believe the results are incorrect, then a public show of hands vote will be held on the spot. Regardless of the number of votes received in the first round, the candidate with the fewest votes among the 3 will be eliminated, and then the second round will begin. The second round of voting follows the same procedure, but abstentions are allowed. The person with the most votes is elected Prime Minister, and can also promote a secretary from the Prime Minister's office, usually the chief secretary of their own department. As for replacing a few ministers with one of his own, that's an unspoken rule, not a right written into the rules and regulations. If there is a tie, the king will decide directly between the 2 candidates who will be the prime minister. Page 197. 9 years ago, a large number of people abstained in the second round, resulting in a tie between Alexander and the candidate who had gained a huge advantage in the first round. Then the late King Lucian directly chose Alexander. However, King Lucian did not expect that Alexander, whom he had manipulated into becoming prime minister, would not be the obedient prime minister he had imagined. He was only slightly better than his predecessor, not so much so that he would oppose him in every way and put on a lecturing act, even though the previous prime minister was indeed Lucian's teacher in a certain sense. The month from October to November is roughly the time for campaigning. The kingdom's officials work 5 days a week. On Saturdays, departments only have shifts, and on Sundays, as religious holidays, they are completely off work. Unless there is an emergency, no one will come to work. In addition to the 4 regular Sundays off in October, there are 3 holidays, which together give a 5-day holiday. In other words, officials have 9 days off this month when they are completely off work. These 9 days of full holidays are enough for candidates to throw parties and campaign for votes. It can only be said that the kingdom is indeed a Frankenstein's monster country that is both feudal and centralized, both democratic and autocratic. At this moment, Ronan, Dinia, and the rest of his party were all present at Ronan's manor. As a marquis, Ronan naturally had a manor, but he never lived there. He had a small one in the capital, covering just over 10,000 square meters, and a larger one outside the capital, with a castle, but it had already been rented out to the Ministry of the Interior as a training base. As for the rent, the Ministry of the Interior is renting his own private land, so the amount is naturally negotiable. In addition, Ronan licensed various patented technologies he held to state-owned enterprises that were subject to the supervision of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce Security of the Ministry of the Interior. He also leased many of his mechanical equipment, such as new steam engines and spinning machines, to state-owned enterprises. At the same time, Ronan's own consulting firm and contracted some outsourced evaluation business to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce Security. Otherwise, where would Ronan get the money to buy stockings? Ambrina was the most frugal queen in history, never spending money recklessly, and she would never give Ronan a single penny of pocket money. Grant was the first to speak. Marquis, we have a lot of dirt on Pierre and William, don't we? Ronan looked at Cheney, the head of the Inspectorate of the Ministry of the Interior, who had been playing dead for several years, but finally surrendered before the change of leadership. Mr. Cheney, please explain this to our Miss Gallen. Grandland still lacks a certain vision. In the past, Cheney, who was born into a noble family, preferred to work quietly rather than collude with local officials. He was always an anomaly among the mid-level officials in the aristocratic faction. Later, after joining the Ministry of the Interior, he began to play dead. Not long ago, he gave up his right of succession and transferred it to his younger brother's faction. He was gambling everything and wanted to go further and succeed Dinia as the second minister since the establishment of the Ministry of the Interior. More than 100 years have passed since His Majesty Lawrence improved upon the civil service system established by His Majesty Holland to create the current system. In these 100 years, there have been more than 10 prime ministers and more than 10 general elections. To date, there has never been a case of candidates digging up dirt on each other and then attacking each other. This is not because the previous candidates were clean, nor because the previous candidates did not want to do it, but because of a tacit understanding among officials. If the election competition turns into mutual attacks, then suspicion will exist from the very beginning, and distinct party strife will form from the very beginning, which will shake the entire existing system. The election of a prime minister is fundamentally different from the election of local councillors. Ultimately, it is the centralized civil service that needs a deputy to the king. But if this deputy can be decided by the king, sooner or later it will develop into a situation where the king can change prime ministers at will, just like a child changing toys. At that time, the prime minister himself will be meaningless. The rise and fall of a nation depends on one person. I personally find that rather ridiculous. However, if the prime minister is elected, the situation will undoubtedly be even worse, because the elected prime minister is no longer a person who is responsible for the whole, but just a mouthpiece who has temporarily taken office. It is terrible if there is no ultimate person in charge in the system. Just like before the end of the Republican era of the old empire, there was no ultimate person in charge. The elders talked about national affairs back and forth, and no one took responsibility. In the end, the citizens could not stand it anymore, and so the emperor was born. The key to the prime minister is that he cannot be appointed or dismissed arbitrarily by the king, nor can he be elected by the public. Therefore, it is unacceptable to use aggressive tactics to disqualify other candidates. After speaking, Cheney's face showed obvious frustration. He had been pretending to be stupid for several years and had actually become stupid. His long speech was somewhat illogical and unclear. He could only hope that Ronan would not be too disappointed in him. Then how do we do it? Galan asked. Just wait, Elena said. That's right, we can just wait for them to come to us. Ronan's old subordinate, Blind Seth, who had worked with Elena, chimed in. But aren't we the most disadvantaged party? Asked Abelard, the current director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce Security and an old friend of Ronan. If Dinah succeeds in taking office, he will have a chance to become the Minister of Commerce. Isabel explained. It's precisely because they're at a disadvantage that they've come to us. After all, she was a former candidate for the throne, so she understood the situation quite well. Commerce Minister Pierre does not have a clear advantage over Agriculture Minister William. Pierre's votes largely overlap with those of Dinya, since Ronan controls the Bureau of Commerce and Industry of the Ministry of the Interior and knows many nobles and church people who have large businesses. His most conventional strategy is to form an alliance with Dinya in the first round, preventing Dinya from poaching his votes, and then the two of them will work together to poach William's votes, thus eliminating him. Then try to beat Dinya in the second round. On the other hand, William is aware of this as well, so he will encourage Dinya to get rid of Pierre. In this way, Dinya simply had to wait for people to come to her. Chapter 450 Section Chief's Counterattack, Military Transfer Cotter. True Master Ronan and Dinah were discussing the prime ministerial election, and so were Pierre and Henry. Pierre Nance, full name Pierre de Brittany Trigault Fran Nance, is 56 years old. As you can tell from the D in his name, he is a knight, which means he has an honorary title but no land. He was born in the Brittany Academy of Magic and is a magician. His mother was a noblewoman with the surname Fran, and his father was also a noblewoman with the surname Nance. And that was indeed the case. His father was a baron, but he himself was the second son without the right of inheritance. In his early years, like most second sons of barons, he was a scoundrel who did all sorts of business, whether it was profitable or not. He married his cousin at the age of 17. Under pressure from his wife, he began to take the civil service exam. Fortunately, he was born in the West, a coastal area with developed industry and commerce. There are many civil service positions in coastal areas, and the city hall recruits people every year. However, Pierre still took the exam for 5 years before he passed. There was no way around it. Although he was quick-witted, eloquent, and had connections, he was basically guaranteed to pass the interview. However, his academic level was really a bit low. He was already 22 when he became a low-level civil servant in the city hall. Ronan, at 22, was already the Secretary General of Wright City, the second in command of the region. After 6 years of wasting time at the city hall, 28-year-old Pierre was only a section chief under the Commerce and Industry Administration, a deputy section-level cotter. But when he was 29 years old, 27 years ago, he happened to meet the then Minister of Foreign Trade, who was on his way to become the governor of the colony and happened to be staying in his area. By chance, he also went to the colony in the New World. 5 years later, Pierre, then 33, returned to his country and took up a post as Secretary General in a city in the south. This year marked the invasion of the Kingdom of Fas by Welland and the Empire, and the outbreak of rebellion in the south. It was also the year that Ronan transmigrated and stepped onto the historical stage of this world. Thanks to his correct alignment and good performance during the rebellion, he was promoted to the state level, serving as the head of a department. Later, he joined the central government, then became the governor, and finally, at the governor's convention 6 years ago, due to his clear support for the new policies, the new king, and his excellent attitude, coupled with the fact that their original Minister of Commerce had just retired, he became the new Minister of Commerce, a position he holds to this day. Minister Nance, do we really want to ally with that woman? After all, she has the Queen's support. We might not be able to beat her in the second round. On the contrary, that old man Henry isn't he actually that strong. In the second round, Her Majesty the Queen, including the faction that has already lost, will be more inclined to side with us. One of Pierre's trusted lieutenants subjected to the alliance with Dinia and provided his analysis. Pierre nodded, admitting that the other person was right. But if I don't ally with her, she'll definitely try to poach my votes, since it's easier for her. In that case, I might not be able to get past the first round. Gentlemen, actually, I am the one in the worst situation, Pierre remarked with emotion. His accomplices also lowered their heads and remained silent, forced to acquiesce to this fact. Meanwhile, William was also discussing the upcoming election with several former enemies, who are now friends. One is Austin, the soon-to-be-retired Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister's office and a veteran one secretary. Another is Gary, the Minister of Territory Management who is not retired, but is close to retirement, and the third is Adrian, the Director of the Plantation Management Division under the Ministry of Agriculture, with whom he has a close relationship despite their age difference. The reason William was able to become friends with Adrian was that he was also a demobilized military officer. William Ammer Rossi Morandi Schneider, now 68 years old, as his surname suggests. His ancestors were from the Will region. His father was a baron, and he was the eldest son. In his youth, William followed the typical path of an eldest son of a military aristocracy, studying, practicing martial arts, discovering his magical talent, entering a magic academy, graduating, and joining the army. William was already the captain of a dragoon squad at the age of 20, with a promising future ahead of him. However, he was unlucky enough to be thrown from his horse during a retreat, breaking his leg, and was then captured. Dragoons have horses, and normally if they lose their horses or have broken legs, their men can come and carry them on their way. But the fact is that William was captured. After being ransomed, William left the army and entered politics. He became Minister of Agriculture during the later years of King Lucian's reign and has held this position for almost 10 years, making him the most senior minister. Austin, my friend, could you give me some advice? Asked William, the Minister of Agriculture. He was old, and this was his last chance. If he couldn't be elected Prime Minister, he would probably have to retire. We can rule out the option of allying with the Minister of the Interior to eliminate Pierre, because you can't beat her in the second round, said Austin, the current First Secretary, with great certainty. So what we need to do is actually very simple. Persuade Pierre not to ally with Dinia. As long as neither of you takes any action, Dinia Aegis will be eliminated in the first round without a doubt. On the contrary, if you try to take action, one of you will definitely be eliminated. Will he agree? Asked Gary, the Minister of Territory Management. This certainly requires some deals. Austin was quite blunt in private. Generally speaking, a new Prime Minister can replace 3 ministers. You can promise each other that after you two squeeze her out in the first round, whoever wins will let the loser choose a minister. Austin paused for a moment, then said, I think Mr. Adrian can find an opportunity to discuss this matter. Me? Adrian was slightly surprised. He had worked with Ronan before and was once on Isabel's side. Was it really appropriate for him to talk about this kind of thing? Is there a problem? Secretary Austin asked in return. Adrian straightened his back, nodded, and answered crisply, no. Even though he was almost 50 years old after leaving the army, he still hadn't lost the mark the army had left on him. Austin nodded and looked at Agriculture Minister William. That's all the advice I can give, my friend. That's enough, William said. Austin and Adrian then left, leaving only William and Gary inside. Austin was brought in as an outside helper, and although Adrian was a friend, he wasn't actually that reliable. Are you really comfortable letting Adrian handle this? Territory Minister Gary asked. It is a good opportunity to give it a try, William replied. He admired Adrian and, if he came to power, he would need someone like Adrian who understood the new policies. William was an old-fashioned man. He disliked Ronan and Dinya's brutal approach of prosperity through compliance and ruin through resistance, but he knew very well that the country's current prosperity was due to the new policies. Anyone who came to power had to appoint officials who knew how to implement new policies, otherwise it would only cause trouble. "We all still support you, William," said Territory Minister Gary. William nodded, but he knew that the support of high-ranking officials alone was not enough. Chapter 451, Making Moves, Countering Moves, and the Composition of Tickets with a Pleasant Collaboration. The two candidates, Pierre and William the Elder, reached a deal through a liaison. The first condition for the deal is, naturally, that the two sides form an alliance and try to eliminate Dinya in the first round. In the second round of the deal, if Commerce Minister Pierre wins, firstly, the Minister of Agriculture will remain William. Secondly, Pierre will give one of the ministerial positions to William, the Minister of Agriculture, to decide. At the same time, the Ministry of Handicrafts and Commerce, currently referred to as the Ministry of Commerce, will be split into the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Industry, and people from William's party will be appointed as directors of the subordinate departments in these two new departments. In other words, even if Pierre became Prime Minister, William would still retain control of agriculture and extend his influence into industry and commerce. If William the Elder wins, Pierre will remain Minister of Commerce. That is the primary concern. Secondly, William will have to relinquish two ministerial positions. In other words, William the Elder won, and Pierre and his associates will occupy 3 ministerial seats, greatly increasing their power. In a sense, once the deal is finalized, it's a win-win situation regardless of who wins. A few nights later, a group of people from the Ministry of the Interior came to Ronan's estate again to discuss the election. After waiting for several days, no one came to the door, which meant that something unexpected had happened. "It seems the old scoundrel and the old military rogue have formed an alliance," Abelard said, very bluntly, calling the Minister of Commerce an old scoundrel and the Minister of Agriculture an old military rogue. Cheney, unlike his previous demeanor, fell silent as he struggled to think of a way to break the deadlock. He relinquished his inheritance rights and sold some of his shares, using his own interests to exchange for a vote from a noble election committee. With this vote, he joined Ronan Dinya's party, also that after Dinya became Prime Minister, he, as the head of the Oversight Bureau, could succeed as the Minister of the Interior and accomplish great things. He didn't want to lose, and he couldn't afford to lose. Blind Seth pushed up his glasses. He wasn't that anxious because he was only a year older than Ronan. Even if Dinya lost, she would never lose her position as Minister of the Interior, while Seth's position was still relatively stable, and he still had a lot of room for improvement, unlike Abelard and Cheney. Moreover, he is still very young. He will be under 50 years old in the next election 9 years from now. He's really not in a hurry. Dinya glanced at Agustina, who was taken aback. She wasn't good at this kind of thing, so she looked at Alina. Alina then looked at Ronan and asked, "Should we try to break up their alliance? Or should we focus on one of them and beat them to a pulp? We real adults. Why not have them all?" Ronan asked with a smile. "I understand." Cheney suddenly shouted after hearing Ronan's words. "We'll go to Pierre's stronghold to dig up votes. If William doesn't go all out to help him, a crisis of trust will definitely arise between them. Once a crisis of trust arises, it will be easy to break up their alliance." The distribution of votes in the election commission is roughly as follows. First, regarding the officials, excluding the military staff department, plus the newly added Ministry of the Interior, and the Ministry of Taxation separated from the Ministry of Finance, there are 12 ministries, and each of the 12 ministers holds 1 vote. Next up are the meritorious nobles, a total of 9 committee members. These 9 committee members generally come from the 9 great earl families in the country. These earls were once dukes, or you could say they were kings, since the Western Continent Duchy is also a country. The Seven Saints Church has a total of 4 tickets. The biggest difference between the Kingdom of Fas and France in another timeline is that it is a Protestant country, dominated by a sect called the Justices, which advocates self-enlightenment and self-affirmation through the ideas of the scriptures. The Justices' Church is both new and old, and is relatively lenient in its constraints on its members, typical of Protestantism, but like the old church, it also has a hierarchical organizational structure. There is no pope, of course. The highest-ranking official is the archbishop, the leader of the divine, who holds a vote. The archbishop's assistant holds another vote. However, the assistant isn't just an assistant, but the head of a business conglomerate under the church. The Grand Master of the Knights of the Faith holds a vote. The Knights of the Faith are a violent armed group within the church, primarily composed of mages. Finally, the regional bishop of the capital city holds a vote after all. It's the capital. There are a total of 6 votes from the civilian representatives. 4 of these votes are held by the principals of the 4 major magic academies, while the other 2 votes belong to 2 other committee members who have generally made significant academic contributions. It's normal for civilian representatives not to represent the people. Nobody finds it strange, since even in a supposedly democratic parliament, there are no civilians. Finally, there is the king. The king usually has 4 votes. The reason for using the word usually is that the king himself, who represents royal power, only has 3 votes. The other vote is held by the leader of the Mage Guild, but unless the leader wants to resign, his vote will not be the same as the king's. There were a total of 35 votes. Cheney, that's a great idea, Ronan praised, then quickly added, however, I personally think we should try to get William's votes, not Pierre's. Well, Cheney hesitated for a moment before finally stating his opinion. It might be a bit difficult to get other ministers to choose a female minister. Ronan glanced at Alina, who understood. That's right, but if we want to get Pierre's votes, it means we have to promise some benefits to the nobles and the church. It's not difficult, but because it involves relatively complex business negotiations, it takes a long time to operate, and if it takes too long, things can easily go wrong. Ronan shook his head. Elena was right, but her understanding wasn't comprehensive enough. He then looked at Isabel. Isabel took a deep breath and said, winning over William's votes is actually much simpler. His voter base is the ministers. All we need to do is promise not to replace them after we come to power, and return a piece of dirt on them. We're not attacking the candidates, nor are we attacking the voters, so it's not against the rules. The key is that this operation is particularly simple and quick. All we need to do is send someone to deliver a message. I imagine that William and Pierre were able to form an alliance in just a few days by trading ministerial positions. If they were to make the same promise as us not to change players at this point, their alliance would collapse on its own. After Isabel finished speaking, she looked at Ronan with a hint of pride. Ronan nodded in agreement. He could only say that Isabel was indeed his defeated opponent in the battle for the throne, a woman once recognized by a group of young officers and revivalist scholars. Her judgment was exactly the same as his. Page 198. What's the point if we win, but the ministerial position remains unchanged? Alice asked a question. Ronan clapped his hands lightly. Alice. Good question. Well then, I'll answer that here. Your Majesty, the minister and I have discussed it. We originally intended to remove Pierre and William. We can't ask them to vote for us, so this promise is essentially equivalent to wasting one of the 3 spots. That's acceptable. All right, that concludes the meeting. Ronan added. Pierre and William had something to offer, but it wasn't exactly a surprise. This is getting more and more interesting. I hope there will be some more surprises. Ronan thought to himself with anticipation. He had been focusing on farming for the past few years, and now it was finally time for a Game of Thrones to begin. Chapter 452 Mission completed. Punishment and rewards. A special item, the task of relaying the message, was ultimately given to Alice. As the head of the operations division of the Oversight Bureau, Alice could easily walk into the office buildings of other central departments during the day and request a private meeting with the minister without giving any reason. Alice completed her mission of delivering the message in just 1 day, because she only had 2 things to say. First, Pierre and William had made a deal using their ministerial positions. Second, Dinah had promised never to replace them after taking office. After saying that, leave. In the evening, Alice returned home, intending to change her clothes and then go out for dinner. Most officials of her rank would get up in the morning, be helped to wash up by servants, have breakfast, and then slowly go to work by carriage. They would have lunch in the department's canteen, not the dining hall, which was for junior civil servants. In the afternoon, there would be dessert. After get off work in the evening, they would go home by carriage and then have a proper meal carefully prepared by their family cook. Alice was different from them. She lived alone and didn't have any full-time servants. She only had hourly cleaners and laundry workers. On weekdays, she ate breakfast and dinner out. However, today was a bit unexpected. As soon as she got home, she saw Ronan and even smelled the aroma of food. My goodness, those are such high heels. Ronan looked at Alice's high heels and couldn't help but ask with concern. Alice's red high heels had heels that were definitely over 10 centimeters high. Alice stood in the doorway, wearing that disgusted look on her face. What can I do? I'm short. Besides, I've been wearing these heels for over a year now. Are you only noticing now? That's utter nonsense. Alice is 163 cm tall, which is far from short. Besides, the average height of women in the kingdom is probably only 156 cm, while the average height of men is about 170 cm. Relatively speaking, she's already considered tall among women, even wearing heels over 10 cm high. She's taller than many men. Ronan thought Alice was simply trying to appear taller. Okay, looks like I haven't been caring enough about you, Ronan said apologetically. I don't need your concern. Alice kicked off her high heels with a forceful slap, clearly unhappy, but being polite. She immediately picked them up and placed them neatly on the shoe rack before stepping into her slippers. Ronan took 2 steps closer. How about I give you a foot massage? You're sick. Alice walked straight toward the dining room, and in the instant she passed Ronan, she elbowed him in the chest. On the table are the dishes that have just been served. First, make the broth. After removing the chicken head, legs, and breast, wash the chicken carcass and add it to water along with onions, carrots, celery, and a few simple spices. Simmer for 2.5 hours, then strain out the solids and keep only the broth. This completes the clear chicken broth. Raw beef tenderloin strips served as an appetizer, with a tangy, spicy, and savory flavor. The main course is boneless chicken thigh meat pan-fried and then drizzled with black pepper sauce. The other main course is garlic-flavored stir-fried chicken breast. The chicken breast is pounded and marinated, then deep-fried, and then stir-fried with ginger and garlic. It's not dry at all. There's not much to say about the main dish. It's just sliced milk bread with chopped nuts. Ronan finished eating first, put down his knife and fork, and asked, "How was it?" After swallowing the food in her mouth, Alice wiped her mouth and said, "Still the same as before. After all these years, there's been no progress." Alice, has the devil stolen your conscience? Ronan questioned. He hasn't made much progress. After all, he's been busy with politics these past few years, but he has still made progress, as Her Majesty the Queen herself said. "Oh." Alice snorted in response, quickly finished the last bit of food in a few bites, and then got up to clean up. The plates and utensils were placed in the water room, where Alice lived, as there was a piped water supply. There was once a joke that the old empire had water pipes, but the capital of the Kingdom of France now has the most advanced water supply system, so the true imperial line is in France. Ronan plans to soon apply steam engines to the drinking water system and replace the pipes with iron ones. This will be another massive project, and he'll be able to pull off another money-making scheme led by the government and then contracted out to different areas. Alice returned to the dining room, and had just pulled the tablecloth off when Ronan grabbed her and pinned her to the table. Ronan pressed one hand against Alice's chest, saying, "Let me touch you to see if you still have a conscience." His other hand was already inside her skirt. Alice kicked Ronan twice with her tiny, fleshy feet, but Ronan simply pounced on her. "I just finished eating. Can you stop?" Alice said as she pushed Ronan's head away. Ronan ripped Alice's dress off. Alice wore her usual flesh-colored pantyhose, which were a bit thick and matte, giving them a rather dignified look. Her figure prevented the pantyhose from being see-through, and her black panties appeared a hazy brown under the flesh-colored pantyhose. Her figure hasn't changed much over the years. She still looks like a young girl who's just started to develop and gain weight. Her breasts are only a B-cup, small but perky. Her lower abdomen is flat and smooth. Her thighs are a little fleshy. Her buttocks are round but not fleshy. Her calves are slender, and her feet are very thin, so thin that you can hold them in your hands and knead them. Judging from her figure, Alice is best suited to white stockings, which give her a feeling between a lowly and a young girl. However, she has a unique charm when she wears flesh-colored stockings. It's like a freshman who is good at her studies, but doesn't fit in, wearing a suit, stockings and high heels for the first time before giving a speech, exuding a kind of coy yet strong-willed vibe. "This is your punishment for not telling the truth, and your reward for working hard," Ronan said, tearing a hole in the crotch of the slightly thick pantyhose and inserting 2 fingers inside. Alice instinctively squeezed her legs together, trapping Ronan's hand between them. Ronan used one hand to dig and thrust, while the other hand quickly began to unbutton Alice's top. Her honest body language, coupled with that unwanted expression, created a uniquely Alice-esque, slightly strong woman vibe that made people want to take advantage of her. Soon, Ronan, unable to hold back any longer, took off his pants, thrust his hips forward, and entered her. Alice covered her face with one hand and her mouth with the other, her legs wrapped around Ronan's waist, her slender toes curling inward through her flesh-colored stockings. Having not been with Ronan for over a month, she felt a sudden pain, yet also an extremely pleasurable sense of fulfillment. No matter how much she covered her eyes and mouth, she had to admit that both her body and soul had already taken the shape of this man. After being pinned to the table for a while, Alice patted Ronan and glanced towards the bedroom. Ronan understood and carried Alice into the bedroom. On the bed, after a long, relentless, frenzied thrusting that seemed to be tearing Alice apart, Alice lay on the bed, her inner thigh muscles still twitching, completely still, her slender, straight, fleshy legs slumped limply on the bed surface. Ronan supported himself on the bed with both hands, twisting his waist and thrusting gently and rhythmically from behind. At the last moment, instead of sprinting, he pulled out, stood up, and ejaculated onto Alice's flesh-colored pantyhose-covered legs and buttocks, creating a lewd picture. After ejaculating, Ronan grabbed Alice's feet and wiped away the remaining semen, completing the final step. Chapter 450. The second layer of the Matryoshka doll. Reasonable drunken remarks. Bureaucratic transactions. Pierre and old William were not blind and had no eyes to look at them. Alice met with so many ministers in one day. How could they not see such an obvious action? Through Gary, the Minister of Territory Management, old William learned what Alice had said to the ministers. Old William found out, and soon Pierre found out too, although they were exposed and tricked, bringing their alliance to the brink of collapse. The two did not find Dinia's countermeasures particularly impressive. They were merely somewhat surprised, because in Pierre and old William's memory, Dinah was the kind of person who felt that the regular 3 positions were not enough, and she wished she could replace all the ministers and turn the central government into her own personal fiefdom. She promised not to replace him. It's amazing she could be so heartless. Nighttime, inside William's mansion. William, holding a glass of red wine, looked at everyone and asked, "What do we do now?" Surrounding him were Austin, the current #1 secretary, William's private secretary, 2 aristocratic advisors, Adrian, William's most trusted subordinate, William's old friend, 5 veteran mid-level officials from different departments of the central government, William's nephew, a 4th-tier mage, and someone with close business ties to the church association. At this moment, apart from the absence of Gary, the Minister of Territory, William's campaign team was complete. The private secretary spoke first. "So, Schneider, are you planning to maintain this alliance, or dissolve it to secure your place in the second round?" Schneider is William's surname. "This is one of my problems," old William said. He is a veteran, which is both an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage is that he has accumulated a lot of goodwill and can mobilize many people. The disadvantage is that he also owes a lot of favors and has to consider the thoughts of others. How can we maintain this? Your previous deal has already been ruined, a veteran central official asked. The use of the word "you" carried a hint of resentment towards William for forming an alliance with Pierre without consulting them. Austin took a small sip of red wine. The previous deal really has to be voided. If it's not voided, the votes in our base could be stolen at any time. However, maintaining the alliance isn't difficult. Since the deal is no longer viable, let's turn it into a mutual guarantee agreement, promising that whichever side gets their vote stolen, the other side will provide assistance. How can we build trust between us regarding the mutual guarantee agreement? An aide asked. Austin cut a slice of cheese and put it in his mouth. Faced with the doubts, he was like a leisurely old man enjoying a glass of wine before bed at home. Trust? Don't we already have it? We've been allies who fought against a common enemy. When Austin said this, everyone suddenly understood. In the previous back and forth, the 2 sides had already fought together against Dinia. Therefore, the alliance was just a prelude. Austin originally intended to establish mutual protection, to ensure that his side and Pierre's side could advance to the second round together. It's not that simple. At almost the same time, in another place, a man spoke in front of another group of men. The man who spoke was Ronan. He originally pretended to be drunk to test the waters, but unexpectedly he actually found out something from him, so he simply started performing. "Brother Pi, let me tell you, the mutual protection agreement I just mentioned is just the second layer of the man behind that old guy William. After the mutual protection agreement is set, Diddy and I can only choose one to attack, and of course we'll choose your side since it's weaker." Ronan put his arm around Pierre's shoulder and said that the mutual protection agreement and the man behind it were all made up by him. The mutual protection agreement was something Ronan thought he would do if he were William, and the man behind it was just to add a mysterious touch. As he spoke, he casually poured wine for Pierre, who was sitting opposite him. Pierre looked at the overflowing wine glass in front of him and shook his head. Although he shook his head, he felt that Ronan's words made a lot of sense. "What, you don't believe me, Pizzy? You know, according to Freud, this old man William had childhood trauma. When he was young, he liked to show off too much in the army. He was tricked by his subordinates, so much so that after he fell off his horse, none of his subordinates, who were all cavalrymen, were willing to save him. In the end, his adjutant came to his rescue, but he was still captured. This directly traumatized him, and his personality changed drastically after he entered politics. After Ronan finished speaking, Pierre nodded twice as if there was such a thing, but who was Freud? He had never heard of him, and this wasn't his childhood. Later, William learned to be a nice guy who wouldn't offend anyone, but he was still concerned about his reputation and loved to stand up for others. Over time, he became like an old woman in his daily life, but when someone encouraged him, he was very willing to take action. That's why I said he had someone backing him up. I'm not just making this up. The late king told me this himself. Ronan's statements were getting increasingly outrageous. Why are you bringing up the late king? Pierre was both amused and exasperated. Ronan continued, if we were to take away your votes, Pizzy, he would definitely help you. So, Diddy and I failed to get your votes. Although you managed to hold on for the time being, you admit that you are under a lot of pressure. What would we and you do in this situation? The answer is very simple. Go to that shameless old man and beg him to form an alliance with you. At that point, you'll be completely at a disadvantage. This is the third layer of the man behind this old bastard, giving him an advantage to advance to the second round. Ronan continued rambling. Pierre took a big gulp of red wine. Ronan, all you're saying is trying to get me to join forces against him. Show some sincerity. After hearing Ronan's words, he felt he couldn't be led by old William's side, but he wasn't willing to let Ronan take advantage of him for free. You understand, even if Dinia loses the election, you can remove her from power, and you certainly can make me stop being Her Majesty's husband, Ronan said. He and Dinia had a confidence that the other two people didn't have. They wouldn't lose anything if they lost the election. The Ministry of the Interior currently has over 100 high-ranking magicians and over 300 junior magicians. Can an ordinary person keep them in check? As for Ronan himself, he is Queen Ambrina's husband. Even if the bureaucracy were to exert their influence, at most they could strip him of his official position, but he would still be the vice king. If you're willing to form an alliance with us, then I can make this promise. If we win, you'll remain the Minister of Commerce. If William wins, we'll find a way to split the Ministry of Commerce and create a Ministry of Industry, so you can switch to another ministry and continue as minister. Am I being generous enough, brother? Ronan said. He also mentioned the splitting up of the Ministry of Commerce, because the industrial sector has grown significantly and is transitioning from handicrafts to large-scale machine production. This requires a lot of management, which the Ministry of Commerce is now struggling to handle. Therefore, splitting up the Ministry of Commerce and establishing a new department is imperative. All I can say is that Pierre and Ronan are equally shameless, both treating what they were supposed to do as bargaining chips. However, for officials, shamelessness is a fundamental requirement. Chapter 454 The Person Behind It, Job Application Introduction, and another card. Ronan's behavior is like a landlord in a village who wants to build an irrigation canal. He says to another landlord, I'm going to build an irrigation canal for your own good, but I won't ask you for money. So you owe me a favor and you have to do something for me. It's like doing someone a favor out of thin air. Pierre nodded slightly. However, I'd like to arrange for someone to be placed in the Ministry of the Interior. Anything but the Security Bureau and the Royal Palace Command Center. Ronan readily agreed. Then it is settled for now, Pierre said. After the agreement was reached, Ronan left the mansion where Pierre and his group had gathered. Walking alone on the street, the cool night breeze blew in his face. He, who had been pretending to be drunk, now felt a little tipsy and couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. How will old man William respond next? Does he have someone backing him? And if so, who is it? The unknown always holds endless interest. 2 days later, Ronan went to the Prime Minister's office to submit a report. Within the system, his nominal direct superior was Austin, the head of the Secretariat, also known as the First Secretary, the Prime Minister's right-hand man. Then Ronan learned the answer to the second question, because Austin actually invited him to drink at the same place Ronan and Prime Minister Alexander used to frequent. Almost the entire Secretariat knew that in the nearly 6 years since Ambrina took office, this top secretary had only had some official dealings with Ronan. Even after Ronan entered the secretarial system, he still avoided any unnecessary contact with Ronan unless absolutely necessary. All the secretaries found it strange. With the Prime Minister being replaced, Austin, the #1 secretary, was also leaving. Didn't he plan for his own future? Even if Dinah doesn't become Prime Minister, and Ronan doesn't take his place as the first secretary, Ronan will still be the vice king. Prime Minister Alexander didn't need a backup plan, because he had little pursuit of quality of life. He had only one daughter, who had already died, and he and his wife lived in a small house in the capital. Page 199. But Austin was different. He was of noble birth and had 4 children. Just because of that, he had planned for his future. It was nighttime at the tavern, now run by the son of the original owner. "So we're on the 3rd floor now, right?" Ronan asked jokingly. "You could say that," Austin replied, "or you could say that." At this moment, in Ronan's mind, Austin's first plan was to facilitate an alliance between William and Pierre, allowing Ronan to make a move and thus make William and Pierre allies. The second plan was for William and Pierre to form a mutual protection agreement, waiting for Ronan to take action to win over Pierre. "Oh?" Ronan asked curiously. Austin replied, "If you are willing to recommend me, a man nearing retirement, for a new job somewhere, then the previous 2 points can be considered my self-introduction. Next, I will give William some seemingly reasonable but somewhat radical advice, and his allies will attack me by saying that I have already failed twice. In the end, William can only consider the opinions of his allies and reject my advice. Naturally, I, as an outsider, will leave in a huff. If you are unwilling to recommend me, then I will have no choice but to go down this path." After saying that, Austin looked at Ronan. Ronan smiled and said, "Of course I'd recommend someone as talented as you, but I'm curious, how do you intend to stick to this path to the end?" Austin said with a relaxed expression, "Well, you've always followed the principle of you fight your way, I fight mine. Ever since you established the Ministry of the Interior, you've been fighting on new battlefields that you've opened up yourself. We can't do anything about you, so we've suffered repeated defeats, while you've always been victorious. But this time, you've made a mistake and fallen into the trap of trying to win over allies, repeatedly competing with William and Pierre to see who can win people over more. If I continue to stay with William, and you have to continue this tug-of-war with us, it is foreseeable that you will gradually realize that the efficiency of repeatedly entangled with us will become less and less. At that time, you will certainly get out of this mess immediately, but the time wasted can never be recovered." Ronan finally realized, "So that's how it is. Your strategy from the beginning was to drag me into a battlefield I'm not good at, and then waste my time." "Yes, not that you re not good at it. To be honest, Ronan, you re much better than Pierre and William. They can't compare to you at all. It is just that you and Ms. Tinia are too young. Young people have too few friends and too many enemies. And in the first round of the election, you can abstain from voting. No one can remain neutral. If the timeline were 9 years from now, I would kneel down without hesitation and beg you to give me a job that I can retire in," Austin said very seriously. Ronan poured wine for Austin. As always, no waiter would come in during the meal in the small private room. "Actually, I still have a license." Ronan put down the bottle and said something. Austin certainly knew Ronan had a license, and he knew it from the beginning. Otherwise, why would he have gone to such lengths to create an onboarding program for retirement, wholeheartedly helping William and then naturally asking for a job? He knew that William would be crushed by Ronan's team in the first round, so he became William's foreign aide. Austin smiled slightly. "Actually, I can't guarantee that William will give up on me under pressure. If he adopts my radical suggestions, you'll have some minor troubles. So, I'll give you another card. Go find Adrian. He's an ambitious man, but he's somewhat out of step with the old-fashioned." This not only gave Ronan a card, but also saved him a card. For the next 2 days, things unfolded exactly as Austin had written in her play. William was getting anxious because he couldn't reach a mutual protection agreement with Pierre. A group of people started discussing again, immediately attacking Austin, saying that his plan was completely ineffective. Austin then put forward a radical suggestion to show the outside world that William firmly supports the continued deepening of reforms in order to win over Pierre's votes. This immediately aroused opposition, as everyone felt that William had such a great advantage and should now play it safe. Of course, the deeper purpose was that William's supporters were not very supportive of the reforms. They weren't completely against them, since the reforms had already begun and they were not without benefits, but they couldn't let it be too fast or too comprehensive, because that would marginalize them, the veterans. William nodded in agreement. He himself supported the reforms, but he wasn't the only one who, to be precise, didn't support bringing too many young officials into the system who didn't share his views. So Austin, whose suggestion was rejected, simply walked away. During this process, Adrian's sense of loneliness intensified. Ultimately, William's party adopted a defensive counter-attacking strategy. Subsequently, Adrian secretly sided with Ronan, and then, as an intermediary, went to make empty promises to the territory minister. Gary. This pie represents Ronan's promise to split the Postal Transport Bureau into a Postal Transport Department, and then appoint Gary as its minister. This was much better than the promise of colonial governorship William made. Not everyone wanted to go to a colony these days. Chapter 455 The Children's Problem. They've all gotten too big for their britches, so just throw them out. Over the weekend, Ronan did not attend the party held by Dinia for the election campaign, but instead stayed at the palace with his wife and children. Both children are now 5 years old and have begun receiving formal education. Newborn Louis was still nursing. Lucian and Danae are both the kind of students who give teachers a headache. Apart from the magic teacher, only the language teacher and math teacher are slightly better, as the two are more interested in language and math. Lucian has a knack for mathematical genius. At the age of 5, he's already at a middle school level, the same level as Ronan in his original timeline. Danae's math skills are average, but she's quite good at languages. The theology teacher was the first to be affected. Both children love to ask why, and there was no such thing as why in theology. The etiquette teacher and history teacher of Zhao Luzin are having a headache. The etiquette teacher can also use the idea that the child is young and that it is not a bad thing for a boy to be disobedient to hypnotize himself. A history teacher won't do. Calling it history is just telling the little prince historical anecdotes to help him understand what a wise king is and what a tyrant is. But little Lucian had no interest in this. He played with his toys during class, and when the history teacher tried to confiscate them, he used magic to snatch them back. He said the history teacher was talking nonsense, that a king must have guns and money, and that his mother, old Ambrina, had guns and money. She didn't care about politics, and just played all day, yet the country was still fine and no one could shake her position. As for him, Lucian Roman too, although he doesn't know how to make money yet, he already has a bit of an idea about how to make guns. So history teacher, please be quiet, and don't delay his research on how to make guns. The history teacher immediately wanted to resign. Meanwhile, Ina was also driving the teachers to exhaustion, especially the etiquette teacher, who is the princess's etiquette teacher and bears the important responsibility of cultivating the princess into a lady. However, Ina would skip etiquette class. Although Ronan had reprimanded her, she dared not disrespect the teacher or rebel, but she dared to pretend to be sick, and not just any sickness, but a magical illness that was hard to control. She would turn into a hedgehog covered in swords, thus making it impossible for her to perform any etiquette gestures. The art teacher wasn't much better. If she assigned a little more homework, Ina would retort, "Do you want me to learn from my mother?" The art teacher dared not say that you cannot learn from your mother, nor did he dare say that you should learn from your mother. They froze completely. Little Lucian likes to go to the technical department and to ask researchers from home and abroad all sorts of questions. Ina likes to go to the security bureau to see her Aunt Isabel and practice her magic with the people from the security bureau. At this very moment, during lunchtime, the family had just sat down. "Father, I was wrong," Ina admitted as if answering a question prematurely. Me too." Little Luzixian, a beat behind, also admitted his mistake. Ronan was completely baffled by these two roughnecks. He sighed, smiled, and asked, "Where did you go wrong?" Ina raised her chubby little hand and answered, "Too many. I can't remember them all. Anyway, I was wrong." She chuckled after answering. After that, the first soup was served. Rehydrated dry chanterelles are placed in an earthenware pot filled with beef bone broth and steamed for a while, making a very simple soup. "You can't remember either?" Ronan asked his son Lucian. Lucian lowered his head and then nodded. "Goodness, they really are twins." The appetizer arrived, sliced beef, cooked briefly with slightly sweet, not too spicy white onion slices until half cooked, and then drizzled with a little soy sauce. Ronan was also at a loss, unsure how to educate his two children. His two children aren't simply being willful or acting like princes and princesses. If that were the case, it would be much simpler. A good beating would solve half the problem. These two little ones, not even 6 years old yet, completely disagree with their teacher. Is this an early onset of adolescence? Yes, but not entirely. Ultimately, it's because the two children's perceptions have become skewed. It can only be said that he and Ambrina, as parents, did not set a good example for their child. Lucian felt that his mother was just a big kid older than him, and much more playful than him, playing things that were not good for the country. Did she affect the country? Ina greatly admired her father, Ronan. Did Ronan's lack of formality hinder his career, his marriage to his mother, or his ability to earn the respect of nobles, officials, and clergy? None of the above. The main courses, stuffed crispy roast chicken and roast lamb chops, were served, and a maid came over to cut them up. Ronan put aside the matter of educating his 2 children for the time being. Many years ago, his parents never disciplined him during meals, and now that he was a parent himself, he followed the same principle. After finishing the last 2 desserts, Ronan glanced at Ambrina. It's your decision. This time, Ambrina wasn't trying to shift the blame, but rather she was simply at a loss as to how to manage her 2 children. I won't make any decisions, but I have one suggestion. You should go to school. What do you say? Ronan said. No way. Kids are all stupid. Ine immediately objected. Her aunt, Isabel, had taken her to 3 different girls' schools, all of which were primary schools. One was a noble primary school. One was a commoner-s school in her princess' eyes, of course. A commoner-s school. And the other was a church boarding school, her mother's alma mater. In Ine's opinion, these children were all too stupid to communicate with. Is that so? Then I won't go either. Lucian had never seen what a school looked like. He was 5 years old and had only been to the palace, the technical department, and the church. Ronan rubbed his temples. The children's affairs were giving him a bigger headache than the prime minister election. Your teachers teach you, but you go against them. They want you to go to school, but you don't want to. Fine, tell me yourselves. What do you want to do? Ina pouted. I need to work. Some people in the Ministry of the Interior are less capable than me. I'm not illiterate. I can go work for my aunt. It won't be difficult at all. Is this your own idea? Ronan asked. Ine, with a bewildered and innocent expression, retorted, yes. Could it be anyone else? Ronan breathed a slight sigh of relief. If someone had instigated her, then he would have needed to carry out a major purge. Ronan turned his gaze to Lucian. And you? I don't want etiquette class or history class. They're completely useless, Lucian said. By the way, could we find a great math teacher? At least someone like the researcher in the technical department. After asking his question, Ronan looked at Ambrina. Ambrina glared at her son and daughter. You 2 are very good, really very good. Ambrina was genuinely angry this time, and also deeply remorseful. She had thought that her son and daughter were just a little proud and mischievous because they were princes and princesses, but she hadn't expected that the 2 children had a problem with their cognition and had become arrogant. Is it okay to keep going like this? Ambrina's magic instantly activated, imprisoning the 2 children's magical powers. Then, a lullaby began to play, and the 2 children instantly fainted. Someone, forget it. Ronan, you go yourself. Strip those 2 naked, and throw them in the Southeast District, Ambrina ordered. The Southeast District is the poorest and most chaotic part of the capital. Ronan grabbed one in each hand, and flew away to prevent Ambrina from changing her mind again. Chapter 456. The arrangements were made. Everyone was stunned, sorrowing after a long time. When Ronan flew back to the palace, he saw that Ambrina's eyes were red. Upon seeing Ronan, Ambrina threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. When was the last time Ambrina cried? If I remember correctly, it was when the late king passed away. Ronan patted Ambrina's back gently. It's all right. It's all right. Everything's been arranged. Let those 2 roughnecks experience the simple and honest folk customs of the capital. At the same time, southeast of the capital, beside a ditch, Lucian and Ina woke up. Both of them were stripped of their expensive clothes and shoes and put in the clothes of poor people. Lucian wore an ill-fitting linen shirt, a rough wool sweater with tattered patches, a pair of cotton trousers that were too short, and pigskin shoes with patched socks. Ina was similar, wearing a grey cotton dress and a wool vest, except her shoes were slightly better, and her socks were still intact and knitted. The 2 children had no time to care about their clothes. Faced with this sudden situation and unfamiliar environment, they were completely at a loss. After all, he was just a child under 6 years old, and he couldn't help but start thinking wildly that his parents didn't love him anymore and didn't want him anymore. As she thought about it, she started to sob. Hearing Ine's cries, Lucian, who had been stunned, finally came to his senses. Don't cry. I didn't cry. You're the one who cried. Ina shouted urgently to clarify. From the moment she could walk and talk, she always felt that she was better than Lucian. Lucian was speechless. He didn't know what to say. He was completely flustered at this moment. He paced back and forth, and suddenly heard a clattering sound in his pocket. He noticed something in his right pocket. He reached in and pulled out a gold coin, 2 silver coins, and a note from his left pocket. On his right pocket he found a magic revolver. He opened the note. My son, here's the gun and the money. Can you return to the palace? Ina quickly felt the large pocket in the front of her dress. There was no money, no gun, only a note. My little civil servant, there shouldn't be any situation in this city that you can't handle, right? Damn old man. Ina cursed, crumpling the note into a ball and stomping on it twice. This anger dispelled the panic in my heart. Ine instantly reverted to her true nature. Come on, Lucian, come with me. I'll take you to your aunt's place. Then we'll hide and see what they do. So Lucian responded, then realized something was wrong. But we don't even know where we are right now. Ina laughed. Why don't we just ask someone? As soon as she finished speaking, Ina suddenly realized that she and Lucian were surrounded by a group of children. The children did not get too close, but they blocked the two of them from the front and back. The children were dressed in rags and were very dirty. They were of different ages, the oldest being only 7 or 8 years old. He was tall but thin, like a skeleton covered with a layer of white skin. Ina could knock him down with one punch, but she and Lucian stood there uneasily. The children's eyes were numb, indifferent, and even revealed a hint of ferocity, like wild dogs. After a brief standoff, a big boy bent down and whispered something to the little girl beside him, then slapped her hand, pushing her as she stumbled to Ine and Lucian's side. Can you lend us some money? We haven't eaten for 2 days, the little girl said pitifully. Page 200. Lucian did not hesitate for long before giving the little girl a silver dragon coin. The little girl was stunned, then clutched the silver coin tightly and scrambled back into the crowd. The muscular boy at the head of the group glanced at Lucian and Ine, then turned and left. He turned around, and the others scattered, then gathered behind him and left. What are you doing, Lucian? Borrowing money? Why would these poor bastards pay us back? 1 silver coin is enough to buy 10 cakes, Ina said. Ine's understanding of 1 silver dragon was that it was equivalent to 10 cakes, but she didn't know that 1 silver dragon was equal to 24 bronze muskets, and 1 bronze musket could buy 2 large baguettes, the kind for human consumption. For the lower classes, it could buy 4 baguettes, and for the poorest of the poor, it could buy 6. This 1 silver coin is enough to keep these 7 or 8 children alive for more than half a month. It is not like we rebroke. Lucian didn't care about that at all. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I should have asked them where this place is. TCH, it's all your fault for being stupid, Ina complained. The brother and sister walked out of the area, grumbling and cursing, only to be surrounded again. This time, they weren't surrounded by children, but by a group of older kids holding sticks with scrap metal stuck in them, who surrounded the two of them with menacing expressions. Give me all the money, plus the sweater and shoes, a teenager yelled menacingly at the two men. Ina and Lucian both instinctively flinched. They had never been yelled at before in their lives. But then Ina got angry. What kind of bastard was yelling at her? Get out of here, Ina shouted. Lucian was somewhat frightened and instinctively raised his gun, shouting, Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot you dead. The leading boy sneered and walked over. As the boy got closer, Lucian's mind went blank and his hands trembled. He didn't dare to fire. The boy snatched the gun and tossed it aside. He didn't believe it was a real gun at all. Then he walked up to Ine, grabbed her hair, and prepared to use it to blackmail the little boy into handing over the money. After getting the money, he would sell the pretty little girl. Unexpectedly, the enraged Ina was immediately triggered by her long-term sparring instincts, and her hands transformed into sharp lawn swords, unleashing a cross slash. The boy's chest and abdomen were like an egg pudding encountering a sharp butter knife when faced with Ine's slash. Blood splattered all over Ine instantly, and then the boy fell backward, his intestines spilling out of the gash in his stomach. Blood gushed out continuously, and in the blink of an eye, a pool of blood had formed. Witnessing such a bloody scene, a group of teenagers nearby were terrified and scattered in all directions. Ina herself was so frightened that she fell to the ground. She never expected this to happen. She usually didn't run into anyone from the Ministry of the Interior, and even if she did, at most she would be left with a red mark. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lucian was also terrified. Had he really killed someone? Just then, another group of people walked over. They were also teenagers, wearing the same woolen coats, leather shoes, and hats. Lucian instantly picked up his gun and aimed it at the group of people. The leader, a somewhat handsome young man, raised his hands and said, Don't do that. We mean no harm. After a brief standoff, the boy pulled out a handkerchief and tossed it to Lucian. Lucian paused for a moment before realizing what was happening and used it to wipe Ine's blood-stained face. Although I don't know who you are, I would like to invite you to join us. The boy then extended a sincere invitation. Ina was still in shock, and Lucian was completely bewildered by this series of unexpected events. What was going on? Chapter 457. Beast. Trouble is brewing. Plans can't keep up with changes. Lucian and Ina felt a bit dazed, as if a piece of their memory had been ripped out. What was going on? It seemed they had committed murder, and then, in a daze, had followed 5 strange teenagers to the semi-abandoned house that reeked of a strange smell. It smelled musty, a smell that Lucian and Ina had never encountered before, a smell that wouldn't be found in the palace. My name is Garibaldi, you can just call me Noodles, the leader of the 5 boys introduced himself. I'm Axe, the youngest-looking boy among the 5, whose voice was still a bit childish, eagerly introduced himself. The remaining 3 were about to introduce themselves when Noodles raised his hand to stop them, adding, "You're nobles, aren't you?" Lucian did not answer. In the areas he understood, or thought he understood, he could talk endlessly, but when communicating with people, he would fall silent. Sometimes he didn't even know how to talk to his parents, let alone strangers. "How do you know? Because I can use magic?" Ina asked. "Yes, but not entirely. How should I put it? You're all very strange." Garadibo stammered for a moment, then suddenly realized something and said, "However," Ina looked at the Noodles with a strange expression. What was strange about her? Noodles thought for a moment and explained, "You guys are like the wild beasts in the manner that eat cooked food, and you accidentally killed a chicken." "I don't have any wild animals at home, only flowers, lots of flowers," Ina said. The Noodles were completely out of order, so he chuckled awkwardly twice, then looked at his 4 brothers and said, "See? This is what I told you, they're not afraid at all." At this moment, the slender, curly-haired boy said, "Noodles means that you're nervous because you killed someone, but not because you're worried about the serious consequences." Noodlehead nodded to indicate that this was what he wanted to say, and then added, "But you're in big trouble." "Huh?" Ina asked, puzzled. "The guy you just killed was the son of the Red Bucket Gang leader," Noodles said. "What is the Red Bucket Gang?" Ina was even more confused. "Gangs," Noodles replied. "Nonsense, there are no gangs in the capital," Ina immediately retorted. "You can say it is not a gang, but it is a gang." Noodles was almost laughing in anger, but for his own purpose, for this opportunity given to him by God, he had to continue to coax this young lady. "My princess, do you know that the royal city needs piped water supply in every place, so it has to buy water, and the gangs that sell water are called water gangs, and the Red Bucket Gang is one of them." "I am not a princess," Ina argued. "I know you're not." Noodles was speechless. He had only used princess to describe her naivety. Was it really necessary to take it so seriously? Noodles, interrupted, continued, "And above the Red Bucket Gang, there are big shots." "How big?" Ina asked. "I don't know either, but he has a big shot," Noodles said. "How would a nobody like him know? Anyway, now that you've killed his son, the Red Bucket Gang will definitely not let you off the hook. There is only one way to solve this problem." Ina's eyes darted around, and she asked, "Deal with the person who caused the problem." Noodles was taken aback. He really didn't expect that the girl in front of him, who looked to be at most 8 or 9 years old, would have such a reaction. He didn't know that Ina was actually not even 6 years old. "Ha, my aunt always says that," Ina said proudly. Besides her father, her aunt was the person she admired most. "That's a really impressive woman," Noodles casually remarked. "Of course, my aunt is amazing, much more amazing than my mom." Sigh. "Why didn't my dad marry my aunt? I wish I were her daughter." Ina couldn't help but sigh. Noodles suddenly felt a little dizzy. What was all this nonsense? Just then, a slender boy next to Noodles coughed, and Noodles instantly came back to his senses. "Let's not talk about your aunt for now. Anyway, the Red Bucket Gang's manhunt has begun. What we need to do now is to take down the Red Bucket Gang leader." Noodles' goal was to take down the Red Bucket Gang leader, but his original plan was to create an opportunity by kidnapping the Red Bucket Gang leader's son, who had already been killed by Ine. Unexpectedly, Ine's appearance caused a change in the situation, and he was stunned at the time, but he quickly came up with a new plan, a bigger plan. "Oh, let's go then." Ina found it very interesting, more interesting than ever before. Lucian tugged at Ine, but she didn't react. Unable to remain silent any longer, Lucian said, "Sorry, we need to go home." "Your home is quite far from here, isn't it?" Noodles asked. Lucian remained silent, tacitly agreeing. He didn't know exactly how far it was, but it must have been quite far. "In that case, you probably can't go back. I told you, he has already mobilized people to hunt you down. Although your sister is probably very powerful, is her magic enough? Besides, they have those guns. You be all doomed," Noodles said. "That's right, I am the older sister." Ina thought this kid was all right, knowing that she was the older sister. Lucian dismissed it. "Can't we just call the police?" "The police don't care about poor people," Noodles said with certainty. "Besides, there aren't many police around here." In the residences of wealthy merchants and nobles, the police would practically stand guard at the gates like their personal bodyguards, while in the homes of the poor, the police would not even bother to come. Wait for us a moment, Lucian said, then pulled Ine aside. In the distance, Lucian looked at Ine and said, "This guy is no good. He wants to use us." Ine looked bewildered. "I know, but let me correct you, it's about using me. You're the kind of guy who can't even hold a gun properly, so forget it." Lucian stomped his feet in anger. "When I grow up, I will definitely marry you off to an old, ugly cripple. Who will be king is still uncertain," Ine said dismissively. "I am scared of you. Anyway, we should go home now," Lucian said. "We can't go back. We killed his son, and he's looking for us all over the world." Ine explained impatiently, "We don't know the way around here at all, and the other side has a lot of influence here. Unless we're willing to spend a lot of money to hire a guide, there is absolutely no way we can avoid them and leave this area." "Right, money, we have money," Lucian called out. "Money? The consequence of spending money is that we'll have to repeat what just happened," Ina said. She had now realized that the gold and silver coins were just a prank her bad father had set on them. "Those two poorly dressed children will definitely run into trouble if they use gold coins here. Silver coins will be the problem." Lucian fell silent. Ina grinned. "Listen to me. We'll use these thugs to get out of here and find a way to the East District. I know that area well. Once we get there, it'll be like coming home. Then we can go back to the palace." Lucian nodded. Ina was indeed very familiar with the East District, but was she really willing to go back like this? "Promise me." Before Lucian could finish speaking, Ina had already run back into the house. With a sigh, Lucian felt that his life was utterly bleak. Chapter 458. You're not worthy. A contest, the weakest magic. Before explaining the plan, Noodles decided to give Ine and Lucian a brief overview. He didn't expect them to fully understand, but he wanted them to know that the Red Bucket Gang was no pushover and that even if their parents were wealthy and considered nobles, they might not be someone to mess with. The Southeast region is home to 3 gangs: the Water Gang, the Red Bucket Gang, the Claw Gang, and the Fire Gang. The leader of the Red Bucket Gang rose to prominence by marrying the daughter of a merchant who sold wooden buckets and basins. The gang was named the Red Bucket Gang because the wooden buckets they used were sold by his father-in-law and had red trademarks. The Claw Gang has a long history, dating back over 100 years. Before the reconstruction of the royal capital's plumbing system, it was once very powerful. It was called the Claw Gang because 3 scratches were deliberately left on the wood, resembling claw marks. After the plumbing system was rebuilt, it declined and could only operate in the southeastern district. Finally, there's the Fire Gang, whose leader is a subordinate of the head of a large gang that collects manure. The manure collectors are no ordinary people. They're connected to gunpowder companies and fertilizer plants, and there are really big shots behind those companies and plants. Recently, the 3 gangs have begun a fierce power struggle. "Why fight?" Ine asked. "Because there's an amazing person who wants to establish a water company so that everyone in the capital can have running water," Noodles said. "Who is this remarkable person?" Ine asked again. Noodles smiled. "Ronan Arts, the man I admire most. He is the goal I will pursue my whole life." Ine held back her laughter, then joked. "You want to marry a princess too? You're too young. You don't understand at all. If it weren't for him, this country would be finished. Do you know how bad this country was more than 10 years ago?" Noodles suddenly got excited. "What princess? I have no interest in her at all. I just want to be like him." "Sigh, you wouldn't understand anyway. Aren't you just a small-time hoodlum? And how old were you more than 10 years ago?" "I don't know, but to you? And you were like him? You don't really think he was a poor wretch like you, do you?" Ina questioned incessantly. She was happy that someone admired her father, but she was also very unhappy that the other person was a small-time hoodlum. "And you even dare to say you're not interested in princesses? Do you even have the right to say you're not interested in princesses?" Cough, cough, cough. The slender, curly-haired boy coughed again. Noodles realized he'd gone off topic again. "Anyway, because of the war company, all 3 gangs want to take this opportunity to launder their money and get out of trouble. You know what I mean by laundering your money and getting out of trouble?" Although Noodles didn't mean to look down on Ine in any way, Ina felt that he did, and her princess-like temper flared up immediately. "What do you mean? Do you even know what I mean?" "Sorry," Noodles apologized, though of course it wasn't sincere. Sure enough, nobles are all equally detestable. Noodles was an illegitimate child. As a child, he was treated like a servant and followed by everyone. Later, his father's wife found out about his identity, and he was kicked out without even being a servant. Noodles didn't bother with explaining the situation to Ine anymore, and went straight to his plan. This is the plan. The plan wasn't complicated. He was currently working for the Claw Gang, and he would go to them in person to report that he had caught the murderer. He would then persuade the Claw Gang's leader to take this opportunity to have a proper talk with the Red Bucket Gang's leader in a place where neither side could set a trap beforehand. At the same time, inform the Red Bucket Gang that their leader's son has died and he will definitely come in person. Then, we'll take down the leaders of the Red Bucket Gang and the Claw Gang. ULL take care of the Claw Gang leader, and we'll deal with the Red Bucket Gang leader. Noodle said. The Claw Gang leader is a tier 1 upright, and so is the Red Bucket Gang leader. So you're a magician too? Ine asked. Of course, Noodles replied, then demonstrated his magic. He is a transformation user. His magic can transform or conjure noodles, and he can manipulate the transformation of noodles. However, these noodles were no different from real noodles. They broke with the slightest force. They couldn't even lift heavy objects, let alone kill anyone. And the leader of the opposing group was a first-tier official, so he must have had underlings. The underlings were likely novice mages, and some even carried guns. Are there any mages weaker than you? Ine asked. Isn't this just delivering it? Ine was confident that she was better than most first-tier mages, but she was not stupid. Having grown up in the Ministry of the Interior Security Bureau, she had a thorough understanding of combat. She did not believe that she could take down 2 first-tier mages with a bunch of burdens, plus 3 or 5 novice mages wielding magic revolvers. Then let us have a competition, Noodle said.